Chapter 71. Breaking Through Two Heavenly Realms. The third page delineates the sacred prohibitions of the Miao Zhen doctrine, the celestial prohibitions of the upper law, including the prohibition against doubting the heavenly authority and the divine, the earthly prohibitions of the middle law, which include distrust of the master, betrayal of the sect, and disruption of the code, and the malevolent prohibitions of the lower law, encompassing the prohibitions against fixed statements, the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake, excessive speech, disputes, ostentation, and the defamation of fellow practitioners. All disciples entering the sect must be aware of, recite, and diligently adhere to these guidelines. The Daoist scriptures are exceedingly stringent in their selection of disciples, as evidenced by these prohibitions. With such numerous regulations, it would likely take me a century of dedicated study in a Daoist temple to attain genuine transmission. Merely perusing the Miao Zhen elucidations while reclining in bed could lead a celestial master to accuse me of desecrating sacred texts. The Miao Zhen doctrine divides into 10 caves: blessings, fasting, elixirs, medicines, talismans, spells, and pacifications. Upon reaching this point, I disregarded the blessings and fasting, focusing instead on the talismans, as that was my paramount interest. Unlike the Daoists who seek immortality, my pursuit of the Tao is solely for the preservation of life. The art of spells differs from the mundane use of talismans. They must undergo ritual refinement, infused with spiritual energy before they can be utilized. Before drawing a talisman, one must burn incense in sincere prayer, take up the brush with an imposing demeanor, and clear the mind, allowing concentration on the brush tip to commence the incantation and the drawing of the talisman without interruption or disorder. Speaking with others or allowing one's mind to wander during this process is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, the efficacy of the spells may be compromised. The text provides an extensive classification of talismans, and after perusing more than half, I realized how perilous my previous careless use of spirit-invoking talismans had been. The draining of essence and the loss of lifespan are not the worst outcomes. Should an evil spirit be summoned, one might risk being ensnared and reduced to a mere puppet. In Miao Zhen doctrine, talismans are categorized into 4 levels and 9 colors. The lowest tier, often crafted by common folk and rural elders, is variable in effectiveness depending on one's fate. The middle tier typically originates from the hands of Daoist masters, employed for exorcising malevolence and averting calamity, with as many as 108 classifications based on efficacy. The superior tier of talisman paper can only be drawn by those who have attained enlightenment, using materials of celestial and terrestrial essence, such as the Thunder Talisman templates acquired from Lu Xiezhi's abode. Even an unfinished talisman template can inflict harm on malevolent spirits, though, at that time, I was entirely unversed in the Tao, only harnessing a fraction of the Thunder Talisman's potential. The grand tier of talisman paper transcends the postnatal realm, only accessible to those of innate greatness. The classification of talismans by their colors serves as a guide for determining their functions. For instance, red talismans are for home protection, blood talismans denote misfortune, and purple talismans extend longevity, while gold talismans are predominantly associated with thunder. At the conclusion of the text, several introductory methods for drawing talismans and their accompanying incantations are provided. Perhaps due to my limited understanding of the Tao, prolonged study left me dizzy, unable to commit the writing methods to memory. After completing my examination of the talismans, I sought out the foundational principles of the Miao Zhen Tao. In stillness, I endeavored to suppress distracting thoughts, inwardly focusing on the lower dantian without excessive intent, allowing my breath to flow naturally, devoid of thoughts or distractions. After a month of quiet meditation, I felt my spirit calm, my breathing harmonize, and gradually sensed a vibration in the lower dantian. This sensation descended to my chest, where warmth began to radiate, ultimately spreading throughout my body and reaching my limbs, as the blood coursed through the governing vessel from behind the jade pillow, ascending through various energy centers to the yellow court. Though brief, this passage signifies that even an initial foray into the Miao Zhen Tao requires no less than 3 years of dedicated reading. The book states that one can witness results from meditation within a month. I ponder how long it will take for my rusty bones to refine themselves. Once I have grasped the essence of the method, it is imperative to put it to the test. I find myself seated on the ground, facing the setting sun, quietly reciting the heart method and emptying my mind. It feels akin to the warm intoxication from consuming the elixir of youth, enveloping my limbs like the comforting warmth of a hearth on a frigid winter's day. Remarkably, the effects were extraordinary. Within mere moments, I entered a profound state of meditation, reaching the first level of tranquility as described by Liu. Unconsciously, I found myself in this state. As distracting thoughts dissipated, the incantations I silently chanted gradually transformed into nothingness, and my consciousness ascended effortlessly. It felt as though I were soaring towards the heavens, yet this was no ordinary sky. It resembled the realm where the nine-tailed blood fox once appeared. The echo of an ancient, hoarse voice lingered in my ears. Since my consciousness was consumed by that blood fox, it felt as though I had undergone a metamorphosis, achieving an extraordinary tranquility. As my awareness continued to rise, I gradually stabilized in the high altitude. This so-called high altitude corresponds to the upper dantian described in the scriptures of the Miao Zhen Dao, situated between the eyebrows and also known as the abode of the spirit. When my thoughts settled firmly in the upper dantian, I officially entered the second realm of forgetting oneself, free from sorrow and joy, embodying the essence of the universe. If Liu were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be astounded. It took him half a month to stabilize the state of tranquility and 6 months to enter the realm of forgetting oneself. My thoughts firmly anchored in the abode of the spirit, I followed the method to breathe and circulate energy. Pure qi flowed in while turbid qi flowed out, and I gradually became proficient. However, my body had not yet adapted, resembling a funnel that could not retain the spiritual essence. Yet, it was slowly undergoing transformation. In this deep state of meditation, my internal organs received nourishment, fully absorbing the essence of the elixir I had consumed. I lost track of time as I followed the acupoint indications from the heart method and completed several large circulations before opening my eyes. The night had deepened, and a cool breeze wafted through the window, yet I felt no chill. The pain in my chest had subsided, my energy flowed freely, and my eyes sparkled with vitality. Continuing to peruse the comprehensive treatise on Miao Zhen Dao, I found it to be a treasure trove of knowledge, worth every bit of effort. For ordinary individuals, the path to enlightenment is a gradual progression, akin to advancing from elementary school to middle school, then on to university, an exercise in time wasting. Not to mention acquiring knowledge that is seldom applicable in the real world. In contrast, I directly engage with the esoteric heart methods of Miao Zhen, effortlessly selecting from the 10 mystical passages. It was as though I had 10 dedicated instructors at my disposal, diligent and unencumbered by the need to test my resolve through unnecessary challenges. In less than 3 hours, I had traversed the realms of tranquility and forgetting oneself. And with the invigorating influence of the elixir, I anticipated a swift breakthrough into the third realm. Old Liu had remarked on my rusty bones. Yet I believed this to be a matter of latent potential ready to be unleashed. I had begun to sense that my transformation was intricately linked to the blood-colored nine-tailed fox. During the next live session, I must inquire with the half-sages about the divine being I had summoned. I meditated until dawn broke, but perhaps due to my eagerness, the latter half of the night's practice yielded less than favorable results. The principles of Miao Zhen Dao emphasize a natural flow, and I could not be solely absorbed in relentless practice. Changing into a new outfit, I practiced the heavenly gaze under the rising sun. Descending the stairs, I cautiously poured a small amount of the elixir into a thermos, a mere half-finger's depth. The aroma of the liquor drew by Qi, who rushed over, frolicking with delight. Do not jest, I shall step out briefly. If all goes smoothly, we shall indulge in Tongxian wine daily henceforth. My plan is rather simple. Tongxian wine should be brewed from grains in traditional Chinese medicine. With the advancements in science, by analyzing the various components of the herbs and grains, I could certainly concoct Tongxian wine myself. While I may not possess the prowess to analyze it perfectly, I am acquainted with Jiangxing's largest pharmaceutical enterprise, Qianding Pharmaceutical. This represents a mutually beneficial transaction, and I doubt they would remain indifferent to it. Dialing Secretary Zhang's number, I arrived at Qianding Pharmaceutical's new drug research center an hour later. Secretary Zhang had been awaiting my arrival at the entrance for quite some time. Mr. Gao, please follow me. He escorted me to the office on the top floor where Director Huang awaited. According to the schedule, you have 15 minutes. Upon entering, I found a simple yet elegant office imbued with a profound sense of traditional Chinese aesthetics. Qianding Pharmaceutical is indeed rooted in traditional medicine, as evidenced by the ink-wash calligraphy and herbal illustrations adorning the walls. It seems I have come to the right place. After surveying my surroundings, my confidence in Qianding Pharmaceutical grew. In the inner office, a middle-aged man, appearing no older than 40, donned a tang suit and reclined in a chair. Mr. Gao, has there been any progress regarding my son's situation? You are Director Huang? The man's prominent brows and wide eyes conveyed an initial impression of honesty, yet a closer look revealed a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. This was a deeply shrewd individual. Pleased to meet you again, Mr. Huang. I am Huang Buiyuan, he said, placing down the exquisite prayer beads he had been toying with, gesturing for me to take a seat opposite him. Today, I turned 56. Huang Guanhong, though mischievous in nature, is the only male heir of the Huang family. His demise must hold a mystery. Huang Buin's intuition was astute. I furrowed my brow slowly, realizing this old man would not be easy to deal with. Chapter 72. An unshakable fate. There are numerous suspicions surrounding the matter concerning the young master, and I am currently unable to identify the perpetrator or conclusively categorize the incident as murder. From your tone, it seems there may be some progress, Huang Buiyuan remarked, his perceptiveness evident as he picked up his teacup, speaking nonchalantly. I refrained from responding hastily, for I alone among the entirety of Jiangxing knew the connection between Huang Guanhong's death and the Underworld Showcase. As the host of the Underworld Showcase, it remains my greatest secret. Even if this name were to be disclosed one day, it could never emerge from my lips. Are you pondering something? Perhaps the identity of the perpetrator is so peculiar that you hesitate to speak freely? The conversation had only just begun, yet I felt overwhelmed by Huang Buiyuan's imposing presence. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of business for decades, he had undoubtedly consumed more salt than I had rice. To speak plainly, Qianding Pharmaceuticals stands behind you. No one in Jiangxing would dare to trouble you. Your company is indeed a commercial titan in Jiangxing, yet I fear it has not reached a point of omnipotence, I countered, unwilling to align with Huang Buiyuan's narrative, lest I lose the initiative in our dialogue. I did not come here to report on Huang Guanhong's cause of death. Rather, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. A business discussion with me? Huang Buiyuan chuckled incredulously, glancing at the clock on the wall. You have 8 minutes remaining. His meaning was crystal clear. A mere owner of an adult establishment, a fallen rustic, believes he can engage in business with me, a board member of a public company? Do you deem yourself worthy? I perceived the disdain in his words yet remained unfazed, placing my thermos on the table and twisting off the lid. As the cap came off, a rich aroma of fine wine wafted through the room. A remarkable wine. The mere aroma of the wine captivated Huang Buiyuan, whose keen senses as a company director had been honed through numerous social engagements and countless fine wines from various regions. Yet, he had never encountered such a uniquely lingering fragrance. From the moment I entered, he had been reclining in his chair, but upon catching a whiff of the wine, he instinctively straightened up and positioned himself at the table, finally engaging in conversation. I pushed my thermos towards him, encouraging him to take a sip. Who drinks wine by the drop? He chuckled, retrieving a set of exquisite wine utensils from a nearby shelf and selecting the smallest 2 ceramic cups. It was evident he was a connoisseur. He filled both cups to the brim, bringing one to his nose, savoring its fragrant allure, rich yet smooth, never cloying. As he brought the cup to his lips, intending to savor the moment, it seemed that the tiny vessel possessed an extraordinary enchantment. The moment the wine touched his lips, his body reacted instinctively, and the contents were consumed in one swift motion. Such a potent elixir, it rendered him almost powerless to resist. With the wine now warming his belly and leaving a fragrant aftertaste, Huang Buiyuan, a dignified director of Qianding Pharmaceutical, eyed the second cup with an expression that betrayed both longing and reluctance. Boss Huang, do not rush. Savor this wine. It is crafted from a blend of various medicinal herbs, highly beneficial for health, I reminded him. At my suggestion, he felt a gentle warmth spread through him, closing his eyes to fully appreciate the experience. When he reopened them, 5 minutes had slipped by. This wine is miraculous, he exclaimed. Though in excellent health, Huang Buiyuan had long suffered from lingering ailments that left his legs aching after prolonged periods of stillness. Yet, after just 1 cup, it felt as if a dozen gentle hands were massaging his meridians, relieving the blockages of qi and blood. His gaze greedily fixed upon my thermos. A mere trinket worth only a few dozen yuan, transformed into an object of desire even for a director of a publicly listed company. How much for this wine? I want to buy it, he said, urgency in his voice. I couldn't help but smile at his eagerness. Even the most cunning fox cannot outsmart a skilled hunter. With a charming smile, I raised a finger, declaring 1,000 for a drop, 10,000 for a sip. Upon hearing the price, Huang Buiyuan regained his composure. Such entrepreneurs possess an almost instinctive acumen for business. That's too expensive. Wines exclusive to Huaxiao are only priced this way. While several varieties of Huaxiao wines can be procured with some connections and expenditure, this particular brew was unique. I alone could provide it. I capped the thermos, holding it in my hand. Moreover, I'm not inclined to sell. Instead, I propose a partnership. What kind of partnership? He inquired. I will supply the raw essence, and you will analyze the components of the medicinal wine. Subsequently, this wine will become one of your products. Are you suggesting to sell the formula? Huang Buiyuan remarked, feigning disinterest, though it was clear he was intrigued. The rich cultural heritage of Huaxiao wine promised a bright future should it be successfully crafted. Name your price. I seek 50% of the profits. In the realm of cultivation, one must consider wealth, companions, law, and resources. Rapid advancement necessitates the acquisition of rare ingredients. What a hefty appetite. I'll provide the technology, resources, and channels, and you demand 50%? After an hour of back-and-forth negotiations, Huang Buiyuan retrieved a thick stack of documents from his drawer, and we ultimately reached a preliminary agreement. I would supply the raw liquid, and once the brewing was successful, I would claim 10% of the total sales profits. While it may seem I had conceded some ground, in truth, I had merely leveraged half a bottle of raw essence, pulling off a clever ruse. As the two individuals were poised to finalize the agreement, the voice of Secretary Zhang echoed from outside the door. Director Huang, your next guest has been waiting for quite some time. Let her wait. I am currently engaged in significant business discussions, replied Director Huang. No sooner had he spoken than a woman's voice rang out from the hallway. Isn't the Qianding Pharmaceutical Company being rather presumptuous? We have been waiting in the reception area for a full hour. Is this a deliberate attempt by you, Director Huang, to make things difficult for us sisters? Are you trying to send a message to Jiangjin Real Estate? Miss Jiang, Director Huang is indeed occupied with an important client and cannot be interrupted, came the response. You say we cannot enter? I shall see who is important enough to keep Director Huang disregarding his appointments, leaving Jiangjin Real Estate to languish in the lobby for an hour. With that, she attempted to push the door open, only to be halted by another woman's voice. Fei, stop. Director Huang is meeting with someone very significant. Do not disturb him. Sister-in-law, we have all been waiting for an hour. It seems that Huang Buiyuan is intentionally making things difficult and does not wish to meet you. With that, she forcefully pushed open the office door. The faint aroma of wine lingered in the air as Secretary Zhang, at a loss, led the two women into the inner chamber. Director Huang, the project manager from Jiangjin Real Estate, and Miss Jiang Fei have arrived. At the mention of Jiang Fei's name, I felt a sense of displeasure. Why was she everywhere? Was this entanglement truly inescapable? I was curious to see who the esteemed guest was. TSK, what an eccentric taste in attire, I mused. Just as Jiang Fei was about to approach, another woman recognized me immediately and exclaimed in disbelief, Gao Jian. The voice behind was all too familiar, Yibing. Turning to look, I was met with a face full of embarrassment. It's you, the man who bullied me at the bank. Jiang Fei exclaimed, covering her mouth. Sister-in-law, the mysterious man I encountered at the bank is him. Yibing was even more astonished. She could not fathom how Huang Buiyuan's esteemed guest was me. In her mind, I should have been languishing in an adult shop, merely surviving. Yet the reality was a stark contradiction, slapping her in the face. This so-called useless and cowardly individual was treated as a distinguished guest by Huang Buiyuan, who had disregarded his commitments, leaving her and Jiang Fei waiting for an hour. Mustering a strained smile, Yibing gazed at me in astonishment. How did you end up here? I just concluded some discussions with Director Huang. The agreement is nearly finalized. I placed the thermos on Huang Buiyuan's desk and extended my hand towards him. If this venture is successful, I shall bring even better opportunities in the future. Huang Buiyuan stood and grasped my hand. A pleasure to collaborate. Qianding Pharmaceutical will not disappoint you. After our business was concluded, I turned to leave, doing so with a nonchalant demeanor, casting only a fleeting glance at Yibing and Jiang Fei. Hey, wait. Yibing, still in shock, while Jiang Fei pursued me, trailing to the end of the corridor. So your name is Gao Jian? She panted, having caught up to me in her high heels. Miss Jiang, we are not well acquainted. Please keep your distance. As I stood at the elevator waiting, Jiang Fei, whether intentionally or unintentionally, positioned herself uncomfortably close, her warm breath brushing against my neck. The sensation made me instinctively draw away. Am I that terrifying? Zhang Feifei's wide eyes bore into me. Today, her makeup was quite subtle, and while her attire lacked the fiery appeal from the bank, her devilish figure exuded an ineffable allure even in ordinary professional wear. I paid no heed to Zhang Fei's words, my only desire being to hasten towards the elevator and depart. Chapter 73, The Deadly Trap of Luxing. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against my intentions, as an unseen force appeared to govern the situation. The elevator on the 6th floor stubbornly halted at the 5th, refusing to ascend. Is this the fateful red string of destiny, suggesting that one must forcibly create opportunities when none exist? With a multitude of pressing matters at hand, I had no time to indulge Zhang Fei's frivolities. If the elevator would not cooperate, surely the staircase would suffice. As I took a few steps away, I suddenly heard Zhang Fei calling from behind. The elevator has arrived. Where are you going? Turning back, I saw the elevator doors opening just in time, compelling me to retrace my steps. Yet, before I could reach the threshold, the doors shut again, whisking me up to the 7th floor. Blast it! I pounded on the alloy door, finding myself yet again alongside Zhang Fei. I had not initiated this ascent. It was the elevator's doing. Zhang Fei, bewildered, silently pondered whether this serendipity hinted at a predestined bond that tethered him to me. Resigned, we awaited the elevator anew, while Zhang Fei discreetly observed my profile before finally inquiring, "What is your relationship with my sister-in-law? How did she recognize you merely from behind?" I responded, half-heartedly, "Are you worried I might have feelings for her?" Women's intuition can indeed be formidable. I acknowledged that my sister-in-law was youthful and beautiful, freshly married, while my unfortunate second brother remained hospitalized, having suffered injuries during the wedding due to an incident. "Have you really thought that through?" I scoffed. After a painfully long minute, I relinquished hope in the elevator and instead made my way towards the emergency exit. "Weren't you also present at my brother's wedding?" Zhang Fei continued, naturally trailing behind me. "Go back and keep your sister-in-law company. Don't follow me." I turned and grasped Zhang Fei's shoulder, carefully selecting my words to convey a singular truth. "The one who disrupted your brother's wedding was me. I am Gao Jian." Leaving a bewildered Zhang Fei standing in the corridor, I exited the new drug research center via the emergency passage. This fateful red string had indeed ensnared me in a considerable predicament. Along the way, I purchased several meat buns, preparing to return and share them with Bai Qi, when my phone suddenly chimed, not with a call, but with a voice message from an unknown sender. Recently, I seemed to be entangled in romantic misadventures. Could it be yet another infatuated admirer? Opening the voice message and placing it to my ear, I listened intently before discarding the bun in my hand and sprinting towards the municipal police station. The voice within the message belonged to Xiao Feng, revealing that the 6th target Luxing intended to eliminate was none other than Tai Ningxiang. Upon reaching the station, the newly assigned guard blocked my path. "Do you know what this place is? It's not somewhere you can just stroll into. I need to see the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, Tai Ningxiang. It's urgent." The guard ambled out, stating that many sought our goddess, and he wouldn't let me in just because I feigned familiarity. What an infuriating obstacle. I retrieved my phone and dialed Tai Ningxiang. "Hello, senior sister, where are you now?" "Gao Jian, I'm currently on a mission, we can talk later." Raising my voice, I pressed, "Are you attempting to apprehend Luxing?" "How do you know?" She replied, "We just received a tip-off from an elderly farmer in the suburbs this morning." "Stop the car immediately. Wait for me. That individual has deliberately exposed their location to you. I am as anxious as an ant on a hot pan." Lu Xing is exceedingly difficult to contend with. He is likely a disciple or representative of the dual-faced deity, and their intentions are far-reaching, making it improbable for them to commit such a fundamental error. Rest assured, we have dispatched over a dozen officers, along with police dogs. Even if Lu Xing possesses extraordinary abilities, he cannot evade capture. I am not concerned about his escape. This is a trap. He has intentionally left a flaw to lure you in. It cannot be conveyed clearly over the phone, so I can only forward Xiao Feng's voice message to Tai Ningxiang. Lu Xing murdered 5 individuals at the Anxin Inn, the first being his underage sister, and the last, Xiao Feng. There is one person missing in between, and that person is you. Lu Xing intends to kill you. I spoke loudly, and after listening, Tai Ningxiang did not respond immediately. "Are you even listening? Pull over and wait for me. That person is beyond your capability to handle." "Gao Jian, we are the police. If we cannot handle this, I certainly will not involve you." Tai Ningxiang spoke earnestly, assuring me that she would bring Xiao Feng back. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Hello, senior. Tai Ningxiang. I returned my phone to my pocket and looked at the dazed security guard before me. Where did your Captain Tai go on a mission? You actually have her personal number. It seems you share an extraordinary relationship with our goddess. Tell me where Tai Ningxiang has gone. My patience exhausted. I seized the security guard by the collar, a fierce glint in my eyes. The Pine Forest Cemetery. The guard blurted out, shaken. I released the pale-faced guard and hailed a taxi, departing from the city bureau. Driver, I need to go to Pine Forest Cemetery. Please hurry. It's not tomb sweeping day. Why are there so many people heading to Pine Forest Cemetery? The driver murmured as he started the taxi. I noted his words. Was there someone else heading to Pine Forest Cemetery besides me? Yes, I just had a fare this morning. A strange person dressed in a black robe. A person in a black robe? Considering what the driver said, I surmised this must be Mr. Gu. Where did he obtain this information? An hour later, I arrived at the Pine Forest Cemetery located in the northern suburbs of Jiangqing. Surrounded by mountains and seldom frequented by people, it is a serene resting place for the departed. Do we need to stop here? I noticed a few police cars ahead. Could there have been a homicide? The driver slowed down, preparing to pull over. Don't be afraid. Follow them. Follow the police cars. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Enough chatter, drive. The taxi followed the police cars up the winding mountain road, ultimately stopping at the back of Pine Forest Cemetery. The towering pines stood resolutely on the cliffs. Without guidance from locals, one could easily lose their way deep in the mountains. Lu Xing deliberately chose such a concealed location. He must be hiding in the shadows, waiting for Tai Ningxiang to let her guard down and meet her demise unknowingly. The cemetery inherently possesses an eerie aura, and the pines do not serve as protective entities. Rather, those born under the sign of the pine wood are more likely to encounter spirits and malevolent forces. Many who have experienced sleep paralysis are actually born under the pine wood sign. Let us hope she has not yet ventured into the mountains. The deep forest is rife with malevolent spirits, and given Lu Xing's unique status, he is undoubtedly skilled in dark arts and sorcery. The advantage lies with him. As he awaits Tai Ningxiang to walk right into his trap, my mind raced as I contemplated strategies. The driver remained silent, a palpable tension in the air, as he witnessed the audacity of someone tailing a police vehicle for the first time. Tai Ningxiang must not perish. Her adversary was intent on executing a specific ritual, and should she succumb, Xiaofeng's life would surely be forfeit as well. After settling the fare, I made my way toward the police car. Two officers were setting up a perimeter, raising their hands to block my entry as they pursued a fleeing suspect. Furrowing my brow, I lingered outside until I spotted a familiar figure within, an officer I had encountered at the Anshin Inn. Hey, brother. The man hesitated, then approached, recognizing my face. Are you a junior from the Iron Squad? Yes, I replied. I'm Gao Jian. We met at the Anshin Inn. I'm Zhao Bin. You can call me Xiao Zhao. The officer before me was the one I had noticed, harboring a secret affection for Tai Ningxiang during our previous encounter. Has your team entered the mountains? I pressed, bypassing pleasantries. They went in an hour ago. We are the second wave of reinforcements. The search area is extensive. Panic surged within me as I interrupted Zhao Bin, pulling out my phone to play Xiaofeng's voice message aloud. Your team is in danger. This is a meticulously orchestrated trap targeting her. You must take me to her. Only I can save her. Is that appropriate? The police are conducting an investigation. I can't let you in. Think about Tai Ningxiang. I have no reason to deceive you. My voice rose as I locked eyes with Zhao Bin. Would you really stand by and watch her perish before your very eyes? Zhao Bin, gripping the barrier tightly, deliberated for a long moment. Very well, I'll take you into the mountains. Chapter 74. Hands in the fog. The forest was eerie and desolate. The temperature several degrees lower than in the city. With the air, I inhaled feeling crisp and cool. Can you reach Tai Ningxiang? They seem to have encountered trouble in Langtu Gorge, but the Iron Squad assured us not to worry. She can handle it. Habitually, I reached for a cigarette, placing it between my lips, as communications continued, indicating that the situation had not yet reached its direst point. Just as I was about to light it, another officer halted me. Open flames are prohibited in the forest. Are you here to assist or to complicate matters? The speaker was Wu Meng, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, leading the second wave of reinforcements. His reasoning was sound, and I complied, though I felt no confidence in the capabilities of the reinforcements surrounding me. Searching for Lu Xing amidst the vast mountains was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. To be cautious, I dialed Lu Xiezi. Old Lu, forget about your fortune-telling stall for now. Head to the Baichi Limu Cemetery quickly. It's urgent. 2 officers remained at the base to guard me, while I joined the 7 criminal investigators of the second wave as we ventured into the mountains. We'll split into 2 teams. Zhao Bin, Lao Wei, and you, the junior from the Iron Squad, will head to Langtu Gorge for reinforcement. I'll take the others up the northern route. That's not advisable. I believe we should set out together and first rendezvous with Tai Ningxiang. My intention wasn't to oppose Wu Ming, but the complexity of the terrain and the inexperience of his team made the situation precarious. Follow my orders. If you have objections, keep them to yourself. Wu Ming, a figure of authority in the precinct, listened to no one but Tai Ningxiang. In the past, I would have relished seeing him face difficulties, but this time was different. Lu Xing had already claimed 5 lives, rendering him exceedingly dangerous. The northern face is a realm shrouded in perpetual shadow, rarely graced by sunlight. Although it serves as a shortcut into the mountains, I fear you may encounter unsavory elements. What elements? Wolves? Snakes? Bears? If you feel apprehensive, you may return. We are in pursuit of a fugitive, not embarking on a leisurely excursion. Wu Ming and his 3 subordinates, accompanied by 2 police dogs, departed, and once they were a distance away, the officer known as Lao Wei gently nudged my arm, advising me not to take Wu Ming's brusque manner to heart. Despite his roughness, he is fundamentally a good person. Lao Wei, in his 40s, is nearing retirement. And it is precisely because ascending from the north is fraught with peril that he took the lead, allowing us 3 to provide support, thus looking after us. I comprehend his reasoning, yet now is not the time for bravado. With a sigh, Zhao Bin, Lao Wei, and I ascended from the southern approach. Heading towards Wolf Head Gorge, 2 kilometers ahead, the dense forest and secluded valley rendered our path increasingly treacherous. After approximately half an hour, a thick fog enveloped the mountains, obscuring everything within a dozen meters. Stay close. Do not lose your way, Lao Wei instructed, consulting the map as he led the way. Suddenly, Zhao Bin, at the rear of the line, halted. What is it? I inquired. His pale complexion drained of color as he fidgeted with the police communication device, reporting a signal loss. Our connection with Team Tai had been severed. No signal. The disruption of communication in such remote mountains is a perilous predicament. Lao Wei also came to a stop. Do not panic. It could merely be due to the fog. Once it clears, we should be able to re-establish contact. At this juncture, I could only cling to optimistic thoughts. So what shall we do now? I glanced at the narrowing mountain path, resolute in my determination to find her today. Tai Ningxiang is Lu Xing's target. She will undoubtedly be in peril. Those ascending from the north are traversing the shadowy road, and they may find themselves in grave danger. Currently, we 3 are her only hope. You needn't be overly anxious. When Team Tai set out, they were accompanied by the caretaker of the Pine Forest Cemetery. He possesses a greater familiarity with the surrounding environment than we do, Lao Wei offered, attempting to reassure me. However, I shook my head in response. But have you considered another possibility? What possibility? What if that caretaker is an accomplice of the fugitive? My inherent skepticism towards the world, a remnant of my tenure as a host in the realm of the underworld, lingered. That is implausible. Regardless, we must hasten our pace and prepare for the possibility of fighting alone. The difficulty of this manhunt is exceedingly high, typically in wilderness pursuits. Law enforcement enlists the aid of local residents. However, since the cemetery's establishment, all inhabitants within several kilometers have been relocated. The rationale being that the living should not encroach upon the resting places of the dead. Without local guidance, and with our communication devices rendered ineffective. If all of this was premeditated by Lu Xing, he is truly a terrifying individual. After another half hour, the fog not only persisted but thickened, rendering our passage through the dense forest increasingly arduous. Beneath our feet lay a thick layer of decaying pine needles, with visibility reduced to mere meters. I kept a close watch on Lao Wei's back, fearing that in the blink of an eye, he might vanish from my view. Are we not there yet? Logically, 2 kilometers should not require such an extended duration. On a foggy day in the depths of the mountains, one can rely only on a rudimentary map. Were it not for the expertise of seasoned hunters, losing one's way would be an inevitable fate. Lao Wei carved a pentagram into the tree bark with his knife and turned back, offering a wry smile. The map is utterly useless, but our general direction of travel should still be correct. As we traverse towards the shadowy side of the mountain, the oppressive dampness and malevolent aura intensify. Wu Ming, having taken the only 2 police dogs, inevitably lost his way relying solely on the map. I beckoned to Lao Wei and Zhao Bin. urging them to assist me in ascending a sturdy tree to survey our surroundings. I selected the thickest tree and climbed, scanning the area, only to find ourselves engulfed in a dense fog. Forget the map. Let us first reach the summit to ascertain our direction before proceeding. In the face of nature's formidable might, humanity appears so insignificant. After expending considerable effort, we finally reached the peak, only to discover that we had strayed from our intended path a half-hour prior. I had been diligently consulting the map, walking in a straight line, while Lao stood at the rear of our group, recalibrating our course. This time, we must not stray again. Yet, it was not that simple. The fog had arrived at an odd time, coinciding with our entrance into the mountains, an unsettling anomaly. A foreboding sense crept over me, suggesting that something lurked within the mist. Watching us intently, Lao Wei, Zhao Bin, we must move swiftly to reunite with Tai Ningxiang. If we linger, we may find ourselves trapped here. I was unwilling to waste another minute and turned to descend, instructing them to call out if danger arose, as we were now closer to safety. In reverse order from our ascent, Zhao Bin led the way down, with Lao Wei bringing up the rear. Immersed in the fog, the three of us fell into a heavy silence, our spirits weighed down. As we reached a mid-slope, I suddenly felt hands rest upon my shoulders from behind. Lao Wei, given his age, I suspected he was exhausted after the prolonged trek. Initially, I paid little mind, but soon the weight upon my shoulders grew increasingly burdensome. Was he unwell? I slowed my pace and reached up to touch my shoulder. Lao Wei, are you all right? The sensation beneath my fingertips was not smooth skin, but coarse fur. Turning my head, I was met with an alarming sight. What I mistook for a human hand was, in fact, the claws of two animals. A wolf had draped itself over my shoulder. I recalled tales from childhood about travelers who, while walking at night, would feel the embrace of a wolf, which would cunningly mimic a human to lure them into a deadly trap. The pine forest graveyard had once been a chaotic burial ground where wolves, driven by hunger, would unearth the recently interred to feast upon them, thereby absorbing the malevolent energy of the deceased. Had Lao Wei already fallen victim to such a fate? I dared not look back as Zhao Bin's figure receded into the fog, knowing that the wolf behind me was becoming increasingly restless. What to do? I was unarmed, and any cry for help would likely lead the wolf to swiftly sever my throat. At this moment, I had to rely on my own wits. I steadied my racing heart and moved towards a robust pine tree. As I neared, the moment my left shoulder grazed the bark, I abruptly tilted my head and thrust my hands towards my right shoulder, keeping my left side tightly pressed against the tree. I anticipated that the wolf would strike from my right. A nauseating stench filled the air as I caught a glimpse of its sharp teeth drawing nearer. Chapter 75. The hidden ghosts of the dead. In the precarious balance between life and death, my body reacted instinctively, a split second before my consciousness caught up. My hands gripped the wolf's jaws, one above and one below. Zhao Bin. I was overpowered by the colossal wolf, a beast of tremendous strength, and despite my desperate struggles, I could not shake it off. Its razor-sharp claws sank into my flesh, reopening the wound on my chest that had yet to heal, causing blood to flow profusely. The scent of blood incited the wolf's ferocity. Its maw, filled with menacing fangs, descended upon my neck, its foul saliva dripping onto my injury. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed the wolf's fur before embedding itself into a pine tree, sending wood chips flying and a faint scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. The wolf, its eyes darting, recognized that I was not mortally wounded and, unwilling to linger, leapt high into the mist, quickly vanishing from sight. Are you all right? Zhao Bin rushed over, gripping his gun tightly. I lay on the ground, having narrowly escaped death. Although my clothes were soaked in blood, my bones were unscathed. I'm fine. It's merely a superficial wound. I leaned against a pine tree to rise, my hands numb and aching. Glancing down, I discovered 2 bloody punctures on my palms. I shall escort you down the mountain. The wolf's saliva harbors numerous pathogens that could lead to infection, Zhao Bin said, his concern palpable. I extended my hands before me. My fingers could still bend, and I retained sensation. Remaining calm, I noted that at the rear of our group was Old Wei. If the wolf could silently approach me, then his fate was likely grim. Animals are savage. If they wish to make a person disappear without a trace, they employ a singular method, swiftly severing the throat. Old Wei, Zhao Bin shouted into the fog, but only an echo responded. We retraced our steps, hoping to find either blood trails or Old Wei's remains. Let us hope he is unharmed, I murmured with a shake of my head and a cold smirk. If we do not find either his body or blood, that would be the direst outcome. Zhao Bin, puzzled, tightened his grip on the gun and inquired, "What do you mean? To have a living person vanish without a trace? Do you believe that mere wolves could accomplish such a feat?" Zhao Bin continued to gaze at me in confusion. Could it be that Old Wei fell into Lu Xing's trap? I did not provide a direct answer. Instead, I rose and gazed towards the direction of the pine forest graveyard. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? In the woods, there are wolves. Wolves shoulder the mountains, and spirits conceal themselves among men. In truth, from the moment we entered the mountains, we were already ensnared in Lu Xing's trap. After searching for 100 meters, we found no blood trails. The only clue was a tattered, makeshift map on the ground. What shall we do now? We cannot search any further. Continuing might lead us to our own demise. We should first meet up with Tai Ningxiang. Strength lies in numbers, and even ghosts would hesitate to approach us. Having determined our direction, Zhao Bin and I wandered through the mist for another hour before finally reaching Wolf Head Ravine. Surrounded by towering mountains, even at noon, sunlight struggled to penetrate this place. The trees grew in peculiar shapes, varying in height, while jagged rocks littered the ground, intertwining like wolf's teeth. From a higher vantage point, one could see the entire ravine resembling the gaping mouth of a wolf, hence its ominous name. Has communication been restored? Not yet. But Team Time mentioned they were at the center of Wolf Head Ravine, where a ranger has constructed a small cabin. After a brief exchange with Zhao Bin, we entered this treacherous locale. The strange rocks obscured our view, and with the fog thickening, it was all too likely we could turn a corner and become separated from our comrades. Wait, let us not rush in. After walking several dozen meters, an unsettling feeling washed over me, prompting me to signal Zhao Bin to halt. What have you discovered? Listen closely. Do you hear the distant howls of wolves? Ever since I began practicing the foundational techniques of the Miao Zhen Guan, my senses have sharpened significantly, transforming my presence in the wilderness into that of a seasoned hunter. Zhao Bin, now reliant on my leadership, paused and listened intently as faint wolf howls echoed from the depths of the ravine. You can hear that? My ears are simply more attuned. I casually picked up a rock and fashioned it into a sharp point. Conserve the remaining 6 bullets. Do not waste them. How did you know I had 6 bullets left? Zhao Bin's grip on his firearm struck me as far from standard, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. The standard police issue. The Type 64 pistol holds 7 rounds. You fired one earlier, so do the math. With the rock in hand, I led the way, while Zhao Bin, gun in hand, followed closely behind. You remain eerily composed at all times. It seems Iron Team's assessment of you is accurate. You are indeed suited for police work. Rather than being a police officer, I would prefer to marry one. Goodness, you aren't considering pursuing someone from Iron Team, are you? She is your senior. Zhao Bin's reasoning left me astounded. Having this rookie by my side made me feel increasingly vulnerable. Silence, and remain vigilant. As we ventured deeper into Wolf Head Ravine, the howls grew ever more pronounced, yet Zhao Bin and I remained unassaulted. We navigated around 2 bends and ascended the solitary hill, finally catching sight of the small cabin. Iron Team, we have come to provide reinforcements. Zhao Bin shouted from several meters away. A figure stirred inside the cabin, and after a bright flashlight signaled us to approach. We dared to enter. Pushing open the dilapidated wooden door, a faint scent of blood wafted into the air. Who has been injured? I hurriedly scanned the room, spotting a dark-skinned officer whose left shoulder had been gnawed away. Gorilla. Zhao Bin rushed forward without even holstering his weapon, clearly close to the injured man. Xiao Xiao has arrived? Where are the others? What about Captain Wu? The gorilla's face contorted in pain, yet he bore his suffering in silence like a true man. Wu Ming and 3 others are climbing the mountain from the north. They have yet to arrive, so something must have happened. I crouched before the gorilla, examining the wound. It did not resemble a wolf's bite at all. This wound appears to be inflicted by a human. Iron Ningxiang approached, wielding her service pistol. A human bite? Let us set that aside for now. Why did you follow Xiao Zhao into the mountains? Did I not instruct you to remain safely at home? Once clad in her police uniform, Iron Ningxiang exudes formidable authority, especially in the presence of her subordinates, striving to maintain her stature as captain. While I understood her approach, it did not excuse her irresponsible actions. Why did I come here? Lu Xing clearly intended to kill you. Could I stand idly by and watch you perish? I gestured towards the thick fog outside. I had warned you this was Lu Xing's trap, yet you charged in without a second thought. Have you considered the lives that could be at stake? Watch your tone, kid. Do not speak to us as if we are beneath you. A hawk-nosed officer accompanying Iron Ningxiang interjected on my behalf. Chen Feng, I acknowledge my fault in this matter. I accept it. Iron Ningxiang raised her hand towards the hawk-nosed officer. I underestimated Lu Xing's cunning and tenacity, which has led us to our current perilous situation. Here, I must apologize to everyone. You have not merely underestimated Lu Xing. You fundamentally fail to comprehend him. He is an exceedingly cruel and malevolent individual, whose every act of murder is imbued with a profound sense of purpose. I perceived Tai Ningxiang bowing her head, and though it pained me, she undeniably bears an inescapable responsibility for the situation's escalation. Purposeful? What drives his frenzied acts? I stand among several police officers, uncertain for now. Yet it is evident that his killings are not motivated by amusement or the gratification of a perverse psychological need. Rather, they seem to follow a ritualistic pattern, methodically extinguishing predetermined lives in a fixed sequence. I glance at Tai Ningxiang. You are the 6th, and Xiao Feng is the 7th. Should you perish, Lu Xing's ultimate goal would be realized, making any future attempts to apprehend him exceedingly difficult. An oppressive silence envelopes the room until I shatter the stillness. What is the story behind the injury on the gorilla's shoulder? I suspect a possible abscess. Why has he not been immediately sent down the mountain? It is not a matter of unwillingness. We simply cannot escape. Tai Ningxiang sighs, recalling that when we ventured into the mountains, we were accompanied by a gravekeeper from the Songlin Cemetery, who guided us swiftly to the village of Qianlong, as mentioned in the tip-off letter. However, shortly after entering that desolate village, the gravekeeper vanished, and the accompanying officer found himself imprisoned in a dried-up well. The gorilla was bitten while attempting a rescue. Subsequently, as fog descended, we were pursued by a pack of wolves and fled to Wolfhead Gorge. Furrowing my brow, I pose a question that has troubled me during our journey. What did the gravekeeper look like? Chapter 76. The first layer of Tianmu. Pursuit of the eyes. Tai Ningxiang reflects, describing the gravekeeper as a man in his 40s, with a tumor at the corner of his eye and an exceptionally large mouth. I have never seen him smile. His face is perpetually taut. This gravekeeper possesses unique features. I should have encountered him before. Could he be Lu Xing's accomplice? Ah, that fellow was draped in a black robe, adorned with a serpentine tattoo around his neck. Tai Ningxiang continues, noting his bizarre attire, which we initially dismissed as mere custom of the gravekeeping profession. Dressed in a black robe? During my taxi ride, the driver mentioned that shortly after the first batch of police departed, a person hailed a cab to the Songlin Cemetery, and that individual was also clad in black. I initially thought it was the Gu Master, but now it seems that person is likely another of Lu Xing's minions, meticulously orchestrating a multi-layered scheme, clearly intending to oppose the police. The dense fog lingers, and it is nearly noon, yet the valley remains shrouded in mist. Gao Jian suggests, perhaps you should take the gorilla and Zhao Bin and leave. I will stay back to hold the line, as Lu Xing's target is solely me. Tai Ningxiang draws her service weapon, caressing its polished surface, confident that should Lu Xing dare to appear, I possess at least a 50% chance of incapacitating him. During her time at the police academy, she was the champion in marksmanship, the only female in her cohort capable of hitting a target 50 meters away with one hand. Team Tai, we will stand with you, several officers protest. Indeed, how could we, a group of able-bodied men, abandon you to fend for yourself? I hold a measure of admiration for this resolute rose amidst thorns. To be frank, were I in her shoes, my foremost concern would undoubtedly be my own survival. Let us charge forth together at noon, when the sun's power is at its zenith. I stand at the door, gazing outside. The fog is intricately linked to Lu Xing. If we do not seize the opportunity to escape at midday, we risk greater peril by evening. Zhao Bin and the big-nosed man assisted the gorilla while I led the way, with Tai Ningxiang bringing up the rear. What are you blindly directing without the team's orders? Do you really think you are a police officer? The hawk-nosed officer guarding Tai Ningxiang appeared quite displeased at being referred to as big-nosed. He merely curled his lip in disdain. Chen Feng, you should heed Gao Jian's advice. My survival till now is largely thanks to him. Zhao Bin spoke in my defense, yet Chen Feng was not pleased. Whose side are you on? We are the police, he retorted, and frankly, he is just a disgraced student who should still call me senior. Chen Feng's words seemed deliberately aimed at me, his brow furrowed as he glanced at both Chen Feng and Tai Ningxiang, who were fellow students from the same police academy. It was apparent that Chen Feng harbored feelings for Tai Ningxiang. Enough bickering, Gao Jian interjected. He is right. The midday sun is at its peak. and this is our best opportunity to escape. With a wave of her hand, Tai Ningxiang signaled for us to proceed accordingly. As we focused on the clock on my phone, we set out from the wooden cabin just before 1 o'clock. The fog showed no signs of dissipating. And after walking a mere 10 meters, faint wolf howls echoed ominously in our ears. Gao Jian, how confident are you that we can get out of here? Tai Ningxiang approached me slowly. To be frank, I replied, gripping the stone in my hand, I have less than 50% confidence. We are at a disadvantage. And our target is too significant. Lu Xing has been plotting for a long time, and this time, we may be in grave danger. Your tone suggests you know Lu Xing well. Have you met him? Tai Ningxiang inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. No, but recent events have been intertwined with him. Or rather, with the beliefs he embodies. Do you recall the dual-faced Buddha statue at Anshinin? Lu Xing is merely a pawn in the game of the dual-faced Buddha. Tai Ningxiang seemed contemplative, about to speak when a shadow darted past us. The wolf pack had arrived. Several officers drew their firearms, and our pace slowed considerably. A long, haunting howl pierced the air. It was undoubtedly the alpha wolf issuing the command to attack. Visibility in the dense fog was perilously low, and more gray shadows flitted among the rocks. Captain, there cannot just be one pack, Zhao Bin said, leaning against a rock, unable to voice further thoughts. I was equally taken aback by how the situation had escalated. The continuous howls were disconcerting, and numerous figures flickered in and out of sight. There must be at least a dozen. Such a massive wolf pack should never normally appear just a few kilometers into the mountains. Food scarcity would make survival in this area impossible. The only conclusion I could draw was that Lu Xing had employed some unknown dark sorcery to manipulate the wolves. My hand instinctively reached into my chest pocket, where I kept 2 talismans, the Child's Night Cry talisman and the Maoshan 7 talismans. I pondered whether using the talismans against the wolf pack could counteract the dark magic. But the thought was swiftly banished from my mind. The predatory nature of beasts is bloodthirsty, and even if I broke the dark spell, they would not relinquish their prey. This was the insidious nature of Lu Xing Bang. A gunshot rang out from the back of the line. The moment the shot echoed, the wolf pack momentarily silenced, only to erupt into a chorus of terrifying howls. The shooter was Chen Feng, his face pale. The fog was too thick for him to aim accurately. Be careful. Tai Ningxiang executed a textbook side kick, knocking Chen Feng to the ground. He looked up in confusion, meeting the gaze of a massive wolf that had leaped at him. Its cold, emotionless eyes reflected nothing but hunger and the thirst for blood. Sitting on the ground, a shiver coursed through Chen Feng, causing him to forget about firing his weapon as he observed the majestic wolf gracefully descend and then, like a bullet, rebound and vanish into the mist. He touched the spot on his chest where Tai Ningxiang had kicked him, managing a strained smile as he expressed his gratitude to the Iron Team. Are you unhurt? I'm fine. Chen Feng rose from the ground, reflecting on how treacherous it was for these beasts to ambush from the fog. Seeing that Chen Feng was not seriously harmed, Tai Ningxiang stepped forward to stand beside me. What is the matter? Are you worried about me? They all have sidearms, yet you, battered and bruised, are armed only with a stone. I fear for your safety. Her words enveloped me in a gentle warmth, leaving me momentarily at a loss for a response. As our group approached the exit of the Wolf's Head Gorge, the wolf pack's assaults intensified, coming in relentless waves like a tempest, leaving us breathless. In the final stretch, the gunfire echoed incessantly, yet with little effect. Amidst the chaos of rocks and thick fog, only Tai Ningxiang managed to hit 2 wolves, while the others wasted their ammunition. We're almost there. Let us push through. Now is not the time to conserve bullets, urged a few, their formation tight as they surged outward. The last few meters became the decisive distance between the wolves and us, their primal instincts ignited by the scent of their kin's blood, their eyes gleaming with a demonic fervor. Zhao Bin, momentarily careless, suffered a grievous bite to his thigh from a wolf hiding in a crevice, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh, a sight that struck me as brutally cruel. With the number of injured rising, our pace faltered. Iron Team, you should go without me. I'll hold them off. Zhao Bin gritted his teeth, tears brimming in his eyes as he called out to Tai Ningxiang. I'll buy you some time. You must hurry. How do you propose to delay them? By feeding yourself to the wolves? Tai Ningxiang's tone was stern. I refuse to abandon any one of you. Having led you into the mountains, it is my duty to ensure you all return alive. But, Iron Team, I placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Bin's shoulder. No use arguing. Her stubbornness is like that of 10 oxen, impossible to sway. The wolves continued their frenzied assault. Even if we broke free from the Wolf's Head Gorge, we still had 2 kilometers to the safety of the mountains, and our ammunition was dwindling. "Give me your gun," Zhao Bin urged. I reached out for his sidearm. "Are you mad? You can't just hand a police weapon to someone outside the force." Chen Feng, still shaken from earlier, shouted loudly. Tai Ningxiang looked troubled. Glancing at me, "Hai Jian, we can't just pass around the police gun." I shrugged indifferently. Targeting the leader would immediately have the threat posed by the pack. This is absurd. In this thick fog, we can barely make out their silhouettes. What gives you the audacity to boast? Ignoring Chen Feng, I deftly ejected the magazine. Realizing there was only a single bullet remaining, my opportunity was limited. I could not afford to miss. Positioned at the front of the group, I steadied my gaze, clearing my mind of all distractions, much like I had done the previous night during meditation. My spirit transcended, focused solely on the haunting howls that echoed from all directions. Among them, one voice stood out, longer, more forlorn. On the cliff, I suddenly looked up, my concentration sharpening. My eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Something seemed to be breaking free from between my brows, and then, astonishingly, the thick fog was pierced. I found you. Chapter 77. By Qi, with both hands firmly gripping the gun, I once again experienced that familiar sensation after 4 long years, heavy and cold. The alpha wolf on the cliff had also detected my presence, rising from the rubble. This wolf was a third larger than the average. Thinking of fleeing? With the gun barrel aimed at it, the alpha wolf leaped amidst the stones, yet my gaze remained steadfastly locked onto it. Logically, human dynamic vision should struggle to capture high-speed movement in thick fog, but for me, it posed no challenge. The Iron Squad was merely putting on a facade. Did they truly believe they could take down the alpha wolf in such conditions? Chen Feng, noticing Tai Ningxiang's tightly clenched fists, seemed to harbor great expectations for me. Yet he felt a simmering resentment, to say nothing of killing it. Even locating the alpha wolf was questionable. All his analysis was mere talk without action. After rambling for a while, Chen Feng finally realized no one was paying him any heed. With a cold snort, he casually stepped closer to Tai Ningxiang. What a fragrant scent. This must be her natural aroma. He inhaled deeply, rubbing the spot where he had been kicked, gazing at Tai Ningxiang's silhouette. Even if today ended in death alongside her, it would be worth it. Unbeknownst to me, everything happening behind me was inconsequential, casting aside all distractions. I focused entirely under the pressure of impending death. I had but a single bullet. If I missed, given the cunning nature of the alpha wolf, it would likely never present itself in such an obvious spot again. I had to seize this opportunity. A dull ache throbbed between my brows, possibly from the recent breakthrough of my celestial vision combined with prolonged usage, causing a dizziness as thoughts swirled chaotically. Time was of the essence. My eyes, arm, and sights aligned into a single straight line as I anticipated the alpha wolf's next movement. At the moment it prepared to leap to another rock, I fired. Bang! The bullet struck flesh. Almost simultaneously, a pained howl erupted from the wolf's den. I hit it. I was startled by my own accuracy. That state was incredibly elusive and could not be replicated. Sighing in relief, my head grew increasingly heavy. Just as I attempted to speak, my legs gave way, nearly causing me to fall. Gao Jian. Someone grasped me tightly from behind. I dared not turn my head, merely inhaling the faint fragrance. It's all right, I'm here. It seemed that Tai Ningxiang, taken aback, had acted instinctively. Without much thought, I discreetly removed her hand and returned the gun to Zhao Bin. With the alpha wolf now dead, I needn't worry about the pack for the time being. Tai Ningxiang wanted to help me, but I declined. While returning the gun, I caught a glimpse of Chen Feng's dark expression, as if someone had stuffed socks into his mouth and forced him to swallow. His resentment was palpable, and fearing he might act rashly, I refrained from provoking him further. With the alpha dead, the wolf pack's assaults diminished, and we hurriedly made our way out of the wolf's den. Surviving this calamity surely promised future blessings. Zhao Bin, limping, leaned on the gorilla as they supported each other, both appearing rather optimistic. Using a rudimentary map, the police and I trekked for over an hour before finally emerging from the mountains. Iron Squad. A crowd had gathered below, including Wu Meng and the third wave of reinforcements. Initially taken aback by the sight of the burly figure, I realized they must have faced greater dangers ascending from the shaded side of the mountain, yet none appeared injured. Captain Wu, glad to see you're unscathed, I said, effortlessly delivering a classic line of a formidable antagonist. Regrettably, I was rash in dismissing the counsel of my junior. The likelihood of Wu Ming, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team at the municipal bureau, bowing his head to me, is even slimmer than finding 50,000 yuan on the street. With a hint of embarrassment, he lowered his gaze. Shortly after we ascended the mountain, we encountered an unusual occurrence. We were approached consecutively by 3 different individuals in a hurry, all inquiring the way to the Songlin cemetery. We sensed that something was amiss, and it later became apparent that they were likely. Ahem. A cough from behind the police car prompted Wu Ming to bend down and open the door. It was fortunate that this Daoist priest intervened, preventing us from being ensnared by confusion and allowing us to escape unscathed. Before me stood Lu Xiezi, donned in a Daoist robe, his eyes covered with a black cloth, grasping the ancestral talisman. So, he is the savior you summoned? My apologies for my previous negligence. Lu Xiezi was reluctant to associate himself with the police. He pulled me aside, admonishing, "What business do you have meddling in the police pursuit of fugitives? Are you like an old tortoise consuming arsenic, wishing for a longer life?" The fugitives in question were the very ones who had kidnapped Xiaofeng, and I felt compelled to intervene. They dare to abduct individuals with the red wand destiny, haunted by vengeful spirits. It would be wise for you to refrain from getting involved. Lu Xiezi gestured towards Tai Ningxiang, clearly perceiving my unusual feelings for the female officer. Allow me to consult the fates for you. She is destined for good fortune, so you need not worry. Is your fortune-telling really that accurate? Just a week ago, you were lamenting impending doom. Yet here I am, living quite well, aren't I? I retorted. If you continue to speak thus, I shall no longer concern myself with your fate. Lu Xiezi huffed, his demeanor reminiscent of Lu Banzian from the live stream. Tell me, Lu, does your lineage have any connection to Qingqing Mountain? I inquired. I know not. Do not trouble me, he replied, turning to enter the police car. Moments later, he poked his head out again. Your dog seems to be having some issues, biting anyone it encounters. You should attend to it. It has encountered trouble? Although my time with Bai Qi has been brief, I have come to regard it as family. Without further thought, I yanked Wu Ming away from his conversation with Tai Ningxiang. What about the dog that came with Lu Xiezi? Is it hurt? Wu Ming was taken aback by my urgency and took a moment to respond, his expression inscrutable. Do not fret. The dog is not injured. It's just... Speak, I urged. Wu Ming hesitated, his demeanor not matching his robust appearance. Perhaps you should see for yourself. I followed Wu Ming up the mountain, and as we crested a hill, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted my senses. How could there be such a strong scent of blood? How much has been spilled? Emerging from the dense forest into an open wasteland, I beheld a solitary mutt crouched in the midst of gravel. It remained motionless, exuding an aura of solitude and desolation. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary dog with a mottled coat. However, in that moment, no one would dare regard it as such, nor approach it. A drop of fresh, warm blood trickled from its fangs, sliding down its crimson body and soaking into the earth beneath it. Enveloped in blood, Bai Qi resembled a warrior adorned in a scarlet cloak, ferocious, menacing, and unstoppable. This dog is truly terrifying. After being rescued by Lu Daozhong, we encountered a pack of wolves. Thick fog enveloped the area, and the cunning wolves only launched their assault after we had expended our ammunition. Their numbers greatly surpassed ours, 4 or 5-fold, and we were unarmed. I truly believed my demise was inevitable. Yet, this dog bravely plunged into the midst of the wolf pack. I could hardly fathom how it accomplished such a feat. Amid the fog, all I could see were bursts of blood, culminating in the anguished howl of the alpha wolf, after which the pack retreated. When we finally located this dog, it was still clinging to the neck of the alpha, refusing to release its grip until its body was drenched in warm blood. Wu Ming recounted this while inhaling sharply. You owe your lives to it, and this is how you treat it? I gazed at Bai Qi, forlornly cast aside on the other side of the mountain, an inexplicable fury welling within me. After all, it was merely a dog. I did not wait for Wu Ming to finish speaking and approached Bai Qi, who was nestled among the stones. Hey, be careful. Animals can bite when they go wild. I paid no heed to the warning. Bai Qi, drenched in blood, noticed me. Its eyes were a deep, dark hue. Sincere, far more genuine than most individuals I had encountered. Bai Qi, I said, crouching before it, gently stroking its head, rubbing my face against its pointed, erect ears. Let us go home. Woof. All right, no more licking. You've done a great service today. I shall treat you to 2 spoonfuls of Tongxian wine. Upon hearing the mention of Tongxian wine, The blood-soaked Bai Qi immediately sprang to its feet, wagging its tail and following me like an eager pet. Chapter 78. The true and false Taoist. No one dared to approach the bloodied Bai Qi but me. Even Lu the Blind felt a sense of trepidation. Clutching his shoulder pole with one hand while steadying the door of the cart with the other, clearly ready to leap from the vehicle at any moment. Once we emerged from the mountains, communication was swiftly restored. Tai Ningxiang informed the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau of the situation and noted that 2 officers remained trapped in the mountains, requesting reinforcements. The disappearance of the 2 officers was a grave matter, leading the Bureau's leadership to reprimand Tai Ningxiang sternly before reallocating police forces from various counties to assist in the search. The dense fog hindered rescue operations. It was not until evening that a pivotal turn of events occurred. A pure black Hongqi sedan approached along the winding mountain road. Despite its unassuming exterior, such vehicles are unattainable even with wealth, reserved exclusively for high-ranking officials. The driver skillfully maneuvered the car to the foot of the mountain. After shutting off the engine, the driver hurriedly exited the cabin and opened the rear door, exclaiming, "Master, we have arrived." A Taoist figure stepped out, clad in intricately embroidered attire that showcased exquisite craftsmanship. "Prepare my ritual implements. It is time to commence the ceremony." The Taoist, adorned in flowing robes and a celestial aura, shattered my preconceived notions of practitioners of the Tao. The individuals I had previously encountered, including Lu the Blind and the corpse-handling Daoist from Qingtu, had all sported simple, even tattered, garb. Each path of the great Tao is unique, with no distinction of superiority. With an air of urgency, the elegantly attired Daoist alighted from the vehicle, prompting the driver to swiftly arrange the sacrificial altar and incense burner, even slaying a resplendent red-capped rooster at the mountain's entrance. Once preparations were complete, the Daoist grasped a jade brush intricately carved with phoenixes and dragons, dipping it into warm blood while reciting incantations to inscribe talismans. Old Lu pondered the origins of this Daoist's practices, uncertain and intrigued. He turned to Tai Ningxiang, asking about the high-crowned figure's background. Tai Ningxiang, equally perplexed, responded ambiguously, explaining that he had reported the situation from the mountains to his superiors, who dispatched this individual with instructions to ensure his needs were met. The implications of a higher authority sending this Daoist were not lost on Lu. In mere moments, the Daoist raised his voice, uttering incomprehensible spells to the mountains before incinerating the talismans into ashes. Success! He gestured towards the driver and Wu Meng, then led everyone into the pine forest cemetery, erecting toppled gravestones and sacrificing 9 live chickens, mixing their blood with glutinous rice, and sprinkling it in designated areas of the graveyard. Remarkably, within a quarter of an hour, the dense fog that enveloped the mountains began to dissipate. Lu, enlightened, realized that the source of the malevolent formation lay just beyond the mountains, cautioning against further involvement in matters far beyond their comprehension. As the fog lifted, the Daoist returned to the vehicle, closing his eyes in meditation, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened sage indifferent to worldly affairs. The driver, having tidied the altar and ritual implements, prepared to descend the mountain. Just as I believed the ordeal had concluded, an unexpected trouble approached. A red flag sedan halted beside me, and to the astonishment of onlookers, the Daoist exited the car. Hastily approaching me, more accurately, he approached Bai Qi. "This dog is the reincarnation of the white tiger star, and we share a fateful connection," he exclaimed. Fateful connection? Was he attempting to forcibly take what was mine? I stepped in front of him and Bai Qi, asserting, "A gentleman does not seize what belongs to another. This dog is mine. The star of slaughter has descended. If you do not leave promptly, you may meet an untimely demise," the Daoist warned, reluctantly extracting his gaze from Bai Qi and raising his eyes to meet mine. It was my first opportunity to view him directly. He appeared youthful, perhaps my age. Yet his striking features and exquisite attire radiated an undeniable charm, resembling an ethereal figure from ancient paintings. This was truly a paragon of the Daoist realm, a handsome and affluent individual. If he pursued a career in film, the young heartthrobs would undoubtedly find themselves out of work. The Daoist seemed pleased with my reaction, shaking his head with a self-satisfied air and adopting a pose of feigned helplessness. "I cannot articulate it clearly to you. Merely understand that this dog will bring you misfortune, but in my company, it may lead to enlightenment and aid humanity." His tone positioned himself as a savior, which irked me greatly. There is no room for negotiation. This dog is not yours to take. Having cultivated the Tao for over a decade, I would never engage in such underhanded tactics. Since the faithful master does not wish to partake in this merit, please speak your price, and I shall offer you a satisfactory sum. The robed Taoist stood before me, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, including a throng of police. Was he attempting to intimidate me? My initial fondness for this Taoist began to wane as I realized he audaciously sought to snatch Bai Qi from my side, all while maintaining a facade of benevolence. As though he were helping me. Is 100,000 satisfactory for you, the destined one? The Taoist's words sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. 100,000. My heavens, just to purchase a dog? Hurry and sell it. It's merely a mutt. What's the fuss about? This is an opportunity given by the master. Cherish it well. The varied opinions around me stirred a sense of inexplicable annoyance within. This dog is my family, and I owe a substantial debt of several 100,000 for it. I cannot sell. What arrogance! To claim a debt of hundreds of thousands for a dog. He truly overestimates himself. Greed, perhaps. He believes the master to be an otherworldly sage, detached from the mundane worries of commoners, hoping to coax a higher price from him. He truly knows not the value of what he possesses. My senses were heightened, and I absorbed the surrounding gossip, while Bai Qi seemed to sense something amiss, baring his teeth in response. What's wrong, Gao Jian? Tai Ningxiang noticed the crowd gathering around me, concern etched on her face. It's nothing. I merely have a connection with him and wish to avert misfortune. Before I could speak, the robed Taoist interjected, directing his gaze toward Tai Ningxiang, his expression betraying an unusual depth, as if he perceived something beyond mere admiration. Unfazed by Bai Qi's presence, he extended his hand toward Tai Ningxiang, introducing himself. I am Lu Ziqiu. Thank you, Daoist Lu, for your assistance, Tai Ningxiang replied, shaking his hand out of politeness. It is my duty. I have descended the mountain to experience the trials of the mortal realm. His enthusiasm grew with each word, yet he showed no sign of releasing her hand. Observing this young Taoist, I found him peculiar. His attire was more formal than any other Taoist. Yet his demeanor lacked the gravitas expected of a practitioner, revealing an absence of the tranquility characteristic of one who has cultivated their spirit. Daoist Lu, after our lengthy conversation, do you not feel a sense of familiarity between us? I subtly maneuvered to separate them. Lu Ziqiu cast a discontented glance at Tai Ningxiang over my shoulder. I shall remain in Jiang City for some time. Should you encounter any issues of fate, feel free to seek me out at my hotel, he offered, handing her a business card with a smile before departing. This man is dangerously intriguing. My gaze turned wary, yet Tai Ningxiang, undeterred, patted my shoulder. You've worked hard today, Junior. Leave the rest to the police and return home with your friends. A thorough search involving nearly 100 officers yielded disheartening results. Old Wei seemed to have vanished without a trace from the mountains. The officer trapped in the dry well of Qianlong village was successfully rescued. Yet he appeared to have lost his mind, behaving like a wild beast. The operation to capture Luxing ended in utter failure. An entire day passed without a single trace of him, while our side suffered significant losses. By 7 in the evening, after completing our statements, Lu Shazi and I were escorted back to the city. After treating them to dinner, I took the opportunity to wash Bai Qi, who was matted with blood. It took 3 large tubs of hot water to cleanse him thoroughly. Finally at ease, I noticed Bai Qi's mournful gaze. An understanding passed between us as I retrieved a bottle of Tongxian wine, sharing a cup with my beloved dog. As Bai Qi drunkenly collapsed beside me, I took the opportunity to sit next to him and practice the profound techniques of the heavenly truth. After completing 3 cycles of energy flow, my exhaustion vanished, and the gaping wound on my chest seemed to show signs of healing. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was still not yet 9 o'clock. Considering there was ample time, I retrieved the information on Huang Guanhong and began to read. Understanding the implications of this wealthy heir's demise could significantly benefit me. Setting aside my partnership with Qianding Pharmaceutical, his death holds considerable value for me personally. The entity responsible for his death is the Underworld Show. If my points were to reset one day, it is likely I would have to confront them. Thus, I deemed it prudent to prepare now, to avoid the panic that left others like Xia Qi hiding helplessly beneath their beds. Among the women Huang Guanhong contacted before his death, I had largely ruled out the owner of the Blue Tune Bar. This left me with 3 potential suspects: the interns Jiang Shihan, Miao Yuan, and the rising star Wang Yechen. Miao Yuan had vanished without a trace, while Wang Yechen's schedule was fully booked, making her elusive even to paparazzi. Consequently, My primary focus shifted to Jiang Shihan, who had spent Huang Guanhong's final night with him. I was certain she held vital information. Arriving at Jiang Shihan's location, the Jiangqing People's Hospital, I used the pretext of needing a dressing change to loiter near various hospital wards. The late-night atmosphere of the hospital was imbued with an indescribable dread. After familiarizing myself with the layout, I consulted the information provided by my secretary and proceeded to the top floor, room 9114. Taking the elevator to the highest level, I found the corridor dimly lit. With a nurse dozing at her station, her eyes covered with a mask, and the surroundings eerily silent. This was fortuitous, strictly speaking. My actions could be classified as illicit investigation and thus required discretion. Navigating through the surveillance blind spot, I arrived at the door of room 9114. Peering through the glass window, I was taken aback by the sight within. In the double room, only one patient occupied the space, clad in a white hospital gown, standing vacantly on her bed. Indeed, she had her arms stretched towards the ceiling, her toes poised on the edge of the mattress. What was she doing? The door to this room was uniquely designed to be opened only from the outside. Seeing no one around, I removed my coat and wedged it in the door crack before pushing it open. One might expect a sense of emptiness and loneliness in a double room occupied by a single patient, yet upon entering, I was immediately engulfed by a profound sense of oppression. This overwhelming feeling emanated from the ceiling. When I inadvertently looked up, my pupils constricted in shock. The once pristine white ceiling was marred by gruesome, bloody depictions and venomous curses steeped in hatred. Kill him! Kill him! I will skin him alive. Avenge me. Give me the knife. Return the knife to me. Look at his blood flowing everywhere. The crimson letters, predominantly written in lipstick, were interspersed with splashes of red medicine and a smattering of actual blood. As I beheld the densely packed curses and a multitude of incomplete human figures on the ceiling, I gasped, momentarily convinced I had stepped into a live broadcast from the underworld show. Was this a severe psychological trauma left in the wake of an accident? I slowly approached the patient's bedside, noting that her 10 fingers were tightly wrapped in thick bandages, yet blood continued to seep from her fingertips. I remained silent, crossing my arms and observing quietly. The woman stood on her toes, her left hand sketching upon the ceiling while her right hand was stuffed into her mouth. After a few strokes, perhaps from her fingertips, the blood had congealed. She extended her right hand, which she had bitten, and vibrant blood flowed from her fingertips. She appeared exceedingly elated. Despite her fingers bleeding profusely, the woman seemed oblivious to the pain, straining on her toes to continue creating a series of gruesome artworks on the ceiling. What was she attempting to convey through these paintings? Anguish? Resentment? I may not possess an appreciation for art, but I could discern a fundamental linguistic logic in the frenzied curses inscribed upon the ceiling. This indicated that she had not entirely lost her sanity. A possibility for communication still lingered between us. Jiang Shihan. Upon hearing her name, the woman paused, tilting her head to gaze at me beside the bed. In the confines of the sterile room, being scrutinized by such an eerie figure would unnerve most. Yet I found myself accustomed to it. Do you know Huang Guanhong? Upon uttering the name, Jiang Shihan's mouth widened in terror, as if a drop of ink had splashed into a clear cup of tea, rapidly spreading across her entire countenance. Her initially delicate and endearing features became pale and distorted. She pressed herself tightly against the wall, as though I were a malevolent specter from the underworld. Why such a dramatic reaction? What exactly transpired that night? She remained silent, grasping the blanket to cover her head, exposing only her lower half, trembling from the waist down in fear. Did the underworld come for you? At this moment, I felt a twinge of guilt. This girl was merely ensnared by Huang Guanhong, having committed no fault of her own. I sat at the edge of the bed, retrieving my phone to capture images of the bloody sketches and venomous curses for future examination. However, as I continued, I suddenly halted. The paintings bore interconnections. The initial artwork, rendered in lipstick, though hasty and simplistic, depicted 2 small figures surrounded by a chaotic array of objects. They endured various torments until one was severed while the other was set free. The subsequent painting, crafted with red medicinal liquid, illustrated the liberated figure hiding within a large box, which I surmised symbolized home. Outside the box loomed many grotesque entities, rendered abstractly by Jiang Shihan. These figures resembled humans, yet were elongated and monstrous. The following illustrations grew increasingly perplexing, revealing the small figure discovering strange beings within a wardrobe. peculiar entities concealed in a refrigerator, and even others hidden within a cooking pot-like object. These artworks occupied the vast majority of the ceiling space. I then glanced at the piece Jiang Shihan had been working on moments ago. A small figure stood upon the bed, separated by a thin board, with strange creatures lurking beneath. The blood-painted creations exuded a visceral authenticity. As I pondered, I gradually recalled that when I had first entered, Jiang Shihan had indeed been standing on the bed, painting above her. The small figure depicted in her artwork was, in fact, herself. I turned to look. Unbeknownst to me, Jiang Shihan had emerged from her blanket, her mouth agape but silent, merely extending her tongue to tap the bedboard. Was that creature now concealed beneath the bed? I soon grasped the meaning behind Jiang Shihan's words. Upon my arrival, I had surveyed the room, and aside from her and myself, there was no one else present. Could it be? Extracting my phone from the depths of my pocket, I activated the camera feature, my eyes fixated on the screen as I extended it beneath the bed. The display revealed the dimly lit scene below, a pair of slippers and a spittoon, seemingly unremarkable. But wait. As I pivoted my phone in another direction and swept it upward, an astonishing revelation struck me. In the corner beneath the bed lay a gaunt, emaciated infant. A TIE specter. The wraith appeared oblivious to its discovery, its toothless mouth grotesquely agape, seemingly feeding on Jiang Shihan's essence. Indeed, there were spirits lurking beneath the bed. If that were the case, my gaze shifted to the ceiling, adorned with blood-red graffiti. A chill coursed through me as I realized that all those indistinct, bizarre figures depicted in the artwork were apparitions. No wonder Jiang Shihan had been driven to madness. These past days had undoubtedly been tormenting for her. Was this the modus operandi of the spectral showcase? As this thought crossed my mind, I shook my head in disbelief. Huang Guanhong harbored no animosity towards the spectral showcase. If the death of the doorman, Old Huang, was due to his intent to divulge the existence of the spectral showcase, then Huang Guanhong had committed no transgression against the contract. There remained a logical blind spot regarding the unusual deaths of viewers in the streaming room. Were they witnessing the spectral showcase due to their dwindling lifespans, or did they perish because they had witnessed the spectral showcase? This causal relationship eluded my understanding. Jiang Shihan was the key to unraveling this enigma. She could not sustain any further harm. In the dead of night, I contacted Secretary Zhang, hoping he could facilitate Jiang Shihan's discharge from the hospital, allowing her to temporarily reside at Qianding Pharmaceuticals. Although Secretary Zhang expressed surprise, he dutifully assured me he would promptly attend to the necessary procedures. Jiang Shihan had once again cocooned herself in the comforter while I monitored the movements of the specter through my phone. I had encountered a similar apparition at Jiang Chen's wedding. Both Jiangjin Real Estate and Qianding Pharmaceuticals were prominent players in Jiang City. And among the suspects provided by Secretary Zhang, the Jiang family was listed. Could it be that the Jiang family, rather than the spectral showcase, was responsible for Huang Guanhong's demise? I recalled reports I had read long ago. In recent years, the real estate market had been thriving, and Qianding Pharmaceuticals, with its substantial financial resources, seemed poised to enter the real estate sector as well. Owing to its long-standing history, it had garnered an excellent reputation in Jiang City and had secured several projects. The motive for murder was compelling, and as for the means, I had personally witnessed the Jiang family specters. Moreover, Jiang Chun had once enlisted the services of a shaman to deal with me. They appeared quite adept at employing methods from the shadows to eliminate threats. By this reasoning, Jiangjin Real Estate emerged as the prime suspect in this case. Furrowing my brow tightly, I pondered the implications. If this were indeed true, the dynamics of Jiang City would shift dramatically. Involving two major conglomerates, their conflict, once ignited, would affect everyone in Jiang City. Until definitive evidence surfaced, I could not disclose a single detail. Otherwise, my own situation would become exceedingly perilous. Gaze fixed upon the screen where the specter grinned malevolently, I found myself lost in thought. 40 minutes later, Secretary Zhang arrived, and upon entering, he was visibly shaken by the sight. The blood-red murals on the ceiling were strikingly impactful to anyone's gaze. He called the relevant authorities, but due to the involvement of multiple departments, the discharge formalities could only be completed by dawn. Gao Jian likely wouldn't be delayed throughout the night. Secretary Zhang displayed a troubled expression, acknowledging that my demands were indeed somewhat excessive. However, the urgency of the situation could not be dismissed. Leaning against the door, I observed the nurse stationed in the duty room, who was currently being reprimanded by the head nurse while holding an eye mask. Yet, her attention seemed predominantly directed towards us, frequently glancing towards room 9114. Once the head nurse departed, she discreetly took out her phone and sent a text to an unfamiliar number. Secretary Zhang from Qianding Pharmaceuticals arrived at the hospital with his associates, intending to take Jiang Shirhan away. Approximately 3 minutes later, a response arrived stating that she must not be allowed to leave tonight under any circumstances. Rubbing my throbbing forehead, I employed my gaze to clearly read the words on the nurse's phone screen. What are you doing? Secretary Zhang, noticing my injury and the pressure I was applying to my head, assumed I was unwell. I gestured dismissively, assuring him there was no need for concern, and urged him to devise a plan to extricate Jiang Shirhan, as the night seemed fraught with peril. What do you mean? Secretary Zhang, a corporate elite accustomed to the sunlit world, found it challenging to grasp the gravity of the situation. Wait a moment. You need to distract that duty nurse while I assist Jiang Shirhan in leaving. I noticed the duty nurse placing her phone into her handbag and approaching the ward, whispering to Secretary Zhang, "Is it really necessary? We could complete all the formalities by tomorrow, and it would only delay us a few hours at most." He remained oblivious to the urgency and preferred to adhere to the proper procedures. Just as I was about to interject, the duty nurse reached the doorway. She knocked and impatiently stated, "The patient's emotional state is quite unstable. Your presence here will hinder our subsequent treatment. Patients with mental illness require psychological support. Just look at the paintings above. Is this truly the outcome of your treatment?" I stood my ground, signaling to Secretary Zhang, and rushed to the bedside, assisting Jiang Shirhan, who was hiding beneath the covers. "Come and observe her fingers. All 10 have been bitten to the bone, and you're sleeping with your eyes covered outside? Is this how your hospital treats its patients?" My tone was stern, and after a prolonged silence, the nurse finally responded, "Who are you? I don't recall seeing you among the family members visiting the patient these past few days. I am her brother, just returned from another province. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with the secretary of the chairman of Qianding Pharmaceuticals." I invoked the name of Qianding Pharmaceuticals as a means of leverage, knowing that even a fabricated claim would deter any rebuttal. The duty nurse looked towards Secretary Zhang, who maintained a professional smile, confirming, "Indeed. He just returned from out of province and rushed here to visit his sister. Since you are family, I can understand your concern. However, your commotion in the ward will only exacerbate her condition and potentially disturb the rest of the other patients." The duty nurse, already on shaky ground, spoke in a progressively softer tone in the presence of the two imposing men. Seizing the moment, I aimed to take Jiang Shirhan away. "Secretary Zhang had already contacted your superiors, and she was to be transferred tonight. That is not permissible." Before I could finish my statement, the duty nurse erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Perhaps realizing her outburst, she softened her tone, stating, "I have not received any notification. You cannot take her away. The circumstances have shifted, and I now harbor profound distrust towards you. It feels as though you are not healing, but rather engaging in a form of chronic murder." As I uttered the word murder, I noticed the duty nurse's eyelids twitch visibly, revealing that they were indeed involved in some clandestine activities. Is it not disheartening to hear such words? Surely, no physician wishes for their patients to languish in illness. The nurse chuckled awkwardly, asserting that we could not take her away from the hospital without a physician's authorization and the accompaniment of immediate family. We did not meet the requisite conditions. I furrowed my brow and pressed, "What if I insist on taking her?" To which she responded, "I'm afraid I must call the authorities." The nurse, likely having received undisclosed benefits, stood resolutely, clutching the door to the ward. Just as we found ourselves in this impasse, a figure approached from the end of the corridor. Dressed in a white coat and sporting black-rimmed glasses, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. The nurse, upon seeing him, rushed over as if he were a savior, grasping his arm and exclaiming that they intended to remove the madwoman from room 9114. "That's enough. You may continue your duties." "I am already aware," he replied with a faint smile before turning his attention to us. "Xiao Zhang, still awake at this late hour?" He glanced at Secretary Zhang, indicating they were likely acquainted from long ago. "Apologies for the intrusion, Director Li," Secretary Zhang responded with respect, causing me to ponder the true stature of Director Li. "Not at all. It happens to be my duty tonight," he replied with a smile, then turned to me. "So you are Jiang Shirhan's brother? I don't recall her mother mentioning you. When she was first admitted, her mother was in tears, and I provided her comfort." He was lying. I maintained a stoic expression. Director Li was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He claimed to be on duty, yet I noticed his shoes were freshly polished. suggesting he had only just returned home, likely having them shined by a servant, and was caught off guard by the late-night summons. Furthermore, I had observed that none of the individuals Secretary Zhang had called bore the surname Li. His intentions were questionable. Director Li spoke with a languid composure, stating, "I have been a longtime friend of Director Huang. I can empathize with the situation regarding his child, but this is a hospital, governed by its own protocols. A patient's discharge requires our consent, for we are responsible for each life within these walls. Thank you for your concern regarding Jiang Shihan," Secretary Zhang replied respectfully, subtly gesturing to me to remain calm. Director Li nodded with a smile. "It is no trouble. It is our duty as physicians to save lives." Feigning nonchalance, he glanced at his watch, noting it was nearly midnight. "You two should not linger here. It's time to return. I will ensure the paperwork is processed tonight, so you can take her home tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Director Li," Secretary Zhang said, then firmly gripped my shoulder, ushering me away. I offered no resistance as we walked to the corner of the staircase before pausing. "Gao Jian, let us let this matter rest for today." "No. The other party has already sensed something amiss. If we leave Jiang Shihan alone tonight, she may very well perish." I insisted. Secretary Zhang, however, dismissed my concern, believing I was overreacting, reassuring me that there were security personnel downstairs, nurses in the ward, and surveillance cameras outside. Since encountering Director Li, Secretary Zhang's demeanor had shifted dramatically, leaving me to ponder the true nature of Director Li's identity. Our Qianding Pharmaceutical Company is engaged in the tangible pharmaceutical industry. Director Li, who oversees the drug supply for the People's Hospital, has collaborated with us for several years and is considered an old friend of Director Huang. An old friend? It is merely a relationship of commercial mutual benefit. I recall the insincere smile on Director Li's face and glance at Secretary Zhang's perpetually professional smile, feeling a surge of revulsion. These individuals are solely concerned with their own interests. It is I, an unrelated outsider, who genuinely worries about Jiang Shihan's well-being. Is there truly no way to take her away tonight? I looked into Secretary Zhang's eyes, only to find no trace of wavering. "I'm sorry, I am powerless to help." "Very well," I retorted, shaking off Secretary Zhang's grip. "You may leave. I shall keep vigil tonight." "Keep vigil?" He glanced at the dimly lit corridor, his expression slightly twitching. "Are you serious?" "Of course, fulfilling entrusted duties is our principle." As I watched Secretary Zhang descend the stairs, I stepped into room 9114. Director Li had already departed, and the on-duty nurse was nowhere to be found. I traversed the entire corridor and discovered that the solitary surveillance camera was inactive today. These signs seemed to suggest that something was indeed about to occur tonight. I took out my phone, scanning every corner of the ward. Yet I could not detect the presence of the little ghost. The sensation of knowing that a ghost is nearby yet being unable to find it is the most distressing. Jiang Shihan stood silently on the bed once more, but this time she did not tiptoe to draw on the ceiling. Instead, she clutched her clothes tightly, staring intently at me. "Don't be afraid. I am here to help you." Holding the 7 talismans close, I firmly closed the door, keeping a vigilant eye on my phone screen. The ward was eerily quiet until the clock struck midnight, at which point the eerie Jiang Shihan uttered her first words since our meeting. "It's dark." Chapter 81. It's dark. Don't close your eyes. Part 2. From the top floor of the hospital, looking out into the night, the late hour did not diminish the city's fervor. The streets were alive with a continuous flow of traffic, illuminated by vibrant neon lights that danced with lonely shadows. Indeed, it is dark. I closed the door and approached Jiang Shihan. Just a window apart, the ward and the outside world were two entirely different realms. The woman stood barefoot on the hospital bed, her gaze following me as I moved, as if scrutinizing my every detail. "I know you may have witnessed many unbelievable things these past few days. They appeared suddenly, shattering your life like a heavy hammer. I understand your feelings and am aware of your current state." Lifting my hands, I sat beside her on the bed. The woman lowered her head, her round eyes fixed on me, as if she sought to memorize every feature of my face. Sudden upheavals can lead one to self-doubt, perhaps deep down. You believe you have gone mad, and that what you see is merely an illusion. I pulled out a cigarette and placed it between my lips. "On the contrary, you are not insane. Those things are not illusions, but indeed exist." The bright flame burst forth from the lighter, its glow distinct from the ambient light, radiating a heat that could be tangibly felt. A long-lost warmth emanated from my hand as Jiang Shihan slowly crouched down. Reminiscent of a child in summer capturing crickets in the countryside, reaching out to grasp the flame, lighting the cigarette and retracting the lighter. Jiang Shihan ultimately only touched my hand. Warmth and softness were my initial reactions. I believe she could sense my body heat. Do you understand? I am but a person who wishes to assist you. Perhaps a sudden thought crossed her mind, as Jiang Shihan abruptly released my hand, wrapped herself in the blanket, and curled up at the edge of the bed. She concealed her head beneath the covers, clearly refusing to communicate with me. It seems that the moment has not yet arrived. To uncover the truth surrounding Huang Guanhong's final moments, I must consult Jiang Shihan, the sole eyewitness. As I silently smoked, I pondered how to effectively communicate with her when suddenly, a child's marbles echoed from the ceiling above. The inevitable had arrived. Room 9114, located on the top floor, prompted the question, who would venture to the hospital rooftop at midnight to play with marbles? This is a hospital, not a center for the study of abnormal humanity. Thus, the answer was evident. Looking up, the sound of marbles hitting the ground was excruciating, and more terrifying was the sight that greeted me upon raising my gaze. Grisly, horrifying images adorned the ceiling. Although I knew they were predominantly painted with lipstick and chemicals, the sheer terror of it ensnared every nerve in my body. Has the game begun? I am eager to see what means you possess to dare to strip a living soul of their life in the heart of the city. Having endured the 3 live-stream trials of the Underworld Showcase, my mental fortitude far exceeded that of the average person. The sound of marbles continued unabated when suddenly, a loud knock reverberated against the wooden door of room 9114. My attention was entirely fixated on the ceiling, leaving me oblivious to the identity of the knocker. Snuffing out my cigarette, I opened the Underworld Showcase app on my phone and approached the door. From the earlier sound, it seemed the knock had landed squarely in the center of the door, a height somewhat low for an adult, suggesting it was a child who knocked. Peering through the glass window of the door, I gazed into the corridor. After midnight, most lights were extinguished, save for one lingering in the nurse's station. No one was present. To be certain, I scanned the hallway again with the app, finding it devoid of any anomalies. The door could not be opened from the inside. The designer of this room was indeed an oddity. I inspected the lock. Unless I resorted to violence, neither Jiang Shihan nor I would be able to escape. First, the sound of marbles, then the inexplicable knocking. Were you intentionally crafting an atmosphere of terror to induce anxiety, making it convenient for your malevolent intentions? These seemingly frightening episodes paled in comparison to my experiences in the Underworld Showcase. It appears I shall disappoint you. Turning back, I noticed that Jiang Shihan, who had seemed well moments ago, suddenly pushed aside the blanket, revealing her feet contorted in anguish, her back turned towards me as she trembled violently. What is wrong? I hurried to her side, lifting the blanket to discover she was gripping her hair and pulling it down with such force that her scalp appeared deformed. I first checked with the Underworld Showcase app. There were no unclean entities near her. Jiang Shihan. I called her name loudly, but ultimately, I had no choice but to restrain her. Strands of hair remained caught in her fingertips, her scalp red and swollen, her eyes darting wildly as she gasped for air. She resembled a drowning victim, drifting further from the shore, desperately flailing her arms, her head swaying, her teeth gripping the bedsheet tightly. Surrounded by an absence of phantoms, what malevolent sorcery had ensnared her? The ability to remotely induce illness in another was utterly beyond my expectations. It took a full 15 minutes before Jiang Shihan returned to her senses, her body limp as she lay on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with terror. Did you see anything? I inquired softly, initially devoid of hope for a response. To my astonishment, she lifted her arm and pointed toward the door. Outside, I looked up, but the corridor revealed nothing. Yet, I understood that the situation was far from straightforward. With my phone, I recorded the scene, and through the glass window of the ward door, a fleeting visage of an elderly face appeared and vanished in an instant. Who? I instinctively exclaimed, only to find the screen devoid of any image upon glancing back. The visage, wrinkled and sparse of hair, could hardly belong to any hospital staff. I covered Jiang Shihan with a blanket and, clutching a talisman, positioned myself at the door. Whether you are human or specter, do not let me catch you. With the phone's camera aimed at the window, I remained transfixed on the screen, fearful of missing any detail. Several more minutes passed before the door was suddenly rattled, mirroring the earlier occurrence without any forewarning. Peculiar. The spectral display on my phone revealed nothing. Had I been overly apprehensive? I continued to wait, as the sound of knocking emerged periodically, with remarkable punctuality. Approximately every 14 minutes, the sound would resound, the variance never exceeding 10 seconds. Each time the knocking echoed, the sound of marbles dropping from above would cease. I retrieved my phone to time the intervals, and after 13 minutes and several seconds from the last knock, the sound of marbles abruptly halted. Is it coming? I fixated on my phone, and when the 14-minute mark approached, I rose from my position against the wall. Now, without hesitation, I forcefully kicked the door open. Bam! The resounding noise reverberated through the corridor, and I braced myself for potential complaints from the neighboring patients. Or perhaps to draw the attention of more living souls. Who is out there? The door collided heavily against the wall, shattering the glass into a myriad of fragments, while the light from room 9114 spilled into the dimly lit corridor. Before me sat a pale-faced boy, his hand raised, frozen in place at the threshold. He appeared utterly terrified, his expression as rigid as plaster. Was it you who had been knocking at 9114's door? I queried, narrowing my eyes as I crouched before him. The boy, seated on the ground, erupted into tears, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman burst forth from the end of the corridor. Xiao Jia, come back with me. She reprimanded the boy sternly. The lad, sobbing, clung to her hand. Remaining silent, I observed this bizarre mother-son duo, awaiting an explanation from the adult. To my astonishment, after scolding the child, the woman appeared oblivious to the shards of glass scattered across the floor, turning to drag the boy back to their ward. Your child has been knocking on our door repeatedly. Will you simply disregard this? I pressed, unwilling to relent, reaching out to grasp the middle-aged woman. In that moment, the young boy, in a fit of frenzy, lunged towards my hand and bit down hard. Goodness, this little one must have summoned all his strength for that bite, leaving deep impressions. Lu Jia, release him at once. A middle-aged woman hurriedly pulled the little boy aside, her face etched with remorse as she looked at my bleeding hand. I apologize. It is my failure to educate him properly. I shall make him apologize to you right away. The woman brought the boy before me. Quickly, say sorry to the uncle. The little fellow glared at me fiercely, uttering not a single word. Apologize to the uncle. No. The boy's stubborn gaze resembled that of a young beast that had nothing left to lose. I command you to apologize. The woman's voice gradually rose. Yet the boy remained defiant. As I prepared to intervene and suggest letting it go, the mother raised her hand and struck the boy's face with a resounding slap. The sound echoed, and both the boy and I were taken aback, he clutching his face in disbelief, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the woman. You have never hit me before. Lu Jia, apologized to the uncle. Upon uttering this, she began to weep, and the pair stood there in the empty corridor, embracing and sobbing inconsolably. I'm sorry. Ultimately, the boy bowed his head and offered an apology, then took the woman's hand. And together they walked back to their hospital room. Hey, I actually don't mind, I thought, realizing that after the boy had bitten me, I understood he was indeed alive. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's my poor upbringing. The woman gently touched the boy's forehead and hesitated before saying, It's getting dark. You'd best not close your eyes tonight. What do you mean? I wanted to ask, but the woman had already returned with the boy to their room. A sense of unease lingered within me. I turned to look at Jiang Shirhan, who was seated quietly on her bed, then exited room 9114 to the room where the mother and son had just entered. Peering through the glass, I saw the boy sitting alone on a bench, wiping his tears, while his mother lay on the bed, tubes protruding from her body, appearing as though she were in a deep slumber. Only the two of them occupied the room. Stepping back, I noticed the name of the ward, ICU, Intensive Care Unit. Chapter 82, The Elevator to the Morgue. The ICU is a specialized ward for those gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. The boy's mother, connected to an oxygen supply, lay on the bed, her fingers splayed open, her state resembling not sleep but profound unconsciousness. How could a person on the verge of death possibly detach themselves from their tubes and escape the ward? Slowly, answers began to form in my mind. I gently knocked on the door, and the boy turned to glance at me, taking an eternity to answer. I'm sorry, he muttered, his head hung low, his expression bleak as he repeated the earlier words. I observed his youthful face, unmarred by any marks of the slap, save for the tears that he had not yet wiped away. How long has your mother been here? A day and a night. What about your father? Why are you alone in the room? Upon mentioning his father, the boy buried his head between his shoulders, fists clenched, remaining silent. I'm sorry. I quietly retreated to the doorway, but before leaving, I asked one final question. Who sent you to knock on the door of room 9114? It couldn't have been your mother, could it? No. The boy looked at me, and behind him stood an elderly man. What was his distinguishing feature? His face was deeply wrinkled, and he had no body, just a head. Only a head. I closed the door behind me and made my way toward room 9114. Often, the words of children seem inexplicable, yet who can assert that their utterances do not contain a kernel of truth? When Jiang Shirhan was unwell in her hospital bed, she pointed toward the window, and at that moment, I indeed captured an aged visage through my phone, a face that now sends shivers down my spine. The figure appeared in the glass window of the ward door. If it were a normal person, their height would be comparable to mine. As I traversed the dimly lit corridor, silence enveloped me. The rooms on either side were shrouded in darkness, and even peering inside revealed nothing of value. Passing by the duty room, I noticed the nurse had yet to return. Seeing no one around, I braced my hands on the counter and stepped inside. The duty room was modest, with the nurse station at the front and a separate room at the back. Certain departments require 24-hour rotations, allowing doctors to rest in the duty room at night. Upon entering, I found the table strewn with duty logs, medical records, and detailed information on each patient in the ward. The walls were adorned with regulations, emphasizing the need to meet all patient demands, with designated personnel conducting regular checks. From the written materials alone, one might conclude that the doctors and nurses were diligent and conscientious. However, the reality was starkly different. It had been an hour since the nurse had left her post without permission, and the hospital had yet to respond in any manner. It seemed that the channels had been opened, likely due to some unspoken directive from above. I pounded on the door and shouted, yet no one from the hospital, be it nurse or on-call doctor, seemed inclined to intervene, as if they were willfully ignoring the higher-ups. Could it be the suggestion of Director Li? I had grown 70% certain that Huang Guanhong was not a victim of the underworld spectacle. If it had been the work of the underworld, there would have been fewer traces left behind, akin to how Grandpa Huang was simply struck down by an out-of-control truck. Such a death requires no investigation, as if it were fated, with no escape for anyone involved. In contrast, Huang Guanhong's demise appeared peculiar, shrouded in various intrigues. The more they engage in these petty maneuvers, the more they expose themselves. Staying here tonight was an astute decision. Around Jiang Shirhan, I perceived the intricate web of interpersonal relationships in which she was entangled. Was it truly necessary for a high-ranking hospital official like Director Li to personally intervene over a mere transfer request? They must be apprehensive, fearing my presence could lead to unpredictable consequences. I located Jiang Shirhan's medical file and the relevant records for room 9114, and I began to peruse them within the confines of the room. Admission was recorded on the 23rd at precisely 1600 hours, transferred from the Jiang City Public Security Bureau. Entrusted to the Special Care Ward 9114 by Qianding Pharmaceutical and her family. On the night of the 23rd, the patient exhibited severe dehydration accompanied by intermittent seizures and difficulty in breathing. By 6 o'clock on the 24th, the patient began to experience hallucinations, describing imagined scenes to the nurses, doctors, and accompanying family members. At 2100 hours on the 24th, the patient showed tendencies towards self-harm, with abnormal behavior intensifying, leading to personal attacks on medical staff. By 2300 hours, after the administration of medication, the patient's condition improved. On the 25th at 9 o'clock, a psychologist from Henshan Psychiatric Hospital commenced relevant psychological treatment for the patient. On the 25th at noon, the patient resumed a normal diet but declined to communicate with anyone. From 7 p.m. that day, the patient began to draw patterns on the walls and ceiling using personal belongings. At 11 p.m., the patient exhibited self-harming behavior once again. At 2 a.m. on the 26th, the patient attempted to escape the ward, damaging the door lock, but was spotted by the on-duty doctor who intervened in time. The records regarding Jiang Shirhan are remarkably detailed, and through these accounts, I have uncovered two peculiar points. Firstly, Jiang Shirhan's initial symptoms were not severe, paradoxically. As her treatment progressed, her condition began to deteriorate. Secondly, throughout the timeline, Jiang Shirhan never exhibited any symptoms or engaged in self-harm during the day. However, as night fell, she seemed to transform into a different person altogether. What, I wonder, is it that changes, herself or the surrounding environment? Since entering Ward 9114, I have repeatedly heard the phrase, "Do not close your eyes when night falls." What does this mean? If I were to close my eyes, would some unimaginable horror materialize before me? Or is the atmosphere of the hospital's top floor at night fundamentally different from that of daytime? Having read through the records, I noted that in the following days of treatment, Jiang Shihan's behavior grew increasingly bizarre. She not only isolated herself completely, but also frequently engaged in inexplicable actions. The doctors were at a loss, compelled to keep her under observation while waiting for provincial experts to arrive. The records were thorough yet lacked the most crucial detail, the specific treatment process. Jiang Shihan's attending physician was a psychologist who had recently returned from abroad. Perhaps consulting him would unravel many of the mysteries. The name Henshan Psychiatric Hospital lingered in my mind as I returned items to their original places and exited the nurse's station. The door to Ward 9114 remained ajar, a faint light spilling into the corridor. If I could endure this night, the reins of control would be in my hands. However, just a few steps out, I suddenly halted, my gaze fixated on shards of glass scattered on the floor. Sharp fragments glistened with droplets of blood, nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. A sense of dread washed over me. I shouted as I flung the door wide open, peering inside. The 9114 ward was empty, devoid of any presence. Jiang Shihan was gone. My heart raced as I bolted into the room, yanking open the curtains and peering beneath the bed. Nothing, absolutely nothing. It had only been 4 or 5 minutes since I entered the intensive care unit and returned, yet someone had managed to take Jiang Shihan away during that brief window. They must not have gone far. There was still time to pursue them. I pulled out my phone and called the police, then activated the flashlight, following the trail of blood to track them down. The glass fragments extended toward the east of the corridor. She must have headed in that direction. Not far into my pursuit, I spotted the blood trail, confirming my suspicions. However, the ensuing scene filled me with unease. The blood ceased at the central elevator of the building. Had they taken the elevator to leave? A glance at the elevator's display sent chills down my spine. -3. I was uncertain of the purpose of the hospital's basement. But it certainly was not a place of good repute. It was likely the location of the morgue. Why would they take Jiang Shihan to such a place? Were they preparing to frighten her to death? This method inflicts 100-fold more torment than death by knife, as the psychological anguish breeds fear that crawls like man-eating ants up every nerve, leading one to perish in the depths of despair. No, I must save her. The elevator refused to arrive, and in a frenzy, I dashed into the emergency stairwell, racing downward. Chapter 83, The Plunge Bang. I sprinted from the top floor of the hospital to the ground floor, forcefully pushing open the door to the emergency passage. Hurry, someone come. My cries shattered the hospital's tranquility, prompting several on-duty doctors to rub their eyes and rush over. Calm down. Which patient are you related to? Speak slowly. What a commotion. This is a hospital. Such a lack of decorum. I gasped, pointing to the safety door leading underground. Open the door. A patient took the elevator down. Nonsense. One of the drowsy doctors yawned. The elevator requires a password to access the lower levels, known only to a select few doctors. I saw the elevator stop at the 3rd basement. I seized the doctor's white coat, urgency coursing through me. This is a matter of life and death. Reluctantly, a few doctors returned to the duty room to fetch the key, wasting precious moments. By the time the door opened, 5 minutes had elapsed. Ignoring their protests, I strode down the stairs, the corridor ahead ominous and eerily silent, as if I had entered another realm. Most doors lining the corridor were tightly locked, their padlocks coated in dust, suggesting they had not been opened in quite some time. I searched each level, calling out for Jiang Shihan into the profound darkness, yet met with silence. Hey, enough already. If you continue like this, we will have to call the police. What kind of lunatic runs around at this hour? Are you one of those troublemakers from before, seeking revenge? A group of doctors watched me from the stairs, their gazes filled with disdain. Yet I persisted. Convinced I could not have been mistaken, the elevator had indeed halted at the 3rd basement. I scoured every room, but most were locked tight, devoid of any presence. In confusion, I clenched my fists, sensing the temperature below seemed several degrees colder than above. With only a 10-minute difference, how could they hide a woman? I pondered this when 2 doctors approached, restraining me. Which patient are you related to? Disturbing the hospital at this hour is a serious offense. I've told you repeatedly. Only a select few doctors can access the basement. Are you hiding something, perhaps seeing ghosts? Enough with the accusations. As I stepped out of the basement, a frown creased my brow. The adversary had managed to abduct someone right under my nose and conceal them. I had been careless, acting impulsively when I should have searched the ward first. Glancing at the elevator, I was suddenly struck by a revelation. The display read 9. Doctors. Has anyone used the elevator just now? The on-duty doctors shook their heads. We all rushed over to assist you. Who else would use the elevator? Besides, the top floor houses special wards, and few are willing to go there. It can't be you, can it, Jiang Shihan? This opponent is extraordinary. I feel as though I am being toyed with. Breaking free from the doctor's grip, I took the elevator to the 9th floor under their supervision. The door to room 9114 remained unchanged, a faint light illuminating the corridor. Where's the nurse on duty? Where has she gone? Negligence is understandable. And no wonder the family is frantic. Someone must check if the patient is in peril. A few individuals squeezed into the ward, hailing from various departments. Some unaware of the identity of the patient in the intensive care unit. My heavens! Upon entering the room, several doctors were startled by the ominous artwork overhead. I stood alone beside Jiang Shihan's bed, meticulously surveying her belongings. The pillow and slippers remained undisturbed, and the blankets, when lifted, revealed no signs of struggle. She must have left voluntarily, not under duress. Instinctively, I retrieved a cigarette and placed it between my lips. Why did she flee? What caused her abnormal behavior at night? What connection did this have to the old man's head that the little boy spoke of? Once more, I glanced at the gruesome painting above, where tiny figures were helplessly struggling amidst a sea of demons. The entity that allowed Jiang Shihan to perceive what others could not and exerted remote control over her affliction. Could this be some form of dark sorcery? With no answers forthcoming, I turned my gaze toward the cityscape beyond the window, illuminated by scattered lights against the encroaching darkness of night. She couldn't have gone far. Once the police arrived, I would access the hospital surveillance. This was the city center, and dressed in a conspicuous patient gown. Jiang Shihan's presence lingered in my mind. A flicker of hope remained that as long as she had not met with foul play, I would find her tonight. I produced a lighter, directing its flame toward the cheap cigarette resting in my mouth. The moment the flame ignited, I heard a sound akin to metal scraping against the railing above, not from the ceiling, but from the hospital rooftop. Was there someone up there? I slowly lifted my gaze, and at that instant, time seemed to freeze, etching this scene permanently into my memory. A woman clad in a patient gown plummeted from the rooftop, her body gracefully passing by the 9th floor window. Our eyes locked, separated merely by a fragile pane of glass. Yet, within and without the window lay two disparate realms. I saw clearly as she glided past, her hand reaching toward the fire in my palm. But alas, this time she did not grasp warmth. Instead, she encountered the icy barrier of glass. In her final moments, her face bore a smile, gazing at me as if an eternity passed. Yet it felt like a mere heartbeat. Her lips curled upward, parting and then closing, uttering her last words. Don't close your eyes in the dark. The lit cigarette fell through the air as every muscle in my face quivered. Jiang Shihan. The entire building echoed my hoarse cries as I reached toward the window, only to hear the sound of a life extinguished. Bang! The car alarm shattered the tranquility of the night, as if the glass on the ward door had splintered. She jumped. Someone has jumped. Call the police. Dial 120. Where are the doctors? Hurry. Downstairs. Chaos erupted within the room as I leaned out the window, my body nearly spilling over the frame. Jiang Shihan. A blood flower blossomed in the night. Having fallen from the 9th floor, her chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Stay calm. It's too dangerous. Don't do anything reckless. Two doctors pulled me away from the window, and I did not resist. My body was devoid of strength. This was the closest I had ever been to death, separated by just a pane of glass. I have experienced the eerie realm of the underworld's showcase thrice, believing that nothing in this world could ever frighten me again. Yet, at the very moment when Jiang Shihan fell from the window, an indescribable terror enveloped me, a profound reverence for death. Sitting on the hospital bed where Jiang Shihan once lay, my usually organized mind was now a chaotic tangle. It was only when someone vigorously shook my shoulder that I felt as though I had awakened from a dream, instinctively exclaiming Jiang Shihan's last words to me. When darkness falls, do not close your eyes. Gao Jian, how did you end up here? The newcomer, tall and robust, was none other than Wu Meng, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. What does when darkness falls, do not close your eyes mean? Wu Captain, you arrived just in time. I smacked my forehead, recalling that I had indeed called the police. The patient had been abducted and then jumped from the rooftop. Take your time to explain, Xiao Chen. Prepare the record. What record? I sprang from the bed, gripping Wu Meng's sleeve. Captain, You must accompany me to the rooftop for evidence. Xiao Chun. Retrieve all the hospital surveillance footage. The murderer is likely still within the building. And pay special attention to the elevator surveillance. Xiao Chun glanced at Wu Ming, who nodded in agreement. Accompanied by a doctor, Wu Ming and I ascended to the rooftop. The hospital's top offered a sweeping view, with a strong wind blowing. Room 9114 is to the south. Follow me. We hastened to the spot where Jiang Shirhan had leapt, precisely above room 9114. I crouched down, meticulously examining the area, determined not to overlook any trace. Wu Ming approached me, remarking, "From your earlier comments, are you implying that the woman's fall was not a suicide, but a homicide?" I can assure you with absolute certainty that her death was a meticulously orchestrated murder. The rooftop wind had dispersed much of the evidence, yet it had left behind a peculiar object. At the site where Jiang Shirhan had jumped lay a jet-black wooden box, approximately the length of a palm. Upon opening it, I discovered a small figure intricately woven from hair. This figure, devoid of eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Jiang Shirhan had painted in blood upon the ceiling. Chapter 84. The woman in the surveillance. Do not touch that. I reached for the figure but was halted by Wu Ming, who handed me a pair of plastic gloves. This is evidence. I accepted the gloves and brought the hair-woven figure closer for inspection. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, had I not witnessed it myself. I would never have believed that someone could create such a lifelike doll from hair. The strands were dark and glossy, suggesting excellent quality. I brought it to my nose but detected no scent of disinfectant. Wu Captain, take a small sample for identification to see if it matches Jiang Shirhan's hair. I returned the figure to the wooden box, closing its lid and holding it in my hands. The black box still bore traces of blood. Jiang Shirhan had fled the ward barefoot, her soles cut by glass. If I considered this, it seemed she must have stepped on this very box to climb onto the railing. Wu Captain, the surveillance footage has all been retrieved. Xiao Chun rushed to the rooftop, his expression somewhat peculiar. This woman should have simply committed suicide. Lead us to view it. Wu Ming and I followed him to the surveillance room, where Xiao Chun first brought up the footage from the elevator. After everyone present viewed it, all eyes turned towards me. In the clear surveillance footage, only Jiang Shirhan appeared. She was not being abducted. She had entered the elevator alone. It seemed that this entire affair had been a self-directed farce by Jiang Shirhan. Impossible. I leaned over the computer screen, disbelief coursing through me. Gao Jian, it is not that we lack faith in you, but the evidence lies before us. Wu Ming stands beside me, and indeed, Jiang Shirhan's death is shrouded in mystery. You must understand that the logic of the insane is incomprehensible to the sane. Had I not been present that fateful night, I too might have succumbed to the belief that Jiang Shirhan succumbed to madness and took her own life. This is precisely the terrifying aspect of the puppeteer behind the scenes, a deliberate murder disguised as suicide. The method of execution and the style of killing bear a striking resemblance to that which claimed Huang Guanhong's life. I am now convinced that some nefarious art was employed to manipulate Jiang Shirhan's mind, coercing her to act against her own will. Gao Jian, this is indeed a suicide. If there are no further developments, we shall inform the family. Wait, I exclaimed, gazing at everyone in the room. This is not a suicide. I have stated unequivocally that this is a murder with absolute certainty. Do you truly consider yourself a detective? Xiao Chun, who previously dismissed me, now regards me with newfound respect. Wu Ming, having learned of my capabilities from Tai Ningxiang, curiously inquired, "What makes you so certain this is murder?" Continue watching this segment of surveillance, I instructed, pointing to the upper left corner of the elevator monitor, which displayed the current floor. Pause. Everyone gathered to gaze at the frozen image, revealing the number 3. Level -3? Indeed. This is the third basement. My voice resonated with conviction, exuding formidable confidence. A doctor had previously informed me that accessing certain underground levels in this hospital requires special permissions, necessitating the entry of a corresponding password for verification. As far as I am aware, only a select few doctors in the hospital possess this knowledge. How could a mentally disturbed patient know the password? The room fell into silence, yet my mind remained clear. The one manipulating Jiang Shirhan's mind, exacerbating her condition, could only be one of the doctors within this very hospital. Those present, you cannot remain detached from this situation. All personnel on the night shift who are privy to the password could potentially be the perpetrator. Jiang Shirhan's death was not an accident. I am determined to avenge her and expose the one who toyed with me, ensuring they face the full weight of the law. To drive a living person to madness, to manipulate their mind, and then fabricate a suicide. What a cunning stratagem indeed. Zhang Shihan's demise reveals too much. The final moments of her life were beyond her control, much like the figure she painted in blood upon the ceiling. She sought to cry for help in her own way, yet no one around her could comprehend her plight, leaving her to endure her suffering in solitude. Had I not intervened, her tragic end would likely have been suicide, a choice made only after her spirit had completely shattered, succumbing to despair and opting for death as a release. In such a scenario, the puppeteer would leave no trace, and Huang Guanhong's death would also be impeccably concealed. Reflecting on it now, Zhang Shihan had a fierce will to survive. She yearned for warmth yet dared not approach, ultimately leading to her plummet. Huang Guanhong, allergic to alcohol, nonetheless consumed it in excess before his demise, resulting in a fatal drunken driving incident on the highway. Both were forcibly manipulated, compelled to fulfill certain actions. Such dark sorcery is beyond my knowledge. As Wu Meng began his inquiries into the hospital's doctors, I retrieved my phone and dialed Lu Xiaoji. Old Lu, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but I am compelled to consult you regarding a matter of utmost urgency. On the other end of the line, Lu, the blind man, spoke in a calm demeanor, urging me to proceed as he had already foreseen that something would transpire this very night. Hence he had not yet succumbed to slumber. Are you aware of any form of dark sorcery capable of remotely manipulating an individual's mind, causing them to succumb to illness by nightfall, and enabling them to perceive what is imperceptible to the ordinary eye? There are indeed numerous similar sorceries. Could you perhaps elaborate with greater specificity? I glanced at the doll in my hand, realizing that the medium for this sorcery must be the hair of the victim. I had discovered a black wooden box at the site where the deceased had jumped, within which lay a doll woven from hair. A doll woven from hair? Lu remained silent for a lengthy moment, and I could hear the sound of pages turning on the other end of the call. It was still too vague for me to ascertain, but it bore resemblance to the witchcraft of Xiangxi or the headhunting practices of the South Seas. I patiently recounted the events of the previous night to Lu, hoping that he could deduce the nature of the sorcery that had afflicted Zhang Shihan. You mentioned seeing the head of an elderly man soaring through the air? Yes, it was but a fleeting glimpse, yet a small boy witnessed it clearly. Should we summon him? Lu seemed to have made a connection, and excitement surged within me. If there truly was a flying head, it is highly probable that the woman who leapt from the building had fallen victim to the headhunting sorcery of the South Seas. Headhunting? Lu perused his texts and uncovered relevant accounts, suspecting that it was not merely a simple headhunting, but rather the most malevolent form known as the flying head sorcery. My great-grandfather once contended with a headhunter, thus I possess a rudimentary understanding of this dark art. In the South Seas, the practice of headhunting is widely known. Yet the common folk typically encounter only the drug and insect variants, which involve using poison and parasitic worms to harm and kill, hardly qualifying as sophisticated sorcery. The truly formidable headhunters, however, excel in ghost and spirit manipulation, enslaving vengeful souls to serve their nefarious purposes. Among the various forms of headhunting, the most abhorrent are the blood and flying head sorceries, the latter aligning precisely with your encounter this very night. Lu's words inadvertently corroborated my suspicion that Zhang Shihan's demise was not the result of an underworld spectacle, but rather the machinations of an insidious force lurking in the shadows. What must I do to apprehend the practitioner of this dark art? My voice was tinged with urgency, for capturing the sorcerer would undoubtedly lead us to the truth. The flying head sorcery, once perfected, becomes elusive, capable of enacting murder invisibly. The practitioner can remotely control the victim's mind from a distance of kilometers, making him exceedingly difficult to locate. Lu continued to sift through his books, yet this dark art possesses a minor flaw. Once the flying head departs, it requires a substantial quantity of fresh blood to replenish its power, specifically blood that is still warm, freshly drawn from a living being. Therefore, you should scour the vicinity for any corpses that have bled excessively. The headhunter is likely concealed nearby. Old Lu, you have been an immense help. After concluding the call, I sought out Wu Meng, requesting that he dispatch individuals to search for animal corpses within a kilometer radius. He was skeptical, but ultimately agreed to heed my counsel. As the latter half of the night unfolded, the results of the hair analysis emerged, confirming unequivocally that it belonged to Zhang Shihan. After her hospitalization, her hair had gradually lost its luster, yet the hair used to weave the doll remained dark and vibrant. Most importantly, it bore no scent of disinfectant. The hair of the woven doll should have been taken from Jiang Shirhan during the first 2 days of her hospitalization or prior to her admission. The scope of investigation narrows further, as the perpetrator must know the code to access the morgue via the hospital elevator and had contact with Jiang Shirhan days before her admission. Who could it be? As I ponder this, a sudden voice from outside interrupts my thoughts. It's Xiao Chun, announcing that they have found the animal carcass. Chapter 85. Progressing towards a more terrifying direction. They actually found it. Wu Ming's eyes widened. Initially, he was reluctant to assist me, believing my speculations lacked any evidential foundation and were mere conjectures. However, upon hearing that his subordinate had indeed discovered the animal carcass, he was genuinely impressed. Gao Jian, I am increasingly puzzled by you. The body was found 500 meters away from the People's Hospital. How did you know that? He clapped me on the shoulder, adding, if the surveillance hadn't inadvertently captured the animal's demise, I would have thought you deliberately drained its blood and discarded it there. Surveillance footage captured it? Take me to see it, I exclaimed, invigorated by the unexpected revelation. Under Xiao Chen's guidance, we ventured to a narrow alley approximately 500 to 600 meters from the People's Hospital. From a distance, I spotted a withered black cat lying at the mouth of the alley, its fur resembling a tightly clenched sponge, blood drained from its body. The sole wound on the cat's neck was not a knife cut. I couldn't quite articulate it, so I left it to them to examine. Xiao Chun, clutching a notebook, stood by the street alongside a short, stout man. I donned gloves and examined the black cat's corpse, discovering a significant portion of flesh missing from its neck. The edges of the wound were jagged, showing signs of tearing. The flesh must have been bitten off. Wu Ming gazed into the dark alley. Could it have been a stray dog? In the city center, only large breeds could tear off such a chunk of flesh. The canine's teeth are remarkably sharp, capable of piercing deep into the veins, yet upon closer inspection, the wound revealed damaged veins but intact arteries. This is medical knowledge. Arteries generally lie deeper, while veins are more superficial, as seen during intravenous injections. If it wasn't a stray dog, Wu Ming's expression shifted to one of concern. Could it be that a person bit it? We should examine the surveillance footage. The black cat met its demise right in front of a retail store, and the store's surveillance inadvertently recorded the entire incident. The short, stout man beside Xiao Chun was the store manager, who was understandably alarmed by the late-night police call. Officer, I am well known in this neighborhood for my affection towards animals. I would never harm a cat. The manager hesitantly opened his computer to access the footage. At 12:05 a.m., the black cat appeared at the store's entrance, seemingly sensing something terrifying, baring its teeth at the air above, its fur bristling. Body pressed against the ground, poised to leap into an attack. What on earth is this cat doing? Is it battling the air? The store manager, adept at handling the situation, amiably offered us cigarettes, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, officers." Silence, please. I paused the surveillance video. Indeed, there was only the black cat visible at the store entrance. As I resumed playback, a few seconds later, the black cat suddenly leaped, swiping its claws at the air above, and then an astonishing scene unfolded before our eyes. The black cat's body was pinned to the ground by an invisible force in the air. It struggled desperately, its limbs pushing upward with all their might. Yet, regardless of its resistance, it could not escape. I could clearly see from the surveillance footage that its body was becoming weak, its flesh gradually withering away until only its wrinkled fur remained. Gazing at the video on the computer, the occupants of the room were rendered speechless. This was not a digitally fabricated clip, but actual footage captured by the surveillance camera. The horrifying event had transpired just hours earlier outside the store. What is going on? Surely, we are not haunted here, are we? The short, stout shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. My little store operates late into the night. Officer, you must provide me with an explanation. He spread his arms to block my path as I attempted to leave. Has a murder occurred outside? I've always felt this location was ill-fated, being too close to the hospital. I regarded the obstructing figure of the stocky shopkeeper, my brow furrowing. First, I am not an officer. Second, you had better pray that we do not discover similar animal corpses further afield, or I will suspect you of serious wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately recoiled and stepped aside, exclaiming, I truly know nothing. Let tonight's events be forgotten. Do not spread rumors. Wu Ming pushed the shopkeeper aside and followed me to the alleyway. Gao Jian, should we continue the search? The retail store is situated south of the hospital, and this alley runs north to south. We should expand our search further south. There should be more discoveries. The attack on the Black Cat occurred at 12:35 a.m. I had seen the elderly man's face at the hospital around 12:30, so the timeline aligns perfectly. Soon, we found several blood-drained dead mice within 800 meters of the hospital, followed by a grotesquely deceased stray dog. This matched what Lu Xiaozi had described regarding the use of hexes. The sorcerer must be hiding to the south of the hospital. If the attack came from a kilometer away, then my previous assumption must be incorrect. Could it not be the doctors within the hospital? However, only doctors know the elevator code to the underground morgue. A bold hypothesis emerged in my mind. What if the murderer is indeed a doctor, deliberately absenting himself from the hospital to establish an alibi? I retraced my steps back to the retail store to review the surveillance footage once more. Officer, why have you returned? Who are you calling officer? Spare me the chatter and fast forward the video. I focused intently, reviewing frame by frame until a significant discovery was made. Around 11:30 p.m., the footage revealed a familiar figure clad in a white lab coat and black shoes. Director Li? I called the stout shopkeeper over. Do you recognize this person? Yes. He came to my store late at night without making a purchase. He simply made a phone call. The stout shopkeeper rested his chin in his hand, resembling a detective. His voice was low and his tone cold. What did he say on the phone? I couldn't hear clearly, but it seemed he mentioned a psychiatric hospital. Hentan Psychiatric Hospital. That name I had seen before on Jiang Shihan's medical records. Her attending physician was a psychologist from Hentan Psychiatric Hospital. Why did Director Li call the psychiatric hospital? After Jiang Shihan's suicide, Director Li was also questioned by the police. Yet he had been with 4 or 5 other doctors at the time, eliminating his suspicion. Taking out my phone to search for the address of Hentan Mental Hospital, I discovered it lay to the south of the hospital, albeit quite far, in the southern outskirts of Jiangcheng. Could it be that Director Li was merely a whistleblower, and the true sorcerer resided within Hentan Mental Hospital? My reverie was interrupted by Wu Meng's shouts from outside. We can't lose them. Further south, there was a river we couldn't cross. The officers who had been pursuing throughout the night were mostly exhausted, and although I was reluctant, I had no choice but to cease my efforts. Rest assured, there are too many uncertainties surrounding Jiang Shihan's death. We will initiate an investigation. Wu Meng said earnestly as he looked at me. We will never allow the criminals to roam free. Dragging my weary body back to Tingtang Road, I collapsed onto the wooden bed, my eyelids heavy, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, someone was tossing and turning in sleeplessness. In a standalone villa in the southern outskirts of Jiangcheng, Jiang Fei lay on a 2-meter-5 Simmons mattress, clutching a blanket and staring blankly at the ceiling. Her face still bore traces of a lingering blush as she extended her right hand before her. What is happening to me? Why does the image of that person appear whenever I close my eyes? Why am I so eager to know about him? Why do I care about him so much? Is this what it means to be in love? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Fei rose from the bed, the blanket slipping away to reveal her graceful figure. She covered her somewhat flushed cheeks with both hands. Jiang Fei, what are you doing? The daughter of the esteemed Jiang family, reduced to this state for a man. She gently slapped her face, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and finally donned her pajamas. Sitting beside the vanity, opening the window, the night breeze wafted into the room, bringing a refreshing chill. If one day he were to confess to me, what would I do? Should I accept him? But he is entangled with my sister-in-law. Suddenly, she noticed the Doberman in the yard below let out a mournful howl before collapsing. Princess? She stood up to look out the window but failed to notice an aged face reflected in the vanity mirror, a fleeting visage devoid of a body. Chapter 86, the 4th live broadcast. At around 8 or 9 in the morning, having just finished my morning exercises under the first rays of the sun, I heard a rapid knocking at the door downstairs. Rushing down, I opened the door to find 2 fully armed police officers bursting into my home, taking me into custody without a word. What is going on? Impersonating a police officer is a crime. I had never seen these 2 officers before, judging by their uniforms. They appeared to be armed police. Are you Gao Jin? A middle-aged man approached from outside, producing a color photograph and comparing it to me before raising his hand, declaring, "Target confirmed, arrest complete." The 2 officers pinned me to the police car, and Bai Qi, grinning widely, rushed over, but I quickly shouted, "Stay put and watch the house." Upon seeing the officers' uniforms and equipment, I surrendered to the situation. They were armed police, fundamentally different from the regular police. Criminal police handle criminal cases and are similar to ordinary public security officers, while armed police belong to the People's Liberation Army, and are equivalent to military personnel. The disparity in capabilities and authority between the two is vast. In other words, if I were to confront the criminal police, I might only face a few days' detention. But resisting armed police during their operations is an entirely different matter. It constitutes a provocation against the People's Army. I hadn't committed any offenses recently. Why were even the armed police being dispatched? Seated in the back of a police vehicle, sandwiched between two imposing figures, I gazed upon their tightly gripped firearms, quelling any urge to inquire about their intentions. Could it be that the illustrious Daoist priest sought to eliminate me for the sake of acquiring the precious iron incense? Or perhaps Jiang Chun had perished in the hospital, and the Jiang family conspired to frame me with baseless accusations as an act of vengeance? Alternatively, could the affairs of the underworld showcase have been exposed? No, it was likely that the bodies incinerated at Xinhou High School had been discovered, and the police had retrieved my fingerprints. As I pondered these possibilities, beads of perspiration began to form on my forehead. The weight of my numerous dark secrets left me utterly bewildered as to why I was apprehended by the armed police. This posed a significant dilemma, if subjected to interrogation. From where would I even begin my defense? Casting my gaze outside, I noted that the police car had been traveling for 15 minutes towards Jiangxing Police Station in the southern suburbs, a route that felt decidedly amiss. Were they truly preparing to commit an act of murder in broad daylight? Lowering my head, I rattled the handcuffs, which were equipped with an anti-tampering device. The lock was a mere 2 millimeters, making it exceedingly difficult to manipulate with a wire. However, just because a wire could not fit did not imply that I could not find a more suitable tool for unlocking. Utilizing the car's momentum during a turn, I shifted my body forward and discreetly retrieved a crisp 1 yuan note from my pocket. Be cautious. The two armed officers beside me scrutinized my every move, making it exceedingly challenging to unlock the cuffs under their watchful gaze. With my head bowed and lips sealed, I appeared to clasp both hands together, though in reality, only 8 fingers were visible, the ring fingers concealed within my fists as I deftly manipulated the bill. Should they intend to silence me, I could not remain passive. After another 20 minutes, the police vehicle entered an upscale residential area, replete with single-family villas. What could they possibly want with me here? At the southernmost edge of the community, I spotted a few familiar faces: Tai Ningxiang, Chen Feng, and the Jiang family secretary who had previously delivered a wedding invitation to me. What brings you here? I had just begun to greet Tai Ningxiang when the middle-aged man in the passenger seat interrupted me. Did I permit you to speak? He bore a square face, exuding an air of stern seriousness, albeit with a hint of rigidity. Captain Chen, Gao Jian is merely a suspect. You cannot treat him like this. Tai Ningxiang, embodying the strength of a woman, approached me directly upon witnessing my restrained hands. This case is under my full jurisdiction. Your criminal investigation team is merely here to assist. Through their exchange, I learned that the man with the square face was named Chen Zhengwo, the captain of the armed police, and also Chen Feng's father. You will come upstairs with me. The rest of you remain outside. No one is permitted entry. Chen Zhengwo cast a few glances at Tai Ningxiang, having been informed of our relationship by his son prior to his arrival. Forcibly led upstairs, I remained perplexed until we entered Jiang Fei's bedroom, at which point I could no longer restrain my curiosity. Captain Chen, you didn't bring me here this early simply to admire a woman's private quarters, did you? Do you truly have the leisure to jest with me? Chen Zhengwo's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he admonished. Listen well, young man. When I pose my questions, you had best respond honestly, or you shall face dire consequences. What? Are you preparing to resort to violent enforcement? That will depend on your conduct. Chen Zhengwo pushed me beside the dressing table. This morning, Jiang Fei, the cherished daughter of Jiang's family and chairwoman of Jiangjin Real Estate, has gone missing. What does the disappearance of that headstrong woman have to do with me? I barely know her. It's utterly nonsensical. I retorted with irritation. If you have summoned me to assist in solving this case, I may help. But should you proceed without evidence and unjustly accuse me, then we shall meet in court. Though I spoke defiantly, I was deeply contemplating the gravity of this situation. The Jiang family has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Despite Jiang Fei's capricious nature, she is quite favored by the old master Jiang. Her sudden disappearance would undoubtedly prompt him to leverage all his connections for a citywide search. Not to mention, even if I were guilty, admitting to it would bring dire consequences. On what grounds do you suspect me? Why? I demanded. Chen Zhengwo retrieved a diary from the drawer, opening it to recent entries that all revolved around a particular man, Unfortunately, that man was me. Jiang Fei, with her flamboyant personality, has few friends among her peers and holds disdain for most men, yet she displayed an unusual affection toward me, suggesting a particular interest. You are merely a purveyor of adult entertainment. Compared to Jiang Fei, you are worlds apart. It's rather abnormal, Chun Jiangwo stated bluntly. You, a mere nobody, are pursued by a goddess. There must be some hidden truth. Furthermore, she was known for her solitary nature. We reviewed the surveillance footage from the neighborhood. Jiang Fei had ventured out alone in the dead of night, and the only person she had contacted yesterday was me. Me? Chun Jiangwo produced Jiang Fei's phone, revealing it was in the midst of composing a message addressed to me. She didn't send me a message. I did not reach out to her. On what basis do you claim her disappearance is related to me? I could only manage a bitter smile. Jiang Fei's interest in me, a downtrodden detective of little repute, stemmed solely from that fateful red thread of destiny. Yet who would believe such a tale? I know you were once a police academy student and are adept at handling police interrogations, but no matter. Return to the station. I have my methods to make you speak. Chun Jiangwo firmly identified me as a suspect, gathering evidence before escorting me back to the police station. It wasn't until the afternoon, when Wu Ming returned from his investigation, that my name was cleared. Gao Jian had been with me the entire night, and several officers who worked that evening corroborated my alibi. Though Chun Jiangwo held a disdainful view of me, he ultimately released me, instructing me to remain at home, ready to respond to any summons. Upon returning to Tingtang Road, I paid little heed to Jiang Fei's disappearance, instead directing all my focus towards tracing the sorcerer. My motives were not fueled by animosity towards Jiang Fei or a preference for Jiang Shihan, but rather because Jiang Fei had a wealthy father who could mobilize the entire city in her search. In contrast, Jiang Shihan was merely an ordinary individual. Her demise would evoke indifference from others, leaving only me capable of restoring her honor. I called Lu Xiazi, and as soon as he entered, he remarked, Gao Jian, trouble is looming over you once more. I had grown accustomed to Lu Xiazi's tone. Indeed, just returned from the police station, and I've attracted a wave of misfortune. Best to avoid such bureaucratic establishments in the future, they invite trouble. Lu Xiazi, leaning on his carrying pole, appeared markedly more haggard after several days of absence. Upon my arrival, he divined a fortune for me, warning that tomorrow night would bring a life-and-death trial. He urged me to set aside all concerns and seek refuge in a Daoist temple or shrine. Tomorrow night? I squinted, recalling that it coincided with the live broadcast of the Underworld show, a date I had nearly forgotten amidst the whirlwind of recent events. Might you elaborate on the details of the fortune? Lu Xiazi shook his head, simply stating that the omen was most dire. 10 deaths, no life. We conversed late into the night, exchanging insights on various challenges encountered during our practices. I subtly probed further into the omen, but Lu Xiazi remained tight-lipped, as if the foreboding he had divined was too perilous to articulate. After bidding him farewell, I watched his somewhat frail silhouette vanish into the street, a chill creeping over me. The live broadcast of the Underworld show was becoming increasingly arduous. Could I endure tomorrow night? As the night deepened, sleep eluded me. I meticulously recorded the events of my previous broadcasts on my computer, the Red Yuan, the Yuan Chun, and the 10 Evils. What would the next encounter entail? The following day, upon opening the shop, I noticed plainclothes police loitering outside, indicating that Chun Jiangwo still harbored suspicions about me. Under surveillance, I refrained from wandering aimlessly and remained within the confines of my shop, practicing the Miao Zhen exceedingly. When mealtime approached, I took Bai Qi out for dinner. It was not until after 6 in the evening that the plainclothes officers finally departed. With a sigh of relief, I acknowledged the impending live broadcast of the Underworld show, hoping to keep my identity concealed. As darkness enveloped the city, I locked the shop and sat quietly before the clock. 8 o'clock struck. The large-screen phone on the table illuminated with a cold glow, resembling a ghostly grin. I silently picked up the phone, placing it to my ear. Hello? There was a prolonged silence on the other end. Furrowing my brow, I inquired again, who are you looking for? Almost a minute passed before the other party finally spoke. They uttered 5 words that made me leap from my seat. A familiar voice floated into my mind, the tone unmistakably identical. It was Jiang Shihan, her voice softly whispering as if she were right beside me. It's dark, don't close your eyes. Chapter 87. An unimaginable opening, but Jiang Shihan was dead, was she not? I had witnessed her leap from the 9th floor. The sound of her life crashing to the ground was indelibly etched in my memory. holding the underworld show phone. An inexplicable chill coursed through me. Ding. A text message arrived in my inbox. Genius on the left, madman on the right. I will demonstrate to you that there are things in this world more terrifying than ghosts and monsters. Stake your life to engage in a deadly game. It is dark. Please close your eyes. The live broadcast task required me to take a taxi to the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng by 10 o'clock at night. Note: please safeguard the broadcasting tools. Loss of these tools will automatically result in task failure. Optional tasks would reward 1 point for each person killed. Gazing at the message on my phone, I propped my chin in thought, my expression grave. This live broadcast task was considerably less vague than previous ones. With the requirement to arrive in the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng 2 hours earlier than before, yet lacking a specific location, the information available to me is exceedingly scant. Although the task has been assigned, I remain utterly oblivious to what I shall encounter this evening, completely unprepared and unsure of what to research. What troubles me further is that in previous live streams, although it was not explicitly stated, the protection of the living seemed to mitigate the difficulty of the tasks. But what about this time? The reward of 1 point for each life taken. Does this serve to incentivize murder? I stood in place for a full 5 minutes. Still unable to glean any clarity, this task poses a formidable challenge for me. Lu, the blind seer, ominously proclaimed that I am destined for certain death. Must my life truly cease this night? I pored over the messages in my inbox, attempting to weave together the events of the past few days. The emergence of Jiang Shirhan has intertwined all these disparate elements: sorcerers, hospitals, Jiang Shirhan, and the live streaming tasks, around a singular phrase: when darkness falls, do not close your eyes. But what could this cryptic message possibly signify? The clock has struck 8:30. My time is waning. I gathered my streaming equipment, clutching the black leather case as I silently lit a cigarette. Is there something I have overlooked? I reviewed the messages again. The live task specifically emphasized the importance of safeguarding the streaming tools. Why must they be secured? Will someone attempt to seize the camera? The black case holds a myriad of items, so I took precautions, placing the smartphone from the underworld showcase and the mobile encoding stick inside a plastic bag, which I then secured with black tape around my calf, an old tactic from my days of extramarital investigations. The loose-fitting sweatpants concealed them perfectly. As long as I maintained a normal gait, no one would suspect. At 9:50, I was prepared, shouldering the black case as I stepped outside. The usually bustling Ting-Tang road appeared unusually desolate, and after waiting for an extended period, no taxis passed by. I locked the shop door and walked along the street towards the intersection. Before long, I spotted a taxi with its light off, parked at the mouth of an alley. As I approached, I noticed a middle-aged man emerging from the darkened alley, holding up his belt, his trousers still smeared with mud and water. Our eyes met briefly, both of us sharing an awkward moment. Need a ride? He gestured to me. Glancing at the time, I nodded with a frown. It was nearly time. Get in. As I passed the alley, I glanced inside and noticed a woman in white crouched in the corner, arranging her clothing, 1 foot bare, the shoe flung far away. Don't overthink it. I'm just helping someone who forgot their money, the middle-aged driver remarked, seemingly savoring the moment. I refrained from probing further, opening the car door. To the southern suburbs of Jiang City. I'll specify the exact location as we near. I handed him a 100 yuan note, and he cheerfully accepted it. Ever the adage that the customer is king. When I turned to look back into the alley, the woman in white had vanished, leaving only a solitary white high-heeled sandal on the ground. The driver, noticing my gaze lingering on the alley, grinned lewdly. Not that I'm coveting, but that woman has quite the figure. She could make a man drool. It's best not to pick up such women when driving at night. If you take her body, she may demand your life in return. I withdrew my gaze and focused on the driver's cabin. What initially seemed inconsequential soon revealed an extraordinarily bizarre scene. The driver, gripping the steering wheel, was seated on the left, while in the passenger seat, there sat another individual, equally grasping a steering wheel. How is it possible for this vehicle to have 2 drivers? I inquired. The middle-aged driver, seemingly oblivious to my question, hummed a tune, his fingers drumming on the steering wheel as the speed of the car escalated. The individual in the passenger seat, with an impassive expression, clutched the wheel in silence. Hey, stop the car. I wish to disembark. I exclaimed. You intend to exit just as we've begun? Are you jesting with me? The middle-aged driver, unable to contend with my insistence, muttered a curse under his breath and brought the car to a halt. The fare starts at 5 yuan. I have no change. His tone was rather unpleasant. Upon exiting, I glanced back into the car, but the person in the passenger seat had vanished, leaving everything seemingly normal. Could it be that I am hallucinating? It was now 10 in the evening, and if I did not reach the southern suburbs of Jiangxing promptly, I would likely be deemed a failure by the underworld's performance. Yet, as I looked around, there was not a single taxi in sight. Hurry up. Do not delay my earnings. 5 yuan for the starting fare is hardly exorbitant. The driver urged from within the car. With a resigned sigh, I decided to re-enter the vehicle, albeit with a plea for caution on the road. I have been driving taxis for many years. I do not require your guidance. If I had time to drive slowly, I would rather make a few more trips, he retorted impatiently. If you wish to ride, do so quickly. If not, then depart. After 2 minutes of stalemate, pressed for time, I reluctantly resumed my seat inside the car. Was that so difficult? Why all the fuss? He grumbled as he restarted the taxi, while I fastened my seatbelt, casting my gaze over every corner of the vehicle. The man in the passenger seat was gone. I had distinctly seen 2 drivers moments ago. My eyes landed on the documents in the passenger seat. The vehicle registration revealed the owner's name as Yu Qingfei, a name that did not correspond with that of the middle-aged driver. In the enveloping darkness, the taxi sped along the highway towards the southern suburbs, the towering buildings gradually diminishing, leaving only the streetlights to illuminate the way. You might elaborate on our exact destination, I requested, as the road conditions worsened, aggravating the driver. Keep driving. I had not received any further instructions from the underworld performance and was uncertain of my next steps. You're not contemplating a robbery, are you? I warn you, this vehicle is equipped with GPS and a dashcam. Continue driving. I am not interested in your money. If you do not specify a destination, I shall turn back to the city, the driver declared, preparing to slow down and make a U-turn. Yet, as he pressed the brake, the car accelerated instead. What the? The brakes are failing, he shouted, his foot frantically pressing down on the brake pedal. My face grew pale, for at some point, the man in the passenger seat had reappeared. He gripped the steering wheel, his mouth stretched into a grin that extended to his ears. As we passed a thicket of trees, he abruptly wrenched the wheel. Bang! Warm liquid trickled from my forehead as my vision blurred. Just before losing consciousness, I glimpsed the taxi driver being hurled from the vehicle, and then darkness enveloped me. I faintly heard the sound of water droplets falling, my nose tingling, and my eyelids felt heavy. Pain surged through me, as though my bones were dislocated, with a burning sensation in my chest. Slowly, I opened my eyes, my unfocused pupils gradually honing in on a flicker of light. I propped my head up, and the clanking of chains echoed from behind me. It was only then that I realized my neck was shackled with iron chains, and my hands were bound by peculiar leather straps. I had been in a car accident and had fallen into unconsciousness. I should have been lying in a forest, but where was I? A dimly lit chamber, approximately a dozen square meters in size, was covered with moss on the walls. Not far from me were a few enormous rats, unafraid of my presence, squeaking incessantly as they gnawed on something in the corner. What had transpired during my unconsciousness? Gazing at the overhead light, I still felt dizzy, an unsettling sense of foreboding creeping into my mind. Chapter 88, The Murder Game. What a dreadful beginning. I pulled the chain around my neck taut and rose to my feet, moving toward the wall. The chain measured about 1.5 meters in length. Its purpose unclear. The collar clung tightly to my neck, resembling not a dog-esque leash, but something designed specifically for humans. This was hardly good news. It suggested that my captor was likely a habitual offender, someone with a penchant for torment and a twisted disposition. Being imprisoned by such a person left me in a precarious situation. I needed to devise a means of escape swiftly. I was entirely at their mercy, utterly ignorant and devoid of resources. The chamber was approximately 45 meters long and 4 meters wide, with moss in the corners and a damp floor that emitted a foul odor, lacking any ventilation. I kicked aside a plump rat and continued to survey the ceiling, which was less than 2 meters from the ground and also bore moss, indicating that this room was likely constructed underground. However, it was night, and I could not be entirely certain. I struck the walls with my hands. The panels were thick and soundproof. The sole exit from the chamber was an iron door, reinforced with steel nails and covered with an additional layer of iron. Below the iron door was a 10-centimeter diameter hole, but it was obstructed by a metal plate, likely only movable from the outside. Beyond these details, the most peculiar aspect of the chamber was a 30-centimeter wide drainage ditch that traversed the room. To call it a drainage ditch would be an understatement. Describing it as a sewage channel would be more fitting, as the room was filled with an overpowering stench emanating from it. What purpose did this channel serve? To clean the floor? The water in the ditch was exceedingly murky, and I could feel an oily residue when I touched it. Bringing my hand to my nose, an unbearable odor invaded my nostrils. It was the stench of decay. The end of the ditch was blocked by an iron grate, suggesting that this place had been constructed long ago. The grate was rusted and, due to the erosion from the water flow, was not securely fastened. After a thorough examination of my surroundings, I discovered no evident flaws in my confinement. I sat in the corner, locking eyes with the large rats. There must be an opening leading outside. Otherwise, how had these rats gained entry? The chains around my neck were constricting, making it difficult to breathe. Bound hand and foot, my captor was indeed cautious this time. I examined the leather straps binding my wrists, although not tied in a dead knot. They were expertly bound using 2 lengths of rope intertwined in a technique known as tiger's bite. The more the bound individual struggles, the tighter the restraints become, ultimately digging into the flesh. To free myself, I could not act impulsively. I needed to locate the shorter rope and methodically untie it. This method of restraint is often seen in psychiatric hospitals, where caregivers bind dangerous patients until they can administer medication before loosening the ropes. With my teeth, I painstakingly gnawed through the short rope, subsequently spending 5 minutes to unravel the longer one. I flexed my stiff wrists and began to search for the most crucial item, the phone from the ghostly showcase. Confined in a locked room, my phone and jacket had been confiscated, and the black leather case had mysteriously vanished, yet my trousers and shoes remained intact. When I rolled up my pant leg and discovered the plastic bag containing the ghostly showcase phone, I finally felt a sense of relief. Surely, he never anticipated that I would possess 2 phones. Upon unlocking the device, I noted that it was now 11:50 p.m. The incident with the middle-aged driver had occurred at 10:30 p.m. in the southern suburbs of Jiangxing. Thus, it appeared that my current confinement was not far from the site of the accident. Tugging at the chain around my neck, I rummaged through my pants pocket and produced a partially folded 1 yuan note, which I had originally intended to use to unlock the police handcuffs. Unexpectedly, it became instrumental in my escape. Using a banknote to pick a lock is not an esoteric skill, compared to ordinary office paper. The material of the currency is notably sturdier, making it an excellent tool alongside cellophane. The collar, forged from pure iron with internal gears, took considerable effort to unlock. The craftsmanship was evidently more meticulous than that of certain manufacturers of handcuffs. Holding the collar in my hands, it was clear that it was custom-made, seemingly designed to fulfill a particular psychological need of the captor. A psychological aberration? At midnight, I did not forget my primary task. I activated the camera function on my phone, inserted the mobile coding stick, and tapped on the ghostly showcase icon. The image was being retrieved. The barrage of comments was connecting, and the data stabilized. Should I initiate a live broadcast? Yes. Welcome, Teletubby murder victim, to the live broadcast. Welcome, Tealing Biao Yi, to the live broadcast. As the visual stabilized, the viewer count surpassed 100. After 3 previous live streams, my channel had garnered a few loyal followers. Welcome to the super thrilling live broadcast. Before we commence today's session, I must inform you that this broadcast may be somewhat intense, potentially resulting in physical discomfort or even attracting malevolent spirits. I urge all viewers to proceed with caution. Host, where are you planning to court danger this time? Wow. Today's viewership is exceptionally high. Whoever can spell Taodai correctly, I will acknowledge as my father. Tealing Biao Yi rewarded the super thrilling live broadcast with 99 ghost coins. After 3 days of waiting, you finally started streaming. Teletubby murder victim gifted the super thrilling live broadcast with 99 ghost coins. Taodai, Taodai, Taodai. As the barrage of comments flew by, I felt a swell of accomplishment, a faint smile gracing my lips. Truth be told, today's broadcast was rather unexpected. Merely an hour and a half ago, I had been in an accident and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself imprisoned in this very room. The first person in Daoist to be kidnapped during a live stream. I had seen similar series, perhaps titled Secret Room Escape, in Japanese, Mishru Toichu. Yes, I had watched it too. Isn't the lead actress the famed teacher Bodhi? Erase the image, leave no trace. I sensed that they might have misunderstood something. Everyone, refrain from merely flooding the comments. I am genuinely imprisoned by a psychopathic killer. Quickly, grab your phones and call the police. The host's acting has noticeably declined. He fails to portray that sense of panic. Look at the calm smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. He is not earnest at all. The scene was set perfectly, earning a commendable score of 99, with the solitary point deducted solely to prevent pride from taking root. "Host, could you step aside? I wish to gaze upon the mouse in the corner," exclaimed one viewer. "Goodness, that mouse is quite plump. How astonishingly large." Another voice chimed in. "Is this truly the time to observe mice?" Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, I reiterated in the live stream that the location of my accident was a wooded area in the southern suburbs of Jiangqing, and my place of confinement should not be far from the site of the incident, likely underground. I scrutinized the barrage of comments for quite some time, yet the IDs of Lu Banxian and Daoist 1E were conspicuously absent, leaving me with a sense of unease. "Host, why were you abducted? Are you perhaps the heir of some conglomerate in reality? Or do you possess several oil fields in the UAE?" I had pondered the viewers' questions, yet from every angle. I did not present as a person of wealth. The motive behind my captor's actions seemed to stem not from financial gain, but rather from a twisted psychological need to satisfy their perverse inclinations. The mention of money reminded me of another case, the disappearance of Zhang Fei, whose villa was also located in the southern suburbs. That woman was willful and spoiled. Her beauty akin to that of a fairy, her temperament likely aligned with the psychological needs of my captors. However, suddenly, I was interrupted by the sound of rustling. As I diverted my gaze from my phone, I noticed several mice huddled in the corner, all of them leaping into the central drainage ditch of the room. Had I frightened them? As I approached the ditch, I observed that the previously murky water now bore traces of crimson. Just as my astonishment grew, more blood began to flow down from the drainage. Gradually, the entire channel was stained a deep crimson, sending chills down my spine. Pressing my ear against the wall, I could faintly hear low, sorrowful wails emanating from a distance, not from the adjacent room, but from somewhere far away. My expression darkened. Such a vast underground structure could not be the work of an individual. I was likely facing a group of individuals with severe psychological issues. After a 10-minute wait, the blood-red water in the channel began to clear, and at that moment, a mouse emerged from the depths, seemingly clutching something in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, I was suddenly overcome with revulsion. It was a severed human finger. Chapter 89. Adjacent sells the finger, with dirt lodged beneath its nails and rough skin. Likely belonged to a man accustomed to hard labor. I shooed the mouse aside, scrutinizing the severed digit, which bore a clean cut, suggesting the assailant possessed a certain medical knowledge or a profound understanding of human anatomy. Among all the murderers I had encountered, doctors represented the most unique group. They possessed extensive expertise, exceptional psychological resilience, and often exhibited a clear, calm, and decisive mindset, making them exceedingly difficult to confront. In an instant of distraction, the mouse seized the severed finger and leapt into the drainage, disappearing without a trace. The entire room lacked any ventilation, and the sole means for the mice to enter and exit was through the channel that traversed the space. I gazed at the 30-centimeter wide drainage, exuding a foul stench. Determined to discern the layout of the underground structure, this was the only passage available. After wandering aimlessly in the room for what felt like an eternity, my gaze finally fell upon the drainage ditch. If a rat could enter and exit from here, then surely I could as well. The pungent, nauseating stench emanating from the filthy waterway was my only avenue for escape. Yet, the very thought of lying completely within it, or even merely extending my hand into its depths, required a monumental leap of courage. The water in this ditch, used for washing away corpses, held an odor so foul that it was beyond the tolerance of most. Upon closer inspection, I noticed not only the bloodstains, but also strands of long hair and fragments of bones. How many souls had been tortured to death in this place? Narrowing my eyes, I was presented with two choices. The first was to remain here and await my captor, who would undoubtedly take action against me. I would have to seize the moment when he opened the door, relying on the element of surprise that came from his ignorance of my untied bonds. The drawback of this plan was its singularity. The opportunity would present itself only once, and any misstep could lead to my utter demise. The second option seemed far more prudent. I could leave the drainage ditch and continue searching for clues in my own room, as there might still be new discoveries to be made. Rationality urged me toward the second course of action, yet as I gazed at the blood-soaked ditch before me, uncertainty crept in. What do you think I should do, my fellow water friends? Should I close my eyes and plunge into the murky waters? This is indeed a fragrant live stream. The stench is not the most terrifying aspect. What truly frightens me is the prospect of getting stuck halfway through. After much contemplation, I resolved to take the plunge. When life and death are at stake, One must seize every opportunity. I removed my trousers, placing them along with my large-screen phone into a plastic bag, which I then resecured to my leg. Gripping the rusty iron bars, I shook them with all my might. And after approximately 5 minutes, I managed to dislodge them, with one hand thrust into the ditch. The murky water engulfed my elbow, a depth just sufficient for me to squeeze through. Here goes. Taking a deep breath, I immersed myself in the noxious water, the revolting stench penetrating my pores. Even with my mouth and nose tightly shut, I nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. I silently recited a mantra, focusing my mind to transcend the physical realm as I struggled to crawl through the drainage. What should have been merely a brief passage to the adjacent room felt like an eternity. When light finally pierced through above me, and I could breathe in the fresh air once more, I collapsed onto the ground beside the ditch as if I had just clawed my way back from the brink of death. I had succeeded. Opening my eyes, I found that the structure of the room beside me mirrored that of my own. However, within this chamber was a small boy, cowering in the corner, his eyes wide with terror as they met mine. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you," I declared, though my own peril was palpable. The boy, evidently frightened by my presence, said nothing, pressing himself against the wall as if wishing for a hole to appear to hide within. Maintaining a safe distance, I settled into another corner of the confined space, and silence enveloped us. The sound of dripping water punctuated the stillness, allowing me to observe the boy in detail. His lips were a shade of blue, his skin pale, likely the result of prolonged exposure to darkness. He was slightly plump, his hair a tangled mess. Yet his clothing remained intact, free from any signs of struggle. As I observed the boy, he too was stealing glances at me. After approximately 15 minutes, I noticed the fear in his eyes dissipate, prompting me to engage him in conversation. "What is your name?" "Song Xiaofeng." Upon hearing this name, I instinctively thought of the girl from the Anxin Inn. It sounded almost feminine. My father, having risen early after my mother departed, decided to split her name among my 3 brothers. 3 brothers? Yes, my elder brother is named Song Xiaowang, and my younger brother is Song Xiaoyao. "So, your mother's name is Wang Fengya?" The boy looked at me incredulously. "How do you know that? Is that really so astonishing?" I found myself somewhat at a loss for words. This child seemed rather dim-witted. "When were you confined here?" "I don't know," he replied, shaking his head. The passage of time evidently lost on him. I stroked my chin and rephrased my inquiry. "You've been locked up here for quite some time. Surely, someone must have brought you food and water. Can you recall how many meals you've had?" "I've had plenty of meals. I drink water from the ditch when I'm thirsty." The boy answered earnestly, yet his words yielded no useful information. "It's a miracle you've survived drinking from that ditch." This little boy seemed to have endured some trauma. He was distinctly different from other children his age. "Have you heard any unusual sounds or encountered any remarkable individuals since your confinement?" Song Xiaofeng gnawed on his fingers, deep in thought. "I haven't seen anyone else. But I often hear someone crying, just like my mother's voice." "Like your mother's voice?" I inched closer to the boy. "Can you recall the last thing you did before you arrived here?" "I was playing hide and seek with my family. My father hid my younger brother and told my elder brother and me to find him. Then I fell asleep, and when I awoke, I was in this place." "Hide and seek? Your father hid your younger brother?" I found myself perplexed by Song Xiaofeng's words. They seemed laden with issues I could not decipher. "Never mind. We are both lost souls in this vast world. If I manage to escape, you must follow closely behind. When I say run, you must run, understood?" I couldn't tell if the boy comprehended. He merely gazed at me and let out a silly chuckle. Rising, I approached the side of the ditch and grasped the rusty iron bars once more. "What are you doing?" the boy inquired curiously from the other side of the ditch. "I'm here to rescue you." Gritting my teeth, I summoned all my strength to pry the iron bars free. My fingers were scraped by the rust, stinging and itching. The cursed rust had penetrated my flesh, and without prompt treatment, I risked a tetanus infection. Just as I was about to discard the iron bars, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. "Shoo, don't speak." I held my breath, my heart racing with dread at the thought of someone entering. All my previous efforts would be in vain. Perhaps I should be grateful for the completely sealed iron door that concealed the prisoners from the outside world, as those beyond were oblivious to the occurrences within. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance, accompanied by the sound of the iron door closing, leaving the corridor shrouded in silence once more. "That startled me," I whispered, gently setting down the iron bars. Rather than hastening to the next room, I reflected on the footsteps I had just heard. They approached and retreated, taking approximately 30 steps before I heard the iron door close. 30 paces roughly equates to 15 meters. Assuming each cell has an identical structure, I would need to traverse 3 more rooms to reach the place he departed from. Turning to the curious boy, I instructed him to remain here and refrain from wandering. If anyone were to enter, he should swiftly hide in the drainage system and escape to the other rooms. After advising the young boy, I took a deep breath, gazing at the murky water's surface, and without hesitation, plunged back in. Perhaps my senses had acclimated to the pungent odor. My movements this time were significantly swifter than the first. Within mere seconds, I emerged, eyes wide open, surveying the cell's layout, which was entirely consistent with the previous one, save for the solitary occupant within. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, our gazes locked, and we both recognized the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Shoo, keep quiet. Chapter 90. The Woman of Satan, Part 1. Her long legs knelt upon the slick ground, chains binding her ankles. Draped over her alluring figure was but a flimsy nightgown, hinting at her form in a manner that seemed deliberately enticing. Typically, women with such captivating physiques possess average features, yet this one, even without adornment, could easily score a 9 out of 10. Our eyes met, her expression a tapestry of complexity, surprise, shock, embarrassment, and unease, as if my witnessing her disheveled state was a profound humiliation. Jiang Fei, my reaction was far simpler compared to hers. Do not be alarmed. I am here to rescue you. Regardless of whether I could ultimately save her, I aim to maintain a moral high ground, feigning that I had ventured into peril solely for her sake. This was not intended to evoke her gratitude, but rather to fabricate a plausible rationale for my presence. You came for me. Jiang Fei articulated each word deliberately, her heart now a tempest of emotions. She had believed herself in the depths of despair, only to unexpectedly encounter a most beautiful twist of fate. Though touched, she was reluctant to express it outwardly. Did my father provide a large sum of money? I've heard from my sister-in-law that you ostensibly run an adult store while actually accepting various commissions. Having grown up with a silver spoon, she was accustomed to speaking condescendingly, her haughty demeanor not easily discarded even in such dire straits. Jiang Fei, this disposition of yours is particularly endearing, you know? I smiled as I observed her, the daughter of the esteemed Jiang family, now kneeling on the cold, filthy ground like a fallen phoenix, stripped of her power and left vulnerable. Spare me your sarcasm. I am well aware of my character. Jiang Fei retorted, her bravado masking an indescribable discomfort. What was I doing? He had endured countless hardships and risked his life solely to save me, yet I struggled to express my gratitude. Would he be upset? Did he truly perceive me as such a wretched woman? I have not mocked you. Your obstinate and domineering nature is, in fact, a prized asset to those who revel in torment and seek psychological gratification. Coupled with your stunning beauty, I suspect you are regarded as the ultimate prize in his eyes. I refrained from approaching Jiang Fei, instead sitting on the opposite side of the drainage, my palm cut by rust, mingling with the filthy water. I pressed my hands against the wound, attempting to coax the blood to flow, though with little success. Are you injured? A flicker of concern flashed in Jiang Fei's eyes, a natural expression devoid of any embellishment, so much so that even she seemed unaware of it. You, come here, she beckoned me shyly, her movement restricted by the iron chains binding her. Just as I was grappling with the absurdity of the situation, she seized the hem of her luxurious nightgown and, with a swift motion, tore a piece of fabric from it. One hand pressed against her flat abdomen, devoid of any excess, while the other gestured towards me, urging, "Wrap it up." It was evident that Jiang Fei acted out of kindness. Rising to approach her, I had barely crossed over a small ditch when she suddenly screamed, prompting me to crouch down instinctively, holding my breath to listen for any sounds in the corridor outside. After a prolonged silence, with no footsteps echoing, I exhaled in relief and furrowed my brow at Jiang Fei. What exactly do you intend to do? You. She bit her lip, turning her face away. Where are your trousers? Her reminder made me feel somewhat awkward, my outstretched hand suspended in midair, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. You can keep the fabric for now. I cannot bandage the wound as it is tainted with rust. Adopting a serious demeanor, I resumed my seat. My trousers were in a plastic bag, and I had no immediate need to don them as I planned to check other rooms shortly. Initially, I paid little mind to my state of undress, but upon her pointed observation, an uncomfortable chill enveloped me. All right, I acknowledge my earlier demeanor was ungracious. Now, I shall pose a few questions, and I expect your honest replies. Jiang Fei's face flushed crimson. and I was uncertain what fanciful thoughts might be brewing in her mind under the influence of fate's red thread, so I proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Go ahead and ask. When you were abducted, did you manage to discern any features of your captor, be it their appearance or attire? The more detailed, the better. My anticipation was met with a cold splash of reality from Jiang Fei's response. I do not know anything. I was at home, feeling particularly drowsy. And when I opened my eyes again, I was already here. Thus, you lost consciousness at home, correct? I stroked my chin in confusion. Before you fainted, did you consume any beverages or take sleeping pills? Jiang Fei shook her head. No, I did nothing. When she went missing, Officer Chun had forcibly brought me to the scene of the incident, where I had observed that the doors and windows were intact, with no signs of forced entry. Furthermore, Shen Jingwo had stated that Jiang Fei had gone out alone and had not been abducted. Eliminating the possibility of an acquaintance's involvement, I inquired, have you ever experienced sleepwalking? Never. That day, I simply had some insomnia and fell asleep quite late. She stole a glance at me, the object of her insomnia seated not far away. Although it was not the right moment, her heart raced nonetheless. That is indeed peculiar, I mused. Jiang Fei had no reason to lie unless this was a self-staged farce. Reluctantly, I pressed on. Before you felt drowsy, did anything unusual occur? Do not rush your answer. Think carefully and do not omit any detail. Jiang Fei cradled her face in her hands, her earnest contemplation strikingly beautiful. That night, I was restless and opened the window to feel the night breeze and calm myself. Oh, I think I heard a princess scream. Half awake, I could not ascertain whether it was real or imagined. The Doberman, a breed of noble lineage, is obedient and gentle around its owner, yet fierce and brave in the presence of strangers. I found myself deep in contemplation on the night Jiang Fei went missing. Coincidentally, I was at the hospital investigating the direction in which the sorcerer had vanished, which led southward. The path southward was littered with the desiccated remains of animals. Jiang Fei's villa also lay to the south. Could it be that her dog fell victim to the sorcerer's malevolence? The symptoms displayed by Jiang Fei mirrored the disoriented behavior of Jiang Shihan just before her demise, as if their minds were puppeteered, compelled to act against their own volition. Regrettably, I had not encountered the corpse of the Doberman, which would have confirmed the identity of the abductor. The sorcerer fled southward, and Jiang Fei's villa resided in that same direction. Director Li's late-night phone call mentioned the Henzhan Mental Hospital, also situated to the south. What connections might exist among these three entities? The ropes binding my hands were of two lengths, employing the same technique used to control the mentally ill, as if the means to sever fingers were executed with professional precision. Everything seemed to suggest a hidden narrative. As I slowly began to piece everything together, the seemingly chaotic characters and locations appeared to be connected by an invisible thread. You have been confined here for a day and a night. They haven't harmed you, have they? I scrutinized Jiang Fei and could almost deduce the answer. If she had been mistreated, she would likely be in this very state. I woke up chained. I haven't seen anyone else. Had you not come, I might not have even realized how long I had been here. Jiang Fei shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining against the ground. Have they provided you with food or water? I asked. Did you overhear any conversations? Food was delivered twice, tossed in through a small window at the bottom of the door, but I did not eat it. By the standards of the young mistress of the Jiang family, the offerings were probably unfit for her dog. Jiang Fei retrieved 2 steamed buns from her clothing, which I sniffed. They were merely ordinary sustenance. As for sounds, apart from the screams, I seemed to recall the sorrowful, eerie wails of a woman, one I cannot adequately describe. You may listen for yourself shortly. Crying? The little boy in the adjacent room has also heard similar sounds. There must be another woman imprisoned in the rooms further down. Keep the buns safe. Try not to eat them, as they may be laced with drugs. I stepped over the water channel and glanced at Jiang Fei. The chains had left her calves bruised, with patches of skin torn raw. I crouched down to cradle her leg. Does it hurt? Jiang Fei bit her lip and nodded. Chapter 91. The Woman of Satan, Part 2. I attempted to unlock the chains with a banknote, but the once crisp currency was now crumpled and difficult to reuse. Stay here. Wait for me. I will certainly rescue you tonight. Rising, I made my way upstream along the water channel, suppressing the pain radiating from my palms as I grasped the rusted iron bars once more. This was the third room. I was determined to uncover how many souls they had imprisoned. Removing the iron bars, I held my breath and plunged into the water channel. A foul stench assaulted my senses from all directions, overwhelming my faculties. When light reappeared above, I eagerly tilted my head back, yearning for a breath of fresh air. However, the moment my head broke the water's surface, a powerful grip seized my neck. The world spun as I flailed my arms, dirty water splashing everywhere. The force constricting my neck intensified, while my lower body remained ensnared in the channel. I struggled mightily, my feet pushing against the slick bottom of the waterway. But it proved exceedingly difficult. As my brain suffocated from a lack of oxygen, I instinctively succumbed to the primal urge for survival, biting down upon the constricting object that gripped my arm. With all my strength, I sank my teeth into it, immediately tasting the metallic tang of blood. A horrified scream erupted from behind me. A gap appeared in the binding around my neck, and seizing the opportunity, I pulled my lower body from the waterway, delivering a forceful kick against the wall, using the recoil to send the person who had choked me crashing to the ground. In that moment, a murderous intent surged within me. In such an extreme environment fraught with peril, there was no room for mercy. I had indeed felt death looming close, and a lingering pain throbbed at my neck. I turned to grapple with my assailant, who possessed a robust physique but fought without any discernible technique. A heavy blow struck his jaw, causing him to groan and fall to the ground. At that moment, I finally glimpsed his face. It was you? The man before me was the taxi driver. I recalled that he hadn't fastened his seatbelt and had seemingly been ejected from the vehicle during the accident. He bore no severe injuries, save for a pronounced limp in his right leg, likely a result of a fracture from the crash. Fortunately, his injured leg had made it easier for me to knock him down. Damn, so it's you. The driver stared at me wide-eyed, clearly startled, exclaiming, I thought a villain had emerged. Yet, I couldn't fault him. Anyone would react similarly upon seeing a person emerge from a sewer at night. I touched the marks around my neck, narrowing my eyes. The driver was undoubtedly lying. Upon entering this cell, I had been immediately choked, and his precision suggested premeditation. Furthermore, his previous position was suspiciously close to Jiang Fei's cell, indicating that he had likely eavesdropped on our conversation without missing a word. It's all a misunderstanding. His jaw was askew from my strike, making it difficult for him to speak without letting air escape. The driver had been captured simultaneously with me. I realized I wouldn't glean any useful information from him. After scrutinizing him for a moment, I suddenly inquired, Why are you unchained? Both Jiang Fei and I were bound by iron chains, revealing that our captor was especially cautious with prisoners. Yet, the driver bore no chains, nor even the slightest trace of binding. He could move freely within the confines of the cell. Could it be that you are in league with the kidnappers? What nonsense are you spouting? You, a healthy individual, bear no chains, while I, a cripple, would require them? The driver's defense struck me as feeble. He was certainly concealing some secret. Regardless, we were now allies in this grim situation. Let us put aside our previous grievances. The driver extended his hand, introducing himself. I am Wang Yingnan. What do you go by? Gao Jian. Indeed, there was no need for us to fall out. Escaping was our foremost priority. I enlisted the driver's assistance as we endeavored to dismantle the iron bars leading to the next room. Since you have not been restrained, should a conflict arise, you can slip through the sewer to launch a surprise attack. Our chances of escaping together will be significantly enhanced. Crawl through that stinking waterway. No way. I'd rather perish. The driver shook his head. Then you may wait here for death. Without a key, the sewer is our only escape route. I cast a glance at him, already standing in the water channel. Good grief. Were you a special forces operative in a past life? A vast expanse of blood had just floated across the water, and one could not help but wonder if there were heads or severed limbs within. Yet you were able to endure this stench? The driver fixed his gaze upon the murky surface of the water and resolutely shook his head. I truly cannot do this. His stance was unwavering, leaving me at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, I curled my body and plunged into the drainage channel. Song Xiaofeng, Jiang Fei, Wang Yingnan. At present, I found myself in what should be the fourth cell. Having been led astray by the driver, I now moved with greater agility, fearful of potential ambush. Looking up, I noticed a faint light illuminating the ground where a boy, approximately 14 or 15 years old, stood within the cell. As I emerged from the drainage channel, his gaze remained fixed upon me. Do not be afraid. I bear no ill will. I preemptively declared my intentions, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet I soon realized my concerns were unfounded. The boy in the cell was simple-minded, the kind that sends chills down one's spine at first glance. His hair was disheveled, exuding a foul odor, Tears streamed continuously from his eyes, yet he wore a silly grin. At first glance, most would find no horror in him, perhaps even feeling a twinge of sympathy. However, upon closer inspection, the boy's tattered clothes were stained with large patches of congealed black blood. His loose trousers hung at his waist, one hand gripping the waistband while the other clutched a severed hand, dripping with murky water. There was no grammatical error in the boy's actions. He seemed oblivious to the reality of what he held, treating it merely as a toy, bending the fingers of the severed hand as he giggled aimlessly. His gaze now fixed on me, he approached with the severed hand, each step instilling a growing sense of unease and dread. The terror he evoked was distinct from that of a specter. It was palpable, tangible, and slowly encroaching. "Stop! Do not come any closer." I raised my hand, but the boy appeared unable to comprehend my words, pressing me into a corner until he finally halted. He stood merely half a meter away, his lips murmuring as he extended the severed hand towards me. "Here, for you," he said, his speech fragmented, revealing his cleft lip. "Why do you wish to give this to me?" Despite the chilling sensation that coursed through me, I forced myself to remain calm. "Here, for you," he insisted, waving the severed hand, his expression growing increasingly impatient, his cleft lip widening into a more grotesque smile. I sought to avoid further provoking him, hastily accepting the severed hand. "Where did you find this?" The boy, having witnessed me take the hand, shook his head enthusiastically, pointing towards the drainage channel. "There are more good things," he declared. After finishing his sentence, he squatted by the channel, unfazed by the filth, eagerly rummaging through the water. I refrained from interrupting his bizarre behavior. This child evidently suffered from a cognitive impairment. I realized that extracting valuable information from him required patience and a gentle coaxing of his whims. I crouched beside him, mimicking his position, and he appeared to find solace in my companionship, beaming with joy. "Why are you locked up in here?" I inquired. "Gathering meat." "Meat," he replied. "How old are you this year?" I pressed further. His responses were disjointed and nonsensical. My attempts to gain insight yielded no fruitful results. Time could not be squandered in this place. I needed to move on to the next room. The wound on my palm had festered, leaving my entire hand feeling sharp pain and an agonizing itch. As I approached the water channel upstream, I grasped the iron railing, only to discover that the boy had followed me. Imitating my actions, he clutched the rusted bars with one hand, a foolish grin on his face, while the other pointed towards the adjacent room, crying, crying, crying. Was it the voice of a woman weeping? My curiosity piqued. I scrutinized the boy's face. Due to his cleft lip, his features appeared somewhat distorted, making it easy to overlook certain details. For instance, his clear, tear-streaked eyes. "What is your name?" I inquired. "Song Xiao, Little Wang," he replied. The familiar name conjured memories of another person. It dawned on me that this boy was the brother of Song Xiaofeng. What misfortune had befallen their family to lead them to such a dreadful fate? With each door that opened, my curiosity about the truth deepened. I dismantled the iron bars and entered the next room. Based on the footsteps I had previously heard, I sensed I was drawing closer to the end of the corridor. Perhaps it was my imagination, but the once familiar stench seemed to intensify, and as I peered into the water channel, all I saw was blood red. It was too gruesome. What lay before me was not a scene of dismembered corpses, but rather a series of blood-soaked paintings. The sensation was akin to my initial entry into Jiang Shihan's hospital room, yet this time, the artwork before me was not crafted from lipstick or medicinal fluids, but with genuine blood. The grotesque crimson stains filled every corner of the prison cell. I stood frozen in the channel, as if a bloodied hand had gripped my throat, my gaze aimlessly fixating on the horrifying canvases, finally resting on a woman shackled in the corner. Her limbs, neck, and every joint were bound by heavy chains. She too was watching me, her pale face devoid of color, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke in a manner akin to singing strange words. Once deemed high-quality material, an individual could never exit through the front door as mere refuse. Each patient room served as a top-secret workshop, and once a person was tethered by intravenous tubes, surrender was inevitable. They reveled in the processing, deriving pleasure and performance from it. They emphasized precision and patience. If no objections were raised, they could audaciously disassemble the body for cleaning, sterilization, rust removal, and polishing. Then, following the mortuary's blueprint, they would reassemble it into a gift for the devil. I moved slowly through the water channel. The woman's song seemed to possess a peculiar power, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. "You are," she spoke with a cruel smile, I am a gift. I am worthless. I am the woman of Satan. Chapter 92. The story within the bloodstains. The manner in which the woman spoke was eerie, reminiscent of an elegant opera. Yet her current posture and the content of her words were far from refined. My palm throbbed with pain and itchiness as I stood in the gutter for several seconds, paralyzed by fear and unable to approach this woman. It was difficult to fathom that I could be intimidated by a woman stripped of mobility. To be frank, the woman in the corner possessed a fair appearance, her features delicate and her body clean, yet she emanated a strong scent of blood, and her skin bore an unnaturally pallid hue. The tender flesh is not of the delicate, dewy variety. It bears a thin layer that feels as though a mere flick of a finger could elicit a spurt of blood. I hesitated for a considerable time, still unable to step from the channel, for within the confines of the cell there was no solid ground to stand upon. Except for the woman herself, the floor, walls, and ceiling were entirely consumed by grotesque artworks, some of which appeared freshly painted, likely completed just moments before. Can you comprehend my words? After much contemplation, upon seeing the woman, I found myself at a loss for inquiries, as there seemed to be an overwhelming multitude of questions, yet I did not know where to begin. The woman gazed intently at me, her expression peculiar. Though her face bore traces of tears, she lay amidst the blood-splattered paintings in a manner that suggested enjoyment. Can you hear my voice? Still, there was no response. I navigated along the channel to the wall, approaching the woman as cautiously as possible to avoid disturbing the blood-stained designs. The closer I drew, the more I sensed a profound secret concealed within her. I shall not harm you. Noticing my approach, her reaction was striking. Her expression remained unchanged, a servile smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a performer in a nightclub. Yet, in stark contrast to her demeanor, her body recoiled, her legs drawn together, the iron chains taut. She smiled obsequiously, yet tears flowed from her eyes. I was not mistaken. These two profoundly different emotions coexisted within a single being. It was evident that she was afraid of violation, afraid of harm. Yet why did she present such a degrading smile? From her, I felt the shadow of another woman, Jiang Shihan. I apologize. I harbor no ill intentions. Retreating to the water channel, I set the woman aside to scrutinize the artworks within the cell. The abstract patterns rendered in blood were chaotic. Some dried into deep crimson stains upon the wall, rendering them nearly indecipherable. These paintings bore a resemblance to those in Jiang Shihan's hospital room, but here they were too disordered to comprehend. The woman seemed unaware of how long she had been confined. The layers upon layers of blood paintings suggested that creating art with her own blood was her sole recourse. As I reached the opposite side of the channel, just as I was about to step forward to dismantle the iron bars leading to the next room, the woman suddenly cried out, "Son, what did you just say?" She pointed to a painting nearly swept underfoot, repeating, "Son, is this painting of your son?" I halted my actions. Crouching to locate the area she indicated amidst the chaotic patterns. The bloodstain was quite blurred, easily overlooked. Within the artwork, there was a small figure clad in a dress, surrounded by 3 circles of varying sizes. Each circle was marked with a numeral, first, second, third. The emergence of this painting was akin to a focal point, with all other artworks in the room seemingly orbiting around it. The 3 circles represented 3 children, thus the figure in the dress must be her own self. Continuing to trace the design, I noted that beside this family figure loomed a grotesque, pockmarked figure, as if gouged by nails. A mother with 3 children. The figure beside her must indeed represent the father. In the woman's artwork, the role of the father was perpetually marred, riddled with scars. The pits created by her nails, and even her teeth. It is evident that the woman harbors a deep-seated hatred for this man. What could possibly have engendered such animosity? The subsequent illustration aptly elucidates my inquiry. The man frequently resorts to violence against others in the household, with neither children nor women escaping his malevolent grasp. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, he binds the woman with ropes and confines her to the attic, forcibly separating her from her child. The man depicted appears to be a profoundly twisted individual, deriving not only physical satisfaction from torment, but also relishing in the psychological anguish inflicted upon one's soul. For instance, he restricts the mother's movements, compelling her to witness her child being bullied and assaulted, committing acts of unspeakable cruelty. His greatest delight lies in exacerbating another's suffering, coercing them to act according to his whims in their moments of despair, ultimately driving them to a state of mental fragility and folly. The artwork predominantly portrays the man's atrocities. His methods of torture are insidious and ruthless, treating the woman and her 3 children as mere objects. Eventually, his cruelty escalates, as he records each tormenting episode, replaying them in his leisure. One day, the woman, adorned in a dress, manages to free herself from her bonds. It seems she intends to seek help, yet remains oblivious to the fact that this entire scenario has been meticulously orchestrated by the man. No longer satisfied with passive torment, he yearns for a more novel experience, feigning to offer hope only to plunge her deeper into despair. In a shocking display, he disregards her desperate pleas and murders the youngest child before her eyes. Subsequently, the mentally shattered woman is imprisoned within a box, reduced to the status of the man's private plaything. As I absorb this harrowing tableau, I find myself clenching my teeth instinctively. That man is beneath contempt. Were I to capture him, I would ensure he experiences, piece by piece, the agony he has inflicted upon others. Moments later, my agitation subsides as I turn my gaze towards the woman. Is this narrative a reflection of her own life? She does not respond directly, instead offering a sycophantic smile. While tears cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks, her lips bruised and repeatedly whispering, "I am a gift. I am a worthless being. I am the woman of Satan." The murals on the floor and walls predominantly recount her own story, interspersed with scenes of other individuals being slain. It appears that the perpetrators are not merely 1 or 2, and their motives for killing transcend mere greed or lust. They seek a psychological solace. A band of lunatics. After surveying the entirety of the scene, I stand within the confines of the room. The woman, in a frenzied state, nonetheless exudes a wealth of information. At the very least, she is the sole informed adult among the prisoners. Approaching her slowly, I notice she is clad in a filthy hospital gown, yet her skin possesses a surprising cleanliness, radiating a peculiar, morbid beauty. I crouch beside her, gently touching the chains that bind her, uncertain of how long she has been imprisoned in such dire conditions. The coarse chains have chafed her flesh, which has since healed and reattached, creating a ghastly appearance. How can her skin remain so unexpectedly pristine in such squalor? Is it possible that someone attends to her hygiene? The woman has claimed to be a gift. The woman of Satan. Could it be that her reference to Satan pertains to her husband? In the painting, she has 3 children. When I encountered Song Xiaofeng in the cell, I happened to hear him mention that they were brothers. Is there some connection between them? I stood before the woman, gazing at her trembling form, fixated on her eyes. In the adjacent cell, I had previously met 2 children named Song Xiaowang and Song Xiaofeng, and it was said they had a younger brother named Song Xiaoyao. As I spoke their names, the sycophantic smile on the woman's face froze. I noticed a shift in her demeanor and seized the moment to say, "I heard their mother is named Wang Fengyao." The moment I uttered those 3 syllables, her expression darkened, replaced by a grimace of agony, her eyes bloodshot with despair. Do you recall something? Those 3 children are waiting for their mother to return, under the delusion that she has perished. Shut up. Suddenly, a strange man's voice erupted from her lips, startling me. Immediately, the woman began to madly bang her head against the floor, exerting every ounce of strength as if to expel the torment from her mind. In no time, crimson blood trickled from her forehead. "What on earth are you doing?" I exclaimed, hastily grasping her shoulders and cushioning her forehead with my hand. The commotion in the cell grew louder. After about 20 seconds, the sound of an iron door creaking open echoed from the corridor, footsteps approaching rapidly toward the cell. Chapter 93. 8 rooms. Someone is coming. A cold sweat broke out on my skin, and I could not afford to intervene in the woman's frantic actions as I pressed myself against the wall by the door. The key turned in the lock, the gears grinding, and the thick iron door was pushed ajar. As the gap widened, I felt an unprecedented surge of anxiety. My palms were slick with a mixture of sweat and grime, the wound on my hand stinging, yet I paid it no heed, fully concentrated on the door's opening. The opportunity is fleeting. I braced my body, my calves tensing, shifting my weight downward. The door opened about 10 centimeters. Yet no one entered for what felt like an eternity. Had I been discovered? Did they sense my presence? A flurry of thoughts raced through my mind, nearly overwhelming my restraint as I yearned to bolt. The door was within reach. Freedom and safety seemed tantalizingly close. My body involuntarily leaned forward, my hand outstretched. But just then, I heard a complaint from outside. "Damn, how many locks are on this door? Old Ghost is far too cautious." The sound of unlocking echoed twice before the iron door was pushed halfway open. I felt a wave of relief. Had I acted impulsively moments ago, it would have all been over. Peering through the crack, I saw a man clad in a white coat, wearing glasses, appearing scholarly, yet harboring ill intentions. Before fully entering, his hand latched onto the woman's calf. What is wrong now? Did we go too far last time? Contrary to his gentle tone, his actions were brutal. As he yanked on the iron chain at the door, disregarding the woman in distress, stretching her body into an agonizing shape, the iron biting into her skin, blood seeping from where the chains bound her. To him, she seemed merely a plaything. I gritted my teeth, waiting for him to finish his cruel amusement, expecting he would enter to administer medication to her. To my astonishment, he began to undress outside the door. So you're unwell? I'll take good care of you. He chuckled sinisterly, brimming with self-satisfaction, as if he were a noble preparing to feed a pet, finally stepping into the cell. It was a youthful visage, appearing to be in its 20s, utterly incongruous with the notion of a tormentor. He excitedly entered the room, lunging at the ailing woman like a dog. Dare to disturb my slumber. This time I shall. His words faltered as I seized the opportunity, springing from behind the door to firmly cover his mouth and tighten my grip around his neck. Witnessing the shock and terror in his eyes, and hearing the agonizing whimpers from his throat, I felt an unprecedented exhilaration. You too can feel fear. You too can experience terror. I pinned him to the ground. Vivid images of the house's brutal and bloody scenes flashing through my mind, and the urge to kill surged within me. Had I been unable to unlock the door, had I not fortuitously possessed that solitary dollar bill in my pocket, my fate would likely have been far more tragic than that of this deranged woman. They could no longer be considered human. They were beasts clad in human skin, even less than the wandering, lost souls. I denied him the chance to speak. Rather than risk obtaining uncertain truths from his lips, it was better to silence him forever. Anger clouded my judgment as I tightened my grip on his neck, exerting all my strength, my veins bulging. I could not afford to give him a chance. If he cried out or caused a greater commotion, it could very well attract outsiders. The murderous intent surged uncontrollably within me, a faint crimson hue flickering in my gaze as my pupils slowly elongated, resembling those of a famished blood fox rather than a human. My strength intensified, the young doctor's neck contorting grotesquely, his eyes bulging, his face and body displaying disparate hues. In the moments before death, one often unleashes unimaginable potential. He clawed at my arms, his nails digging deep, leaving trails of blood. We were locked in a struggle for what felt like an eternity until he ceased his resistance, at which point I gradually released my hold. The young man lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, his eyes bulging and fingers splayed, sprawled across the blood-stained canvas. I too expended all my energy, collapsing at the door. Is he dead? Gazing at his still form, an overwhelming terror gripped me, akin to being cast into a pitch-black abyss, surrounded by howling winds. My clothes and keys lay in the corridor outside, yet I found myself unable to rise, my arms still twitching with spasms. I turned the young doctor over. He had not completely succumbed, his chest still rising and falling. Reason urged me that the safest course was to submerge him in the waterway, conclusively ending his life. Yet I found myself unable to take that final step. The crimson hue in my vision gradually faded, and I silently recited calming mantras to soothe my tumultuous heart. To kill or not to kill? This doctor, of a similar age to myself, appeared entirely unremarkable, concealing beneath his exterior a psychologically twisted deviant. As I hesitated, the woman ceased her frenzied actions, her face smeared with blood, her cries echoing through the room. Amidst her tears, there was a hint of laughter. At last, I comprehended Jiang Fei's intent. Her cries were indeed eerie. Rising from the floor, I finally became aware of the searing pain in my arms. Exiting the cell, I found myself in a corridor 2 meters wide, with cells lining one side and a heavy wall on the other. The corridor is equally damp and eerie, with a low ceiling that one can easily touch. Just as I had previously surmised, the corridor stretches approximately 30 meters, housing a total of 8 cells, each adorned with peculiar door plates inscribed with the days of the week, from Monday to Sunday, save for the 8th cell, which bears no inscription. The cell occupied by the madwoman is marked Tuesday, while the one I previously inhabited is designated Sunday. Do these door plates hold any particular significance? There are too few clues, and now is not the time for analysis. I took the young doctor's clothing into the madwoman's cell and changed into it. Our physiques are quite similar, and his attire fits me well. From his pockets, I unearthed a large collection of keys and tried them one by one on the woman, ultimately managing to unlock the chains binding her wrists and ankles. However, the formidable lock around her neck was seamless, and upon closer inspection, I found no keyhole, indicating that the lock had been designed without a key from the outset. The perpetrator never contemplated the possibility of granting her freedom. These brutes, with the heavy lock preventing her escape, I could only prioritize rescuing others for the moment. After securing the chains that had bound the madwoman to the young doctor, ensuring he could not break free, I felt a sense of relief as I departed. Arriving at the cell marked Friday, I resolved to rescue Jiang Fei first. In this dire situation, she is the only person I can trust. I unlocked the 3 heavy locks on the door and pushed it open, only to be taken aback by Jiang Fei's reaction. She had been hiding behind the door and launched an attack the moment I opened it. Had I not recently employed a similar tactic and possessed a naturally cautious demeanor, I might have been caught off guard. Grasping her fist, I lowered my voice and made my identity clear. It's Gao Jian. Her gaze shifted from despair to astonishment and then to joy, tears welling in her eyes as she softly uttered a few words. I could not discern what she said, nor did I inquire further, as I knelt to free her from her chains. There's no need to thank me. Rescuing you is akin to rescuing myself. Once outside, we may encounter further dangers. And whatever happens, you must follow my lead and do as I say. Understood. Faced with life and death, Jiang Fei finally suppressed her haughty demeanor, nodding obediently. After freeing her, I did not rush to rescue the others but instead leaned against the wall, allowing myself a moment of calm contemplation. The few individuals in the other cells would not significantly aid my escape. Song Xiaowang and Song Xiaofeng are merely children with intellectual deficiencies. While the taxi driver seems to harbor ulterior motives, I sense something amiss about him. At this juncture, the most viable escape strategy would be to take only Jiang Fei with me. 2 individuals present a smaller target and greater adaptability. Yet this would be a profoundly selfish act. Regardless of our success in fleeing, those left behind will undoubtedly face dire consequences. The opposition is not foolish. The young doctor has been absent for quite some time, and they will certainly send someone to investigate. Should I attempt to rescue them? With the keys in hand, freedom seems to beckon. 2 choices lay before me. One leads to hell, the other to heaven. Chapter 94. The game begins. In matters of life and death, I proceed with caution. I ponder, is it truly worth increasing my own escape difficulties for the sake of a few strangers? In the dimly lit corridor, my expression fluctuates as I grasp the keys, contemplating my final decision. Bang! Suddenly, a commotion erupted from Jiang Fei's cell, and before long, a drenched little boy crawled through the door crevice. Song Xiaofeng. I gazed at the boy sprawled on the ground. This little fellow had managed to crawl into Jiang Fei's room via the drainage system. Who permitted you to wander about? The boy appeared somewhat aggrieved. Did you not say that as soon as someone entered, I should escape through the waterway to another room? I heard someone come in, so I hurried over. Could this be a case of fortune favoring the foolish? Fortunately, it was I who entered. The child, in his naive innocence, wore a dazed expression, and I couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed fate had decided, and I need not dwell on it any longer. Holding the key, I first released the eldest, Song Xiaowang. Upon seeing his cleft-lipped visage, Jiang Fei instinctively recoiled behind me, exclaiming, "How frightful!" Both brothers were indeed pitiable. Despite their unappealing appearances, they bore no malice. I led the 2 children into the madwoman's cell, anticipating a poignant reunion with their kin. However, their reactions left me perplexed. The boys failed to recognize the woman, who cowered in the shadows of the corridor, seemingly terrified of contact with outsiders. Her response was quite vehement. The chains around her neck tightened as she reached out to the boys, uttering incoherent words that no one could comprehend. Keep an eye on them. Do not let them stray, I instructed Jiang Fei, pointing at the brothers, while I approached the middle-aged driver's door with the key in hand. Among everyone, he was the person I least wished to release, for his intentions were dubious, and more crucially, he had once harbored murderous thoughts towards me. The lock clicked 3 times, and as I pushed open the iron door, the middle-aged driver stood within, astonished. Well, look at you, he remarked. To escape, we need everyone's utmost cooperation. I trust you will not entertain any nefarious ideas. That is a necessity, the middle-aged driver replied affirmatively, yet as he stepped out, his gaze seemed to be ensnared by Jiang Fei, as if his eyes were hooks. The flimsy nightgown she wore failed to conceal her devilishly alluring figure. and the driver's eyes roamed over her, savoring every inch of her form as if relishing a rare delicacy. She's truly stunning. The sound of him swallowing echoed clearly even from 2 meters away. I fixed my gaze on his back, contemplating, but chose not to utter another word. Next, I opened the cell marked for Monday, where the heavy stench of blood still lingered in the air. Scattered on the floor were used disinfectant gloves, hoses for washing away blood, and mops. The blood and severed fingers that had flowed down the drainage system originated from this very room. Although the cell had been cleaned, the disposal of a corpse is far more complicated than one might imagine. Remnants of fat and tiny bone fragments remained unaddressed. They had not only committed murder within this cell, but had also conducted exceedingly cruel experiments. In the center stood a large table, likely hastily removed, its surface marred by faint scars from knives and axes, alongside various irregular wounds, presumably inflicted by human nails. What torment must one have endured to leave such grotesque marks on the wooden surface? Finding no further evidence, I exited the cell and made my way to the far end of the corridor. Logically, with 7 days in a week corresponding to 7 cells, what purpose does this extra cell serve? I have been pondering the reason behind the use of days of the week as room numbers. The most plausible theory suggests a chronological pattern. On Monday, the patient in room 1 was killed. On Tuesday, the inmate in room 2 met the same fate, and so forth. However, this speculation raises the question of the purpose of the unmarked room 8. I attempted to unlock the door with a large assortment of keys, yet none could open it. How peculiar. What makes this room so special? Who could possibly be confined within? After much contemplation, I ultimately surrendered to the mystery. I gathered everyone together, having deduced the general location of this place. Regardless of what we may encounter, I instructed them to remain calm and composed. Zhang Fei stayed back to look after the 2 children, ensuring they did not wander off. Wang Yingnan accompanied me at the front, maintaining a distance of 1 meter. If anything were to happen to me, you must lead them to safety. After giving my instructions, I removed a plastic bag and retrieved the phone from the underworld showcase. Although the screen had been black for an extended period, some viewers remained in anticipation. My apologies, dear viewers. Circumstances were urgent, and I had to trouble you. I did not shy away from revealing the phone in front of Zhang Fei and Wang Yingnan. Well hidden, aren't you? You even have a phone? Wang Yingnan exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the large screen device. We must call for help. I too wished to make a call, yet this phone lacked such functionality. The live chat gradually became more active, and viewer engagement began to rise. What caused the signal interruption? Host, I need an explanation. What is happening? After such a long blackout, we return to a seductive pajama scene? Release that lady. I want to lick the screen. Prison cells, chains, and a beautiful host. What exactly have you been concealing from us? Perhaps this is the nature of men. The viewers, quick with their banter, seemed oblivious to my predicament. Please remain calm. I am indeed in a perilous situation. If any friends from Jiang City are watching my stream, please call the authorities. Based on my deductions, we are likely at the Henshan Psychiatric Hospital in the southern outskirts of Jiang City. Numerous clues point to this singular location, and I possess a 90% certainty that this is indeed Henshan Psychiatric Hospital. What are you doing, Gaojian? Zhang Fei asked. Her curiosity piqued as she approached. I quickly averted my phone from her view. There are questions best left unasked. No matter what you see today, do not speak of it. Those associated with the Underworld Showcase have seldom met with good fortune. Officer Huang and Huang Guanhong serve as prime examples. I positioned myself at the forefront of the group, as the iron door at the end of the corridor was unlocked. Upon opening it, I discovered a staircase approximately 1.5 meters wide. I bent down to ascend, with dim lighting illuminating the empty hall below. Neatly arranged rows of benches filled the space, which bore the semblance of a church. At the front of the hall stood a statue depicting the crucifixion of Jesus. However, unlike typical sculptures, this cross was inverted, with Jesus' head down and his face obscured by a book. I picked up the book to examine it. It was a Chinese translated version of the Bible. The terrain was entirely unfamiliar. It was best not to wander off. Everyone, do not disperse. Let us search for an exit together. The hall was situated at the heart of the building, and to escape, we would need to traverse a considerable distance. I held my phone aloft, leading the way through a building that appeared to have been abandoned for ages, yet there were unmistakable signs of life scattered throughout. The secondary treatment area, punitive rooms, communal baths, and mental institutions sprawled across a vast expanse. I circled around only to find myself back at the lobby. What kind of route is this? urged the middle-aged driver behind me. Why don't you hand me your phone so I can help navigate? His words made me frown. Could he possibly have ulterior motives concerning my phone? Ignoring him, I pressed onward, opting for an alternate path, but just a few steps in, I halted. To my left loomed a solid wall, its windows boarded up, while to my right lay a small room of about 20 square meters, within which stood several patients clad in hospital garb. Their heavy clothing concealed their identities in the dim light, rendering it impossible to distinguish between male and female. All I could see were swaying shadows. What were they doing? The door bore the label rehabilitation room, yet the individuals inside seemed more akin to those undergoing corporal punishment. I gestured for everyone to stop, intending to evade this area and exit through another, but then an unexpected event transpired. All the lights in the building extinguished, and my phone became the sole source of illumination. What on earth? Pressing my back against the wall, I moved toward the direction where Zhang Fei stood. The pitch-black corridor had morphed into a realm of terror. Chapter 95. The progression of death. I dared not speak. Inching along the wall as I struggled to adjust to the sudden darkness, each step taken with utmost caution. Approximately 15 minutes passed when suddenly, someone grasped my hand. Zhang Fei, is that you? The touch was cold and smooth, unmistakably feminine. Just as I was about to raise my phone, the lobby lights flickered back to life. The dim light illuminated my surroundings. Frowning, I glanced around to find Zhang Fei and two children standing about 2 meters away. If it wasn't Zhang Fei, then was it Wang Yingnan holding my hand? A foreboding feeling crept over me. I turned to see the door of the rehabilitation room swing open, revealing a pale, petite woman clutching my hand. A patient? When did they escape? I scrutinized her face. She had short hair and appeared quite anxious, her lips trembling as she repeatedly uttered, "Not me, not me." "What's wrong?" I inquired. "Not me." The female patient suddenly became agitated, her left hand plunging into the wound in my palm, while her right hand brandished a 6-inch surgical knife hidden behind her. "Calm down." I had never before dealt with a mental patient. They did not adhere to conventional behavior, making it impossible to predict their next move. I took a step back, only to feel my foot squish into what seemed like a puddle, the soles of my shoes sticky. "What is this?" Looking down, I gasped in horror as I realized I was standing in a pool of blood, and there lay Wang Yingnan at the center, surrounded by crimson. He was sputtering blood, attempting to speak, but every word elicited more blood. My pupils constricted as I focused on his neck, where a deep gash marred his skin. I wanted to lean closer for a better look, but the female patient had a firm grip on my hand. Her bony fingers felt like hooks. "Not me, not me." The woman also noticed Wang Yingnan lying on the ground, and her emotions began to spiral out of control, the surgical knife swinging with increasing fervor. "Do not act impulsively." "I know it is not you," I exclaimed. Faced with a deranged individual, any words I uttered seemed utterly futile. She simply could not comprehend. In desperation, I seized her wrist, the one clutching the knife, and pressed her to the ground. "Zhang Fei, come and assist. Disarm her and restrain the frenzied woman. Only then will I have the opportunity to examine Wang Yingnan's corpse." A single cut had proven fatal, yet the method of slitting the throat appeared rather peculiar. I traced the surgical knife lightly across Wang Yingnan's neck. What should we do about this woman? Zhang Fei, struggling to restrain the madwoman, wore an expression of sheer terror. It was likely the first time the young lady from the Zhang family had witnessed a death. "Do not rush. I noticed that there were others in the ward earlier. The assailant may not solely be her. Now is not the time to determine the culprit. Our primary objective is to escape." There was no exit in sight, and certain passages were locked with chains, rendering the key in my possession useless. "Can you comprehend my words?" I twisted the deranged woman's face toward me, but she oscillated between rage and cries, refusing to answer my inquiries. "Zhang Fei, keep the surgical knife for self-defense. We may have already attracted unwanted attention." With nowhere to flee, I felt a pang of retreat. Dawn was merely hours away, and we could easily secure ourselves in a safe place, locking the door and hoping the police would arrive sooner rather than later. This live broadcast was unlike any before. It was not merely the hauntings of vengeful spirits at play, but rather someone orchestrating chaos. Unlike the malevolent spirits driven by obsession, humans are far more complex, presenting a myriad of considerations. The most prudent course of action now would be to eliminate all suspicious parties. However, in doing so, how would we differ from the abusers? Once the short-haired woman calmed, I mustered the courage to enter the rehabilitation therapy room, where several patients stood vacantly. "What are you doing?" I was suddenly met with a few piercing gazes, and cold sweat instantly drenched my forehead. I clutched the door frame tightly. Should any of them exhibit aggressive behavior, I would promptly lock the door. "We are undergoing treatment." "No, we are atoning for our sins." To my astonishment, someone within the room responded to my question. I had finally found an individual capable of communicating with me. "Who spoke just now?" It was I. Not I. There stood 4 individuals, an elderly man past his 50s, a dazed pregnant woman, a middle-aged man with a sinister gaze, and a frail-looking young man in his 20s. The speaker was the young man, whose face bore several scars from cigarette burns. It was I who said it. Not I. The young man clawed at his own face, engaging in a dialogue with himself. His expression contorted in torment. After observing him for a while, I wondered if this could indeed be a manifestation of schizophrenia. "I am not ill. I am not ill." Even when expressing the same sentiment, he would repeat it twice before spiraling back into the contradictions he had woven. "I am not sick. You are the one who is unwell. It is all because of you that we have been confined here." Though communication proved laborious, I gleaned a wealth of valuable information from the dialogue between the young man's 2 distinct personas. The Hen Mountain Psychiatric Hospital is a privately operated institution dedicated to psychiatric experimentation. Its director is reportedly an overseas returned PhD in psychology. Although the hospital continues to function normally, it typically does not admit ordinary psychiatric patients. Generally, psychiatric hospitals are divided into primary and secondary wards. Newly admitted patients are placed in the primary ward with limited activity until they demonstrate satisfactory behavior, at which point they may be permitted to enter the secondary ward. Conversely, those whose conditions deteriorate and linger in the primary ward for years are transferred to the isolation ward. Most patients at Hen Mountain come from the isolation ward, where the hospital acquires individuals whom other facilities have deemed hopeless through unconventional means, subsequently subjecting them to various psychological experiments. While the term experiment may evoke a sense of gentleness and harmlessness, it actually symbolizes unimaginable cruelty. For instance, there are methods involving localized electric shock and various hazardous pharmacological trials. Often, this psychiatric hospital does not aim to aid patients in recovery, but instead to torment their minds. Restoring a madman to sanity may take months or even years, yet reducing a madman to utter foolishness can occur within mere hours. In the midst of the quarrel between 2 conflicting personalities, I learned the names of several individuals. An elderly man over 50 named Zhang Zhongyou, a homeless man taken in by the hospital, suffering from dementia, a pregnant woman nicknamed Meizhu, a moniker bestowed by the doctors, whose real name she has long since forgotten. A middle-aged man with a piercing gaze known as Old G, afflicted by multiple psychological disorders including claustrophobia, irritability, and paranoia, and a short-haired patient named Xiaomei, who is said to have a particular fondness for strawberries. The young man identifying himself as Han Lu suffers from schizophrenia and possesses 3 distinct personalities, although his primary identity is reticent. Having gathered a basic understanding of these individuals, I posed a question that had long troubled me. "You patients are receiving treatment in the rehabilitation room, yet I have not seen a single doctor." "The doctor just left," came the response, though he has been gone for a while. According to Han Lu, there had originally been 6 people in the room, and the one who vanished was the doctor. It seemed increasingly likely that the individual responsible for Wang Yingnan's death was the missing doctor. I had observed the wound on Wang Yingnan's neck, executed with expert precision. Only someone accustomed to wielding a scalpel could create such a smooth incision. However, another query arose in my mind. Why would a professional treating mental illness possess such skill with a surgical knife? Could it be that they secretly practiced on living subjects? As I pondered this, the lights outside flickered ominously, followed by a complete blackout within the building. This is dire. A profound darkness, laden with fear, enveloped me as I fled the room, though it was already too late. A shrill female voice echoed from outside, causing my heart to skip a beat. Treading upon the still wet blood of Wang Yingnan, I struggled to navigate the pitch-black corridor, acutely aware that the assailant could be lurking anywhere. Every shadowed corner might conceal a deadly scalpel. With each extinguishing of light, another life was to be claimed. I should have anticipated this. Chapter 96. Consecutive events. Several minutes later, dim lights flickered back to life in the psychiatric hospital as I leaned against the wall for support. The psychological pressure stemming from the interplay of light and shadow rendered me speechless. It felt as if I were illuminating a distant specter, only to have the light extinguished just as it approached me. When the illumination returned, the apparition stood ominously before me. I fled around the corner into a corridor stained with blood, where Jiang Fei crouched against the wall, cradling 2 children. The deceased was not Jiang Fei. A stone within my heart finally fell. The short-haired woman and several patients in the room had emerged unscathed, yet I had distinctly heard a woman's piercing scream. Were there other women in this room? The underground prison. Suddenly, a thought struck me, compelling Jiang Fei to follow me with a knife as we retraced our steps to the 8 chambers below. Fresh blood seeped from the cell as I pushed open the iron door marked Tuesday. A woman, her neck ensnared by a heavy lock, cowered in the corner. Her face a mask of terror. She was still alive. The one who had perished was the young doctor. His limbs bound, the doctor's head submerged in a drainage channel, with a surgical knife having pierced his neck from behind. A single, lethal strike to the carotid artery. The sophistication of this murder technique sent chills through me. Even a forensic expert with years of experience would likely lack such skill. I retrieved the young doctor's body from the drainage. He must have been unconscious at the time of his murder, showing no signs of resistance. Why would they kill one of their own? Were they afraid I would uncover some clue from him? I had certainly overlooked a crucial element. Their intent to silence him was to conceal something significant. The only eyewitness to the murder was the deranged woman, shackled by chains around her neck. I scrutinized her facial expression, hoping to glean some insight. Yet all I observed was fear interwoven with deep-seated resentment. I recalled my first entry into this room, where her face wore a sycophantic, abject smile, as if masked. Whether in tears, pain, or rage, that ingratiating smile had never faded. I could only wonder how much torment she had endured to maintain such a demeaning facade. Yet, in this moment, I was startled to find that her smile had vanished, replaced by the clattering of her teeth in fear. What had she witnessed? Why such terror? Who was her greatest fear? The murderer acted swiftly, with a clear objective. After dispatching the young doctor, they left without hesitation. This was a formidable adversary, possessing a strong psychological constitution, exceptional killing technique, and meticulous, purpose-driven thought processes. There are no perfect crimes in this world. Time was of the essence, and they would surely leave a flaw. I continued to search the cell for any oversight left by the killer when, suddenly, the lights in the entire building went out once more. Darkness enveloped me. I knew a life would be taken, yet I was at a loss as to how to prevent it, as I, too, was among the prey of the murderer. Moving carelessly in the shadows could easily lead me into their trap. I pulled Jiang Fei into the cell, and we pressed our backs against the wall, using the faint glow of my phone to illuminate the partially ajar iron door. The night felt heavy. I dared not blink, fearing that in the moment of closing my eyes, I would be attacked. Another agonizing 10 minutes passed, and this time, I did not hear a scream. Someone was injured. Not someone had been killed. Han Lu sat in a chair, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing his words, I immediately rushed into the corridor, only to discover that the lifeless body was that of Song Xiaowang. This child, with a peculiar appearance reminiscent of a cleft lip yet possessing a heart of innocence, lay sprawled upon the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. He gasped for breath, his body resembling a punctured hot water bottle, blood seeping from him like the last vestiges of life. The weapon that claimed Xiaowang's life was not a scalpel, but rather a sharpened chair leg. The wooden tip had pierced the child's heart. The assailant, exhibiting immense strength, drove the sharp end deep into Song Xiaowang's chest to ensure his demise. Behind me, Jiang Fei's face turned pale as a ghost. Had I not supported her, she would have surely collapsed onto the ground. It is my fault, all my fault. I should have taken him with me, she lamented. Just moments ago, a vibrant soul stood beside us, and now he had transformed into a mere corpse. The events of this night had far surpassed Jiang Fei's psychological endurance. Are we to die? Am I next? She whispered, covering her mouth, teetering on the brink of despair. I was at a loss as to how to console her. Witnessing the boy's agonizing convulsions, death loomed like an ominous specter, and none could guarantee their survival to witness the dawn. Jiang Fei's tormentor committed murder after murder to shatter our hopes, perceiving himself as a deity governing the fates of others. For us, the crisis of life and death was merely a perverse game to him. He reveled in tormenting our minds. Should we succumb to despair, it would fulfill his sinister desires. As I watched Song Xiaowang gradually cease his struggles, the helplessness of being unable to save him ignited within me a rare emotion. Anger, impulsiveness, and rage cloud judgment, and I often strive to control my emotions. Yet at this moment, Amidst the relentless slaughter and the assailant's cat-and-mouse game, I found myself unable to manage my feelings any longer. I will seize you. I must catch you. Grasping the scalpel from Zhang Fei's hand, I adjusted my phone's brightness to its maximum, illuminating the deranged patients who sat scattered throughout the hall. Each occupied a long bench, facing an inverted crucifix. The phone screen, positioned to face the hall, would allow me to discern the movements of everyone present, even in the absence of light. This strategy ensured the safety of the others, albeit placing myself in peril. Standing in backlight, I could see everyone in the hall. Yet I remained oblivious to the threats lurking behind me. Zhang Fei, you sit before me. Once the lights extinguish, remain vigilant of the situation around me, should anyone approach. My instructions were abruptly cut short as the overhead lights suddenly extinguished, plunging the hall into an oppressive darkness that stifled my remaining words, leaving only a deathly silence. I scanned the room, imprinting the expressions of each patient into my memory as darkness enveloped us. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Time crawled as I endured this shroud of darkness. My grip on the scalpel grew slick with perspiration, and the tension in my body rendered me rigid. I silently counted the minutes in my mind. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, until a full 20 minutes had elapsed, and yet the killer remained dormant. Sweat trickled down my temples, and by the 25th minute, I sensed an additional presence within the room. Whether it was an instinct honed through numerous live broadcasts or the result of the Miao Zhen exceedingly enhancing my senses, I could faintly perceive a murky aura closing in on me. Quickening my pace, I urged myself to remain cautious. In the darkness, Zhang Fei suddenly sprang from her seat. I heard her urgent warning as she brandished a scalpel towards the shadows behind us. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated, sending a jolt through my palm as I caught a glimpse of a vague silhouette dashing toward the second floor. Halt! Unlike the protagonists of horror films, I was no fragile vase. I was a rebellious spirit reprimanded in police academy for my numerous brawls. Gripping the scalpel tightly, I pursued relentlessly. Determined this time to show no mercy, if I caught him, I would first incapacitate his legs. In the darkness, we raced up the stairs, the entire building echoing with our frantic footsteps. After 5 intense minutes, I cornered him into a peculiar room. Yet, as I forcefully broke down the door, the assailant had already escaped through another exit. The darkness did not linger for long. When the lights flickered back on, Zhang Fei's scream pierced the air from the hall below. Hastily, I descended to the first floor, and upon witnessing the scene in the hall, I was taken aback. The pregnant woman, known as Mei Zhu, lay collapsed beside the cross, her chest drenched in blood. The assailant had exhibited a brutal savagery and possessed remarkable skill. The poor woman had not even had time to scream before her trachea was severed. Just moments ago, I had chased a fleeting shadow. Yet death had still claimed another life in the hall. As I observed the lifeless body of the pregnant woman, I gradually regained my composure. It was likely that there was more than one perpetrator. Chapter 97. Have you ever watched a murder film? In the hall, not a single soul, including several patients, uttered a word. The series of deaths felt like a pharaoh's curse. Anyone who entered this building seemed doomed to perish. Approaching the corpse of the pregnant woman, my heart sank further. Beneath her head lay a Bible, opened to reveal a hasty inscription written in blood. You must die. I was the only one who dared to examine the deceased, suggesting that this message was deliberately meant for me. What had been inscribed above Gao Jian's name? Another life had been extinguished, and Zhang Fei remained closely at my side, unwavering. Someone wanted me dead. Holding the Bible in my hands, I recalled placing it beside the cross after reading it. The killer had managed to slay the pregnant woman in mere minutes, and still found the time to scrawl a message. He could not be far from the crime scene, perhaps even concealed before my very eyes. I glanced at the patients in the hall. Perhaps one of them was hiding in plain sight. The short-haired woman, who had wielded the scalpel during our first encounter, was highly suspect. The middle-aged man, old G, had a sinister demeanor that left an unsettling impression. Hanlo, diagnosed with schizophrenia, had provided me with all my information, yet if he were intentionally misleading me with falsehoods, I could hardly discern the truth. Moreover, having such an eccentric patient in a mental institution was already suspicious. Zhang Zhongyo, afflicted with dementia and typically silent, appeared to be the most innocuous of all. But who could guarantee that this facade was not a ruse? For patients, each more suspicious than the last, and I find myself with scant clues and a ticking clock. I cannot tell when the light above me might extinguish. The light. Suddenly, a spark ignited in my mind. Indeed, The murderer has been toying with the lights, repeatedly severing the electrical circuits throughout the building. They must be heading to the distribution room or control room. Han Lu, do you know where the distribution room is located? There is a locked room at the innermost part of the second floor, to the left. There is also a circuit breaker on the third floor that controls part of the building's power supply. Shall I take you there? No, let me lead the way. After listening, I nodded. Then you guide the way, Jiang Fei. Song Xiaofeng, you two should also accompany me upstairs. I resolved to take the initiative. These patients are not my kin, and one among them may be harboring the true murderer. Therefore, there is no need for me to place myself in peril to protect them. To simultaneously extinguish the lights and commit murder would require at least 2 individuals. As I ascended the staircase to the second floor, I reflected on the peculiar behaviors exhibited by the patients. Who among them could be the killer? The notion that a murderer lurked among the 4 was not terrifying. What was truly chilling was the possibility that all 4 were killers, relishing the hunt and the torment. I quickly dismissed this dreadful thought, for once again the lights in the hall flickered out. With over an hour until dawn, the pace of the killings intensified, leaving me with little time. Upon reaching the distribution room, I found the door unlatched, with fresh blood lingering on the doorknob. Ghostly tricks? I have encountered genuine malevolent spirits. Would your feeble tactics frighten me? In the enveloping darkness, my phone became the sole beacon of light. I scrutinized the bloodstains on the doorknob. The fingertip impression was broad, indicative of an adult male. I gestured for Jiang Fei to step back, positioning my scalpel against my chest as I pushed the door open. The distribution room was merely a few square meters, yet it was crammed with equipment. In addition to the machinery, 2 computers occupied the space. Upon entering, I discovered that one of the computers was still active, displaying footage from the hall. It was equipped with surveillance. No wonder the killer had timed their actions so precisely. I shut the door and instructed Jiang Fei and the others to stay inside. I began to manipulate the 2 computers, the left one connected to the external surveillance, while the right one revealed a different discovery. On the desktop, there lay a folder of 10 gigabytes. Upon opening it, I found it filled with videos and photographs. I hastily clicked on one. After only 10 seconds, I closed it in a rush. What is this? Jiang Fei spoke, her complexion as pale as paper. Having witnessed the earlier footage alongside Song Xiaofeng, the video that had just played was a first-person perspective of a gruesome murder. A patient in a hospital gown bound to a wooden table, cruelly slaughtered. During this ordeal, the patient fainted several times from pain, only to be forcibly revived by the assailant's injections. The heart-wrenching screams echoed, immersing one in an unparalleled despair. Even I, accustomed to the grim realities of the afterlife, felt a shudder at the sight. Have you ever heard of snuff films? This is a clandestine film replete with scenes of brutal murder, known only to a select few, most of which are genuine homicide events captured by the perpetrators themselves. Han Lu seemed to recall something mysterious and, with a knowing smile, began to explain to Jiang Fei. After listening to his words, I felt an unsettling familiarity, as if someone had previously uttered these very sentiments to me in an unaltered manner. Where had I heard this before? The sensation was particularly disconcerting, and I could not recall the source. The computer functioned normally, yet all the lights had extinguished. It appeared that the murderer was manipulating the power from the 3rd floor using a localized control switch. I had intended to remain indoors until I discerned the identities of several patients. But soon, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Everyone stay still. The knocking was frantic, and I was uncertain who stood outside, compelling me to exercise utmost caution. Could it be the murderer? Gripping a knife, I slowly turned the lock. As soon as the door opened a crack, it was forcefully pushed ajar, and my expression shifted as I nearly thrust the scalpel forward. Not me, not me, cried a short-haired woman who was wedged in the doorway, brandishing a bloodied knife and shouting incessantly. At that moment, with the darkness enveloping the outside, I dared not open the door. I braced my body against it, urging Jiang Fei and Han Lu to move the table. The room descended into chaos, and just then, the lights outside flickered back to life. Not me, not me. The short-haired woman continued to scream, instilling a sense of dread in everyone, myself included. Let her in. I finally conceded. No, she's too dangerous with that knife. Jiang Fei vehemently shook her head, while the short-haired woman was in a frenzied state, completely unhinged. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to allow her entry. Once the lights extinguished again, the situation could become far more perilous. Slowly, I opened the door, and she rushed inside, yet she did not harm anyone. Instead, she waved the knife around, repeatedly declaring, "Not me, not me." The knife was stained with blood, and regardless of whether she was the murderer, it was evident that someone had met with misfortune outside. Jiang Fei and Han Lu kept their distance from the woman, while Song Xiaofeng fixated on her, seemingly pondering if this individual could be her mother. I closed the door and pinned the short-haired woman to the table. Compassion could not prevail in this moment for the safety of the majority. I seized the knife from her grasp and tossed it into the corner, binding her hands with an electrical wire. "Keep an eye on her. I will check on the deceased downstairs," I instructed Jiang Fei. Seizing the opportunity while the lights remained on, I hurried to the ground floor hall. "Where is everyone?" The hall was eerily empty, save for an inverted statue of Jesus and the corpse of a pregnant woman. It seemed that this power outage had not resulted in any more fatalities. Where had the elderly man and the middle-aged man gone? I turned and raced towards the second floor. In the distribution room, the short-haired woman, her hands bound, shook her head and muttered to herself, while Jiang Fei stood at a distance by the computer. By chance, her hand brushed against the mouse on the table, and she recalled the gruesome images she had just witnessed. How could such individuals exist in this world? They are nothing short of demons. With her slender fingers, she clicked on files containing dozens of similar videos and countless photographs. Jiang Fei glanced over and suddenly recognized a face in one of the photographs. She enlarged the image, revealing a young man dragging a corpse, his clothing drenched in blood. The young man smiled radiantly at the camera, embodying his name, Han Lu. Fear surged like a tidal wave over Jiang Fei's body, leaving her frozen in place, too terrified to even turn her head. Chapter 98. Nightmarish hospital. Black strands of hair clung to her face as Jiang Fei grasped the mouse, her hand feeling as though it were encased in lead, unable to close the opened image. In the vibrant photograph, Han Lu appeared blissfully happy, dragging a dismembered corpse as if he were a proud fisherman showcasing his catch to the camera. She had been discovered, not merely exposed. Jiang Fei sensed rapid breaths behind her, the warm air grazing her neck. In sheer terror, she summoned all her strength to turn her head. "Sorry to frighten you. The person in the photo has no connection to me. He is my brother. To prove I am not lying, I will awaken him for you." Han Lu gazed at her intently, as if he were an entirely different person. "Brother, please come out and clarify. It was you who dismembered the patient." "My third brother, and I did nothing." In the cramped electrical room, Han Lu spoke to himself, each facet of his personality starkly different, revealing the crazed expressions on the same face. "Brother, you are the murderer. We had no part in this. That is undeniable. I loathe blood." Moments later, a completely different voice emerged from Han Lu's mouth, coarse and filled with malice. "You too, who allowed you to sneak out? If we are discovered, we will be treated as patients." After his furious outburst, he seemed to behold Jiang Fei for the first time, his mouth slowly opening in awe. "How beautiful!" Jiang Fei leaned against the computer desk, her delicate figure trembling with fear, her face pale under the dim light, exuding a heart-wrenching vulnerability. "This woman belongs to me," Han Lu shouted, reaching out to grasp Jiang Fei's face, his dominant persona emerging. "Hey, I found her first. She should belong to me." Han Lu's hand halted midair, his expression shifting as greed glimmered in his eyes. "I can concede many things, but not this woman. I haven't seen such exquisite material in ages." Retracting his hand, Han Lu propped his chin in his palm, his gaze roaming Jiang Fei's form as if appraising a precious gem. Pale and trembling, Jiang Fei sought to flee, but her legs felt weak, making it arduous to even stand. "Such a beautiful person, I will not let go. I must be the first to try. Step aside, she is mine." Jiang Fei's hands fumbled on the desk, but aside from the mouse and keyboard, there was nothing else. "Boss, second, can you cease your quarrel? I have thought of a fair method." Han Lu adopted yet another expression, his eyes twinkling with cunning and pride. "Since there are three of us, let us divide her into 3 parts, one for each. I want her hand and her head." "That is a good idea, but why do you get to choose first?" "I want her head too. If you both want her head, then I will take her lower half." 3 demons resided within the same body, their discussions reducing Jiang Fei to a state of suffocating fear, her mind racing with thoughts of a singular figure. "Gao Jian, where are you?" "The decision has been made. The head and left hand belong to the third, while the 2 legs are designated for the second. The remaining parts are mine." Han Lu, with a sense of satisfaction, drew a sharp knife from the thick hospital gown, asking where he should begin. His strength was formidable as one hand pressed down on Jiang Fei's shoulder, while the other positioned the knife against her alabaster neck, exquisite as silk. Do not fear. I shall cut slowly, allowing you to fully savor the experience. As the blade descended, Han Li's eyes flared with fury, his veins protruding grotesquely. The knife pierced the skin, akin to tearing through a tattered sack, as crimson. Pulsating organs were disturbed and emerged from the ruptured vessel. Han Li clutched his abdomen in disbelief, glancing at the side where a simple-minded little boy, grinning foolishly, was extracting the bloodied scalpel. Do not bully my mother. It seemed that Han Li's 3 personalities could collectively bear the pain of the body. He curled up like a roasted lobster, swinging his fists to topple the little boy. Elder brother, my stomach hurts terribly. Silence. Quickly stuff back what has fallen out. So much blood is leaking, it cannot be contained. Upon entering, I beheld Han Li crouched on the ground with the knife. He is a murderer. I discovered his photo on the computer. Zhang Fei sighed in relief upon my arrival. Seizing a chair from the room, I struck him unconscious and handed the scalpel to Zhang Fei. Did you wound him? Well done. It was this child, Zhang Fei said, a hint of fear in her voice, pointing at Song Xiaofeng. Although the boy had just saved her life, she still dared not approach him closely, silently hiding behind me, seemingly trusting no one in the entire building but myself. Song Xiaofeng. I noticed the boy holding a knife when I entered, but I hadn't thought much of it. Xiaofeng, give me the knife. The child had taken a punch to the chest from Han Li and took a moment to rise, yet this time, the usually daft boy displayed remarkable resolve. He shook his head, concealing the scalpel behind him, refusing to yield. Observing his steadfastness, I decided to remain cautious, ensuring he did not harm himself. Dragging Han Li's lifeless body to the doorway, I locked the electrical room and sifted through the documents on the computer. In my haste earlier, I had overlooked crucial details, nearly causing a grave mistake. I opened the files and rapidly fast-forwarded through the videos that a normal person could scarcely endure for a minute. Among them, not only did Han Li appear, but also a short-haired woman, a middle-aged man, and a young doctor who perished in the Tuesday cell, all had appeared in the footage. Brother, as I reached the final segments of the video, Song Xiaofeng approached the computer, pointing to a child who was incessantly crying and shouting. Xiaoyao. Is he Song Xiaoyao? Are you certain? Yes. The video was recorded months ago, not in a psychiatric hospital, but in a bathroom where a masked man cruelly murdered the child. The entire process was appalling. Furthermore, I noted a detail. In the video, there was a woman bound hand and foot, forced to witness the horrifying scene. Her eyes nearly blinded by tears. I paused the video and magnified her face. She was indeed the madwoman from the underground cell. At the video's conclusion, the masked man compelled the woman to smile, threatening to kill the other 2 children otherwise. What a lunatic! I can scarcely fathom the existence of such madness in this world, where one could turn against their own kin. Through the subsequent videos and photographic evidence, I gradually discerned the identity of this man. He is the director of Henzhan Psychiatric Hospital, a mere 34 years of age, holding dual doctorates in psychology and human anatomy. This individual is an elite returnee, reputed to have graced the newspapers during the establishment of the psychiatric hospital in Jiangqing. He is notably discreet, immersed in academia, and rarely engages in external discourse. The files on his computer are broadly categorized into 2 types: purely academic reports and gruesome murder footage. I also noted an intriguing phenomenon. The earliest murder video was filmed on January 1st of this year, coinciding with the hospital's implementation of closed treatment, which entailed significant efforts to relocate from the northern suburbs to the southern suburbs of Jiangqing. During the conclusion of my last livestream, I had a conversation with the manager of the bus company while in the hearse. He informed me that Henzhan Prison was originally situated in the southern suburbs, but was relocated to the north for various reasons. The name Henzhan had been in use for many years, hence it remained unchanged. The Henzhan Psychiatric Hospital was deliberately established in the southern suburbs after the prison's relocation, occupying the very site of the former prison, with many of its wards converted from prison cells. What prompted such actions? What transpired on the 1st of January? As I scrutinized the numerous murder videos, a realization struck me. Each segment begins with a date and experimental location, precisely corresponding to the door numbers of the underground cells. Each Monday, the torment is inflicted upon the occupant of cell number 1. Each Tuesday, upon the occupant of cell number 2, and so forth, day by day in such correspondence. However, there are 8 cells in total, and it appears that none of the murder footage has ever depicted the 8th cell. What distinguishes that cell? Chapter 99. The sinner on the cross when I first regained consciousness, the eighth cell was but a wall away from me. Yet, by a twist of fate, I ventured upstream along the drainage, neglecting that final cell. After perusing the computer files, I felt a disquietude. The transformations at Hensan Psychiatric Hospital occurred only after its relocation. The murder videos, utilizing living subjects for experimentation, indicate that something horrific must have transpired on January 1st. This truth, obscured by time, may well be the reason I was summoned to this locale for a live stream. Hensan Psychiatric Hospital is markedly different from my previous broadcasts. Thus far, I have encountered no malevolent spirits or demons, only grotesque and terrifying lunatics. To truly unravel this enigma, I must return to where it all began. Gripping the scalpel tightly, the scenes from the murder videos replay vividly in my mind. These deranged individuals must face their just punishment. I bound Han Lu and the short-haired woman together with electrical wire, leading Jiang Fei and Song Xiaofeng downstairs to the hall, where the inverted Jesus has been stained red with the blood of a pregnant woman. The Bible spread open, still bearing that malevolent curse. You must die. The lighting in the hall flickers erratically, and as I gaze upwards, I find no one on either the third or second floors. Gao Jian. My arm was firmly grasped by Jiang Fei, her half of the body leaning against my shoulder, devoid of complex emotions. This was not the effect of a fateful red thread, but rather a manifestation of her pure fear. Do not be afraid. I promised I would lead you to safety. The wound on my palm oozed a foul-smelling blood, and as time passed, my condition deteriorated further. I hastened my pace. It was becoming increasingly difficult for me to confront those lunatics head-on. Upon entering the underground cell, I found Song Xiaofeng's mother still sprawled on the ground. She appeared to have not encountered so many people in quite some time, as each time we passed by her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Follow me, I instructed, guiding Jiang Fei and Song Xiaofeng to the very room where I had been initially imprisoned. I shut the door tightly and secured it with chains. You and Song Xiaofeng wait here. I will check the adjacent room. After removing my outer garment, I felt a twinge of anxiety and cautioned them. Be mindful of the water channel and the door. It is likely that the adversary may infiltrate through these points. I will leave my phone with you for illumination, but under no circumstances should you look at its contents. Understood? Yes, you must be careful as well. Jiang Fei reluctantly released her grip. Accepting the phone from the underworld showcase, and armed with a knife, she stood guard by the water channel. I dismantled the iron bars once more and re-entered the fetid water channel. Uncertain of what awaited me in the eighth room, I gripped the surgical knife with utmost caution. The murky water rippled, and several plump rats scurried away in panic. As I emerged from the channel, my once numb nose was assaulted anew. How pungent! The final cell was permeated by an indescribable odor, rendering my eyes nearly unable to open. My hand brushed against the wall, fingers feeling the dampness. Turning my gaze, I was met with thick moss and fresh, crimson blood adorning the surface. Rising from the water channel, I beheld that the eighth cell was laid out similarly to the others, but on the wall directly facing the door, there was a massive wooden cross. The cross was inverted, akin to the upside-down statue of Jesus in the hall, and upon it was affixed a person. 15-centimeter steel nails pierced this individual's wrists, securing him firmly to the wooden structure. The sight before me was almost unbelievable, and I stood in the channel for a long time before daring to approach. My chest rose and fell gently. This person was still alive. As I drew closer, I observed that the man nailed to the cross was disheveled, with long hair obscuring most of his face. Were it not for the prominence of his Adam's apple, I might have struggled to discern his gender. His garments were tattered, and upon inspection, I realized they were not naturally torn but rather shredded by brutal lashings. His skin bore numerous unhealed wounds, making it a challenge to find an area of unblemished flesh. Why was this individual subjected to such cruelty? What transgressions had he committed? As I parted the man's hair, I was met with a pair of weary eyes that fixed their gaze upon me. Startled, I quickly regained my composure. I am here to rescue you. Can you understand my words? The man and I locked eyes for what felt like an eternity before his parched lips formed 3 words. Who are you? His voice was faint, raspy, and filled with discomfort. I am Gao Jian, abducted and brought here. He nodded, remaining silent for a long moment before speaking again. My throat has been rendered hoarse by a chemical agent. I cannot speak loudly. Could you come a bit closer? I gripped the knife handle with my reverse hold and leaned closer to his ear, but as I approached, the man craned his neck and attempted to bite my face. Seeking to escape death, I sidestepped and delivered a punch to his abdomen. The man bowed his head in agony, with his hands nailed to the cross. Any significant movement would cause his wounds to bleed. I stepped back, observing him coldly. I have a few questions for you. Answer truthfully, and if I manage to escape, I shall return with the police to rescue you. Escape? Don't dream. Once you are imprisoned here, your fate is sealed, he retorted, lifting his head, his cracked lips bleeding slightly. That fate is death. He was thoroughly uncooperative, clearly doubting my ability to flee. You only need to answer my questions. If I can escape, wouldn't that grant you liberation as well? This is a most advantageous deal for you. I scrutinized his face, which stirred a sense of familiarity within me. Advantageous? I hardly think so. It is better for us all to descend into hell together, should such a place exist. He lowered his head, seemingly exhausted after merely uttering a few words, his frailty palpable. I wished to say more when suddenly, bubbles erupted from the water channel, and Song Xiaofeng emerged, clutching a scalpel, rushing into the room. Someone's coming. This child had evidently remembered my words, to flee to another room, if anyone entered. A few people? No. We must get Zhang Fei over here too. Just as I was about to check the situation in the adjacent room, the dazed Song Xiaofeng suddenly shouted, "What's wrong?" The little one gasped for breath, raising the scalpel with bared teeth, his expression twisted in rage. I had never witnessed such a terrifying look on the face of a child so small. Song Xiaofeng, don't frighten me. Hand me the knife. The boy paid no heed to my plea. Like an injured cub, he charged towards the man on the cross with the blade. Give me the knife. After all, he was just a child, lacking strength. I wrested the knife from his grasp, yet he lunged at the man, clawing and biting, as if he wished to tear him to shreds. What madness is this? Stop it, I shouted, attempting to pull the boy aside, but the man intervened. His voice was hoarse and deep, imbued with a complex emotion. Do not stop him. This is all my fault. I sensed something strange in his tone. What do you mean? The man raised his head, his weathered eyes locking onto mine. If I reveal everything to you and assist your escape, will you promise me one thing? To escape with you? I questioned. Your limbs are crippled, and you are barely mobile. I cannot guarantee your safety. He shook his head, speaking in a manner that was incomprehensible. I will disclose everything to you, once you are satisfied. Return the knife to this child, and let him end my life with his own hands. What kind of request is this? I widened my eyes, staring at the face behind the long hair, gasping in shock. It's you. I wiped the blood from his face. This man was none other than Song Xiaofeng's father, the very demon who had slain his own child. It seems you have learned some truths about me. Very well. While I still draw breath, he lifted his head, slowly parting his cracked lips. Let me unveil the entire truth to you. I have encountered numerous instances of crimes stemming from psychological defects. Yet witnessing someone as utterly deranged as you is a first for me. I pulled Song Xiaofeng aside, grasping the scalpel tightly while gazing at the man crucified before me. He inhaled deeply, his raspy voice reverberating within the confines of the cell. I am Song Wenxuan, once a devoted husband, a loving father, and a nationally renowned expert in psychology. Chapter 100, His Reminiscence. The man who had personally taken the life of his own child audaciously declared himself a good father and husband in my presence. I offered a cold smile. For even a tiger does not consume its young. How dare you claim to be a competent father? I understand that you may find it hard to believe. But at that time, I was no longer in control of my own actions. Complex emotions swirled in Song Wenxuan's eyes as he implored, allow me to finish. At least grant me a chance to defend myself in my final moments. Speak. Then, I am eager to hear how a devil is forged. 5 years ago, I was pursuing a Ph.D. in psychology abroad. My initial dissertation focused on human stress response and mental self-preservation, primarily testing the limits of human psychological endurance to unveil the brain's internal self-regulatory mechanisms. The experimental process was somewhat brutal, yet I believed that success would enable humanity to artificially regulate emotions, thereby resolving mental afflictions such as depression and mania. Song Wenxuan's intentions were noble, and this aspiration fueled his relentless pursuit of the experiments. Initially, my project progressed smoothly, but as the trials deepened, I struggled to find suitable volunteers. Left with no alternative, I resorted to patients sourced through unconventional means. However, a minuscule error during the latter stages of the experiment resulted in a patient's death, with a life lost. My research was halted, and the company funding my trials withdrew its support. Faced with no options, I temporarily abandoned this line of inquiry, pursued another direction. and ultimately obtained my doctorate. Later, I returned home with my family. At that time, the field of psychology in my country was relatively underdeveloped, and I was appointed as the director of a psychiatric hospital at a young age. Throughout my tenure, I found myself haunted by the project I had once forsaken. Thus, I utilized the resources at my disposal to continue the unfinished experiments. For several months, progress eluded me until I encountered a patient unlike any other. A cryptic expression crossed Song Wenxuan's face as he continued. During my career, I had met thousands of psychiatric patients, yet this individual stood as an absolute exception. Even now, I cannot determine whether he is truly mad. He was taciturn and appeared to be around 60 years old, oblivious to his name and devoid of family. All that remained was a blank slate. With a sigh, Song Wenxuan's voice shifted, tinged with regret and trepidation, as he revealed his sole distinguishing feature, a Buddhist pendant, which he never removed, regardless of the situation. A Buddhist pendant? I inquired. Indeed, it bore two distinct faces, unlike any deity I had ever encountered. In hindsight, it may have represented some malevolent spirit. Song Wenxuan's words stirred tumultuous thoughts within me. A double-faced Buddha. Initially, I suspected he suffered from dementia, only to later discover that the truth was far more intricate than I had anticipated. The elderly possess a unique aura, capable of calming even the most agitated and deranged patients, transforming their demeanor to one of docility in his presence. I have even witnessed a patient with congenital cerebral palsy, whose intellect remained at the level of a 3-year-old, closely following the old man, and even learning to serve tea. Such occurrences, in my view, defy imagination and cannot be adequately explained through medical science. Thus, I began to engage with the elder, dedicating nearly a year until he finally spoke, revealing that this was not a supernatural power but rather a form of jiangtou, a technique involving malevolent sorcery and curses directed at the recipient. Song Wenxuan paused for a moment. You might think me mad, a psychologist trained abroad, believing in such ethereal concepts? Initially, I shared this skepticism. But as the elder demonstrated more phenomena beyond scientific explanation, I began to question the very foundation of the psychological framework I had built over a decade. My established beliefs crumbled, leading me to clandestinely study the art of jiangtou in my office. As I delved deeper into this practice, I found that its advanced forms allowed for silent manipulation of others' minds, a mastery of the psyche that resonated with my initial research pursuits. To gain further insights into this arcane art, I leveraged my position to accommodate the elder's peculiar requests, such as procuring live mice and sparrows for his room. With our mutual understanding and my rich knowledge of psychology and pharmacology, my skills in jiangtou progressed rapidly. Just as I believed I was on the verge of unlocking a new realm of psychological insight for humanity, the elder abruptly ceased his teachings and presented new demands. He requested that I bring several cats or dogs to his room each week. Though perplexed, I complied, venturing into the city's back alleys at night to capture stray animals. Approximately a month later, the insatiable elder made yet another request for larger creatures, such as pigs and sheep. Despite the financial strain, I begrudgingly purchased live pigs and sheep, informing him that this would be the last time I would assist him, hoping he would consider his actions wisely. As Song Wenxuan recounted this tale, he bowed his head, realizing the gravity of his misjudgment. 3 months later, the elder made his final, chilling request. He desired a living human being. Even as a mere listener, I felt a chill run down my spine and could not help but interject, asking if he acquiesced to the demand. Song Wenxuan shook his head, stating he did not. But that was when the nightmare truly began. Upon rejecting the elder's request, he did not express anger, but rather hinted that it would not be long before I would find myself on my knees, pleading for his assistance. That night, upon returning home, strange occurrences began. The sound of children playing with marbles echoed from above, and distinct footprints of small children appeared on the floor. The following morning, I discovered excrement left on the balcony. In the days that followed, the situation escalated. My children became increasingly disoriented, claiming that an unfamiliar child was attempting to play hide-and-seek with them. I was aware that an elder had placed a curse upon me, prompting me to seek the counsel of various masters. However, during that time, my position as the director of a psychiatric hospital rendered me particularly sensitive. Such actions appeared bizarre to outsiders, including my wife, Wang Fengyao, who believed I was merely overwhelmed by stress and had lost my sanity. My life spiraled into chaos. Upon returning from a business trip, I discovered that my wife awoke each morning with the eerie sensation of being violated in her dreams, and indeed, her physical state exhibited subtle changes. Our 3 children often played with an unnamed child, venturing into perilous situations. There was even a harrowing incident when they approached an abandoned well. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a kind stranger, they would have suffocated. When I inquired about their escapades, their consistent reply was that an unfamiliar child insisted on playing hide and seek with them. I could no longer remain silent. My family's safety was at stake. This excerpt reveals that at that time, Song Wenxuan was still deeply concerned for his family, striving to protect his household. What transpired thereafter? Why did you take the life of your own children? I grasped Song Xiaofeng's shoulders. The child could not comprehend Song Wenxuan's explanations. His innocent heart fixated solely on the desire to eliminate the terrifying man before him. How could I bear to commit such an atrocity? It was not I who murdered Song Xiaoyao. At that moment, I had become a different person. Taking a breath, Song Wenxuan continued. After returning from my trip, I sought out the elder in the isolation ward, intending to have a serious conversation with him. However, I was met with a scene I could never forget. It was 3:30 in the afternoon when I dismissed the caregiver and entered the isolation area alone. As I pushed open the door, I was assaulted by the metallic scent of blood. Once I regained my composure, I noticed a peculiar pattern drawn in blood on the floor. With the elder seated at its center, each hand grasping a severed head, and beneath the bed lay 2 corpses. Chapter 101. The causes and consequences. I was paralyzed with fear, wanting to flee, yet my body betrayed me. In that moment, I realized that the elder's teachings had not been about the art of cursing. Rather, he intended to transform me into an obedient puppet. I distinctly recall the first words he uttered as he held the 2 heads aloft. Which one do you find more appealing? The chilling nature of his inquiry sent shivers down my spine as I pressed further. And then what happened? The elder had anticipated my arrival. During my absence, he had already exerted control over numerous patients, and even among the nurses and caregivers were his disciples. To all, he appeared as an omnipotent being. If he possessed such formidable abilities, why then did he linger in the psychiatric hospital for over a year? What was his ulterior motive? I interjected. With his head bowed, Song Wenxuan lamented, "It is all my fault. This is entirely my doing." The elder's origins were shrouded in mystery. I only knew that he had been severely weakened by a loose surname Daoist during his practice of flying skull curses, forcing him to masquerade as an ordinary person to infiltrate the psychiatric hospital. How laughable it was that I believed I had encountered a sage, when in truth, he was merely a practitioner of dark arts. With my assistance, he gradually regained his strength. Yet his insatiable greed led him to realize that the hospital was an ideal environment for his cultivation. Rather than hastily departing, he began to set his sights on the patients. The art of cursing is diverse and multifaceted, with the most gruesome and powerful among them being the technique of flying skull. This sinister practice requires a blood sacrifice over 49 days, cleansing one's insides with vital blood, and traversing through 7 realms to achieve mastery. It is an exceedingly malevolent craft, steeped in the bloodshed and sins of its practitioners, yet it bestows formidable powers. The elder can manipulate the minds of 3 to 4 individuals simultaneously and cast spells from a distance, causing instant demise in desolate places. When I entered the isolation ward that day, the elder had attained the 4th level of mastery, capable of sending his skull forth to roam with spirits. Yet, his ambitions were unquenched. He sought to transform the psychiatric hospital entirely into his sanctuary for cultivation, and thus, he turned his attention to me. He demanded my cooperation in providing him with patients, seeking suitable targets. Although I had previously engaged in many morally reprehensible acts for the sake of experimentation, I still clung to a semblance of human decency. I refused his request, prompting him to retrieve a doll woven from my hair from beneath his bed, a medium for his incantations. Despite its diminutive size, he could easily manipulate my mind with it. However, my identity set me apart from other victims. I was neither a patient nor a temporary aide. As the hospital director, my presence was required in many external engagements, rendering him hesitant to kill me or obliterate my will. Consequently, he devised a particularly nefarious scheme. With a sinister smile, he seized control of my consciousness, compelling me to assault my beloved wife, even occupying my body to force her compliance. He shattered my family and left my child in a state of bewilderment, yet his thirst for destruction remained unquenched. In moments of despair, a person becomes more susceptible to manipulation. To utterly devastate me, He committed the most heinous act imaginable. He murdered Xiao Yao before my wife's eyes. As Song Wenxuan recounted this memory, his face betrayed a subtle tremor. Even after days, he vividly recalled the event, not as my doing, but his. His voice dwindled, and as I drew closer, I noticed a glimmer of moisture at the corner of his eye. I refused to believe it was a tear. I would rather be mistaken. To compel my submission, he restricted my movements, recording the scenes of slaughter and forcing me to relive them repeatedly. Over time, I became numb to the horror. Song Wenxuan lifted his head, declaring that a person's greatest strength could never lie in a physical organ, but rather in the unseen, yet palpably real essence of the soul. Perhaps this was the essence of karmic retribution. In my misguided attempt abroad to test the limits of human mental endurance, I found myself under the elder's control, enduring relentless trials of humanity's darkest nature. Manipulating my mind was also taxing for him. He could not exercise control for more than 6 hours daily. Thus, in the public eye, I could only appear for 6 hours, the remainder of the time confined within the ward. I secretly hoped someone would notice the anomaly and raise the alarm. Even if it led to my shooting, I would accept it. Unfortunately, fate did not align with my wishes. At the end of last year, a peculiar visitor arrived at the elder's isolation ward. The individual was relatively young, with a fair and handsome left cheek, while the right side bore the scars of fire. Both wore pendants of Buddha heads, and their dialogue revealed that they had known each other for quite some time. At the behest of the youth, they resolved to relocate the psychiatric hospital to the southern suburbs, constructing it upon the very grounds of the former Hen Mountain prison. I remain perplexed by their motives. However, since the relocation, the elderly have become increasingly unrestrained, enforcing a complete lockdown of the facility, forbidding outsiders from entering. Although the daily intake of patients has diminished, it has become far more challenging to detect their presence than before. During the period when I was under manipulation, the elderly discreetly utilized my connections to cast a spell upon a senior figure at a major hospital, thereby securing a new layer of protection for the Hen Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Subsequently, as you have observed, I lost my utility and was imprisoned here. After recounting his tale, Song Wenxuan noticed my contemplative demeanor, mistaking my silence for lingering skepticism. The truth is, I, too, harbored doubts until I glimpsed Xiaofeng, which compelled me to take a gamble and divulge all that I knew. Song Wenxuan appeared to be unaccustomed to such lengthy discourse, his vitality waning as if his days were numbered. I surmised that my time was limited, and thus, I implored you to heed my words carefully. The elderly has likely ascended to the 6th level of the Flying Skull spell, a pivotal stage wherein he can simultaneously manipulate the minds of 5 or 6 individuals. Yet he remains fundamentally fragile, reliant on the nourishment of fresh blood. This moment presents the optimal opportunity for your escape. Avoid direct confrontation with the patients and seek out any windows that remain unsealed. Depart swiftly with Xiaofeng. I remained motionless, grappling with uncertainty regarding Song Wenxuan's honesty, and considering the sheer difficulty of locating an unsealed window to escape the confines of the building. What does this elderly figure resemble? Is he taciturn, with a face reminiscent of a coffin, seemingly in his 50s yet possessing a robust physique? As I toyed with the surgical knife, a plan began to form in my mind. It must be him. You must keep your distance. Should a hair from you fall into his possession, he would then be able to cast his spell upon you. Song Wenxuan, with good intentions, cautioned me. Yet I could only manage a wry smile. I had been unconscious in myself for an hour and a half, during which time it was likely that the adversary had already acquired my hair. Some circumstances are inescapable. At such times, only a desperate gamble may yield a glimmer of hope. Song Wenxuan, I offer you a chance to atone for your transgressions against your wife and children. Divulge to me all the weaknesses of the spellcaster. If you eliminate him, the spell will naturally be undone. You cannot kill him. Once the spell takes effect, you will come to understand the depths of despair. Song Wenxuan shook his head, a prisoner of his own circumstances, asserting that one would inevitably be compelled to undertake the most unwelcome actions. All you need to do now is reveal his weaknesses. The rest shall be entrusted to me. With resolute determination shining in my eyes, I vowed to confront that demon tonight. After a prolonged silence, Song Wenxuan finally spoke, revealing that the practice of the Flying Skull spell necessitates the extraction of essence from the living, particularly favoring the blood of infants for its potency. To expedite his mastery, the elderly often immerses his organs in the blood of children. I pondered in silence, recognizing that those who practice such dark arts are drawn to the sinister. At this early hour, when the sun has yet to rise and the yin-qi is at its peak, he would surely seize the moment. His chamber resides on the 3rd floor. Seek out a vessel nurtured by this blood, shatter it, and sever the contents within. This should inflict significant damage upon the elderly. As for how to truly vanquish him, that knowledge eludes me. Song Wenxuan pondered for a moment before adding that one must remain vigilant of those around them, if they have been subjected to hexes. The greatest peril may indeed arise from their proximity. Chapter 102, The Hex Manifestation. What Song Wenxuan articulated was precisely my gravest concern. During the period of our unconsciousness, Jiang Fei and I might have already fallen victim to such sorcery. Should the pivotal moment arrive and the elder unleash his hex upon Jiang Fei and me, all our prior endeavors would be rendered futile. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired of Song Wenxuan how one might discern whether an individual has been afflicted by a hex. A hex may not reveal itself until the very moment of its eruption, appearing no different from an ordinary person. If you sense discomfort within your body, caution is warranted. Song Wenxuan imparted to me a straightforward method of discernment. Those whose minds are manipulated by hexes exhibit distinct characteristics in their eyes. Pay attention to the sclera. The sclera? A healthy individual typically displays a bluish-white hue in the sclera, possibly interspersed with blood vessels due to factors such as late nights, excessive drinking, recent weeping, or conjunctivitis. However, if the vessels appear deep red with blood cells at their ends, it indicates a potential ailment within the body. The hex may be on the verge of manifestation. Furthermore, those under mental control often exhibit a dark gray vertical line in the central part of the sclera, signifying that the sorcery has begun to infiltrate their being, blurring their self-awareness. When this line transforms into a deep black, it signifies that their mind has been shrouded and the hex has fully taken effect. To verify the truth of his assertions, I lifted his disheveled hair to scrutinize his eyes. The sclera was densely veined, and in addition to the deep black vertical line, there were numerous small black spots. Song Wenxuan did not resist, offering a grim smile as he explained that the elder had once tormented him with poison, resulting in the appearance of dark spots in his eyes. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. By nature, I am cautious. My earlier actions were merely instinctual. Now, I find myself with no choice but to trust you. Having lingered too long in the 8th cell, I feared for Jiang Fei's safety outside, prompting my intent to return via the waterway to escape this place. Hold on, have you forgotten something? Song Wenxuan called out to me as I turned. What is it? You and I owe each other nothing. If I can slay the Hex Master, it would be a form of retribution for you. Song Wenxuan regarded Song Xiaofeng with a complex expression. Until now, he had been unable to meet her gaze. Regardless of whether you can ultimately vanquish the elder, please return the knife to the child. This child is emotionally unstable. He may kill you. That is precisely what I desire, Song Wenxuan replied, lowering his head slowly. I am unworthy of facing them. If my death at his hands could bring him solace, I would willingly perish by his blade. Hurry and give him the knife. This was our initial agreement. Give it to him, Song Wenxuan shouted, his voice echoing throughout the cell as he exerted his last ounce of strength. It is difficult to fathom that a person's final wish in life could be to be slain by their own offspring. While this seems mad to me, I can also grasp the underlying sentiment. You seek liberation, I shall grant it. I have never considered myself a virtuous individual, nor do I adhere to the moralistic rigidity of the self-righteous. My perception of what is right is merely a form of logical coherence. One seeks death while the other seeks to kill. This is, at its core, a tragic spectacle that no one wishes to witness. Thus, it is perhaps better to allow it to conclude swiftly. I handed the scalpel to Song Xiaofeng, no longer obstructing her. After the initial surge of impulse, the child gradually calmed down while holding the sharp blade. In that moment, I found this naive child perplexing, standing there with the knife. No one could discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, the scalpel clattered to the ground, and the boy burst into tears before darting into the foul-smelling drainage ditch, fleeing the room as if propelled by fear. Could he have understood your words? Is this child not mentally challenged? I admit my phrasing may lack decorum. Yet Song Xiaofeng's actions were beyond my prior contemplation. Water splashed as Song Xiaofeng exited, leaving only Song Wenxuan, nailed to the cross, and myself, preparing to depart. Why? Song Wenxuan murmured, gazing at the ripples on the water's surface. I remained silent, for I too was ignorant of the answer. Crawling into the drainage ditch and returning to the adjacent room, I found Jiang Fei crouched in a corner. How did it go? Any gains? A significant one. We now possess at least a fighting chance. Donning the young doctor's coat, I reclaimed the underworld phone. You didn't see anything on my phone, did you? Absolutely not. I kept the screen directed towards the doorway. She assured me repeatedly, and I did not press further, casting a glance at the live stream. Goodness. In such a brief span, the viewer count had surged past 3,000, a rarity in my previous broadcasts. The chatroom exploded with a flurry of messages, overwhelming me momentarily. Jiang Fei, what exactly did you do with my phone? Jiang Fei feigned innocence. I did nothing at all, just as you instructed. I kept the screen pointed towards the door, on high alert. She mimicked her earlier posture, and I instantly comprehended that the camera had inadvertently captured her chest. This girl remained blissfully unaware of her predicament. Did I break your phone? No, it's just that the long night may leave some of our brothers lacking sustenance. I sighed at the ever-increasing viewer count, witnessing the chatroom erupt in chaos. Teletubbies killed in a murder. Donate for a super thrilling live stream. 99 ghost coins. A light and gentle body. I give it 99 out of a perfect 10. What the heck? Where's my sister? I want to lick her until she questions her existence. Streamer, step aside. 18-meter-long D incoming. I don't want to harm the innocent. 2nd Battalion Commander. Bring out my Italian cannon. Sister-in-law. Wusong is late. Some of these comments left me bewildered. What was this Wusong reference? Would Wu Dalong truly be pleased by such exclamations? Grasping the scalpel, I located a severed chain to carry with me. Let us head to the 3rd floor. Keeping a safe distance from one another, neither too far nor too close. As we prepared to leave, I pulled Song Xiaofeng and Jiang Fei closer, using the phone's light for an up-close examination of their pupils. Seeing their sclera appeared normal, I breathed a sigh of relief. The curse had yet to manifest. I hoped they would endure this ordeal. Just as we were about to exit the basement, the overhead lights extinguished, plunging the entire asylum into darkness. Do not fear. Remain vigilant of your surroundings and watch for corners. The Underworld Showcase phone became our sole source of illumination as the three of us emerged from the basement, making our way to the 1st floor hall. In the vast, empty hall, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and shadows seemed to flicker in the darkness. The corpse of a pregnant woman had mysteriously vanished. We ascended to the 3rd floor, our footsteps echoing clearly in the pitch-black corridor. My practice of the mystical heart method heightened my senses, rendering me far more perceptive than the average person. Just before reaching the 3rd floor, I abruptly halted, turning to grasp Jiang Fei's shoulders. She shuddered in fear and promptly ceased her movement, while Song Xiaofeng, trailing behind, stood frozen in confusion. Though we remained still, the sound of footsteps in the corridor did not abate. Indeed, they had come. Upon our ascent, I had sensed something amiss. The footsteps were chaotic, as if something were being dragged. Peering into the abyss below, I found only darkness, a perfect concealment for the unknown entity. Jiang Fei, you take the rear. This child is naive, and I fear that if he encounters danger, he may not have time to call for help before being harmed. But Jiang Fei's grip on my clothing tightened, her fingers turning pale. Very well, I will take the rear. We continued onward, only to discover upon reaching the 3rd floor that I had underestimated the complexity of our task. With numerous hospital rooms on this floor, locating the chamber of the necromancer, a sanctuary for their dark organs, would require considerable time. What should we do now? I pondered aloud. That room, long nourished by vital blood, must reek of the gruesome scent. Practitioners of dark arts often sought out shadowy places to avoid the clash of yang energy. This building, oriented from south to north, meant we should commence our search from the southernmost rooms. Agreed, Jiang Fei replied weakly. Noticing her furrowed brow, I inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine. I just felt a bit dizzy for a moment, she replied, her gaze vacant, unaware that a slender gray vertical line had begun to manifest within her irises. Chapter 103. The coffin in the hospital room. In the depths of night, danger lurked everywhere. My singular focus was to swiftly locate the room where the necromancers stored their organs, leaving me oblivious to Jiang Fei's peculiar condition. The most terrifying aspect of necromancy lies in its insidious ability to manipulate the minds of its victims, transforming familiar faces into cold, unfeeling puppets without their knowledge. From south to north, we arrived at the threshold of the 1st room, where a potent stench of blood permeated the air, and the door was not locked. Armed with a sharp knife, I forcefully pushed the door open, revealing an empty space with merely 2 hospital beds. You two stay at the door, I instructed, fearing for Jiang Fei and Song Xiaofeng's safety, and I stepped inside alone, approaching the beds. The overwhelming scent of blood emanated from the beds, where two young men lay. I did not judge their age by appearance alone, but rather assessed their dental and pelvic structures. They appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, their bodies severely aged and drained of vitality. Upon examining them, I noted numerous puncture wounds, the cause of their demise shrouded in mystery. It was as though their blood had been entirely siphoned away. What struck me as most bizarre was that neither of the men's hands or feet were bound. I circled the beds, finding no signs of struggle. They seemed to have willingly surrendered their blood. These two patients were likely followers of the necromancer. According to Song Wenxuan, the number of patients received by the Henzhan Psychiatric Hospital had dwindled, prompting the necromancer to turn against their own. That madman, in his relentless pursuit of mastering the art of necromancy, has truly forsaken all humanity. Beneath the bed and on the nightstand, I found no further treasures. So I ventured into the second room. This chamber, too, was permeated by the metallic scent of blood, and the scene within was even more harrowing. Children clad in hospital gowns lay strewn about like discarded, broken toys. Though few in number, the sight was unbearable. After searching 3 more patient rooms with no success, I arrived at the southernmost one. This room was significantly larger than the others, seemingly designed long before the construction of the Henzhan Mental Hospital. The wooden door was wrapped in 2 chains, yet it was not locked. At that moment, I could not afford to ponder whether this was a trap. I entered the room alone. The space was thrice the size of the other patient rooms, devoid of windows, resembling a sealed box that made breathing difficult. Be cautious outside. This room is rather unusual. Inside, there were no decorations or furniture, save for a coffin. Its vivid red exterior, whether painted or bloodied, beckoned with a half-open lid as if intentionally enticing one to approach. Without much hesitation, I strode forward to the bloodied coffin. The lid, partially ajar, concealed whatever lay within. I sheathed my scalpel, disregarding the wound on my palm, and with both hands, I pushed the lid. Bang! The enormous lid crashed to the floor with a dull thud. What lay within? I leaned in to peer inside the vast coffin, revealing a layer of viscous blood, with a slightly smaller coffin situated at its center. A coffin within a coffin? This inner coffin, neither too large nor too small, appeared capable of containing a person. Could the necromancer's organs be hidden here? Driven by the need to uncover the truth that could diminish the necromancer's power, I resolved to open the coffin. I leaped into the crimson abyss, straining to push the inner coffin's lid, but it felt as if it were enchanted. It would not budge. In a moment of desperation, I called out, "Jiang Fei. Song Xiaofeng, come help me." The 3 of us entered the room simultaneously. Jiang Fei and I positioned ourselves at opposite ends of the coffin, grasping its corners. Yet the material was peculiar, smooth and slippery, making it difficult to exert force. Just as misfortune compounded, while Jiang Fei and I struggled to open the coffin, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. At least 4 or 5 individuals were approaching. Hurry! My anxiety heightened, and I moved with greater urgency, but in my haste, I inadvertently stepped on something slick in the blood and lost my balance, tumbling backward. Jiang Fei noticed my fall and rushed to my aid. "It's fine. Don't worry about me," I began, but sensed something was amiss. Jiang Fei did not intend to help me up. Instead, she pressed me down firmly, entwining her arms with mine in that cramped coffin, rendering me immobile. "Jiang Fei, have you lost your mind? Let me go?" It was the first time I beheld a woman's face from such proximity. She was stunning, so breathtakingly beautiful that it instilled a sense of dread within me. I observed Jiang Fei's bright eyes, bloodshot, and filled with a deep black vertical line piercing her pupils. Necromancy. At that moment, Jiang Fei had become a puppet of the necromancer. Deep down, she understood her actions but was powerless to resist, compelled to perform the very actions she despised most. Amidst the blood-soaked ground, my vision blurred, and a voice within my mind grew increasingly insistent. It beckoned me to surrender to slumber, whispering that if I merely closed my eyes, all would be well again, that this was but a fleeting nightmare. A profound weariness seeped through my very being, gradually overwhelming me. The presence of Jiang Fei upon me felt akin to a warm, soft jade, disarming my final defenses. My will began to wane, and the voice of the unfamiliar elder within my psyche became clearer. Though I could not decipher his words, it seemed that closing my eyes would indeed bring solace. "Close your eyes and rest well," I thought, as my heavy eyelids slowly descended, leaving a narrow slit through which my consciousness seemed poised to plunge into darkness. Do not close your eyes. A thought struck me like lightning. Moments ago, it felt as though a woman had whispered in my ear. It was Jiang Shirhan. I abruptly opened my eyes, a spark igniting within them, and forcefully pushed Jiang Fei away. Conjurer, cease your evasion. I demand justice for the lives you have taken. I shouted towards the door, my voice a summons from the underworld. Is that so? Just you? After a brief interlude, an elder clad in black robes entered, accompanied by 4 patients, including the sinister middle-aged man I had encountered earlier. Their approach was menacing, yet I felt no fear. Trepidation would not resolve my plight. Gripping my scalpel tightly, I understood they were living beings, and I still possessed the strength to fight back. Such fighting spirit. But do you truly believe you can overturn your fate? The elder's face was as rigid as a coffin, and I could scarcely believe he would personally harm his own kin. He produced a doll woven from hair from within his robes and pierced its forehead with a silver needle. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Fei, sitting amidst the blood, curled into a ball, seemingly enduring immense agony. Do you see? Your beloved is but a plaything in my hands. She now obeys my commands. Should you choose not to slay her, she shall be compelled to kill you. With the sharp blade in hand, I stood resolute within the coffin. You are indeed a devil, yet I doubt your sorcery is infallible. Otherwise, given your temperament, you would not be here conversing with me. Indeed, you are astute. The elder replied with a sinister smile. The stronger ones will, the more difficult they are to subdue. Both Song Wenxuan and you share this trait. It took me a year of relentless persuasion to ensnare him. As for you, I initially intended to lure you to the silk bottle, hoping to harness the accumulated bloodthirst of these years to influence you. Yet now, it appears I have miscalculated. Your resolve is even stronger than his. I am curious, what tribulations have you faced at such a young age? I have encountered many tribulations, one of which is you. Moments ago, as I fell, my phone slipped from my grasp and fell into the blood. While biding my time, I searched within the coffin. Such composure in youth is indeed rare. It is regrettable to consider you a target. The elder's expression shifted, and he continued, Tonight, I may spare you, even allow your departure, provided you agree to one condition. Such a proposition seems too good to be true, and I remain skeptical. Yet, I inquire, what is the condition? The elder extracted the lifeless body of an infant from the dark robe, murmuring cryptic phrases entwined with the celestial branches and earthly stems. Tonight marks a fateful occasion. Thus, I seek a substitute for death. Chapter 104, Severing the Red Thread. A substitute for death? Merely from the surface, it seemed anything but auspicious. I stood within the blood-soaked coffin, locking eyes with the elder. What do you wish of me? The practitioner of dark arts placed the infant's corpse before the blood coffin, stating that the infant's fate intertwined with mine. This child, destined to perish before birth, was extracted from its mother and transformed into a spirit of fate. A spirit of fate? Do you intend to use this child's soul as a substitute for death? I struggled to grasp the elder's intentions, for such nefarious sorcery was far more perplexing than the true mystical arts. Nay, a vengeful spirit cannot replace a living soul in facing destiny, he sneered, gesturing towards 4 ailing individuals standing respectfully to the sides. I require several robust men to partake in this child's essence and alleviate the karmic burden. Tonight, I have already prepared the 6 harmonies blood in array, waiting for the opportune moment. Yet, you have appeared at this crucial juncture to thwart my plans. Upon hearing the elder's words, I tightened my grip on the surgical knife, choosing silence. These practitioners of malevolent arts were utterly twisted in their minds, perceiving the living as mere livestock or tools for their whims. He must have sensed my hesitation, for he continued without raising his gaze. Do not be so quick to refuse. This opportunity could benefit you as well. I have observed the feng shui of Jiang City, where the 4 symbols converge. To the east flows the winding river, known as the Azure Dragon. To the west stretches the Grand Avenue, named the White Tiger. To the south lies the Clear Marsh, the Vermilion Bird, and to the north looms the Mountain of Hatred, the Black Tortoise. A millennium of cultivated feng shui, now tragically marred by the folly of the ignorant. The marsh has been filled, the birds have fled, and the waters have turned murky. How can one harness the winds and energies here? The malignant forces have transformed this ancient feng shui nexus into a prison for the dragon. None within this grave shall escape their karmic fate. Should you assist me tonight, I could take you as my disciple. imparting to you the true mastery that would free you from karmic entanglements, granting you peace. The elder's prowess was evident, even at the 6th level of cultivation. He wielded the ability to manipulate clouds and rain from miles away, bending the will of others. While I would be remiss to claim indifference to such power, I was acutely aware of the grave costs associated with such dark arts. What have you decided? He inquired. You need not fear that I would inflict harm upon you. If you help me navigate this night of beheading, I vow to accept you as my disciple, passing on my legacy. I remained silent, covertly scrutinizing his facial expressions. Though he surpassed me in the realm of sinister arts, he lacked my acumen in reading subtle nuances. My training in criminal interrogation allowed me to detect minute shifts in his countenance, subtleties he likely overlooked. The feng shui of Jiang City seemed genuine. Yet as he spoke of the beheading calamity, his pace quickened, revealing an underlying urgency. What was he afraid of, with merely an hour until dawn? Upon entering, the elder wore a countenance as cold as a coffin, yet when he mentioned accepting me as his disciple, a fleeting smile graced his lips, indicating ulterior motives swirling beneath the surface. What is your decision? 3 strikes, and you're out. This is my final inquiry. The practitioner of dark arts appeared more anxious than I. Surely, there is treachery afoot. I might as well delay a little longer. We engaged in a silent duel of wits for about 10 minutes, and now, less than an hour remained before dawn. The dark arts master, growing impatient, warned me that if I refused to heed his counsel, I would face his ruthless wrath. As he revealed his true intentions with a cold smirk, I thought, if you wish for me to become your disciple, you might as well wait for the next life. Your expression is so devoid of emotion. One might mistake you for a senile elder, a mere child courting death. The dark arts master flicked his cloak, and 4 patients approached with ropes and surgical knives. With less than a moment to spare, I had no choice but to endure. Today, whether I like it or not, I shall partake in this grim feast. The dark arts master settled onto the ground, chanting incantations, as the sound of blood surged within the blood coffin, the lid thumping as if something within sought to escape. Seize him, commanded the elder, and the 4 patients lunged at me. Outnumbered 4 to 1, I could barely defend myself. My body, already weary, soon bore a multitude of wounds. Unbeknownst to them, once I survived this ordeal, I would unleash the practitioner's revenge upon them. I intended to transform everyone connected to you into puppets, ensuring your suffering was eternal. The elder's malevolent curse echoed within the confined room, and upon completing his incantation, he produced an incense burner and placed it before him. This incense will dissolve barriers and facilitate transcendence. Closing his eyes and forming a seal with his fingers, the blood-soaked coffin lid finally burst open. A shadowy figure surged forth, merging with the corpse of an infant, an embodiment of the dark arts master's power, intertwined with the malignant energy of this place. Moments later, the lifeless cadaver slowly sat upright, mimicking the elder's every move, as if they were one and the same. In the room, only I and the 4 patients remained in combat. My body, drenched in blood from numerous cuts, throbbed with pain, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at my heart. My strength waned, while the 4 patients appeared inexhaustible, undeterred by my wounds. With a sudden crash, someone seized my vulnerable neck, striking my head with a heavy chain. The momentary disorientation dulled my reactions, and I was swiftly pinned to the ground. My face pressed against the blood-slicked floor, I felt a bone-chilling dread. Struggling was now an arduous task. They positioned me before the infant corpse, and recalling the elder's words, I nearly ground my teeth to dust. There was no way I would fulfill his desires. A toast uninvited leads to punishment. The time of reckoning was nigh, and I would not let it slide. The voice that spoke was shrill and repulsive, seemingly emanating from the very cadaver before me. As I lifted my head, my pupils constricted in terror. That voice had belonged to the infant corpse. The incense lit by the elder burned rapidly, having consumed 1/5 of its length already. I was unaware of what the elder meant by the impending doom, yet I could not rely on fate or metaphysical doctrines. I had to save myself. Subdue him. Force him to drink this drop of essence, commanded the infant corpse, its eyes gleaming with malice as it exuded a drop of thick, dark blood from its fingertips. 3 patients restrained me while one thrust a blade between my clenched teeth, demanding I consume it. The sharp edge lacerated my lips, blood spilling forth. There had to be a way to resist. My head was pressed firmly to the ground, my limbs immobilized, and as I opened my eyes, I glanced around. The inner coffin had been opened, And at that moment, Jiang Fei was crouched beside the blood-soaked coffin. Jiang Fei, shatter the organs within the inner coffin. I cried out in desperation, for it was my final hope. Surrender, for she has already become my puppet. Once I endure this moment of peril, I shall allow you to experience the sentiments that engulfed Song Wenshuan at that time. The laughter of infants, sharp and terrifying, echoed like that of a demon. Jiang Fei, my garment was taken during my unconsciousness, along with the crucial talismans, the Maoshan 7 talismans and the child's night crying talismans. At this moment, to awaken Jiang Fei merely by sound seemed an insurmountable challenge. Within me, there remained another talisman. In a moment of urgency, I recalled the red thread of fate that had previously bound Jiang Fei and me. It was intricately woven with talismans of unity and harmony. 1,000 miles of destiny are connected by a single thread. Since I cannot awaken you with sound, let me sever this red thread, awaken swiftly. The detailed elucidation of the mystical arts contains incantations for reclaiming talismans. At this moment, I yearned to utilize the stimulus of the talisman's disappearance to grant Jiang Fei even a fleeting moment of lucidity. Heaven and earth, in tranquility and harmony, I summoned forth the deities of the 3 realms. Should there be any defiance, may it be met with the wrath of the celestial. The incantations resonated like the majestic tones of a grand bell. An inexplicable void manifested within both Jiang Fei and me as our gazes met. A silent understanding passing between us. From this day forth, let us not yearn for one another. Such longing is severed. In that instant, I beheld clarity returning to Jiang Fei's eyes, her pupils brightening as tears brimmed within them. Jiang Fei, shatter the organs within the coffin. The darkened essence lay just before us. At last, Jiang Fei comprehended my words amidst the infant's piercing cries. Armed with a knife, she plunged into the inner coffin, mercilessly mutilating the entrails of the sorcerer. Chapter 105. Extermination of evil. Jiang Fei suddenly lost control, catching the sorcerer off guard, leading to his grave misfortune. The organs nurtured by his sinister essence were obliterated, and blood seeped from his abdomen. The infant's corpse expelled a dark substance, as if gravely wounded. How could this be possible? How could she escape the sorcerer's control? At this moment, the sorcerer was at his weakest, with his vital essence concentrated within the inner coffin, his body immobilized, and his consciousness entwined with the corpse of the death deity. Though he appeared to have firm control over everything, a single misstep could unravel his entire scheme. With his organs destroyed, his vitality waned, making it exceedingly difficult to simultaneously manipulate the minds of 4 individuals. I distinctly felt a reduction in the force upon my back. 2 of the afflicted had released their grip, standing dazed as if unaware of their actions. An opportunity. I thrust one palm against the ground, while my other hand grasped the chains wrapped around my waist. Rolling over, I ensnared one patient by the neck, pinning him down. My hand found a surgical knife on the ground, and I plunged it into his thigh, blood flowing freely. Rising from the ground, I lunged at the infant's corpse with the swiftness of a leopard, trapped within the infant's body. The sorcerer's consciousness could not return to his own form for the time being. Upon seeing my approach with the knife, he screamed, biting down on his tongue to extract a few drops of vital essence, invoking a curse. Lacking any magical implements, the sorcerer resorted to the corpse of the death deity as a medium for his incantation. His consciousness pierced my spirit like a blade, causing my legs to weaken, and I fell to the ground, enveloped by an abyss of darkness. In my line of sight, a terrifying child ghost crawled towards me, drawing ever closer until it loomed right before my eyes, attempting to burrow into my mind. Begone! A faint voice resonated in my consciousness. Though it was but a single word, its power was undeniable. The child ghost, frightened beyond measure, fled in panic as if blown away by the wind. Who are you? As my thoughts returned, I realized I was drenched in cold sweat, a deep line of dread etched across my forehead, one that would not be wiped away. The peril I had just faced was far greater than I had imagined. Had it not been for that voice in my mind, I would surely have met my demise. What? The reaction of the necromancer was even more pronounced than mine. Straining his remaining energy, he forced his essence back into his body, expelling 3 mouthfuls of blood before managing to stand upright. What do you conceal within your being? How could a mere utterance repel the child ghost and shatter my spirit? The necromancer's expression was one of astonishment. His internal injuries had left him with only half of his power, and now, having forcibly cast a spell, he was left with little more than a fraction of his abilities. Do you think I would divulge this to you? Old dog, today marks your end. I stood firm, knife in hand, having narrowly escaped death. The necromancer's face darkened as he noticed the incense at his feet dwindling to a third. Though my strength had waned considerably, I was not one to be threatened by a mere shrimp like him. He wiped the blood from his lips and ominously produced a doll woven from hair. I am gravely injured and can only tenuously control one person's mind, but that will suffice. He plunged a silver needle into the doll's chest and pressed the knife against his own neck. The necromancer issued a strange command, and as I turned, I was horrified to see Jiang Fei standing in the blood coffin, pressing a sharp scalpel against her fair neck. Blood seeped 3 inches into her skin, sliding down to her chest. Jiang Fei, the necromancer cackled, she is the one you hold dear, is she not? Take another step forward, and I will have her end her own life. With the knife in hand, I slowly lowered my raised arm. Jiang Fei was not my beloved. In fact, I harbored some disdain for her. Yet, to witness her perish before my eyes was an unbearable thought. After all, had it not been for her, I might have already been fed the blood of a corpse. What do you intend to do? I met the necromancer's gaze, striving to maintain my composure. First, cast aside the knife, and then I shall reveal to you the next step. The silver scalpel clattered crisply against the tiled floor as I tossed it into a distant corner, glancing towards the doorway and raising my hands. And then, maintain this position and do not move, the necromancer commanded, unyielding by the incense burner, which now had but a fifth of its length remaining. He grasped the doll and began chanting silently. Jiang Fei's eyes deepened with the colors of the necromancy as she stepped out of the blood coffin, retrieving a knife and approaching me. Ah, what a scene of life and death. I relish watching your cherished hopes shatter into fragments, akin to the exhilarating sensation of smashing a precious antique. The necromancer glanced at the nearly extinguished incense and ordered Jiang Fei, stab this man in the belly. Should he dare to resist, you must immediately sever your own neck. I stood motionless, gazing into Jiang Fei's eyes as tears cascaded down her cheeks. In that moment, I finally comprehended why the woman in the underground cell had wept while offering obsequious smiles. Jiang Fei's hand trembled as she clutched the knife, struggling to articulate something, yet unable to do so. Stab this man in the belly. The sorcerer extracted silver needles and plunged them once more into the puppet's chest, while Jiang Fei's eyes gradually reddened, her grip on the knife rising. Gao Jian, move away quickly. The sharp surgical blade reflected my calm visage. I could not hear her silent cries, nor was I prepared to evade. As the knife descended, a complex array of emotions surfaced on Jiang Fei's face, while the sorcerer let out a sinister laugh, declaring that this was merely the beginning, intending to dismember me piece by piece. Even in death, I shall fashion you into a ghoul. The incense burner at my feet emitted but a wisp of smoke, the sorcerer seemingly relishing his narrow escape from certain doom, deriving pleasure from the torment of others. No, the blade grazed my chest, piercing only superficially. Jiang Fei's hand trembled violently, her lips turning a shade of purple as she defiantly gazed at my face. Run. The utterance of those 2 words constituted her utmost limit. You can endure? Then I shall administer a few more needles. The sorcerer, in a fit of hysteria, withdrew 4 more silver needles from his attire, ready to pierce the puppet's limbs. Amidst his concentrated incantations and Jiang Fei's desperate struggles, no one in the room noticed a small figure stealthily retrieve the knife I had discarded in the corner. He moved soundlessly, his grip on the knife steady despite his youth, knowing precisely where to strike for a fatal blow. He was the son of a devil, a product of tragedy, bearing the name Song Xiaofeng. The razor-sharp blade penetrated the skin, tearing through flesh and sinew, plunging mercilessly into the pulsating heart. The sorcerer, expending all his energy to cast spells, turned his head and beheld a foolish child methodically withdrawing the knife from his own heart. Words failed him. Blood surged forth from his throat as he collapsed, his gaze fixated on the incense burner, witnessing the last remnants of ash extinguish. Those marked by the 8 characters of death must face calamities. Upon encountering 2 fates, one shall meet their end tonight, the very day of the second encounter. Justice is inevitable. It is not that retribution does not come, but merely that the time has yet to arrive. As the fallen sorcerer succumbed to the relentless strikes of Song Xiaofeng, all the pent-up hatred within him was unleashed at that moment. The atmosphere in the room seemed to lighten. Jiang Fei's knife halted 2 inches deep in my chest. The bond of fate had frayed. She gazed at my face, her expression becoming peculiar as she murmured after a lengthy silence, "Why did you not evade?" I offered no response, my body riddled with wounds. Fatigue overwhelming me after a night of turmoil. In witnessing Song Xiaofeng's success, I could no longer endure. With a faint smile gracing my lips, I sank to the ground. Even before Jiang Fei had shattered the sorcerer's insides, I had already devised a plan to use myself as bait, orchestrating a dance of light and shadow, reality and illusion. Observing Song Xiaofeng, who continues to vent his frustrations upon the body of the sorcerer, I cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. Perhaps the ones who appear the most foolish are, in fact, the wisest. I wonder just how long this child has waited for this day. Upon the conclusion of Song Xiaofeng's outburst, I climbed beside the sorcerer's lifeless form, his eyes wide open, betraying an unwillingness to close them. He must be feeling suffocated. Realizing that despite his formidable skills, he met his demise at the hands of a seemingly simple-minded child. Fate indeed has a way of balancing the scales. As I rummaged through the sorcerer's belongings, I was aware of his extraordinary abilities in the dark arts, which likely concealed valuable treasures. I am no adherent of the orthodox sects, so I felt no moral qualms as I searched for riches among the dead. After a thorough examination, I uncovered a set of keys, a double-faced Buddha pendant, and a black embroidered pouch. The keys and pendant require no further elaboration, but upon opening the black pouch, I discovered a jewel-like eye. Gazing intently into the depths of that eye, it seemed to harbor the essence of an innocent child, oblivious to the world. Could this be the little spirit nurtured by the sorcerer? After placing the eye back into the pouch, I gathered my belongings and rose to retrieve the phone from the blood-stained coffin. Dawn was approaching, and I wondered what plans lay ahead for the two of them. The events of the night were utterly horrifying, and both Jiang Fei and Song Xiaofeng remained silent, likely still grappling with the terror of death. Sitting atop the blood-stained coffin, I gazed at them, hoping they could keep the secrets of this night buried, never to be spoken of again. I approached Song Xiaofeng, feeling a greater concern for him than for Jiang Fei, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Though young, he possessed a calmness and maturity far beyond his years. He had feigned foolishness so convincingly that he initially deceived me. However, the numerous coincidences that unfolded led me to regard him with newfound respect. His apparent naivety was merely a facade, for at critical moments, he always made the right decisions. When I rescued Jiang Fei and prepared to flee, he boldly jumped into the filthy gutter, altering my course of action. He also displayed remarkable bravery when he stabbed Han Lu in the power distribution room, and when he hesitated to kill before his father. This child's mind has been forged by hatred and fear, as resilient as diamond. Often, I find it difficult to discern what lies within his thoughts. With genius on one side and madness on the other, he remains merely a child of 7 or 8. I wish for him to live as carefree as his peers, a life his parents would have sincerely desired for him. I took the sharp knife from his hand and gently patted his shoulder. After we leave here, follow me for now. Once I establish contact with a shelter, I will support your education. Song Xiaofeng shook his head and turned to flee the room. Watching his retreating figure, I found myself at a loss for words, letting out a sigh as I turned my attention to another pressing concern. Jiang Fei, your previous feelings towards me stemmed from the moment you picked up the red thread of fate in the bank. 1,000 miles of destiny can be tied by a single thread. Now that the thread has snapped, we share no further ties. Perhaps the effects of the fate harmonization charm have not entirely dissipated. Upon your return, a few days of tranquility or reciting some calming incantations should suffice to alleviate any lingering effects. The woman left me at a loss, unsure of how to face the somewhat awkward circumstances of the night. Let this be a token of my gratitude for saving your life. Do not speak of it to outsiders, nor reveal my existence to anyone. Once the matter is settled, I shall depart, concealing my achievements and name. To have rescued her was merely a matter of chance. If I could merely survive this 4th live broadcast, I would find satisfaction. Jiang Fei, though shaken, bore no physical injuries, for the curse was dispelled with the demise of the sorcerer. She appeared a bit disheveled, her expensive nightgown reduced to mere threads. As she approached me step by step, I couldn't help but admire her figure, tall and striking. In terms of allure, she far surpassed the models gracing the covers of fashion magazines. With each advance, she cornered me against the wall, gazing up into my face. Why didn't you evade earlier? Had you done so, the sorcerer would not have taken the bait, and Song Xiaofeng would not have had the opportunity to strike. You could have killed him directly. My blade could have pierced your heart, and you might have perished. Do you not despise me? Why do you care about my fate? This woman, who had left a terrible first impression, now seemed to have tears in her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. I raised my hands, uncertain of where to place them. It was all over. Let us not dwell on it. There would be no further entanglements between us. Gently pushing Zhang Fei's shoulder, I made my way towards the door, retrieving the sorcerer's key and inspecting each hospital room until I finally located my shirt in the black leather case containing my streaming equipment in the director's office. This night felt interminable. As I opened the gates of the Henzhan Mental Hospital, the air was no longer oppressive, and I stepped out with Zhang Fei following closely behind me. As for the whereabouts of Song Xiaofeng, I was unaware. I had only seen in the afternoon newspaper that a catastrophic fire had engulfed the Henzhan Mental Hospital, claiming all lives within due to its fully enclosed structure. The cause of the fire remained undetermined. The early sun began to rise, casting a ray of light upon my face. Ding! The live streaming task was to commence at 10 o'clock tonight, taking a taxi to the southern suburbs of Jiang City. Now, let the scoring begin. Completing the live broadcast yields 1 point. If the peak viewership exceeds 3,000, an additional 6 points. If the total gifts received during the broadcast surpass 3,000 Ming coins, 5 more points. Completing a commission from the underworld grants an extra point. Optional tasks include earning 1 point for each person killed. During this broadcast, 12 souls perished due to my actions, resulting in an additional 12 points awarded. Upon tallying, this live broadcast garnered a total of 25 points, bringing my overall score to 28. The fourth live broadcast was thus concluded, and the catalog of goods was updated. The newly added items include the upper volume of the Fundamental Nurturing Pill Formula, 5 parts. The Channeling Pill, 7 parts for unblocking the run and do meridians and dispelling karmic obstacles. The Comprehensive Guide to the Nanyang Flying Skull Dismantling, 6 parts detailing the 6 realms of flying skull dismantling. The Rare Dream Crafting Secret, 10 parts, which states that whether one dreams or not is a manifestation of stillness amidst movement. Waking is associated with yin, while sleeping is associated with yang. The Immortal Traveler's Pillow, 7 parts, resembling agate, which allows one to dream of all 10 continents and 3 islands. A Random High-Level Talisman, 10 parts. An Introduction to Yin-Yang Ghost Techniques, 10 parts. A Corpse-Chasing Copper Bell, 10 parts. The Muscle Cleansing and Bone Washing Pill Formula, 10 parts. The Fox Immortal's Mummified Corpse, 15 parts, with spiritual resonance not yet dissipated, and the Spirit Communing Life Ghost, 20 parts, which can block fatal calamities without entering the 5 elements. As Zhang Fei was right beside me, I refrained from checking my phone and instead escorted her to the city. After she informed her family of her safety, I finally took my phone and departed by taxi. Upon returning to the half-open shop on Ting Tang Road, I stumbled inside to search for bandages, only to discover a small girl playing with a large dog in the room. The girl appeared innocent, completely unaware that the dog was joyfully frolicking between her chubby cheeks. Upon hearing my voice, the girl looked up, and upon seeing my grievous state, she stood up from her chair, stuttering, You must go to the hospital." Unable to resist her insistence, and feeling exceedingly weak, I grabbed some money, not even bothering to lock the shop door as she pulled me into a taxi. Upon reaching the hospital, I removed my blood-soaked outer garment, revealing several knife wounds that even the doctor could hardly bear to look at. The injury on my palm had become infected. Fortunately, I arrived early. Had I delayed a day or two longer, I might have lost the use of my hands. Assigned to a hospital room, I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I realized I lacked sufficient funds, and as someone engaged in a gray profession, I couldn't expect to have any health insurance. "Shall we go back first?" "You lie still. I'll call my aunt." Despite her youth, Yi bore a striking resemblance to Tai Ningxiang when she was assertive, and her tone left no room for argument. Looking at her chubby little face, I swallowed the words I wanted to say. Before an hour had passed, the door to the ward swung open, and a decisive female police officer strode in. "Gao Jian, what happened to you?" The unique fragrance that belonged solely to her made my taut nerves finally relax. I waved my bandaged hands, which had just received medication, and offered her a wry smile. I wanted to renovate the shop, but ended up cutting my hand. "A cut on your hand? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Tai Ningxiang, sitting beside me, wasted no time and lifted my outer garment. The gruesome knife wounds on my back resembled the grinning faces of demons. "What on earth did you do last night?" Chapter 107. A story from 20 years ago. Observing the blood-soaked wounds on my back, Tai Ningxiang furrowed her brow. I managed a bitter smile, hesitated for a long time, and finally uttered 2 words: to save someone. To save someone? You ran out at night to save someone and returned covered in wounds? Gao Jian, your ability to fabricate lies seems to be deteriorating. Sitting on the hospital bed, Tai Ningxiang was quite close to me. I inhaled the faint fragrance lingering in the air, staring at my hands in silence. Still not ready to tell the truth? I don't understand why you refuse to share it with me. Just say it, and I can help keep it confidential and bear the burden for you. Tai Ningxiang's gaze was sincere, and she looked exceptionally beautiful when serious. Regrettably, my current disposition leaves little room for appreciation. Shaking my head, I cautioned you to exercise caution. Lu Xing is intent on ending your life, and he is no ordinary adversary. Ever since the moment I became a host in the Underworld Showcase, I have realized that no one can assist me. This path is one I must tread alone until I can no longer endure, ultimately vanishing as cleanly and completely as Xia Qi seeing my woeful state. Tai Ningxiang's irritation dissipated. After donning her police uniform, she stated, I will no longer inquire into your matters. My primary purpose in coming here was to inform you that Zhang Fei was successfully rescued this morning, and your alleged involvement in the kidnapping has been cleared. Rest assured and recuperate here. As she reached the door, she paused and added, Gao Jian, I am not seeking to pry. I merely wish to lend you a hand. When you have the opportunity, please visit the precinct. This morning, surveillance captured footage of you returning Zhang Fei to the city, and I have secured the video evidence. With that, she departed without a backward glance. As her footsteps faded, I exhaled a sigh of relief and managed a faint smile toward Yi, remarking, Your aunt is certainly formidable. She is merely concerned about you, Yi replied, placing her backpack at the foot of the bed and taking a seat in the spot previously occupied by Tai Ningxiang. I am curious, though. What were you up to last night? Did you take the last bus on Route 14 again? Yi's wide, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity, reminiscent of a child eager for a bedtime story from a family member. How could that be? Ever since I met you, I doubt I will ever ride the Route 14 bus again in my lifetime. Hey, what do you mean by that? I retorted. No, my head hurts too much. I need to sleep. Remember to close the door when you leave. No need to see me off. Goodbye. I turned away, wrapping myself in the blanket and covering my head. Wait, you still haven't told me. Yi huffed, muttering a few more words before finally shouldering her backpack. Fine. Take care of yourself. The sound of the door closing prompted me to peek out from under the blanket. Dealing with your aunt seems a far easier task than contending with you. After a night of turmoil, I felt undeniably exhausted. Once they had departed, I settled into a meditative posture, reciting the Miao Zhen Exine Fa, seeking to empty my mind while alleviating my physical fatigue. After several cycles of meditation, I was unaware that noon had arrived. Clarity returned to my eyes, and the weariness in my bones dissipated, though the wounds from the knife would not heal in mere hours. Dressing and gathering my belongings, I felt pain coursing through my body. Yet as long as my life was not in jeopardy, I chose to ignore it for the time being, as my time was of the essence. Upon returning to Tingtang Road, I imbibed 2 cups of Tong Xian wine, feeling warmth circulate throughout my body. Stretching, I placed the pendant I had obtained from the sorcerer into my pocket and dialed Secretary Zhang, instructing him to inform Director Huang that I had made significant progress on the matter he entrusted to me. Half an hour later, an Audi A8 arrived at the storefront, transporting me to the headquarters of Qianding Pharmaceutical. Mr. Gao, Director Huang is waiting for you in his office on the 11th floor. Secretary Zhang greeted me personally as he led me upstairs. Upon entering Director Huang Buyuan's office, I sensed an unusual atmosphere. Besides Huang Buyuan, another figure was present. It's you? I exclaimed, taken aback. Seated on a 100-year-old pearwood sofa was a young Daoist priest of striking presence, adorned in resplendent robes, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. In comparison to him, I, having just emerged from the hospital, appear rather diminished. As if I ought to simply announce that your package has arrived and request your signature, then make a hasty retreat. The young Daoist glanced at me with a trace of surprise in his eyes, as if to say, what a twist of fate that we should meet again. Surely that dog of yours is meant to be mine. His nonchalant demeanor in the face of such audacity suggests that, regardless of his cultivation level, he possesses a shamelessness akin to that of a congenital powerhouse. Nevertheless, with matters concluded here, I must trouble Brother Huang further, and I shall not intrude any longer. The young Daoist offered me no chance to speak, departing with a smile as if he were among friends. Secretary Zhang nodded and bowed as he saw him off. And once the door was closed, I entered my office. What manner of person was that Daoist? How could he so boldly address Huang Buiyuan as Brother Huang? Who is Huang Buiyuan, you might ask? He is the executive director of Qianding Pharmaceutical, a powerful figure in Jiangqing's second-largest consortium. A mere stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout half of Jiangqing. Yet, the young Taoist dared to address Huang Buiyuan as an equal. What a terrifying background he must possess. After sending off the young Taoist, Huang Buiyuan's expression soured. I apologize for the inconvenience. I have heard there has been a significant breakthrough regarding the death of my dog. What discovery have you made? Huang Buiyuan was clearly attempting to change the subject, and I had no intention of digging into the Taoist's identity. Seated at my desk, I produced a dual-sided Buddha pendant and promptly delved into the matter at hand. Director Huang, have you encountered a pendant of this nature previously? Huang Buiyuan accepted the dual-sided Buddha pendant and scrutinized it for some time, his countenance gradually darkening. Where did you acquire this item? Days ago, while investigating Jiang Shihan's unwarranted obstruction at the hospital, I uncovered that the perpetrator had even manipulated Jiang Shihan's psyche, coercing her to leap to her demise in order to conceal their secrets. You must not speak without evidence, Huang Buiyuan cautioned, his demeanor betraying a tension far removed from that of the astute tycoon I had come to know. Whether you believe me or not, I am recounting the truth. That pendant in your possession was obtained from the very hands of the individual who orchestrated Jiang Shihan's suicide. I paused deliberately, observing Huang Buiyuan's expression. Yet this old fox revealed no cracks in his facade. And the murderer? Where is he now? My continued existence assures you that he is no longer alive, I retorted, exposing the ghastly wounds upon my body. However, do not rejoice too soon. The adversary may be part of a vast organization, relentless in their pursuit of objectives. Having previously slain your son and extinguished your family's lineage, they have now eliminated your daughter-in-law and obliterated her remains. Next, it could very well be your turn. Are you threatening me? Huang Buiyuan placed the pendant upon the table, his gaze flickering towards it with a mix of intent and caution. This is not a threat. It is a quest for truth. Based on the information you provided, I initially believed the primary suspect to be Jiangjin Real Estate. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, that suspicion can now be dismissed. Therefore, I require you to furnish me with new suspects. My words were clear. This cunning old fox was concealing something from me. It was evident that he had encountered the dual-sided Buddha pendant before, and he understood its significance all too well. With an assertive gaze, I watched as Huang Buiyuan pondered deeply, eventually recalling an old incident. On the surface, I am the executive director of Qianding Pharmaceutical, seemingly thriving, yet in truth, I grapple with my own tribulations. Over 20 years ago, I arrived in Jiangqing, utterly alone and reliant solely on a few ancestral prescriptions, toiling relentlessly to make a living by selling traditional Chinese medicine. Despite the arduous nature of those days, our little family of 3 found fulfillment and happiness together. However, the birth of my second daughter brought calamity, as she was diagnosed with a congenital heart defect, with doctors declaring that she would not survive past the age of 15. In a desperate bid to save her life, I was compelled to sell our ancestral home, but misfortunes seemed to shadow me. Shortly after the birth of our second daughter, my wife succumbed to a grave illness. At that time, I felt utterly hopeless and contemplated selling the ancestral prescriptions as well. Yet in that moment of despair, I encountered a benefactor. Years have passed, and I can scarcely recall his visage, only that he was neither monk nor Daoist, adorned with a double-faced Buddha pendant. Chapter 108. The Noble Person of Tianyi. Huang Buiyuan took a sip of the now-cold Longjing tea and continued. At that time, Jiangqing had not yet undergone relocation. I was selling prescriptions in an ancient building of the old city. A whole morning passed without a single inquiry until that benefactor appeared. Strangely, despite the passage of time, I can recall every detail of his attire, yet his face eludes my memory. It seems as though his visage has forever vanished from my recollection. At times, I even question whether I truly met this individual or if he was merely a figment of my imagination. I must concede that Huang Buiyuan's words have piqued my curiosity. Did that person assist you? Huang Buiyuan nodded. Originally, I intended to bury this matter deep within my heart, taking it to my grave. But since you have inquired, I shall share it with you, provided you keep it confidential. Rest assured, discretion is fundamental in our profession. With my assurance, Huang Buiyuan slowly began to speak. That person emerged from the depths of the ancient building. By the time I noticed him, he had already stood beside me for quite some time. In my utter despair, I presented my prescriptions to him, but he did not accept them. Instead, he scrutinized me, repeatedly uttering phrases I could scarcely comprehend. The celestial deities stand alongside Tai, the Emperor of Heaven, in the domain where all calamities are concealed and evaded. It was only later that I realized he was speaking of my fate. My fortune, as indicated by my birth chart, suggested that I possessed a noble personage, with auspicious elements aligned, heralding a destiny filled with blessings and divine aid. Such a fate, it seemed, stood in stark contrast to my current plight. The man expressed astonishment at my circumstances and inquired about many aspects of my life, eventually stating that he possessed a method to elevate me from poverty to wealth, freeing me from the burdens of hardship. Having reached a dead end, I listened patiently, embracing the notion of a last-ditch effort. At this juncture, Huang Buiyuan's demeanor darkened, as if the subsequent events had become a lingering burden on his heart. What method did that enigmatic figure propose? I asked, a sense of urgency creeping into my voice. Huang Buiyuan hesitated for a long moment before uttering two words, "Kill your wife." "What?" I gasped, my eyes widening in disbelief. "You cannot possibly have gone through with that. After all those years together, how could I commit such a heinous act for the sake of wealth and glory?" Huang Buiyuan sighed. "My reaction was much like yours. In my youthful fervor, I even spoke disrespectfully to that enigmatic figure. However, the other party showed no concern and instead patiently enlightened me, saying that the union of the dragon and rabbit had brought about a calamity. Had it not been for my noble fate, my family would have likely been ruined long ago." Before departing, they retrieved a blank scroll from their bag, telling me that if I hung it in my home, I would come to understand everything. At that time, I truly felt trapped, having spent an entire day outside without selling a single prescription. Upon returning to my rented room, I realized that the funds I had borrowed from relatives and friends for medical expenses were only sufficient to save one person. Huang Buiyuan rubbed his temples and habitually picked up the teacup from the table, finishing the cold tea leaves in one gulp. That evening, our family shared our last meal together. The next day, I traveled far to meet a herbal merchant, and when I returned 2 days later, I discovered that my wife had committed suicide by poison. At the time of her passing, only our eldest daughter was by her side. The child recounted that June, my wife, had been speaking to the blank scroll as if it concealed a person within. I have always believed that my wife's death was connected to that peculiar scroll, yet, regrettably, I searched every corner of the house and could not find it. It seemed to have vanished from the world along with her demise. After my wife's departure, my life underwent a significant transformation. Everything I endeavored seemed to proceed smoothly, and whatever I desired was readily attainable, as if benefactors were present at every turn. I earned my first pot of gold by selling prescriptions, and my deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, acquired from my father, caught the attention of a large pharmaceutical company. The company's president's daughter also became enamored with me, leading to my subsequent marriage. Thereafter, I ascended rapidly, transforming from a mere pharmacist to the executive director. With the company expanding its scale manifold, it appeared that anything associated with me flourished effortlessly. Huang Buiyuan's tale captivated me, his later life resembling an extraordinary journey. Indeed, the auspicious benefactor was not without merit. I expressed my heartfelt admiration, yet Huang Buiyuan, with a bitter smile, remarked that despite the outward glamour, the past decade had not been filled with joy. He nostalgically recalled the days spent in the cramped rental with June. "Has something strange occurred in your family again?" I inquired. "Not at all," he replied, "but after my remarriage, my eldest daughter, out of spite, went abroad for several years without contact. My second daughter, though she survived past 15, is confined to a sickbed, relying on medication, spending most of her days in a daze, half asleep. As for my youngest, Huang Guanxing, whom you've met, originally a blessing in old age, that rascal only knows how to indulge in debauchery and now has fallen victim to malice." I felt weary on his behalf. Indeed, the poor have their own struggles, while the wealthy bear their own burdens. Although this life lacks excitement, I find contentment. Yet, just 3 days before Huang Guanxing's incident, I received a letter from a stranger. The sender demanded the blank scroll from over 20 years ago and threatened that failure to comply would lead to my family's destruction. At that moment, I had long forgotten about the matter, and since the scroll had vanished, where could I find it? Thus, I chose to disregard the threat. opting instead to install surveillance at home and arrange for bodyguards to discreetly protect my family. Who would have imagined that even such stringent security measures would fail to prevent the incident that befell Huang Guanhong 3 days later? Initially, I did not associate the scroll with my son's demise until you produced that Buddha pendant, at which point clarity dawned upon me. A brief silence enveloped the office as Huang Buiyuan returned the pendant to me. You inquired, what does the double-faced Buddha truly signify? A code? A testament? A belief? Or perhaps a message? I pocketed the pendant, refraining from immediate reply. The situation was more intricate than I had anticipated. I had hoped to glean insights regarding the double-faced Buddha from Huang Buiyuan, yet he only deepened my confusion. The double-faced Buddha seemed intent on acquiring that scroll from you. If the scroll held such significance, why did they initially bestow it upon you? Those individuals are unscrupulous, and their original intent was likely far from pure, hinting at a premeditated scheme. Each time I stream live, I can sense the shadow of the double-faced Buddha. The more I learn, the more I comprehend the dread encapsulated in those 3 words. Their machinations have been in motion for over 2 decades, manifesting in places like the Anshin Inn and the No. 3 Bridge Crematorium. It appears they are orchestrating a monumental conspiracy from the shadows. I also sense something amiss. The one who is neither monk nor Daoist, urging me to commit such a heinous act, is certainly not of noble intent. Huang Buiyuan retrieved a key from his person and unlocked the drawer of his desk, producing an unremarkable letter. This is the correspondence they sent me a few days ago. You are the second person to see it. Huang Buiyuan, ever cautious, knew well that prudence is the cornerstone of longevity in the tumultuous realm of commerce. Upon opening the envelope, I found a sheet of grayish-white paper, every word meticulously cut from newspapers and affixed to the page. The letter was terse and lacked a signature, centering primarily on that painting. You would be wise to leverage your connections at the police station for a fingerprint analysis of this letter. Additionally, can you recall more details regarding the blank scroll? The double-faced Buddha has always emanated an air of mystery, making it difficult for me to discern their true intentions. The appearance of this threatening letter has at least provided me with a direction for my investigation. They too harbor desires. If I can locate the scroll before them, I shall seize the initiative and hold their fate in my hands. Over 2 decades have passed, and my recollections have dimmed. Yet I recall my eldest daughter mentioning that Wan Jun, before her passing, inscribed a line on that painting, expressing her wish for me to safeguard my second daughter's life. She endured great hardships to come into this world and deserved to experience its vibrant colors and the warmth of home. Is that all? Without specific details about its appearance, I cannot deduce anything further. Never mind. Continue searching at home. Revisit the old houses we once lived in for any overlooked clues. That painting is paramount. Huang Buiyuan nodded, indicating his understanding. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a blank check from the drawer. He inscribed a figure and slid the check towards me. This is 500,000. Take it for now. If you can uncover the truth behind the double-faced Buddha and ensure my family's safety, I shall provide you with an additional 500,000. No reward without effort. We had previously settled on a price. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, I hope you can truthfully answer one question. Without touching the check, I rose and met Huang Buiyuan's gaze. Ask away. As long as it does not pertain to company secrets, I shall respond. With a bandaged hand pressed against the expensive pearwood table, I spoke rapidly. When that person proposed the murder of his wife, did you ever feel a flicker of temptation? Director Huang had never anticipated such a question from me. His hands, adorned with a string of Bodhi beads, hung motionless before his chest, resembling a statue frozen in time. And he remained silent for an extended moment. I believed I had discerned the answer. In this world, there are no unfounded causes nor unmerited effects. Straightening my posture, I uttered not another word and turned to depart. In the opulent office, only Director Huang remained, silently gazing at the check on the table, his thoughts seemingly drifting back over 2 decades. Chapter 109. Successful redemption. Upon exiting the headquarters of Qianding Pharmaceutical, I did not hasten back to the pinnacle of joy. Instead, I proceeded towards the overpass to seek out Lu Xiezi. A new batch of props had been added to the underworld showcase, and I wished to solicit his insights. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the streets were sparsely populated. Before I reached the overpass, I caught sight of Lu Xiezi engaged in a heated debate with 2 uniformed city management officers. The exchange was fervent, and Lu Xiezi, with his bristling beard and glaring eyes, bore no resemblance to the sage he was reputed to be. What's going on, old Lu? As I drew closer, I discovered that the two officers had dismantled Lu Xiezi's fortune-telling stall and confiscated his ancestral shoulder pole and bamboo basket, leaving them on the enforcement vehicle. Clearly, Lu Xiezi was displeased. Who are you to him? City enforcement does not permit the involvement of unrelated parties, one officer admonished. Another added, you are strong and capable. Why not find a proper job instead of deceiving people and affecting the city's appearance? The officers had been vigilant, having staked out the area for several days, and finally caught Lu Xiezi in the act. Didn't you claim you could tell fortunes? Why didn't you foresee this before leaving your home today? The officers spoke with a modicum of politeness, in stark contrast to the violent enforcement often depicted in the media. Fortune tellers adhere to 3 prohibitions. Predicting one's own fate is a significant taboo, Lu Xiezi asserted with conviction, yet the officers paid him no heed. Fine, fine, say what you will. We are confiscating these superstitious tools. Pay your previous fines in full, and you may return to collect your belongings. With that, the officers prepared to drive away, prompting Lu Xiezi to block their path, nearly lying beneath the wheels in a desperate attempt to protest. Unable to bear the sight, I produced 2 cigarettes and offered them to the officers, this gesture of deference helping to ease the tension in the atmosphere. How much does he owe? I will cover it, I declared. The officer lit a cigarette and stepped down from the vehicle. You have some sense, but this old man is merely a charlatan. Don't be swayed by his flowery words. He can see us fleeing faster than rabbits. Upon hearing the officer's words, I nearly burst into laughter. Poor Lu Xiezi, a peculiar figure of folk wisdom, now found himself not fearing demons or spirits, but rather the city enforcement. What a pitiful state he was in. How much does he owe? I'll help him out. Consider it a good deed. The medical expenses had been covered by Tai Ningxiang, so I still had some money left. It's not easy for the old man, but after fleeing 5 times, he has shown no sign of reform. Given the severity of the situation, let us settle on 1,000. Seeing me head for my wallet, Lu Xiezi grew anxious. I only charge 5 for a reading. For those with bad luck, I take just 1 or 2. If someone meets a tragic fate, I even pay them. I earn my living through skill and good deeds. What right do you have to find me? I cannot pay 1,000. I retorted, you, old man, are not only deceiving others, but also harboring an air of superiority? Good deeds? It seems to me you are merely a fraud. The city is currently evaluating its status as a civilized tourist destination. You should be cautious. Should you become a typical example, the consequences may not be favorable for you. Observing Lu, the blind man, still obstructing the road, 2 city management officers attempted to remove him. Brothers, please remain calm. I understand your responsibilities, but old Lu does have a point. There are indeed certain matters in this world that defy explanation. With both sides unwilling to yield, I devised a more tactful approach. For instance, I recently encountered a peculiar incident. If you do not believe me, you may accompany me to see for yourselves. I summoned the 2 city officers to the shaded side of the overpass, where sunlight could not penetrate, creating a cool and desolate atmosphere. What do you wish to show us? They inquired, utterly perplexed. I removed my outer garment and produced a black embroidered cloth bag from within. Please do not come too close as you observe, I said with a serious demeanor. In truth, there was no need for my warning. As soon as I revealed the still healing knife wounds on my body, the officers instinctively reached for their phones to summon assistance. I placed the embroidered bag before them. One officer, driven by curiosity, leaned in closer, his gaze fixated on a child's eyeball contained within. His complexion turned pale as he attempted to avert his eyes, only to find himself unable to do so, his body seemingly controlled by an unseen force, as if something within that I sought to draw him in. What lurked within the eye? His entire focus became ensnared by the glossy black pupil, which appeared to come alive, suddenly shifting within the bag. Beneath the gloomy overpass, the city officer felt as though ice water had been poured down his neck, fear swiftly coursing through his nervous system. He longed to escape, yet found himself helpless as the spirit imprisoned within the eye began to crawl forth, hunched and reaching for the living before it. Hey, wake up. I closed the bag and gently tapped the officer's shoulder, and he seemed to awaken from a dream, his forehead slick with cold sweat. What did you just see? The other officer asked curiously. However, his companion remained silent, bowing slightly to me and Lu before swiftly retreating to their vehicle. What on earth did you see? I inquired. And after symbolically offering 100 yuan, the officers dared not take anything from Lu, hastily driving away. Lu, too, felt a sense of wonder. What did you show them? I retrieved the bag and handed it to Lu. I was just about to discuss this with you. I recently encountered a practitioner of black magic, whom I subsequently eliminated. I recounted the events leading up to the incident to Lu, omitting only details related to the spectral showcase. You claimed to have killed a necromancer who had reached the 6th level of mastery. Lu, while knowing I would not lie, still found it hard to believe. Such a practitioner would be a formidable presence even in the bustling regions of Southeast Asia. I can only say you have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, as if aligning with divine will. Indeed, I acted as an agent of justice. That necromancer treated the living as mere tools for sacrifice, utterly abhorrent. Lu, however, mused. I fear your intentions may not be entirely pure. He began to cast divination, but abruptly halted. Strange. Your path ahead is shrouded in a mist of cold smoke. Each time I read your fortune, the omens appear different, seemingly changing every 3 days. He leaned on his shoulder pole and gently touched my shoulder, the bony structure of his hand and cheekbones seemingly unchanged, likely due to external circumstances. I hesitated to let Lu the Blind continue his divination. Though he sometimes seemed a charlatan, there were instances when his predictions were astonishingly accurate, perilously close to the truth. The eye, which Lu possessed, was something I had retrieved from that sorcerer. Do you think carrying such an object would bring ill fortune? Upon inspecting the eyeball nestled within the embroidered pouch, Lu's expression shifted subtly. A fate spirit? Do you recognize this? Not only do I recognize it, but I have an ancestor who met his demise at the hands of a fate spirit. Lu the Blind extracted an ancient book from his bamboo frame, its pages adorned with ink-washed, handwritten characters. A fate spirit, a rare and perilous entity, is nurtured only by a select few practitioners of the dark arts. The conditions for its creation are exceedingly stringent. One must find an unborn infant whose fate aligns with a compatible destiny, then extract it from the mother's womb while it is neither alive nor dead, subsequently feeding it with one's own life essence. A fate spirit grows alongside its master, serving not only to attract wealth and fortune, but also to shield its owner from impending doom. However, the true terror of a fate spirit lies beyond mere protection. According to ancestral records, once ensnared by a fate spirit, the malevolent energy can invade one's very fate. Unless one possesses a noble destiny, they may face untimely death. Lu tightened the pouch's opening, cautioning that the spirit I had found was not yet fully developed. In its current state, it posed no immediate threat, but its future potential remained uncertain. I tucked away the pouch, recognizing it as a perilous hot potato. Indeed, one must not meddle with a corpse. There is no need for excessive alarm. Nurturing a spirit, much like the art of corpse manipulation, may seem ominous, yet it ultimately depends on the individual. A fate spirit is a double-edged sword. If you can harbor benevolent thoughts and resist its malevolent influences, I recommend you keep it. Perhaps one day, it may save your life at the cost of its own. And how does one nurture a fate spirit? I am uncertain. There exist teachings within the Miao Zhen tradition concerning spirit nurturing. However, I advise against forcing it. Allow everything to unfold naturally. After conversing with Lu the Blind, I transcribed the newly added merchandise catalog from the Underworld Showcase for him to review. Old Lu, do you think there is anything particularly suited for me among these items? Perusing the catalog filled with extraordinary treasures, Lu appeared unfazed. In the realm of cultivation, one must remain steadfast. Having chosen the Miao Zhen path, one should not waver lightly. Moreover, these sorceries and ghostly arts often bear significant side effects and can easily rebound upon the practitioner. In my opinion, the most valuable among these items must be those 2 recipes for the foundational cultivation elixir. While common, the formulas currently circulating are modified versions. True ancient prescriptions exist only in a handful of sects, regarded as priceless secrets that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Nevertheless, while the prescriptions are indeed precious, they hold little significance for you at this moment. Your primary focus should be on cultivating your foundation, and I suggest you procure the pulse-opening elixir. I once heard from my ancestors that a high-quality pulse-opening elixir can allow one to break through to the state of oblivion within a single day, unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. As for the dreaming pillow, the secret of dream crafting, and the fox spirit mummy, these are legendary items. Given the disparity in your current realm, possessing them could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Lu's analysis was sound, and I nodded in silent agreement. Departing only as dusk fell, I proceeded directly to the bank, seated in the lobby, and used the Underworld Showcase's mobile device to send a message. I wish to exchange for the pulse-opening elixir and the foundational cultivation elixir recipe. The successful exchange of points has left a total of 16 points remaining. As soon as the reply from the Underworld showroom arrived, the bank's lobby manager hurriedly emerged from the back, glancing around until he spotted me, then approached with a smile. Your items are ready. Would you like to retrieve them now? Is it already done? I thought, having only sent the message mere minutes ago. Could it be that the Underworld showroom possesses some prophetic ability? Chapter 110. Jiangqin's secret accompanying the bank manager to the basement. I opened the safe to retrieve a black package, revealing a hint of surprise on my face. Inside the package lay a white jade box, containing the legendary pulse unblocking pill, and beneath it, a yellowed ancient book, its cover inscribed with the elegant script, Essence Cultivating Pill. The items were precisely as expected, as if the Underworld showroom had foreseen my desire to exchange for these particular treasures. What exactly is the origin of the Underworld showroom? I felt a chill as I touched the plum blossom mark on my wrist. Initially, I speculated that the Underworld showroom was a tightly knit criminal organization. But after several live broadcasts, I gradually realized that it occupies a unique position, straddling both the righteous and the wicked, akin to a neutral platform between the realms of yin and yang. If the dual-faced Buddha evoked feelings of eerie terror and uncertainty, the Underworld showroom is altogether unfathomable, leaving no trace in the mortal realm, yet possessing an uncanny ability to grasp all that transpires within it. There are matters beyond my current reach. I must cease my idle thoughts and return to Ting Tang Road with the black package in hand. I first treated Bai Qi to a sumptuous meal, and then we shared a half jar of Tongxian wine, I dragging the tipsy Bai Qi to the corner while I ascended to the second floor with the black package, preparing to study the Miao Zhen method. Tongxian wine is a premium tonic, nourishing the internal organs and proving immensely beneficial for both my depleted vitality and cultivation. Reciting the Miao Zhen heart method, my consciousness slipped into the spiritual realm, descending through the Huangting acupoints as the medicinal properties of the Tongxian wine were completely absorbed. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the channels within my body gradually expanded, and I felt a subtle energy gathering in my chest, akin to a slumbering dragon poised to soar into the heavens. With clarity of mind, I opened the jade box and delicately grasped the glistening pulse unblocking pill, akin to a lychee in appearance. Upon swallowing it, a rich fragrance enveloped my senses, an indescribable sensation. The pill dissolved instantly, its essence igniting a fiery furnace within my abdomen, refining my organs and meridians. The turbulent energy in my chest became increasingly vigorous, and as the medicinal effects were fully digested, the energy dragon coiled within my chest suddenly surged upward, rushing forth through the governing meridian like a river breaking its dam. The constricted governing meridian, hindered by smoking, drinking, and a harsh living environment, was forcefully unblocked by this energy dragon. Sitting cross-legged with a straight posture, I felt a great dragon traverse my spine, and in that moment, a sense of lightness enveloped me, freeing me from the numerous unseen burdens. Upon opening my eyes, my gaze burned bright. Though my features were ordinary, they now bore a hint of ethereal grace. I had reached the third realm of the Miao Zhen Dao technique, Yuan Du. The smooth flow of the governing vessel allows the spiritual realm of the Ling Tai to connect with the lower Dantian, creating a harmonious circulation of energy within and without. Only then can I truly consider myself to have entered the threshold of cultivation. Inhaling pure energy and exhaling impurities, the universe embodies a grand cycle, while the human body represents a myriad of smaller cycles. This breakthrough offers me more than mere physical benefits. My body grows robust and powerful, my senses sharpen once again, and my celestial vision approaches a new level of mastery. The rapid progression of my training is astonishing, perhaps even beyond the comprehension of the great masters who first conceived of the celestial vision technique. It won't be long before I can perceive beyond the veil of reality, beyond the physical transformations. What excites me most is that I have finally reached the threshold of cultivation where I can begin to craft talismans according to the profound teachings of the great master. Though my understanding of Daoist practices remains rudimentary, allowing me to draw only the occasional effective talisman, this represents a monumental leap forward for me. With the great master's teachings at hand, I can now create 6 different talismans, 4 of which are ordinary blessings and disaster-warding symbols, while 2 possess offensive capabilities to subdue malevolent spirits. The talismans of the 5 divine generals can command all beings, issuing orders with urgency, drawing boundaries to confine and control. The creation of talismans demands meticulous attention, including the choice of paper, brush, ink, and techniques. They are categorized into talisman heads, talisman cores, and talisman tails. The process requires deep concentration, tranquility, and even a change of attire. After thoroughly contemplating these requirements, I dismissed any immediate attempts. Crafting an effective talisman would be a monumental challenge in itself. As dusk fell, I noted down the incantations for these talismans before retiring for the night. After each day of live streaming, I find a profound sense of peace and sleep. The next morning, facing the rising sun, I practiced my celestial vision while silently reciting the great master's heart method. After 2 cycles, the roll-up door of my small shop was knocked upon. Couples lost in the nightlife were likely still dreaming, so the visitor was probably not seeking special items. Awakening from my meditative state, I descended to open the door. As the roll-up door lifted, a graceful and alluring woman appeared, a beauty with a slender waist, dressed in a professional ensemble of a fitted skirt and a crisp white blouse. Exuding an aura of maturity and intellectual charm. Clutching her handbag, she stood at the entrance, and in that moment of eye contact, she appeared anxious and somewhat awkward. Yibing. I rubbed my eyes to confirm I was not dreaming. What brings you here? We have parted ways. Go on and enjoy your life as a wealthy lady. With that, I prepared to pull the door down, for this woman was a complication, and with the Jiang family behind her, I had no time for personal matters. Wait, I have something to say. Yibing held the roll-up door, her fair fingers tightly gripping the rough doorframe. You are the only person I know in Jiang City. Given our past from 5 years ago, could you spare me 5 minutes? The pride she once exhibited during our first encounter had vanished, revealing a slightly haggard appearance. The light makeup she wore only served to mask her pale complexion. Pondering her intentions for a moment, I finally replied, "Come in." "Thank you," she said stiffly, taking a seat in the somewhat cramped shop. "What I have to discuss is important. Didn't you usually conduct business in the back room on the 2nd floor? Business?" A wry smile crossed my face as I lit a cigarette. "Let us talk here. You have only 5 minutes." Yibing nodded, seemingly indifferent to the acrid scent of inferior tobacco wafting through the room, as she retrieved a document from her handbag. Jiang Chun had been discharged from the hospital 2 days prior. His health appeared stable, yet an unsettling aura surrounded him. A palpable emotion, one I had recently observed on many faces, manifested on Yibing's countenance, an amalgamation of dread and trepidation. Exhaling a plume of smoke, I drummed my fingers on the table, reminding myself there were merely 4 minutes remaining. Upon returning from the hospital, Jiang Chun cradled a flower pot, a familiar sight I had encountered in his hospital room. Even during the most critical days of his illness, that very pot had adorned his bedside. Ever since he brought it home, I had been plagued by dreams of a gaunt, emaciated infant, inching closer to me each night. When I confided this to Jiang Chun, rather than expressing concern, he appeared elated, declaring it a positive omen. Yibing's expression betrayed her confusion. The child in my dreams was horrifying, its mouth filled with bloodied teeth. And last night it had even attempted to burrow into my abdomen. Though I was acutely aware it was merely a dream, the sensation was hauntingly vivid. I yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped my lips. I longed to move, yet found myself immobilized. Yibing's predicament seemed increasingly peculiar as I furrowed my brow, listening intently to her recount the unsettling occurrences. Moreover, during the past 2 days of cohabitation with Jiang Chun, I had observed numerous bizarre habits of his. For instance, he would set an extra place at the dining table, often spilling tea or discarding food onto the floor. At social gatherings, he insisted on leaving an empty seat between us. Furthermore, at night, he would seclude himself in his study, often engaging in soliloquies, alternating between laughter and stern admonishments. On one occasion, I had stealthily entered his study, discovering an array of assorted toys shrouded in the dim light, all dismantled, and some even bearing the imprints of small teeth. Yibing appeared utterly helpless, cradling her forehead with one hand. I had begun to suspect that all these changes stemmed from that flower pot. Thus, after waking from a nightmare last night, I quietly resolved to dispose of it. Chapter 111. You truly are blind in the stillness of the night. As I ventured into the living room, I noticed the light still illuminating Jiang Chen's study. From outside the door, I could hear him conversing with himself, seemingly reprimanding an unseen entity, muttering phrases such as upper body, spiritual possession, and give birth to a ghostly child. Yibing, hugging her shoulders, seemed profoundly affected by her harrowing experience from the previous night. I waited until silence enveloped the study before leaving to retrieve the flower pot. It was approximately the size of a basketball, tucked away in a corner of the bathroom and hallway. Remarkably, despite never seeing sunlight and growing in the most squalid, shadowy conditions, the vegetation within the pot flourished unexpectedly. I had long suspected something was amiss with the flower pot, and out of curiosity, I took a small trowel to turn the soil. The moment I did so, I was met with a horrifying sight. Beneath the soil lay the grotesque corpse of an infant, intertwined with the roots of the plants, sending chills down my spine. Had I not instinctively bitten my finger, I might have shattered the pot in terror. An infant's corpse growing alongside vegetation? I had never encountered anything so bizarre. Yi Bing nodded with certainty, asserting that my document contained photographs, urging me to verify for myself if I doubted her. I had long since informed you of the issues surrounding Jiang Chun. Through the wisps of smoke, I pressed for further details, inquiring what transpired last night. I had been utterly frightened at that moment, and without a second thought, I had intended to throw the flower pot outside. However, before I could reach the door, a small hand grasped my shoulder, and I could swear it was not Jiang Chun. There were indeed others in his residence. I dared not look back, fearing the sight of something terrifying, and ultimately, I had no choice but to return the pot to its place and flee to my own room. I spent the entire night awake, too fearful to confide in Jiang Chun about the events of the previous evening. Now, I am deeply troubled, Gao Jian. What should I do? Yi Bing's vivid recounting transported me into the very scene, and as I reflected upon the recent events, my mind began to form a coherent theory. It was evident that Jiang Chun was harboring a malevolent spirit in his home, a fact that could not remain hidden from his family, implying that the elder of the Jiang family had tacitly approved of it. The Jiang family's monopoly over the Dragon Head building in Jiang City, situated on a dragon vein, suggested that they were under the guidance of some hidden master. They could not possibly be unaware of the dangers of nurturing such spirits. Yet, why would Jiang Chun persist in this reckless pursuit? I disregarded Yi Bing's pleas, delving into deeper considerations. The Jiang family's affairs ran deep. What role did Yi Bing play in this intricate web? Why was it imperative for Jiang Chun to marry her? Connecting the few keywords Yi Bing had inadvertently revealed, spirit possession, divine hosting, and the birth of a ghostly offspring, it became apparent that Jiang Chun's interest in raising a spirit was not merely for wealth or fortune. As the last remnants of my cigarette dwindled, Yi Bing noticed my contemplative silence, but refrained from interrupting, well aware of my thought patterns. Just as I was familiar with her measurements. I cannot assist you with this matter, I declared, lighting another cigarette and opening the shop door to let the sunlight pour in. My words were not intended to create difficulties for her. The path to escape was straightforward. Simply leave the Jiang family and Jiang City. However, for Yi Bing, who had endured great trials to marry into a wealthy family, this was nearly impossible. To fundamentally resolve her predicament was far more challenging unless Jiang Chun willingly relinquished his pursuit. Despite the wedding not taking place and their continued separation, Yi Bing was, in name, Jiang Chun's wife. Vigilance against a home intruder was one thing, but guarding against a partner was an entirely different matter. Casting spells or curses would be all too simple. Is there truly no solution? Yi Bing rose and approached me from behind. Gao Jian, when we were together, you always found a way to overcome any obstacle. Please, help me this time. I could only inform her of Jiang Chun's spirit raising and leave the course of action to her discretion. If fear consumed her, she might seek out a blind fortune teller beneath the overpass or visit a temple for some talismans. As I flicked the ash from my cigarette, I observed her increasingly weary, yet exquisite visage. The path one chooses is their own, and the 5 minutes you mentioned have already elapsed. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Yet Yi Bing's complexion appeared pallid. Clutching her designer handbag, she bit her lip, poised to speak. Just then, the sunlight dimmed at the entrance of the shop as another graceful figure entered. She appeared to be around 28 or 29, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her every glance and smile exuding charm. Dressed in a low-cut white top and 7-point shorts, complemented by black stockings and towering heels, she seemed to stand just a fraction shorter than I. The moist lips gently pursed, sending a seductive kiss across the distance of a few meters. Why have you not visited Sakurako for so many days? Hi Jian, did I not promise you that if you could spend more time with her, I would do anything you wished? As she approached, I noticed another person still standing in the room. It was no wonder you had come to find me. It seems you have a hidden affair, which must deeply sadden Sakurako. Whether Sakurako is hurt, I cannot say, but is it truly appropriate to speak of your daughter in such a manner? The alluring woman before me is Ayaka Onisuka, a Japanese single mother filled with stories and one of my greatest headaches. Her enthusiasm is overwhelming, perhaps better described as irresistible. Enough of this. I am here to discuss something serious, she declared, her tone unusually somber. Naturally, she draped her arm over my shoulder and called out to Yi Bing. May I borrow you for a moment? You won't mind, will you? Be my guest, I replied. After Ayaka's arrival, for some inexplicable reason, Yi Bing's complexion paled further. She seemed unwell, standing alone in the corner. Could you please refrain from being so physical and show some restraint? I removed Ayaka's hand from my shoulder, which she took in stride, retrieving a folded paper from her handbag. Sakurako left yesterday afternoon and has yet to return. This is the note she left for me. She hasn't returned all night? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I seized the neatly folded paper, which had been torn from a notebook. Aside from a phrase in Japanese that read "Don't worry," it bore 4 awkward Chinese characters, xin hu gao jian. To my astonishment, the note contained my name. I initially thought Sakurako was simply seeking companionship and thus dismissed it. Do you think she is like you? Your daughter has been missing for an entire night, and only now do you come to find me. Have you reported it to the police? I have, but they said due to limited resources, they will only act after 24 hours of disappearance. Very well, I will help you search for her. That child struggles with communication and can easily encounter danger in her dreams. I scrutinized the note in my hand. The appearance of xin hu alongside my name suggested a connection. A location surfaced in my mind. xin hu High School. That was the site of my second live stream, where many unresolved issues lingered even after the broadcast concluded. Moreover, it was my hypothesis that within that ghostly school lay a hidden treasure, one that could attract malevolent spirits and cause lingering souls to become entranced. There was a significant possibility that Sakurako was there, and I needed to depart immediately. The little girl had once prevented me from falling prey to the malevolent Yuan Shun. Without her, I would not have endured until Xiaofeng arrived. I hastily grabbed a coat, tossed the shop keys to Ayaka, and called for Bai Qi as I hurriedly departed. It was only after I had walked some distance that Yi Bing, who had remained silent in the corner, seemed to have lost something profoundly important. Her spirit broken as she wandered toward the shop entrance. The reason she had watched me leave was that she still harbored a glimmer of hope that I would turn back, that I would assist her, that I would once again place her first in my heart. Hey beautiful, your Louis Vuitton, Ayaka teased, lifting Yi Bing's designer handbag with a finger. As Yi Bing approached to retrieve it, Ayaka suddenly stepped forward, pinning her against the wall. What do you intend to do? Regardless of her aura or the fullness of her bosom, Yi Bing found herself overshadowed by the woman before her. Leaning against the wall, the woman let her hands dangle limply. Gui Shu Lingxiang looked at Yi Bing with a smile, her icy fingers gliding gently across Yi Bing's face. Though Yi Bing could be considered a beauty, it was a pity that her vision had been clouded. I overheard your conversation outside the door. Should I pity you, or should I mourn for you? Chapter 112. Daoist Xianxing, what does it matter to you? Yi Bing struggled to push Gui Shu Lingxiang away. Give me back my bag. Yet, Gui Shu Lingxiang paid no heed to Yi Bing's cries, seemingly relishing the lingering sensation of her touch. Gao Jian, despite his many faults, his penchant for smoking, his thick skin, his lack of style, and a hint of cunning, had qualities that rendered these flaws almost negligible in comparison. What could his virtues possibly be? Engaging in dialogue with Gui Shu Lingxiang made Yi Bing feel as though her heart was being sliced by some unseen force. Gui Shu Lingxiang offered no response, returning the designer handbag to Yi Bing. Your inability to see him is inconsequential. He is no longer part of your life. Inside the small shop, no one noticed the exquisite blue-tailed fox tattoo nestled among Gui Shu Lingxiang's ample bosom, its eyes seemingly alive, captivating all who beheld them. In a rush, Bai Qi and I took a taxi to the desolate expanse where Xinhu City met Jiangqing. This area was a vast wasteland, even during daylight hours, rarely graced by the presence of living souls. After settling the fare, we ventured into the overgrown terrain, where waist-high wild grasses thrived, and foul-smelling muck could be seen in the distance, threatening to ensnare unwary feet. Rusty railings leaned askew, obstructing the path of pedestrians. I arrived at the site of my second live stream, the entrance to Xinhu High School. The stark, barren fence felt as though it was missing something. Looking down, I discovered a warning sign that read "No entry," partially buried in the muck. Hadn't I just hung it up? I retrieved the sign and reattached it, tossing Bai Chi over the fence before following suit. Together, we entered Xinhu High School. As our figures faded into the distance, the warning sign, seemingly stirred by an unseen breeze, fell back into the earth with a soft thud. Approaching the main entrance of this eerie institution, even in daylight, an unsettling chill permeated the air. However, with Bai Chi by my side, I felt emboldened, undeterred by the specters of the past. Walking through the desolate campus, wild grasses sprouted through the cracks in the pavement, while the aging walls were adorned with climbing ivy and the dark green tendrils of ghostly vines. I first made my way to the teaching building, inspecting each room. In the classroom where I had first encountered Sakura, I discovered an open homework notebook. Comparing the handwriting to the notes left behind, I confirmed it belonged to Sakura. However, I scoured the pages, finding no hidden messages or clues. Problems involving chickens and rabbits? Formulas for the surface area of cones? Goodness, are elementary students tackling such advanced topics now? Sakura had left the blue note bar the previous afternoon. She had ventured to this haunted school late at night, completing her homework, indicating that her arrival had not been fraught with significant troubles. Yet, what had transpired afterward? What had compelled her to leave in such haste, forsaking her notebook? I stuffed Sakura's notebook into my pocket and dashed to the rooftop, where I had once played a game in that very classroom. During the day, this classroom appeared no different from others, save for the peculiar drawings on the blackboard. As I kicked open the door and approached the cracked chalkboard, I noticed several rudimentary sketches, seemingly drawn with damp chalk, their details obscured and unclear. Could these have been created by Sakura? The images depicted the scene from my earlier experience with the square game, a pitch-black house where I walked at the forefront, closely followed by 3 specters. I wondered why Sakura had been drawn to Xinhu High School repeatedly. What mysterious force compelled her presence here? Pondering these questions, I exited the teaching building. I subsequently inspected the girls' dormitory and the gym locker room, as urged by the enthusiastic viewers during the live stream, but found nothing of significance. After a thorough circuit, I arrived at the school's back gate near the incineration trench, where I finally spotted an individual. He appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a green Daoist robe, wielding a slender green willow branch, and adorned with 2 copper bells, one large and one small, at his waist. Wasn't this the Daoist priest from King Tuguan, the one who had kindly slipped me a piece of yellow paper during my live stream on the 14th route, discreetly revealing a prophecy to safeguard my life? Upon hearing a rustle behind me, the green-clad Daoist turned to face me, his expression one of surprise. To think you could escape from the chaos, young brother, your fortune is indeed profound. The Daoist inserted the willow branch into his waist and performed a bow. I am but a humble wanderer, known as Qingqing. Your modesty is unwarranted. I have witnessed your prowess. Even the dead must heed the jingle of your copper bells. My words rang true. Despite his humble garb, the Daoist's mastery in commanding spirits was undeniably impressive. Such trivial skills are hardly worthy of mention. Yet you, young brother, with your mortal form, ride the spectral carriage solely to protect a girl ensnared by demonic illusions. This courage is something I cannot aspire to. Qingqing Daoist bowed again, expressing remorse. Regrettably, on that fateful night, though I beheld the events unfold, I hesitated to intervene for fear of entangling myself in karmic repercussions. I hope you can forgive my inaction. It's quite all right. The yellow paper you provided has already been a tremendous help. I felt a twinge of embarrassment at the Daoist's commendation, but could not disclose that I had been coerced by an underworld task. Instead, I forced a sheepish smile. I was curious about the Daoist's purpose for visiting Xinhu High School this time. To alleviate the awkwardness, I swiftly changed the subject. It's a lengthy tale. Qingqing Daoist turned to gaze at the shattered windows of the waste processing center. Years ago, this place was marred by the malevolence of Yuanqing. Alongside fellow practitioners from other cities, I laid a spirit-restraining formation here, employing 108 talismans to seal that malevolent entity. However, just a week ago, someone tore apart the talismans, releasing Yuanqing. Upon hearing this, I discreetly wiped the cold sweat from my forehead and interjected. Do you think that individual might have acted out of desperation? The intentions of that person remain elusive. Upon my arrival, I noticed a reduction in the malevolent aura, suggesting that the formation had been breached. It appears that person excavated Yuanqing's remains, but how could they accomplish such a feat? Qingqing Daoist fell into contemplation, pondering the 10 corpses buried in the incineration trench, all charred beyond recognition. How could one accurately identify Yuanqing among them? In my heart, I reveled in secret while maintaining a facade of composure. I had heard from an expert that by seeking a place where the moonlight is clear, one could shatter the body of Jiang Chun from a height to unravel the Yuan Qin's malevolent spirit, perhaps by tearing apart the talisman. That individual intended to eradicate Yuan Qin completely, eliminating any future threats. Such folly. The Yuan Qin malevolent spirit is the most formidable of all evils, akin to a centipede that, though dead, does not truly perish. This place has been tainted by Yuan Qin's filth for many years, and even if his body were to be obliterated, it would merely diminish some of the accumulated resentment. To utterly vanquish Yuan Qin is an exceedingly arduous task. The words of Daoist Xianqing awakened me, prompting thoughts of the final confrontation with the Yuan Qin malevolent spirit. I recalled the frail boy, filled with resentment, who had looked at me and uttered words suggesting we would meet again. Yuan Qin has not perished? What did you say? Oh, it's nothing. Merely a thought that the malevolent spirit is exceedingly sinister. As a practitioner, my senses are keen, and I nearly gave myself away. Daoist Xianqing did not press further. After examining and incinerating the talisman, he adjusted his robe and turned to me, inquiring about my purpose for being here. This place, rife with malevolence, can draw in dark energy, leading to ailments or, worse, a streak of bad luck. I smacked my forehead, nearly forgetting the pressing matter. Daoist, have you seen a girl around 7 or 8 years old? A girl of that age? Daoist Xianqing displayed a peculiar expression. I have seen her, but what do you seek her for? Receiving confirmation filled my heart with joy. I produced the note from Sakura and her homework, revealing that the girl had been missing for a night, driving her mother nearly to madness in her search. After perusing the note I held, Daoist Xianqing pondered for a moment. Very well, follow me. Accompanying Daoist Xianqing, we arrived at the experimental building of Xinhu High School, a structure that cast shadows in my mind, second only to the incinerated talisman. There on the top floor, Daoist Xianqing did not enter the building, but escorted me to the entrance before bowing and departing. They? I wondered, could there be others besides Sakura? With Bai Qi, I leapt through the window into the interior of the building. The terrifying puppets I had encountered previously lay with their heads twisted off, discarded in the corridor. A grim testament to someone else's handiwork. Chapter 113. The first superior talisman, the experimental building remained ominously eerie in the daylight. I picked up a severed model's head that had rolled into a corner, and the curses and insults inscribed on its reverse were glaringly harsh. Often, I pondered whether the children at Xinhu High School were indeed deserving of sympathy. While the Yuan Qin malevolent spirit is undoubtedly abominable, were those children who had driven Guojunjia step by step into the abyss not also culpable for their actions? My fingers grazed the rough, jagged surface of the severed model's head, clearly broken by brute force. What transpired last night? Discarding the model's head, I exited the art room, taking the central staircase directly to the top floor. This level housed the biology lab, with several rooms containing specimens and tools for biological dissection. Sakura, I called out in the corridor, but received no response. Oddly, Daoist Xianqing would not deceive me. I inspected each room, but found nothing. It was only when Bai Qi tugged at my pant leg, dragging me down the stairs, that I sensed something amiss. Someone was on the staircase. Aside from the main corridor, the experimental building featured 2 emergency exits on either side. It was through the left passage that Bai Qi led me, and upon pushing open the emergency door, I could faintly hear footsteps. The individual wore leather shoes, and despite their attempts to soften their steps, they could not fully mute the sound. Quick, pursue. At long last, Bai Qi and I cornered the individual at the bend of the second floor. This person, unmistakably a familiar face, was adorned in luxurious attire, a hibiscus crown, starry headscarf, and flowing sleeves of vibrant hues, so ostentatious that feigning ignorance was an arduous task. What a surprise to see you here, I remarked, as the brocade-clad Taoist furrowed his brow for the first time. Are you following me? Spare me your delusions. I have no time for your little game of hide and seek. This young Taoist, known as Lu Jin, held significant status, and his presence at Xinhu High School instilled within me a sense of foreboding. What do you intend? Lu Jin's expression returned to its calm demeanor, as if he regarded everything with indifference. His earlier frown seemed to be the extent of his emotional display. Are you perhaps reconsidering and planning to gift this dog to me? I genuinely doubted his authenticity as a practitioner of the Tao. Has your master not informed you that true cultivation requires a heart devoid of desires, a mind as tranquil as still water? I held Bai Qi's head firmly, perplexed by the agitation that this brocade-clad Taoist provoked in him. What nonsense! A heart devoid of desires. Is that truly the essence of cultivation? To seize the wonders of the universe and vie for opportunities among myriad beings. That is the true delight of practice. He smiled faintly, clapping his hands. And from a room behind him emerged two burly men clad in suits, one of whom was cradling a girl as delicate as a doll. Sakura, I restrained my impulse. Narrowing my eyes. Hand her over to me. You indeed came to seize opportunities from me. Such eloquent words about a heart devoid of desires. Lu Jin unsheathed a folding fan from his waist and gestured to the suited men, who promptly fetched a wooden chair from the classroom. They then removed their jackets, placing them respectfully on the chair behind Lu Jin. This school had been plagued by the calamities of the Yuan Shun for 5 years. Although it was deemed unsafe for the living, it had become a haven for vengeful spirits. It had transformed into an exceptional site for nurturing ghosts, a veritable paradise for those who sought to cultivate the ethereal. Lu Jin sat leisurely upon the chair, fanning himself with a composed demeanor, as if he were entirely assured of his advantage over me. What are your intentions within this school? I have no interest in your affairs. Just return the child to me. Do not be hasty. We both know this little girl is far from naive. Her constitution is so unique that even I could not discern it. Such a treasure, why would I relinquish it so readily? What exactly do you desire? My tone turned frigid, as Lu Jin's view of Sakura as a precious artifact filled me with revulsion. Lu Jin surveyed Sakura's face. She was indeed a beauty from a young age. He yearned to raise her himself. He prodded her porcelain-like face with his fan and casually remarked, "The malevolent spirits cannot be summoned solely by Yuan Shun. He employs a talisman to transform the entire school into a realm of ghosts. What talisman possesses such immense power?" I questioned, bewildered. The most formidable lightning talismans I had encountered barely approached such capabilities. Spare me your pretense. The Tong Sang talisman, local Taoists in Jiangxing should be more familiar with it than I. 5 years ago, it was in Jiangxing that the talismans first manifested, only to vanish suddenly, leading to a plethora of bizarre rumors surrounding Xinhu High School. The Tong Sang talisman? This was the first time I had encountered such a name. For a mere piece of talisman paper, this brocade-clad Taoist was willing to go so far as to kidnap a child. The robed Daoist raised his hand, while the man in a suit produced an ancient tome, presenting it to him with both hands. During the Han Dynasty, Li Xingxiu mourned the loss of his wife. His grief profound and unyielding, lingering in both sleep and wakefulness, yearning to catch a glimpse of her visage in dreams, yet finding it elusive. In due course, he encountered an elderly sage by the Tong Sang tree, who imparted to him the art of dream weaving. That night, he practiced the technique and indeed dreamt of his wife, sharing their sorrows. Upon awakening, he was so entranced by the skill that he named it the Tong Sang art. This Tong Sang talisman embodies the secret of dream creation and is a rare artifact that allows the practitioner to enter another's dreams, granting them the opportunity to seize the primordial essence within the dream realm. Lu Jin spoke of it in mystic terms. In essence, this talisman is extraordinarily rare, enabling its holder to traverse the dreams of others and conjure endless possibilities from nothingness. Though I could not fully grasp the profundity of this talisman, the mere mention of the term supreme talisman ignited a spark of wonder within me. The talisman paper, traditionally used by the blind Lu to suppress his clan's fortunes, was merely an inferior version of a supreme talisman. That lightning talisman, a mere blank, could unleash tremendous power in the hands of an ordinary person, suggesting the true might of a genuine supreme talisman must be truly awe-inspiring. Now that you have laid eyes upon it, I find no need for further concealment. My master's directive for this descent from the mountain was simply to retrieve the Tong Sang talisman. Assisting you in dispelling the fog within the mountains is merely a trifling matter. Lu Jin unfurled his folding fan, adorned with an exquisite depiction of 100 birds greeting the phoenix. His demeanor was haughty as he presented two choices: surrender the Tong Sang talisman or depart. After revealing his true intentions, he shed the pretense of a humble sage, radiating an aura of celestial authority that felt oppressive. I had never encountered the term Tong Sang talisman before. What could I possibly offer you? Though I feigned ignorance, memories stirred within me. Following the battle with the celestial forces, the human skin affixed to the 13th stair had vanished alongside Yingzi. At that moment, I had been too preoccupied with the relief of survival to ponder its significance. Now, in retrospect, It seemed likely that the skin was somehow linked to Yingzi. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, I remarked to Zhongjio, urging him to assist in recollecting. Lu Jin gestured to a burly man beside him, who promptly removed his shirt, revealing a muscular physique. Do you truly believe I fear you? I retorted. Under the pressures of the underworld's spectacle, I had faced countless dangers. Death no longer held fear for me, let alone the power represented by the young Daoist. I positioned myself alongside Bai Qi, ready to confront the man should he approach. Regardless of your status as a Daoist or celestial being, you are implicated in the abduction of a minor, a criminal act. If you wish to avoid tomorrow's headlines, release her immediately, I commanded, prepared to teach him a lesson. The burly man took a swift step, leaping several stairs with impressive speed, clearly a trained fighter. Bai Qi, I called, as he could no longer contain his ferocity, revealing his sharp fangs as he lunged for the man's neck. What a fierce hound! But alas, you have chosen the wrong master. The young Daoist closed his fan and withdrew a golden talisman from his sleeve. Did you truly believe I had no defenses? He declared, casting the talisman with a flourish, stepping in a 7-star formation while reciting incantations. All methods and realms are under my control. By this limit, I draw a boundary and confine you. A flash of golden light surged forth, as if an invisible tether had ensnared Bai Qi, yanking him from the heavens and binding him immovably to the ground. Hearing Lu Jin recite an incantation startled me. Was this not the very spell of confinement I had encountered just days prior? Could it be that this young Taoist hails from the Miao Zhen sect? Chapter 114. Determination, though the spell of confinement is of lesser rank. The talisman paper employed by Lu Jin is far from ordinary, infused with the essence of gold and the flow of Tao. It is evident that he has utilized rare materials of celestial origin. To waste such precious resources on a mere lower-ranked talisman suggests that his wealth is indeed formidable. Bai Qi, rendered immobile, left me bereft of my greatest support. Yet, I remained unperturbed. The incantation to dispel the spell was etched in my mind. I had previously invoked it on Jiang Fei during a live broadcast at the Hate Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, and breaking free would be a simple endeavor. However, Lu Jin's incantation, along with his precise movements, mirrored the detailed records of Miao Zhen, leaving little doubt about his origins. Should I attempt to break the spell, he would undoubtedly uncover the hidden truth that I had surreptitiously learned the secret arts of Miao Zhen. In this era, practitioners of the Tao differ vastly from those of previous ages, with hidden methods regarded as the very foundation of their lineage. Should my possession of Miao Zhen's legacy be revealed, he would employ every means at his disposal to unearth the matter. The potential for my cultivation to be obliterated is minor. However, the risk of dragging the realm of the underworld into this affair could lead to an inescapable predicament. As I hesitated, a burly man in a suit advanced towards me, his fists brimming with vigor, the air crackling with his force. I raised my hands to defend. Upon contact, I felt a jolt of fear. His strength was immense, and I stumbled back 3 or 4 steps to dissipate the residual energy from his strike. The man, known as Zhongjio, appeared taken aback by my ability to withstand his punch, his eyes gleaming with surprise and intrigue. His seemingly ordinary blow concealed dark energy. A strike to the abdomen could easily rupture internal organs. The wound in my palm reopened, blood soaking the bandage, rendering me a pitiful sight. Still feigning bravado? Lu Jin mused, fanning himself with an ornate fan, resembling a dapper gentleman as he approached Sakura. Listen closely, little one. If you reveal the whereabouts of the talisman, that uncle of yours will suffer less. Sakura lowered her head, her expression unervingly calm for one of her age. That uncle has traversed great hardships to rescue you. Do you not consider his plight at all? Lu Jin's patience waned, his tone growing increasingly strained. I will ask you one last time. Where is the Tong Sang talisman? Is it on you, or does this man possess it? Sakura remained silent, neither crying nor protesting, resembling a porcelain doll indifferent to the turmoil surrounding her. Do you believe I cannot find it? Lu Jin's demeanor shifted, the nonchalance evaporating. He produced a murky talisman from his robe. I, Lu Ziqiu, covet no item that others dare to conceal. He pinched the talisman between his fingers, murmuring incantations. To my astonishment, a nauseating stench emanated from the paper. This withering talisman had been torn from the coffin of a grand tomb. Although aged, its efficacy remained undiminished. It was specifically designed to combat those with a malevolent constitution. stimulating the yin energy within their bodies, akin to thousands of tiny worms writhing inside, inducing unbearable agony and a desperate urge to tear at their own skin to see if anything lurked within. Lu Jin stood gracefully beside Sakura, yet his words were in stark contrast to the elegance he projected. Your delicate frame surely cannot withstand the truth. The superior talisman paper is not something a mere child can possess. The foul stench emanating from the talisman is so potent that even from several meters away, I can distinctly detect the odor of decay. Lu Jin, cease your actions. Do you still have the luxury to concern yourself with others? Zhongjio, do not hold back. If you can incapacitate him, I shall persuade my master to impart to you the innate skills. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the man named Zhongjio's eyes glimmered with excitement. After several years as a disciple of Miao Zhen, he remained merely a lay practitioner. Entering the inner sanctum was but a distant dream, with daily endeavors confined to physical training and reciting scripture, facing numerous trials before mastering Miao Zhen's internal techniques. For those on the path of lay cultivation, the yearning for Daoist scriptures has reached a pathological fervor. His eyes alight with determination, Zhongjio gathered his qi, exclaiming, I have offended you. His movements quickened, each strike unadorned, yet perfectly embodying the principle that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Each punch was robust and powerful, difficult to withstand. Although I had participated in numerous martial arts and combat clubs during my time at the police academy, those skills paled in comparison to Zhongjio's prowess, appearing merely ostentatious. My ability to hold my ground now is solely due to the memory of my initial encounter with Lu Xiezi, who effortlessly subdued me with his palm technique, which I have since committed to memory, allowing me to barely maintain my footing. Can you not subdue even a dying man? Wei Ling, assist him. Within the span of a tea break, I demand to see him on his knees begging for mercy. Another man in a suit silently nodded, releasing Ingzi and advancing towards me. One Zhongjio had already left me breathless. Another would surely overwhelm me. Bai Qi. Turning to look, Bai Qi bared its teeth, its white fangs glistening coldly as it braced itself, resembling a bow drawn taut, battling against an unseen force of incantation. With Zhongjio and Wei Ling flanking me in the narrow corridor, I could not evade and was struck heavily in the chest by one of them. It felt as if I had been collided with by a motorcycle, an immense force surging through my body, a metallic tang filling my throat as my vision blurred. Involuntarily bending at the waist. Bang! A heavy fist rained down upon me like a torrential storm, tearing open my previously stitched wounds, crimson blood oozing from my back, staining the assailant's fist. Did you see that? Reveal the whereabouts of the talismans, and I shall release this uncle. Otherwise, I will break his legs, rendering him incapable of walking again. At last, Ingzi's expression shifted, her gaze fixated on the blood seeping from my back, that vivid red resembling a phoenix writhing amidst flames. Her petite finger pointed towards Lu Jin as Ingzi bowed deeply. Have you made your decision? Lu Jin fixed his gaze upon Ingzi's delicate face, and after a few moments, he suddenly pushed her away, creating distance. Upon raising her face once more, Ingzi's skin appeared pale as snow, her eyes reduced to two deep, dark voids. The malevolent energy has overtaken her. In broad daylight, do you dare to reveal yourself and seek death? Lu Jin took a step back, retrieving from his sleeve a radiant golden talisman. The 5 divine generals, by this decree, suppress all things with utmost urgency. The talisman of Miao Zhen's lower grade suppression. Upon its emergence, Ingzi's visage became obscured, her exquisite, tender face alternating with a ghastly, pallid countenance. It turned out that her exposure to excessive malevolent energy had altered her constitution, rendering her a postnatal yin maiden, neither fully human nor ghostly, truly a top-tier alchemical furnace. Lu Jin firmly pressed 2 suppression talismans onto Ingzi, effectively immobilizing the malevolent energy within her. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Since you refuse to reveal the whereabouts of the talismans, you shall accompany me back to the mountain gate for my report. The petite Ingzi stood trembling, not from fear but from the resentment within her, which surged outward, a consequence of the malevolent energy being sealed away. Do you still wish to resist? Are you still intent on saving that worthless individual? Lu Jin raised his hand and affixed a calamity talisman to Ingzi's forehead. In an instant, the resentment within her began to spiral out of control, slithering like serpents beneath her delicate skin, leaving behind grotesque crimson marks on her pristine white complexion with each pass. Such agony is unbearable even for an adult, let alone a child. Ingzi, the little girl, having already encountered too much suffering, now found herself tormented by Lu Jin once more. This was undeniably cruel. I lay sprawled on the staircase, my body battered by heavy blows, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth, yet I did not utter a single cry of pain. My gaze was fixed upon Lu Jin, resplendent in his ornate attire. He had altered my perception of those who practice cultivation. Regardless of righteousness or malevolence, some individuals will inevitably stand in opposition to me. This was a fate I had been destined for since the inception of my role as a broadcaster in the underworld. To survive, I must exchange for more valuable assets to strengthen myself. These assets often consist of the clandestine secrets of rigidly guarded sections. My very presence had pilfered their foundational teachings, creating an irreconcilable contradiction, a dilemma I could never evade. The pain and blood only served to sharpen my focus as my eyes narrowed, fixating on Ingzi. Her exquisitely crafted doll-like face contorted in agony, the red marks surfacing from beneath her skin, resembling horrific lashings. Since evasion was no longer an option, I saw no need to conceal my intent. As a fellow practitioner of the Miao Zhen school, I possessed a modicum of understanding regarding talismans. Chapter 115. Do you think I dare not kill you? The Miao Zhen Dao method provides a detailed explanation of the earthbinding spell, including its incantation and counterspell techniques. I was certain that Lu Jin had received the authentic teachings of Miao Zhen Dao, as his casting posture was entirely consistent with the descriptions in the scriptures. Fortunately, I had recently broken through to a new realm and had memorized several talismans. In Miao Zhen Dao, the earthbinding spell is merely a lower-tier talisman, and the process of breaking it is not complicated. One simply needs to extract the talisman core, which serves as the soul of the talisman, typically formed from the characters for protection or well. This procedure requires staining the talisman's inscriptions with blood. The challenge lay in my current state, beaten by Zhong Jiao and Wei Ling, making it difficult to even turn over, let alone approach Bai Qi to accurately extract the talisman core. There was only one opportunity. My physical condition was too dire, and failure would likely result in my legs being broken. With one hand discreetly positioned on my chest, I intentionally shifted towards Bai Qi's direction. Lu Jin was engrossed in Ingzi, and his two henchmen were entirely unaware of my intentions. To them, discussing talismans was akin to delving into the realm of deities, something that could not be easily dismantled. However, this provided me with the perfect opportunity. Gritting my teeth and enduring the pain, I drew closer to Bai Qi. The trapped Bai Qi barked furiously at me, displaying remarkable intelligence. As I approached, he instinctively lowered his head, revealing the golden talisman affixed to his forehead. What was this creature planning? He appeared to be moving towards the dog. Wei Ling wiped the blood from his hands and flexed his wrist. Old Zhong, hold him by the hips. I will sever his legs. Upon hearing this, I silently activated the Miao Zhen technique, focusing my mind. This was no time for panic. Time was already scarce, and every second counted. With sharpened perception, my vision widened and became crystal clear as I fixated on the talisman on Bai Qi's forehead. This lad had crossed paths with Daoist Ziqiu. To sever his legs would be a mere act of mercy. Zhong Jiao and Wei Ling, witnessing my blood-soaked form, assumed I had succumbed to despair, ready for slaughter. Little did they know, I had been awaiting their moment of negligence. A venomous snake strikes with a single blow. After 4 live broadcasts, flirting with death, how could I easily relinquish my hope for survival? My eyes scanned the talisman fervently and found it. The 3 Purities talisman bore a circular pattern beneath, marked by an intricate grid, easily overlooked by the unobservant. Now, as Zhong Jiao and Wei Ling bent down, preparing to grasp my legs, I suddenly pushed against the ground, propelling my body upward like a carp leaping from the water. My free hand, stained with splattered blood, pointed at the drawing of the earthly prison talisman. The grid symbol represented an abyss of confinement. Yet, this well must be opened, lest it sever all paths and harm my own virtue. The opening I created was the key to breaking the talisman. A drop of tainted blood landed precisely at the center of the grid. Heaven clear, earth serene. The cosmos converges. I summon the deities of the 3 realms. Should there be defiance, may it be met with the wrath of the upper purity. As my blood mingled with the talisman, I chanted the incantation, and the radiance above Bai Qi's head dimmed as I effortlessly tore it away. Bai Qi. Before Zhong Jiao and Wei Ling could react, I commanded Bai Qi, the fiercely aggressive guardian of Changbai Mountain, to unleash its primal ferocity. It leaped, aiming directly for Zhong Jiao's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Watch out. In a critical moment, Zhong Jiao, relying on his formidable external training, managed to shift his body, narrowly escaping the lethal bite. However, Bai Qi still managed to tear away a chunk of flesh from his neck, leaving the burly man in a panic, clutching his wound as he tumbled down the stairs. Do not grant them a chance. Rising from the ground, I charged at Wei Ling. This transpired too swiftly. Wei Ling was caught off guard and was knocked down alongside me, both of us tumbling around the staircase corner, startling Lu Jin as well. Has the drawing of the earthly prison been broken? His expression was one of disbelief, still reeling, when my cold, mocking face appeared in his gaze. You have made a grave error in overestimating yourself. I surged forward, taking advantage of his momentary daze, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Lofty Lu Jin was sent crashing against the wall, leaving a large shoe print on his ornate robe. My assault was far from over. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. I pursued him to the wall, choking him from behind, demanding, "Remove the talisman from Yingzi." The atmosphere grew ominous, for Lu Jin, who had never been treated in such a manner since birth, glared with a darkened face. His silver teeth gritted. "Who do you think you are to command me? Remove the talisman." As I gradually exerted strength in my arm, the cherry blossom spirit beside me was enduring the torment of resentment washing over her physical form. This anguish, I resolved, would be repaid in kind to Lu Jin. Release the talisman binding her. Lu Jin was already struggling for breath, yet he remained obstinate. What can you do if I refuse to comply? His handsome visage was now flushed from the strain, and those words escaped him through gritted teeth. What can you do to me? My smile grew increasingly frigid. Did he believe I lacked the audacity to kill him? Perhaps it was the influence of the blood fox within me that ignited my murderous intent, rendering it uncontrollable. You dare. Lu Jin could no longer articulate words, only producing incoherent whimpers. I tightened my grip further. His neck began to contort grotesquely. Lu Jin represented a formidable lineage, a background steeped in power that should not be trifled with. Yet given the current circumstances, eliminating him could indeed be an exquisite solution. To silence him completely would not provoke the forces behind him. As long as I kept my actions concealed, I could remain safely in Jiang City. Moreover, he possessed numerous magical artifacts, and even the talisman paper used for drawing lesser charms was no ordinary material. This was a tantalizing temptation for someone like me, who had only just begun to master talisman drawing. To kill or not to kill? As a student of criminal investigation, I understood well how to commit a crime without leaving behind a trace for the police. The desolate location was remote, sparsely populated, and devoid of surveillance, providing ample time for me to dispose of the body after the act. Furthermore, Lu Jin's presence here was for the purpose of acquiring superior talismans, ensuring that only a handful of people were privy to his whereabouts. More crucially, even if the police were to intervene, I could easily exonerate myself, as I lacked a rational motive for murder. This would align perfectly with the randomness of homicide, one of the most challenging types of cases to solve. A flurry of thoughts raced through my mind. I was a person of decisive action, and my arm continued to tighten until Lu Jin's face began to take on a purplish hue. Soon, Zhong Jiao and Wei Ling would undoubtedly arrive to intervene, and I would need to eliminate one of them decisively before turning to Lu Jin. I had devised a meticulous murder plan within mere seconds. Perhaps one of the reasons I was ill-suited for a career in law enforcement. In the upper-level biology classroom, there were formaldehyde and slicing instruments capable of preserving a corpse for extended periods. I needed to sever the flesh that Bai Qi had bitten and dispose of it separately from the torso. Incineration would be an effective method. Additionally, I recalled seeing bloodstains in a classroom that appeared to have been treated with sulfuric acid. Should I mislead the police by deliberately creating a second crime scene? Oh, I had touched the head of a model figure upon entering. I must incinerate it as well to avoid leaving fingerprints. There is no perfect crime, yet not every police officer is a detective. This was a high-stakes gamble, with both parties wagering everything they possessed. Kill. A vivid crimson flickered in my eyes like raging flames. The nine-tailed blood fox tattoo extending from my chest to my thigh seemed to come alive. Exuding a sense of exhilaration, I summoned all my strength. Lu Jin's face had turned an ominous shade of blackish purple. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A slender green willow branch entwined itself around my arm. The branch was delicate, yet the force it contained was overwhelming, pulling my hand away from Lu Jin's neck. With a gasp of reprieve, Lu Jin collapsed to the ground, retching and desperately gasping for air. Young brother, always leave a thread of mercy. One must never act impulsively. Upon hearing this aged voice, I realized that my murderous scheme had met its demise. The one intervening was the Daoist from the Qingtu temple, clad in a coarse robe, wielding a willow branch, standing firmly between Lu Jin and me. Chapter 116. The Human Skin Demon Painting, Part 1. I had witnessed the events unfold, and indeed, it was Lu Daoyu who had erred initially. Xianqing stood in for him, offering an apology to me. Both of you are talented youths. Let not a mere misunderstanding mar the harmony between you. Although Xianqing spoke with apparent politeness, there was a subtle firmness in his tone that left no room for rebuttal. The green willow branch was still coiled around my wrist. Even if I desired to end Lu Jin's life, I found myself powerless to do so. Since the Daoist had spoken, I would grant him a reprieve today. But the talisman on this young girl must be undone. Sakura lay curled on the ground in agony, her pent-up resentment leaving crimson marks upon her delicate skin. Lu Daoyu, please lift the curse from this girl. You hail from a prestigious sect. I trust this is not a sight you wish to behold. Lu Jin, still panting and leaning against the stairs, retrieved a jade vial from his robe. Upon opening it, a fragrant herbal scent wafted through the hallway. After 3 swigs, his complexion gradually regained its normal hue, and the marks on his neck began to fade. He straightened, his gaze filled with ire as he fixed it upon me. Lu Daoyu, please lift the curse from this girl. Upon seeing Lu Jin remain unmoved, Xianqing furrowed his brow and raised his voice. Lu Jin snorted, using the wall for support as he rose unsteadily to his feet. He approached Sakura and removed the talisman of misfortune, heavenly peace and tranquility. As the celestial deities bestow upon me true clarity, I summon forth the gods of the 3 realms. Should there be any defiance, may it be met with the wrath of the upper clarity. As the spell was dispelled, Sakura's delicate brows finally relaxed, and she opened her eyes, gazing at Xianqing and the still cowering Lu Jin behind me. Fear not, I shall take you home. The exposed skin of the little girl bore the marks of her unbridled resentment, resembling the aftermath of abuse, a sight most harrowing. At that moment, Xianqing stood resolutely between Lu Jin and me. Though I could not bring harm to Lu Jin, he was equally restrained from attacking me, for he still had to uphold his facade of righteousness in front of his peers. Zhong Jiao, disregarding his own injuries, stood beside Lu Jin. Do you still have the audacity to return? Are you not satisfied with the humiliation I have endured? Lu Jin nearly struck Zhong Jiao across the face, but, mindful of the onlookers, he suppressed his anger. We are leaving. As the 3 of them approached the stairwell, Lu Jin suddenly halted and turned to me, inquiring, May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? Gao Jian. I apologize for my previous offenses. I shall make a visit to express my regrets in due course. He replied, his dark expression betraying his true intentions. He was preparing to settle the score for today's grievances. Your welcome is always anticipated. I too look forward to our next encounter. With each live broadcast, I grew rapidly. By the time Lu Jin and I crossed paths again, I might just surprise him. It was only after Lu Jin and his companions exited the experimental building that Xianqing retracted the willow branch. He looked at me with a sympathetic gaze. Young brother, you are indeed a fearless rookie. Do you not know from whom Lu Jin has apprenticed? His master holds no relevance to me. If today you do not intervene, I shall ensure he vanishes from this world without a trace. The fervor of youth can lead to self-harm. The Daoist priest Xianqing shook his head. Although Lu Jin Dao is not yet of age, he has been cultivating for over a decade. Raised by the esteemed master Miao Zhen, he grew up in the Daoist temple, displaying remarkable talent that endeared him to his elders. Yet, this does not justify his reckless actions, does it? Lu Jin, with an inherently arrogant disposition, reveals through his every gesture that he holds no one in high regard. After a moment of silence, Xianqing Daoist remarked that matters concerning the Dao should not be divulged to an outsider like you. But since you are entangled in this affair, I shall share a fragment of insight. Lu Jin hails from the Miao Zhen sect, which, though few in number, boasts practitioners of extraordinary prowess, adept in alchemy, talismans, formations, and incantations. Furthermore, members of this sect are notoriously protective of their own. Once they take note of you, life may become quite arduous. Upon hearing this, I finally understood why Xianqing Daoist had initially refrained from intervening in the matter between Lu Jin and myself. as he murmured the name Miao Zhen. Xianxing Daoist mistook my apprehension and reassured me, lightly patting his coarse robe, that I need not worry excessively. For practitioners of the Tao differ greatly from those of nefarious paths. However, Xianxing's words offered little solace. Had I not been aware of the method to unravel the Miao Zhen talismans, I might have already suffered grievous injuries. Was that not excessive? I inquired further about the Miao Zhen sect before departing with Sakurako, embarking on a journey back to Jiangcheng from Xinhu High School, which would take an additional hour and a half by car. As we drove halfway, a call from Guizhou Lingxiang interrupted. Upon checking my phone, I discovered several missed calls. Hello? You finally answered. Have you found Sakurako? Guizhou's voice was laced with urgency. Don't worry. I found her. She's right here with me, I replied, handing the phone to Sakurako. However, the little girl pushed it away, lowering her head in silence. At a loss for words, I held the phone, uncertain of what to do next. Guizhou's voice broke through again. As long as she's with you, I'm relieved. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Before I could respond, Sakurako snatched the phone from my hand and ended the call with a swift press of her small finger. I want to get out of the car. She stood inside, gripping the door. Realizing this, I hastily instructed the driver to stop, paid the fare, and discreetly sent Guizhou a text before exiting the vehicle with Sakurako. In the bustling city, where vehicles surged and noise filled the air, the commotion bore no relevance to the little girl. With her backpack in tow, she squeezed into the throng of pedestrians along the sidewalk. No one paid her much heed. Perhaps they would glance her way, charmed by her petite and adorable appearance, only to turn away and forget her moments later. The little girl often wandered alone, whether through the sunlit streets of the city or the haunting shadows of the night. Loneliness is not inherently frightening. Rather, it is the numbness that ensues from prolonged solitude that extinguishes the will to seek change. After walking for quite some time, she finally halted outside a cinema, where a transparent glass door displayed a poster for "Thank You for Your Love," an advertisement celebrating the city's romance. The men and women in the poster, sweetly embraced, seemingly ignited the warmth of the entire city. Yet, that was merely a fabrication of the cinematic world. The reality is a procession of hurried individuals, each adorned with meticulously crafted masks. Sakura lingered at the entrance of the cinema for quite some time, and for the first time, I beheld a kaleidoscope of colors in her eyes. Gently taking the little girl's hand, under her inquisitive gaze, I pushed open the glass doors of the cinema. What film would you like to see? I inquired. Instead of pulling away, Sakura instinctively lowered her head. I touched her cheek, which felt slightly warm and flushed. Does this count as a proper date? She murmured, her voice barely audible, akin to a mosquito's hum. My heightened senses allowed me to hear her clearly, yet it seemed wiser to feign ignorance and suggest we watch citywide romance. After purchasing the tickets, the ticket attendant halted us, pointing to Mr. Baichi, who was wagging his tail and darting about. Pets were not permitted inside. Just as I was about to negotiate with the attendant, a screeching halt echoed from outside. And Ayaka Gitsu, in high heels, rushed in. Upon seeing that Sakura was unharmed, she became somewhat agitated and squatted down, preparing to embrace Sakura. However, Sakura skillfully evaded her, and I was left in the middle of this strikingly beautiful mother-daughter duo, drawing the gaze of numerous passers-by. Look, I merely wish to take Sakura to a movie. I harbor no other intentions. I quietly tucked the 2 tickets for citywide romance into my pocket, wanting to release Sakura's small hand, yet the child clung to me resolutely. It's fine. As long as Sakura is happy, that is what matters. I owe her so much. As Ayaka Gitsu slowly stood up, I offered her an awkward smile. I'll leave Baichi in your care. After the film, I will ensure Sakura returns home. I turned with Sakura and entered the screening room, while Ayaka watched us depart, suddenly stamping her foot in jealousy. Could it be that Gao Jian has truly done something to Sakura? Surely, after observing people for over a decade, I should not be mistaken. Irritated, she furiously rubbed Baichi's head, and Baichi retaliated with a bark, snapping at the vividly depicted blue-tailed fox tattoo. Ah, you cheeky dog. Where do you think you're biting? Chapter 117. The Human Skin Ghost Painting, Part 2. As the film concluded, I was entirely oblivious to what had transpired on screen. I had dozed off comfortably. Exiting the cinema, I stretched. Sakura, shall I escort you home? The little girl appeared reluctant, which piqued my curiosity, prompting me to ask the question that had been on my mind. Why do you always avoid your mother, Ayaka Gitsu? Though she has a rather liberal mindset, her feelings for you are genuine. I can perceive that. Upon mentioning Ayaka Gitsu, Sakura reverted to her previous demeanor, refusing to engage. All right, may I pose another question? A few nights ago, I encountered a girl on the 14th route hearse. She differed in appearance from you, yet your voices were eerily identical. Was that child you? Sakura neither confirmed nor denied it, merely stating mysteriously, in my dreams, I can only utter one sentence. Only one sentence. Reflecting deeply, I recalled that regardless of whether it was during the live stream at Shinhu High School or at the crematorium on bridge number 3, it seemed Sakura had indeed only spoken a single sentence throughout the night. Could it be that in dreams, one is unable to speak freely? Or is it that dreams cannot be easily altered or shattered? I refrained from probing into the enigmatic nature of dreams, as they are far too mysterious to be easily deciphered. Should I accumulate enough points from the Underworld Showcase, I might redeem a tome to broaden my horizons. After escorting Sakurako back to the Blue Jazz Bar, I found the exquisite proprietor, Ayaka Kazuki, waiting at the entrance. Her captivating presence attracted numerous admirers into the establishment. Sakurako, why didn't you return last night? The events of the previous evening were a subject Sakurako chose to remain silent about, maintaining an unusual coldness towards Ayaka Kazuki as she quietly entered the bar. Having completed my task of returning Sakurako, I turned to leave, only to have my shoulder ensnared by a delicate arm. So, you thought you could sneak away after having an affair, did you? Madam, you might consider learning a few phrases in Chinese. Our culture is rich and profound. There are so many exquisite words to choose from without resorting to such crude expressions. I shook off Ayaka Kazuki's arm. On a serious note, why didn't Sakurako return last night? Did she encounter any danger? Well, yes. In her quest for a talisman, Sakurako clashed with someone. Did you see who it was? Ayaka Kazuki's voice dropped, losing some of its flirtatiousness and gaining a chill. Recognizing the formidable background of Lu Jin, I deemed it unwise for Ayaka to provoke such a presence and evasively replied, I didn't catch a clear glimpse. Perhaps it was Bai Chi. Upon mentioning Bai Chi, Ayaka Kazuki's tone shifted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Don't even mention that lecherous hound. If I see it again, I shall treat you to an authentic dog meat dish. Surely not, I replied, my cold sweat trickling down as my eyes caught sight of the faint bite marks on Ayaka Kazuki's ample form. It's getting late. I must take my leave. As I turned away, Ayaka Kazuki placed her finger to her lips, pondering. The process of rescuing Sakurako must have been arduous. Should I commend your cleverness or chastise your foolishness? Upon returning to Tingtang Road, I tended to my wounds and was about to wash the blood-stained garments when I unexpectedly unearthed a crumpled assignment notebook. Initially, I paid it little mind until I noticed something thin, seemingly affixed to the blank page within. What is this? I delicately peeled away the gossamer-like layer, feeling its soft and elastic texture, which did not resemble paper at all. Turning it over, I was struck by the intricate patterns densely drawn upon it, as though the entirety of the starry sky were captured within this small sheet. My fingertips danced lightly over it, and the flow of chi through my meridians became somewhat chaotic, as if my thoughts were being drawn into the complexity of the design. I cradled it in my hands, astonishment evident in my eyes. An exquisite talisman, Tong Sang talisman. Sitting at the table, I lit a cigarette, and through the curling smoke, I gazed intently at the talisman before me. This was a true treasure. Though I was unaware of its precise application, Lu Jin's regard for it spoke volumes. Coming from a prestigious lineage, Lu Jin had come to Jiangxing specifically for this talisman. What secrets could a mere piece of paper possibly hold? After a considerable internal struggle, I picked up my phone and dialed Lu Xiezi. Old Lu, I believe I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Typically frugal, Lu Xiezi hastily took a taxi to my shop, appearing more anxious than I. Upon entering, he promptly locked the door and drew the curtains. Show me the talisman. I had never seen Lu the blind in such a manner, unconsciously lowering my voice at the table. Instead of directly touching the talisman, Lu the blind retrieved a porcelain bottle, moistening his hands with the pure water within, before igniting a stick of sandalwood incense, allowing its aroma to naturally dry his hands. Once prepared, he removed the black cloth that covered his eyes and picked up the talisman from the table with both hands. Did old Lu discern anything significant? I squeezed beside Lu the blind, scarcely daring to raise my voice. He did not respond, but instead positioned his fingers in a seal and tapped a specific point on the talisman, leading to an astonishing spectacle. The intricate patterns on the talisman began to circulate autonomously, resembling a colossal swirling nebula. Human skin, ghostly drawings, the galaxy entering dreams. Indeed, this was the Tong Sang talisman that vanished from Jiangxing 5 years ago. The incantation he just performed seemed to have drained most of Lu the Blind's energy. As he leaned against the wall, carefully cradling the talisman. What is the origin of this talisman? My curiosity compelled me to press Lu the Blind, who hesitated before finally revealing the truth. 5 years ago, the Xiaozhuang temple was burglarized, resulting in the loss of a talisman prototype, which could also be described as a celestial map. It was crafted by practitioners of the Xiaozhuang temple over generations to correspond with the sun, moon, and the Big Dipper. Though an ordinary object, it possessed profound and mysterious functions due to the insights of numerous cultivators interwoven within. What functions? Lu the Blind set down the talisman and once again covered his eyes with the black cloth, guiding one into dreams to comprehend the mysteries of the cosmos, honing the 6 senses and accelerating one's cultivation. Can dreams be manipulated by humans? It cannot be termed as manipulation, yet interference is indeed possible. This talisman prototype, due to its inherent uniqueness, was originally intended to be crafted into a talisman to assist younger disciples in stabilizing their resolve and cultivation. Unfortunately, it fell into the hands of nefarious individuals. Speaking of which, the one who stole the talisman was quite astute. He understood the capabilities of the Xiaozhuang temple and knew that they could trace the talisman back to its origin. Thus, he took drastic measures, using overwhelming resentment to obscure the causal links, employing ghostly entities to refine the prototype into a complete superior talisman. But what connection does this have with Jiangxing? I asked, harboring doubts. When this talisman was forged 5 years ago, it triggered numerous anomalies, which the thief likely did not anticipate. Lu the Blind seemed to recall that fateful night 5 years prior, when torrential rain fell and the cries of 100 ghosts filled the air. Torrential rain? 5 years ago? I too vividly remembered the deluge from 5 years ago, for that rainy night marked the beginning of a life-altering series of murders. The frequent occurrences of anomalies could not escape the watchful eyes of local cultivators, prompting a gathering to confront the source of the chaos. It was a private school situated between Jiangcheng and Zhenhushi, where the talisman had spiraled out of control, shrouding the entire institution in malevolent energy, manifesting various gruesome scenes akin to a nightmarish realm. After the talisman was exposed, the thief had already vacated the premises, leaving behind the Yuanshan divine evil intertwined with this talisman. We were all astonished by the thief's skills, for he had somehow merged the dream-weaving techniques of Tong Sang with esoteric principles of fate, granting the Yuanshan divine evil an almost immortal essence. It was only through the combined efforts of numerous cultivators, at great cost, that we managed to seal the Yuanshan. As Lu the Blind recounted that harrowing night, a chill lingered in his heart. Despite our efforts, we had merely sealed it. We employed the Yuanshan soul-dangling technique to continuously weaken the divine evil's power, yet completely eradicating it proved exceedingly difficult. In the aftermath, we scoured the school in search of the talisman, but it had vanished without a trace. We only witnessed the Yuanshan divine talisman being sent out at the final moment, yet we remain uncertain of its precise location. At that time, many speculated that the talisman was concealed in some corner of that school, awaiting to be awakened once more by Yuanshan. The world regards the Tongsang talisman as the most extraordinary among superior talismans, but how many are aware that it is crafted from human skin and depicted by malevolent spirits? Chapter 118, The Slayer of Wives. It bears a resemblance to that blood-red talisman you previously showed me, yet its malevolence surpasses that of the latter. Lu the Blind recounted the entire story to me in one breath before recalling to inquire where I had found this talisman. We had combined the powers of several practitioners and scoured the school without uncovering its trace. This talisman had been affixed to the 13th step of the teaching building at Xinhua High School, and that extra step seemed to appear only under specific conditions. Lu the Blind nodded, seemingly understanding, and suddenly asked, "What brings you to Xinhua High School?" That place has become a forbidden zone between Jiang and Hu, a haunt for wandering souls. The daughter of the Blue Jazz Bar's proprietress was ensnared by a little ghost and lost within the school. I went there to rescue her. I refrained from mentioning the underworld showcase, merely presenting Sakurako as a shield. You should refrain from meddling in such matters. The Tao of Miao Zhen emphasizes tranquility and non-action. Surely you comprehend the wisdom of self-preservation? Lu the Blind is a good man, albeit occasionally prone to rambling. I nodded quickly and then picked up the Tongsang talisman from the table. Old Lu, How should I handle this talisman now? I inadvertently acquired a hot potato. Its efficacy and origins are dubious, and I dare not use it carelessly. Lu the Blind pondered for a moment. To wield the Tongsang talisman requires a special incantation. Only those who have practiced Tongsang arts and mastered the secret of dream-making can unleash its power. In your possession, it can only serve as a decorative item for the time being. I have 3 options for you to consider carefully. The least favorable is to personally return the talisman to the Xiaozhuang temple. This could yield a favorable outcome, and perhaps the temple would offer you some compensation. Do you not yearn to cultivate the Tao? The temple possesses a trove of scriptures for you to choose from. I rolled my eyes and resolutely shook my head. As a host of the Underworld Showcase, I lack nothing more than authentic Daoist texts, and exchanging a superior talisman for such seems a blatant loss. The intermediate option is for you to keep the talisman, dedicating your remaining years to searching for the Tongsang secret arts. Should luck favor you in harnessing even a fraction of its power, you could roam freely in Jiang City. This is an alluring proposition, yet it would mean incurring the wrath of both the Xiaozhuang Temple and the Miao Zhen Dao sect. Old Lu, tell me what the most favorable option is. Lu the Blind picked up a pen from my desk, tore a page from Sakurako's assignment book, and inscribed 2 lines. Upon reading it, I was astonished. I had not anticipated Lu the Blind would propose such a plan. My eyes gradually sparkled with intrigue. Old Lu, is this method feasible? Lu the Blind asked for a lighter and subsequently reduced the page to ashes. How you choose is entirely up to you. Consider it as though I never visited today. As he turned to leave, casting one last glance at the Tongsang talisman on the table, Lu the Blind added, regardless of who inquires, do not disclose that you once contacted me. I have never seen this talisman and am unaware of its whereabouts. Lu the Blind pushed open the door, leaving only me and Bai Qi, who had returned unexpectedly. This time, old blind man, I owe you a favor. This talisman, heavy with dark energy, cannot be kept close to my person, and just as I was pondering where to conceal it, the shop door swung open again. I initially assumed Lu was back, but to my surprise, it was a woman in her 30s who entered, casually sliding the Tongsang talisman between the pages of Sakura's workbook. I turned to regard this unfamiliar woman. Her skin was impeccably maintained, her attire strikingly fashionable, and her beauty was of an arresting kind, exuding an air of confidence akin to that of a high-powered executive, effortlessly capturing the gaze and hearts of men. How may I assist you? I inquired. Though still astonished by her allure, I managed to maintain my composure. In terms of seduction, comparing her to Kazuki Ayaka, I could only say that I had not yet graduated from elementary school. The woman ignored my question, instead examining the assorted, unspeakable props adorning the walls. I apologize. I've been quite busy lately and haven't received new stock. What you see here is a collection from 1 or 2 weeks ago. If you're interested, I can offer you a discount. I placed Sakura's workbook into a drawer, observing the woman as she moved about the room. I am not here to purchase anything, she stated, finally approaching me after surveying everything. You are Gao Jian? I was somewhat taken aback. When did I become a figure of such notoriety that even someone seemingly important could recall my name? Indeed, a few days ago, did Secretary Zhang from Qianding Pharmaceuticals pay you a visit? Upon hearing her words, I furrowed my brow. The inquiry seemed superfluous, considering her knowledge. Why ask again if she already knew? The woman lifted the corner of her mouth in a subtle smile, resting her chin on her hand as she scrutinized me. Did Huang Buiyuan commission you to investigate the cause of his precious son's death? What exactly do you wish to know? Please, spare me the circumlocution and get straight to the point. This woman dared to invoke the name of the chairman of Qianding Pharmaceuticals and appeared to possess an extensive knowledge of Huang Buiyuan's secrets. Could it be that she was his clandestine mistress? Yet, her demeanor did not suggest such a role. My curiosity deepened, though I refrained from asking directly. How much did he pay you? I regret to inform you, but discretion is paramount in our profession. I cannot divulge any information regarding other clients. Your profession? The woman's gaze held a hint of disdain as she placed her handbag on the table, only to lift it again as if concerned about the cleanliness of the surface. I assure you, I know Huang Buiyuan far better than you do. Rest assured, I am not here to procure commercial secrets. I merely seek your assistance in investigating a matter. What matter? 20 years ago, the Huang chairman you spoke of was merely a porter dealing in traditional Chinese medicine. The one who endured hardships alongside him, weathering storms, was not the current Mrs. Huang but a talented art teacher named Wan Jun. This woman was well versed in Huang Buiyuan's past, further solidifying my belief that her connection to him was significant. I have heard Chairman Huang mention the struggles he faced upon arriving in Jiangxing with his family. It was a challenging time for him. Later, when both his wife and second daughter fell ill, those days became the most arduous of his life. Did Huang Buiyuan share all of this with you? The woman appeared slightly astonished. Indeed, it was a difficult time for him. He even sold his ancestral prescriptions. However, none of this can absolve him in my eyes. Is it possible that you are a relative of Director Huang? I inquired. I am Huang Lan, the eldest daughter of Huang Buiyuan. I had been abroad until recently. When it comes to the affairs of the Huang family, I dare not interject carelessly, so I allowed the woman to continue. Over 20 years ago, my mother and my infant sister both fell gravely ill, yet the money we managed to gather from selling our ancestral home was only sufficient to save one of them. These events aligned closely with what Huang Buiyuan recounted to me, yet I still patiently listened to the rest. He spent every day borrowing money and selling prescriptions. And just 3 days before my mother's surgery, he claimed to have connected with a southern pharmacist with whom he had negotiated a price. Can you imagine my feelings at that moment? It was akin to a drowning person clutching onto their last straw. I naively believed that if we could endure this calamity, everything would eventually improve. Huang Buiyuan was gone for 3 days, during which he did not even make a single phone call. The tragedy struck on the day after his departure. Upon returning from the market with vegetable scraps, I discovered my mother had already passed away. My sister wailed as I found my mother lifeless on the ground. Not far from her lay a shattered porcelain bowl, and the bitter herbal medicine was spilled all over the floor. 20 years have passed, yet the memory remains vivid for Huang Lan, as that scene is indelibly etched in her mind, becoming an inescapable nightmare. My condolences. I gazed at the fashionable, beautiful woman before me, whose exceptional demeanor belied the fact that she once consumed spoiled greens from the market and endured such a tragic childhood. Huang Lan ignored my sympathy and continued. At that tender age of 6 or 7, I could not comprehend what had befallen my mother until Huang Buiyuan returned and told me in person that she had taken her own life. This tale was indeed tragic, and I presumed it to be the conclusion, only to be surprised when Huang Lan shifted her narrative. I trusted him so deeply, respected him, depended on him. Yet I never imagined that Huang Buiyuan, that beast, had deceived me for 20 years. Chapter 119, a humorous verse. It was unexpected for a daughter to refer to her biological father as a beast. This revelation from Huang Lan took me by surprise. Huang Buiyuan had informed me that his eldest daughter went abroad due to her opposition to his remarriage, but it now seemed there were deeper secrets at play. That old fox had indeed withheld the truth from me. Taking a moment to calm my thoughts, I recognized that while I had accepted Huang Buiyuan's commission, I must uncover the truth behind the dual-faced Buddha incident. Perhaps I could glean clues regarding that mysterious painting from this woman. My greatest advantage lies in Huang Buiyuan's ignorance of his daughter seeking me out. I could unearth his secrets through Huang Lan while subtly approaching him to validate her claims. With this in mind, I retrieved paper and pen to take notes. Please, take your time and speak calmly. I will consider your commission. Huang Lan took a deep breath. I apologize. I was reminded of some unpleasant memories. It's all right. I certainly won't mind. You mentioned that Director Huang deceived you for 20 years. Do you know what exactly he lied to you about? After all, you are his biological daughter. My mother did not commit suicide. She was driven to her death by Huang Buiyuan, or one could even say he murdered her. Huang Lan seethed, in her time of dire need. This man chose to abandon her. Wait, when your mother passed away, Director Huang should have been away negotiating business with southern pharmaceutical merchants. Based on the timeline of the crime, he should be excluded from suspicion. This is all a fabrication. Huang Buiyuan must have meticulously planned to drive his mother to her demise. Huang Lan's words leave me astounded, if this is indeed the case. Then Huang Buiyuan is truly a terrifying individual. Even as a child, I sensed something amiss. I faintly recall that on the day of my mother's passing, there was a half cup of hot tea on the table. My mother detested tea throughout her life, so this cup must have been prepared for someone else. During my absence from home, an outsider must have entered. Could it have been the landlord or a neighbor? To infer based solely on a cup of tea seems rather hasty. Huang Lan appeared displeased with my interruption. In her mind, it seems she has already concluded that the culprit is Huang Buiyuan. If a mere cup of tea fails to provide conclusive evidence, I possess other proof. Merely days after my mother's death, Huang Buiyuan began working at a pharmaceutical company and swiftly became romantically involved with the owner's daughter, ultimately marrying her within mere weeks. Do you truly expect me to believe that their relationship was devoid of prior intimacy? Huang Lan's logic is flawed. I do not perceive any issues. Perhaps the fate of the noble is simply this fierce. What did you say? Miss Huang, can you provide any further evidence? These events transpired over 20 years ago, and I have no means to investigate them, let alone assist you. Evidence. What further evidence do you seek? For instance, eyewitness accounts or tangible proof. I require something concrete, something I can touch and comprehend to construct a complete chain of evidence. Only then can the conclusions drawn command belief and the burden upon your heart be lifted. I lit a cigarette. Although you refer to Director Huang as a beast, I suspect a part of you still harbors hope that he is not the murderer, which is precisely why you have sought me out. Am I correct? Huang Weiyuan is Huang Lan's biological father. Even if he has committed an unforgivable crime, the bond of blood cannot be altered. I have long since lost faith in that man. I hope you will refrain from these self-righteous assertions. Additionally, I detest men who smoke. Huang Lan retrieved a silk handkerchief from her purse to cover her mouth and nose, her brow furrowed. I apologize. Once I extinguished the cigarette, Huang Lan resumed speaking. Prior to my departure abroad, I had discreetly traveled south multiple times with Huang Weiyuan to locate the merchant who had purchased his prescription. I made 4 trips in total, and heaven did not forsake the diligent. I finally found that merchant in prison. He was merely a fraud, and from his words, I learned that Huang Weiyuan seemed to have seen through his deception early on and never engaged in any transactions, implying that Huang Weiyuan never traveled south at all. If Huang Weiyuan never went south, he had ample opportunity to commit the crime, particularly given that Huang Lan was not away for long. And he managed to seize the moment perfectly. The hot tea on the table is also pivotal, regardless of who brewed it. It indicates that the person who entered the room was quite familiar with Huang Lan's mother. It is highly probable that Huang Weiyuan was lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. I blurted out, according to your assertion, when Director Huang discovered that the merchant was a fraud, his last shred of hope shattered. And in despair, he had to choose between his wife and daughter. Thus, this deduction seems reasonable, but it remains merely a conjecture. Do you possess any other leads? Huang Lan rummaged through her handbag and produced a photograph. I cannot articulate it. Perhaps you may discern its meaning, she suggested. Upon receiving the photograph, I observed a line of delicate handwriting, presumably penned by a girl. Father chose me. I must survive. I must live on for mother. After scrutinizing it several times, I remained perplexed by the essence of this message. This was a glimpse into my sister's diary, a private sanctuary she had never allowed others to peruse. Huang Lan scrolled through her phone, revealing numerous similar photographs. Huang Weiyuan's choice was evidently a relinquishment of his maternal responsibilities. My sister was the sole witness present, and her words should hold some credence, should they not? But your sister was merely a few months old at that time. What could she possibly comprehend? I harbored doubts that Huang Lan's overwhelming psychological suggestion had colored her perception, leading her to interpret anything as evidence of Huang Weiyuan's culpability in his wife's demise. Habitually, I retrieved a cigarette, yet this time I refrained from lighting it. Miss Huang, perhaps you should consider the circumstances of Director Huang. He was likely compelled by necessity. Empathy? You cannot fathom the nature of our existence back then. My mother's health deteriorated day by day, and eventually, her mind began to falter. She often conversed with a painting, pouring forth her inner anguish. I keenly detected a particular nuance in Huang Lan's discourse. Your mother frequently spoke to a painting prior to her passing? Indeed, by then, her health was on the brink of collapse. Huang Weiyuan spent the majority of his days away from home, leaving my mother to care for both me and my infant sister, enduring both physical and mental torment. Huang Lan evidently misinterpreted my inquiry. Could you elaborate on that painting? The recollections of both Huang Weiyuan and Huang Lan referenced a specific artwork, piquing my curiosity. Although Huang Lan was unaware of my motives for asking about the painting, she meticulously recalled that it was a scroll brought back by Huang Weiyuan, entirely blank. Are you certain? Did you overlook any details? Regardless, I could discern nothing. However, my mother hung the painting in the house and often muttered to it. Contemplating Huang Lan's words, I fell into deep reflection. This painting, gifted by the dual-faced Buddha to Huang Weiyuan, surely harbored ulterior motives. My mother frequently conversed with the empty canvas, indicating that she must have uncovered something significant. I set my cigarette aside and scrutinized Huang Lan. Did any extraordinary events transpire in your household during that time? No need to rush. Take your time to recollect. As time had elapsed significantly, Huang Lan pondered for quite some time before stating, there was indeed something peculiar. When Huang Weiyuan returned home with the painting, A beggar came to our door seeking alms. My mother, possessing a kind heart, served him a bowl of freshly made noodles. To our astonishment, the beggar devoured every morsel without uttering a word of thanks, hastily placing the bowl on the table before bolting from our rented abode. When my mother lifted the bowl, she discovered a yellowed piece of paper concealed beneath it, inscribed with a whimsical poem. A sense of unease crept over me. Do you recall that poem? Huang Lan nodded, describing it as an oddity, lacking rhyme. I found it amusing at the time, so I memorized it. She recited the poem, and its content was indeed peculiar. There is a tree, who holds dominion. In mourning garb, a creature must be. The offering of a king should be a bloom. A beggar, uninvited, left behind a nonsensical poem? I transcribed these 4 lines onto paper, sensing they resembled not poetry, but rather a riddle. After reading it several times, my expression changed dramatically. It seemed that Huang Lan might have unintentionally caused your mother's demise, and it was not Huang Buyuan. I placed 4 lines of poetry before Huang Lan, and if this were a riddle, which character do you suppose aligns with these verses? A riddle? What character? One character. When combined with wood, transforms into huai. When paired with person, it becomes gui. When joined with hemp, it turns into mo. And when combined with king, it evolves into gui. I gazed into Huang Lan's eyes and simultaneously declared that the character is gui. In chapter 120, as the crisis looms, the beggar's riddle suggests that a ghostly character is concealed within an overturned sea bowl. If we liken the sea bowl to Huang Lan's abode, the beggar's message becomes quite clear. There is a ghost within the house. The secret from 20 years ago is only now being unveiled. Huang Lan felt a chill run down her spine. Had our family been living alongside some malevolent entity all this time? I longed to offer her some comforting words, but the stark reality rendered any reassurance too late. Considering the beggar's hasty departure after his meal, it seemed evident that he wished to avoid trouble. Merely because your mother was kind-hearted, she intended to warn you. Yet regrettably, you all failed to perceive it at the time. Huang Lan remained silent for a while, and after a few minutes, she retrieved a business card from her bag. I cannot temporarily believe in such disturbances caused by malevolent spirits. I suspect that beggar could very well have been hired by Huang Buyuan, merely to drive my mother to madness. If he were indeed hired, it is unlikely he would have provided such obscure hints. I wished to counter her assertion, but the woman before me seemed convinced that everything was tied to her father. After all, given her years abroad, it was understandable that she might struggle to accept such esoteric concepts. This is my business card. Keep it safe. Just now, that was a test of your abilities. I am formally entrusting you with the investigation of this matter. Huang Lan placed the card on the table and produced a bank card from her bag. I do not know how much Huang Buyuan paid to engage your services, but this card contains 100,000. If you can uncover the truth, I shall compensate you with double what Huang Buyuan offered. The bank card lay upon the table. 100,000 is no trifling sum. Though I felt tempted, certain matters required clarification. Miss Huang, we are previously unacquainted. Why are you so intent on having me investigate Director Huang? Are you not concerned that I might disclose this to him? Upon hearing my words, Huang Lan's lips curved into a smile that evoked myriad thoughts. While I cannot forgive Huang Buyuan, I must concede that he possesses a keen eye for people. Since he chose you to investigate such intimate matters, it indicates that you are undoubtedly the most reliable and suitable person in Jiang City. I found her reasoning unexpectedly persuasive. Accepting the bank card, I said, I shall retrieve a contract from the 2nd floor. I accept your commission, but given the extensive time span, it may take at least a month to yield results. After waiting 20 years, would 1 month truly matter? Huang Lan signed the contract. Huang Buyuan is still unaware of my return. I trust you to keep all matters regarding me confidential. Of course. After bidding farewell to Huang Lan, I quietly lit a cigarette. The affairs of the Huang family are rather intricate. The narratives provided by Huang Buyuan and Huang Lan are nearly contradictory, and it seems I shall require another individual to verify the truth. Upon lifting the photograph from the table, I discerned the essence of a quiet and introverted girl, the second daughter of Huang Buyuan, through the delicate script. Having placed everything on the 2nd floor, I ventured out alone. With merely 2 days remaining until the next live broadcast, burdened with an array of matters to attend to. Upon arriving at the municipal bureau, I was met at the entrance by Chen Feng, who harbored a secret infatuation for Tai Ningxiang. Stop. Do you think the police station is a place you can just waltz into? He barked, his demeanor unfriendly, glaring at me with a fierce intensity. He had not forgotten the incidents during the pursuit of Lu Xing amidst the dense fog that had shrouded the mountains. He envied the bond one shared with Tai Ningxiang and harbored animosity towards anyone close to her. Standing at the entrance of the municipal bureau, I chose to ignore him, pulling out my phone to dial Tai Ningxiang's number. "Senior, this is Gao Jian. I am here to retrieve something, the item that was saved along with Zhang Fei." Tai Ningxiang immediately understood, recognizing I referred to the surveillance footage capturing my time with Zhang Fei. "I will come to get you right away. Please hold on." Her efficiency was commendable. She concluded the call without delay. Just as I was about to put my phone away, I noticed Chen Feng leaning to eavesdrop. His curiosity piqued. Chen Feng had never been cordial towards me. Prior to the last live broadcast, he had subjected me to a thorough interrogation due to Zhang Fei's disappearance. Old grievances and new resentments often necessitate reckoning. Holding the now disconnected phone, I deliberately turned away, lowering my voice to a level audible yet indistinct. "Oh, and about that lace-striped garment from last night." "Last night? Garment? Lace? Stripes? What on earth is that?" Chen Feng's eyes ignited with fury. Unperturbed, I withdrew my phone, casually kicking pebbles while whistling nonchalantly. After a while, Tai Ningxiang, clad in her police uniform, approached from a distance. The moment she appeared, Chen Feng, who had earlier worn a scowl, instantly donned a bright, affable smile. "Ningxiang, I was just about to let your junior in," he said, hastily moving aside as she strode past him, waving at me. "Come in, we need to talk." With a smile gracing my lips, I walked alongside Tai Ningxiang, deliberately inching closer as we passed Chen Feng. "Senior, you look best in your police uniform. What are you saying?" Tai Ningxiang noticed how I leaned against her, her expression tightening. "Can you not walk properly? Do you need my guidance?" "Senior, I wish it were different. I just got out of the hospital, and the wounds on my body are yet to heal properly. Standing here in the sun for so long has left me feeling quite dizzy." Feigning complete surrender to my plight, I leaned on Tai Ningxiang. With a sigh, she took my arm to support me, making an exception this time. As we ambled away, enveloped in a sweet and sour atmosphere, we entirely disregarded Chen Feng, whose face turned an alarming shade of green, his gaze fixed intently on Tai Ningxiang's retreating figure. "You two wait." Upon entering the Criminal Investigation Department, I recognized several officers at work, Wu Meng, Zhao Bin, and others. After exchanging greetings, I was pulled into the office by Tai Ningxiang. "Senior, has there been any news from Jiangjin Real Estate?" My primary objectives for this visit were twofold: to destroy the surveillance footage and to ascertain that Zhang Fei had not revealed my existence. Rest assured, Zhang Fei later provided a statement at the police station, claiming she was in a state of somnambulism and could not recall any events from that fateful night. Although we extracted numerous bloodstains from her clothing, none corresponded with any known profiles. After stating this, Tai Ningxiang flung a stack of documents onto the table. "Where did you go that night?" At least 5 samples of blood had been retrieved from Zhang Fei's garments, most of which had not left the body for more than a day, all being fresh blood. "Senior, your curiosity is insatiable." I stood by the table, casually perusing the blood type reports. Tai Ningxiang observed me with a look of stubbornness, clearly unwilling to divulge further information. In frustration, she produced a USB drive from her drawer. "This contains surveillance footage of you and Zhang Fei together. Are you certain you wish to destroy it? If you were to make it public, the Zhang family would undoubtedly offer you a substantial sum as compensation. I have no particular desires. Such wealth holds no value for me. It is better that it be destroyed." I pocketed the USB drive, but did not leave immediately. "Senior, there is someone I hope you will keep an eye on." "Who?" "Director Li from the People's Hospital, responsible for procuring medications. He is likely under the influence of the sorcerer, which is why he covertly alerted the sorcerer the night I investigated Jiang Shihan." Tai Ningxiang reacted to my words with a look of confusion. "How did you know he would be in danger? Has he met with harm?" I had initially thought Director Li was merely a victim of the sorcerer's craft, believing that, like Zhang Fei, he would lead a normal life once the sorcerer was eliminated. Tai Ningxiang picked up a document from the table. "This morning, we received a report from his family stating that he has been missing for a day and a night." "What?" I examined the document. The night before, Director Li had voluntarily taken a night shift at the hospital, but he had vanished around 3 or 4 in the morning, without a trace. Coincidentally, this was exactly when I concluded my 4th live broadcast, just after the sorcerer had perished. Was there a connection? In a basement somewhere on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, an elderly man, perhaps in his 50s or 60s and somewhat portly, was bound to a wire bed, his body marred by deep whip marks resembling the petals of a blooming mandrake flower. A basin of cold water was splashed onto him, rousing him from unconsciousness. He opened his eyes, trembling with fear. If it were possible, he would wish never to awaken again, thus avoiding the sight of that devilish man. The dimly lit basement lacked illumination, with only a few feeble rays of light seeping through the ventilation shaft. "Have you arrived at an answer to my question?" The voice of the man speaking was magnetic, his face half handsome and smooth, the other half marred by scars. Director Li weakly nodded, blood seeping from the gaps in his teeth. "I have thought of it. I will give you one last chance. Who killed your master?" "It was Gao Jian, the secretary to the chairman of Gaodian Pharmaceutical, who informed me." "Are you certain?" Lu Xing retrieved a length of fishing line from his pocket, wrapping it around his hand. "We have already made one mistake. We cannot afford another. It has to be him." Just days before the incident, he came to the hospital to investigate Jiang Shihan. "I overheard the doctors mention that he had mentioned the term sorcerer at the hospital, so it is certain that he was the one who killed the master." The elderly man, exhausted, implored for mercy, saying, "Please, let me go. I have revealed all that I know. I assure you, this time I will not err." "Since you are so certain, I shall grant you this one chance," replied Lu Xing, a smile gracing his lips as he released the fishing line from his fingers. "You promise to let me leave?" "Of course," he responded, the slender line tightening against flesh. "I shall personally see you off." Chapter 121. Lu Xing and Lu Jin carrying the bloodied head. Lu Xing traversed the narrow, dim corridor into an adjacent room. This chamber mirrored the previous one, save for the fact that a woman was bound upon the wire bed. Her tattered garments could not conceal her fair skin and innocent visage, a face that lingered in the memory long after a mere glance. With a thud, Lu Xing carelessly discarded the old man's head inside the room, his gaze tinged with a twisted affection as he settled beside the woman. The killer of the death god had finally found this obstinate old fool. The woman turned her head away, tightly shutting her eyes as if unwilling to confront Lu Xing. "Aren't you curious who killed the death god?" he inquired, producing the bloodied fishing line and gently caressing her cheek. "You must be curious. For that person is someone you know. He likely came to provoke me for your sake." At this, the woman opened her eyes. "Are you beginning to feel intrigued?" Lu Xing's fishing line traced her nose, lips, and chin, finally pressing against her neck. How exquisitely delicate the human form, such that a mere touch could evoke unparalleled ecstasy. Bound and helpless, the woman could offer no resistance to Lu Xing's whims. "Who is that person?" he mused. "I thought you would never speak to me again." "My dear sister." He toyed with her hair, little foam. "Tell me, if I had not appeared, would you not be living a blissful life with that man? You would have prepared meals daily, awaited his return to watch television together, to converse, and by nightfall, engage in the most delightful of activities, a life truly enviable." A sickly laugh escaped Lu Xing as he wound the fishing line tighter around Little Feng's neck, drawing blood. "Alas, all of this is but a fantasy. I have returned. You are destined to be my puppet. I shall control you with this line, and you will follow my lead. You are my toy, unfit for the hands of another." After uttering these words, he retrieved the old man's head and placed it beside Little Feng's bed. "All who seek to take you from me, all who dare to obstruct my path, will meet but one fate." With a smile, he caressed the old man's head before rising to declare, "The one who killed the death god is Gao Jian, the very man you yearn for day and night. Fear not, I shall bring him back, though I wonder whether you prefer his head, his hands, or perhaps some other part of his anatomy." Little Feng attempted to speak, but the fishing line had pierced her flesh, making each breath a painful endeavor. "Do not rush. It seems you are uncertain. Thus, I shall disassemble him and bring every piece back for you to select." The expression on Lu Xing's face was terrifying, half of it exquisitely handsome and tranquil, the other marred by scars and twisted into a grotesque smirk. As Lu Xing ventured far from the confines of the chamber, a half-foot-long centipede emerged from beneath the filthy exterior of Xiao Feng's clothing. This centipede, possessing a peculiar intelligence, refrained from harming Xiao Feng and instead expelled a liquid with a scent detectable only by a master of sorcery. After departing from the room that held Xiao Feng captive, Lu Xing changed out of his blood-stained attire and exited the basement. From the outside, the building appeared to be an ordinary commercial structure, devoid of any peculiarities. "Have we uncovered the identity of the Grim Reaper's murderer?" asked a pair of twins in unison, the elder bearing a prominent birthmark while the younger was strikingly handsome. "This matter requires no concern from you. I shall address it personally," Lu Xing replied. "Do not underestimate the situation. Jiang City is currently unsettled. 4 of the 8 arrays left by the Buddha have been destroyed, and we must ensure the remaining 4 are not compromised before we can successfully transcend the 8 divine spirits. What? Do you too wish to meddle in my affairs? Lu Xing donned a cap that obscured much of his face. His tone was brusque, and the twins visibly tensed. That is not our intention. We merely seek to caution you. It seems there exists a force in Jiang City that has become aware of our covert actions and is opposing us. Leave these matters to me. Lu Xing proceeded to the innermost part of the shop, where a statue of Guangong was enshrined. He lit 3 incense sticks and inserted them into the incense burner, then turned the statue. On the back of the idol were intricately carved faces of 2 opposing Buddhas. Opening the statue, Lu Xing retrieved a pure black eyeball. Soul-snatching demon. This spirit has reached a formidable state and is capable of inflicting boundless carnage. The twins trembled at the sight of the eyeball, as if confronted with a manifestation of unspeakable horror. Mind your own affairs. If upon my return you have not located the blank scroll lost by the Buddha 20 years ago, this humble abode may soon house 2 identical corpses. Rest assured, we have identified that the scroll resides with Huang Buiyuan's second daughter. The 2 unfurled a map of Jiang City on the table, marking 8 locations, 4 of which were highlighted in red. Anshin Inn, Gravewell, Xinhu High School, Cremation Pit No. 3, and Henshan Psychiatric Hospital. The 5th location was noted in black ink, Tong Seng Tomb. Excellent. Proceed with your endeavors. The skies over Jiang City are soon to shift. Lu Xing pocketed the black eyeball and retrieved 2 photographs from a drawer, one cut from a newspaper article regarding Tai Ningxiang, the other captured from video surveillance. Gao Jian, you have taken my sister's heart. Therefore, I shall eliminate your most cherished one. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is true fairness. As the flowers bloom, so do the dualities of life, straddling the realms of Buddha and demon. In a 5-star hotel in Jiang City, Wei Ling leaned against the wall, his neck wrapped in bandages alongside Zhong Jiao. Both clad in suits, they averted their gazes from the imposing figure before them. What instructions did your master leave you? Lu Jin, now adorned in a pristine Daoist robe, reclined in a chair by the window, gently stirring the exquisite tea within his cup. Master, we truly did our utmost. We never anticipated he could unravel the boundary spell and unleash that dog so unexpectedly. They stammered. So, are you implying that my Daoist skills are lacking? Lu Jin's expression darkened, prompting the 2 to hastily wave their hands. No, it was our oversight. Incompetence. He placed the teacup on the table, his fingers gently caressing his neck, perplexed by the fact that Lu Jin had employed some mysterious elixir, as there were no visible marks of strangulation on his skin. As a direct disciple of the Miao Zhen Dao, I nearly met my demise in this insignificant Jiang City, and the adversary turned out to be merely an ordinary person. His tone grew somber, and his expression darkened. Have you uncovered any results regarding the matter I tasked you with? Yes, we have thoroughly investigated. Gao Jian is merely a third-rate detective running an adult product store on Tingtang Road. He had previously attended a police academy, but was expelled due to his involvement in a serial murder case. Is that all? He is just a good-for-nothing expelled from the police academy? We have interviewed numerous individuals, including his classmates. This person is utterly devoid of merit. He is essentially a parasite living off others. Upon hearing Wei Ling's and Zhong Jiao's words, Lu Jin erupted in a fit of rage, countering with a sardonic smile. I truly cannot discern who is the greater fool, him or you 2. Can a mere layabout unravel the secrets of my Miao Zhen Dao? Can he possibly be aware of Xinhu High School? Dare he compete with me for the Tongseng talisman? After sipping his tea, Lu Jin composed himself. Continue to investigate everyone who has recently interacted with him. This individual must harbor some unspeakable secret. At this juncture, Zhong Jiao suddenly recalled something. Uncle Zichio, there is a matter I ought to mention. While we were seeking assistance from the local police, the captain of the criminal investigation team seemed to be deliberately concealing information about Gao Jian. Her relationship with him must be quite significant. The captain of the criminal investigation team? I believe her name is Tai Ningxiang. I drove you to Songlin Cemetery to dispel the fog. You must have encountered her then. I have met her. Lu Jin pondered for a moment, his furrowed brow suddenly relaxing. It dawned on him that the strikingly graceful policewoman, who exuded a natural fragrance, was indeed Tai Ningxiang. Remarkable. Since she is shielding Gao Jian, their connection must be extraordinary. I have finally conceived a method to ensure that Gao Jian experiences a lifetime of regret. Lu Jin retrieved his phone. Is this Officer Qin Jiangwo? I have heard that you share a close relationship with the retired Deputy Chief Tai. Kindly arrange for him to meet with me. I wish to discuss certain matters in detail. And please, ensure he brings along his daughter. Yes, Tai Ningxiang. Chapter 122. Do not push me by 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Lu Jin received a response from Qin Zhengguo, and they arranged to meet the following evening at 7 in the Century New Garden. You shall inform Gao Jian. I require his presence as an audience for this grand spectacle. Lu Jin removed a red string woven with talismans from his wrist and extracted a bottle of pink elixir, the marriage red string, and the Jade Maiden's joyous spirit pill. I intend to reveal to him the hidden depths beneath Tai Ningxiang's pristine exterior. The room echoed with triumphant laughter as Zhong Jiao and Wei Ling exchanged glances, both reflecting the helplessness and concern in each other's eyes. I remained at the municipal bureau until late. The disappearance of Director Li serving as a stark reminder that anyone associated with the dual-faced Buddha could face dire consequences. I must exercise utmost caution. Now, my greatest threat may not arise from the live-streaming tasks of the underworld, but rather from those around me. One day, I will unveil the truth and avenge the souls of the wrongfully deceased. Without returning to Ting Tang Road, I dialed Secretary Zhang of Qianding Pharmaceutical, hoping he could facilitate a meeting with Huang Buiyuan's second daughter. This request was promptly addressed, with Secretary Zhang personally driving me to the Jing-ing Sanatorium located in Jiangbei. Surrounding the vast river is a verdant expanse of parks, originally known as Eason Garden, which was later acquired by Qianding Pharmaceutical and transformed into a rehabilitation center. Due to the transplantation of numerous cherry blossom trees, it has also come to be known as Jingying Zhuang. Towering cherry trees line both sides of the pathway, though it is not the season for their blossoms. Otherwise, one would be immersed in a sea of falling petals, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. I ponder the reason Mr. Gao has chosen to visit the second young lady. Is her fate intertwined with that of Huang Guanhong's demise? Secretary Zhang, while driving, casually inquires. I cannot ascertain the connection at present, but it is evident that the second young lady is in peril. She is likely the next target of those who murdered Huang Guanhong. Before picking me up, Secretary Zhang must have secured Mr. Huang Buiyuan's consent. This cunning old fox must also be eager to discern my motives for seeking his daughter. Is that all? One must prepare for the unexpected. Regretting later would be too late. The vehicle continues deep into Jingying Zhuang, a place that feels like a hidden utopia, serene and tranquil. With the river breeze caressing my face, creating a delightful sensation. I will wait for you outside. Secretary Zhang gestures toward a solitary courtyard. The daughter of Director Huang is inside, and when you see her, please manage your expression. She is quite timid and shy. I nodded and pushed open the courtyard gate, revealing a Chinese garden adorned with a well-manicured lawn, pebble-strewn pathways, and several artificial fountains. Following the winding path, I finally encountered the person I sought. Although I had never seen her before, a mere glance confirmed she was the one I had come for. By a pond sat a woman in a wheelchair, her age similar to mine, holding a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber, dressed in a simple, unadorned white gown, her frail body wrapped in a delicate blanket against the chill. Her attire, though plain, exuded an extraordinary charm. Timeless beauty captivates the eye. She is a true gem. Her ethereal presence seemed to dazzle the world. I felt an irresistible pull towards her, my steps unconsciously slowing, as if she were a celestial being who might take flight if approached too hastily. The woman noticed me, but displayed little interest, merely casting a fleeting glance before returning her attention to the lively fish swimming in the pond. As I approached her, I recalled Secretary Zhang's admonition. No wonder he urged me to maintain my composure. This woman was utterly enchanting. She possessed a slender frame, neither overtly sensual nor towering. Yet her quiet presence radiated a soul-stirring beauty, an innate allure that transcended mere physicality. Her brows, like delicate wisps of smoke, arched gracefully. Her eyes, reminiscent of dew, seemed to glisten with unspoken sorrow. In tranquil moments, she resembles a flower reflecting in the water. In motion, she embodies the grace of a willow swaying in the breeze. Her heart, though troubled, possesses a beauty surpassing all. Upon hearing my approach, the woman tilted her head towards me, forcing a smile. Can you speak kindly? The description echoes the words used for Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber. I had always thought Chao Shuiqin exaggerated. What beauty could a frail and sickly Daiyu possess? Surely, the modern aesthetic favors curves and long legs. After a brief pause, I redirected my gaze, yet upon seeing her, I found my perspective transformed. Truly, the ancients were not mistaken. You exaggerate. I cannot possibly be compared to Lin Daiyu. She set down the book in her hands. Are you the new doctor? My identity is rather complex, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. I am here at your father's behest. You may regard me as a psychologist, not a male confidant. The woman chuckled softly, her movements graceful and subtle. Since you are here, it is evident that you have obtained your father's consent, which is why I am speaking with you. As for the male confidant, I shall consider it carefully. Watching the koi frolicking in the pond, her mood lightened slightly. May I inquire your name, dear lady? Could you refrain from speaking like an ancient scholar? It feels rather peculiar. With her hands resting demurely on her knees, she appeared exceedingly composed. I am Huang Shui, a name bestowed by my father. He is well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, and Shui is also a medicinal formula used for calming the spirit and treating various ailments. He chose this name in the hope that my health may improve swiftly. Upon mentioning her illness, Huang Shui's voice softened, and her gaze dimmed. Have you remained here all these years? Yes, I suffer from congenital heart disease and require a tranquil environment. Excessive noise can cause my heart rate to fluctuate dangerously, prompting episodes. She gazed enviously at the koi swimming in the pond. I feel like a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Even the slightest breeze or sun exposure could cause me to wilt. Just as I was about to respond, a nurse emerged from the other side of the courtyard. Shui, it's time to return to your room. You've been outside for half an hour. Yes, I shall go back. The nurse pushed her wheelchair, casting a cautious glance at me as they moved several meters away. Wait. Huang Shui waved her hand at the nurse and then turned to me with a radiant smile. I still do not know your name. The one who wishes to be my confidant? I am Gao Jian. As I watched Huang Shui depart, I stroked my chin, realizing that upon seeing her in person, some questions felt utterly unaskable. The life and death choices from 20 years past were likely memories she preferred to avoid. If I were to broach the subject indiscreetly, I could not guarantee that her fragile constitution could endure such pain. The answers to my questions might be hidden within her, but uncovering them would require both time and tact. After leaving the Jingying Sanatorium, I returned to Tingtang Road, only to find a robust man in a suit standing at the entrance. Zhongjiu, what brings you here? Is your neck injury healed? I opened the shop door, and Bai Qi, grinning broadly, dashed out, startling Zhongjiu, who stepped back several paces. I am here to deliver a message. Master Lu wishes to reconcile with you. You are to meet at Century New Garden tomorrow evening at 7:30. Let us settle our grievances over a meal. That arrogant individual would lower himself to reconcile with me? It seemed more like a trap. I pressed Bai Qi's head down to keep him from acting impulsively and conveyed to Lu Jin that I had no time for games. Zhongjiu, undeterred, stood a few meters away from Bai Qi. This is not ideal. Master Lu is sincerely inviting you. Please show him some courtesy. Does Lu Jin even possess any dignity left? Do not trouble me further. He may be skilled in the ways of the immortal, but I am no mere novice. Seeing my indifference, Zhongjiu had no choice but to plead. I advise you to reconsider. Master Lu has also invited someone you know. As I was about to enter the shop to organize my materials, I paused at this revelation. Who? Tai Ningxiang. After standing still for a while, I pondered over various matters, considering Lu Jin's character and the recent peculiar occurrences. Please convey to Lu Jin that I shall attend punctually, as I am quite intrigued by his invitation. Very well, I shall inform Daoist Lu forthwith. Zhongjiu, having been granted a reprieve, hastily departed, clutching his neck. What does Lu Jin intend by inviting both me and Tai Ningxiang? I leaned against the door, my brow furrowed deeply, then retrieved my phone for the Underworld showcase to check my current points. The remaining points for the streamer amounted to 16. I opted to exchange my points for a random high-grade talisman. Points deducted, exchange successful. After the live broadcast from Henzhan Mental Hospital, a new option for a random high-grade talisman appeared among the exchange items. Though it could only be redeemed once, that was sufficient. Lu Jin's simultaneous invitation to both me and Tai Ningxiang clearly harbored ill intentions. Since he dared to do so, he must have some form of assurance. Thus, I must prepare thoroughly. Spending 10 points to acquire a high-grade talisman had long been my intention, yet I had not mustered the resolve until now. After all, 10 points could spare me from one live broadcast, a reserve I initially intended to keep for survival. However, with Lu Jin's relentless pressure, I had no choice but to resort to this measure. Having witnessed the profound mysteries of the Tong Seng talisman, I gained a renewed understanding of the potency of high-grade talismans. Such grade paper possesses immense power and could serve as a trump card in dire straits. Lu Jin, I sincerely hope you do not act foolishly. I had originally planned to thoroughly investigate the Huang family's affairs before the next live broadcast. But Lu Jin's interference has altered my arrangements. I took a taxi to the bank, uncertain of what talisman I would receive due to the random exchange. The sky had darkened, and recently, with a surge in cases, Tai Ningxiang, who had been working late, finally emerged from the city police bureau's doors. She had changed out of her uniform into casual attire, heading towards her rented apartment. Although she was not young, despite numerous suitors, she had yet to enter into a formal relationship for various reasons. Her retired father, Tai Laoyes, watched anxiously but felt powerless to influence his beloved daughter. Both father and daughter were stubborn, unwilling to yield to one another. Once, they had quarreled fiercely over this matter, leading to Tai Fuju's ire for several days. While Tai Ningxiang moved out to live alone, her apartment was quite a distance from the city bureau, taking half an hour via the main road. But a shortcut through the alley would only take about 10 minutes to reach home, though the darkness of the streets posed dangers. It was of no concern to Tai Ningxiang, the captain of the criminal investigation team. She never feared encountering robbers. Instead, it was the robbers who should be wary of crossing paths with her. As she entered the dim alley, her phone suddenly rang. Was there another incident at the bureau? Upon answering, she discovered it was Tai Fuju calling. Having been away for 2 months, it seemed she had no intention of returning. How should a father address his daughter? Ningxiang, do not take it to heart. Your father is all bark and no bite. During your absence, he has reflected deeply, realizing his past missteps. Do come back home soon. The atmosphere on the other end was lively, with Tai Fuju and the bureau chief's wife exchanging banter. It seems I cannot return just yet. A multitude of matters awaits my attention at the bureau, and I shall consider my return once I have managed this whirlwind of responsibilities. Tian Ningxiang spoke as she prepared to hang up the phone. From the other end, the voice of Deputy Director Tai echoed, Are you still considering? Will you return or not? I shall act as if you are not my daughter. Old man, what has gotten into you? Ningxiang, your sister left us early. And now you persist in not coming home. Your father and I are left to guard this vast house, feeling an emptiness within. Why not return for dinner tomorrow? Unable to withstand her mother's persistent pleas, Tian Ningxiang reluctantly relented. All right, I will find time to come back tomorrow. You have promised. You cannot go back on your word. Her mother exclaimed, genuinely elated. Tomorrow at 7 at Century New Garden, remember to dress nicely. We must not miss this reunion. What is the need to dress up for such an occasion? Is it not merely a family dinner? Once the call ended, Tian Ningxiang furrowed her delicate brows, pondering. Must I truly dress up? She glanced at her simple leisure jacket, shook her head, and exited the alley to hail a cab to a clothing store in the city center. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes after Tian Ningxiang's departure, a man wearing a cap emerged from the depths of the alley. Concealed within his sleeve was a sharp knife, while in his other hand, he cradled a pure black eyeball. It seems that the fated star was indeed not so easily vanquished. He retracted the eyeball into his palm and gazed up at the bustling street. Tomorrow night at 7 at Century New Garden? A captivating expression adorned his face. One half grotesque and the other half strikingly handsome. Next time, I shall summon the Grim Reaper. You may not be so fortunate then. He turned and walked back into the alley. Strangely, beneath the neon lights outside the alley, 2 distinctly shaped shadows followed behind him. After retrieving the talisman I had exchanged, I proceeded directly to Lu Xiaoji's residence. This matter was of great significance, and I needed to consult him. Entering Lu Xiaoji's modest dwelling, I found it to be small yet impeccably tidy, with various talisman-making tools and scriptures meticulously organized. Why have you returned? We just met. Is there something that cannot be discussed over the phone? Lu Xiaoji was engrossed in studying a classic text. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I replied, Old Lu, I sincerely apologize, but I have an urgent matter. I placed the black package from the underworld showcase before him. I possess a superior talisman, resplendent in golden light. Yet I am unaware of its specific use. I hope you can provide guidance. As for the compensation required, please do not hesitate to state your demands. Is it still that Tong Sang talisman? Its application is unique and requires one versed in dream-weaving techniques to unleash its power. That may pose quite a challenge for me. Lu Xiaoji remarked with an expression of helplessness, engrossed in his scripture. No, it is not that one. I opened the package, revealing an exquisitely carved peachwood box. This is a different talisman. As I lifted the lid, an eerie silence enveloped the room, and a faint rumble of thunder echoed in the air. A soft golden light illuminated my eyes, causing Lu Xiaoji's face to twitch slightly. With a thud, the scripture he held fell to the floor, and he struggled to swallow. The celestial thunder talisman. It took him 2 or 3 seconds to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He almost leaped from his chair, disregarding the precious scripture, hastily securing the doors and windows, and then drawing the curtains. Old Lu, there is no need for such an intense reaction. Calm down. Calm down, my foot. Do you understand what the celestial thunder talisman is? Lu Xiaoji exclaimed, nearly jumping with agitation. My family has spent a century striving to cultivate a superior thunder talisman. Yet we have not succeeded until now. You truly are a fortunate soul, unaware of the treasures you possess. Such celestial artifacts are rarely glimpsed even by those devoted to the path of cultivation. Is it truly so exaggerated? Though I had long prepared myself, I seem to have underestimated the esteemed status that superior talismans hold in the hearts of practitioners. Witnessing your frivolous demeanor makes me feel a sense of injustice on behalf of this talisman. Lu, the blind man, contorted his fingers to divine the origins of this talisman. Yet after much contemplation, he discovered nothing. Gao Jian, from where did you procure this talisman? In Jiang City. I have yet to hear of any Taoist adept skilled in thunder magic. Best not to pry. I cannot disclose that information. I pushed the peachwood box before Lu, asking, are you certain that this talisman is the heavenly capital thunder talisman? It appears different from the one in your possession. Lu scrutinized it intently, examining it for over 10 minutes, more diligently than any appraiser seen on television. The talisman from my Lu family is merely a blank talisman, possessing the essence of Tao and divine patterns, yet it remains unwritten and incomplete. It is not yet the right moment for it to be forged into a superior talisman. In contrast, your talisman is entirely inscribed, although it is merely an ordinary piece of hemp paper that bears it. Upon hearing this, I grew concerned that the mundane nature of the paper might affect the efficacy of the thunder magic. Not at all. The one who painted this talisman possesses a realm of mastery beyond our imagination. With a single stroke, the world trembles. With a second, the master's sword is drawn. With a third, malevolent spirits are banished from 1,000 miles away. Each stroke is perfectly executed. Although the paper is commonplace in the hands of the artist, it transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. This talisman wields power far surpassing that of my Lu family's talisman prototype. Hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. That is good to know. But do not rejoice too soon. Every matter has its advantages and disadvantages. The immense power of this talisman exceeds what the hemp paper can endure. Thus it can only be used twice before it dissipates into nothingness. Only 2 uses? My heart plummeted and soared like a roller coaster. 2 uses are insufficient? Lu huffed in envy, his eyes filled with longing. Be content. If this talisman were to be offered publicly, some Taoists practicing the 5 thunder rites would likely risk everything to exchange for it. Chapter 124. The banquet. Having grasped the usage of the superior talisman in my possession, I bid farewell to Lu and returned to my residence. Tomorrow, I may face a direct confrontation with Lu Jin, and a sense of unease lingered within me, as if I would encounter other dangers beyond him. At this moment, I was unaware that this was the intuition of cultivators, sensing an impending threat from the universe, mistaking it for mere paranoia. As dawn broke the next day, I chose to remain in my humble shop to practice the mysterious true heart method. In recent days, I had been overwhelmed by various matters, rarely finding a moment of tranquility. As evening approached, I exhaled my last breath of stale air. It was time to embark. I placed the heavenly capital thunder talisman and the Tong Sang talisman into the pockets of my trousers, while the Seven Guang talisman and the Child's Night Whale talisman were kept close at hand for emergencies. If you target me, I shall not hold it against you. But if you involve others, do not blame me for publicly exposing your hypocritical and hideous true nature. Lighting a cigarette, I glanced at the wall clock, 6:50 p.m. Bai Qi, let us depart. Seated in the car, Tai Ningxiang awkwardly adjusted her clothing, her complexion resembling that of a peach blossom, tinged with shyness and embarrassment. Do not fidget. This is how the outfit is meant to be worn, and it looks splendid. Seeing this, Tai Ningxiang's mother reached out to pull down her daughter's clothing, revealing her flawless shoulders, reminiscent of the finest Hetian jade. At your age, you should be aware of the most beautiful aspects of yourself and learn to showcase them. She chided. I am not a commodity, Tai Ningxiang replied with a wry smile. She had thought her attire, chosen for an ordinary family gathering, was sufficiently casual. However, upon returning home, she discovered that her mother had prepared an elegant, form-fitting dress, reportedly designed by a renowned designer. While Tai Nyangxiang could not discern the nuances of fashion, the revealing cut of the dress caused her to frown frequently. The neckline barely concealed her décolletage, and the hemline swayed, leaving her feeling exposed. It was a length that even made her blush upon catching her reflection. Perhaps I should just go home. If any of my colleagues from the precinct see me like this, how will I ever work? She lamented. Work, work, all you think about is work. Are you the only police officer in Jiangxing? Her mother, Tai Mama, pulled her daughter's hands before her. A woman must cherish herself. I opposed your decision to attend the police academy. How could a flower-like young lady spend her days interacting with criminals? Had it not been for your late father, I would never have agreed. Why bring that up now? That was ages ago, Tai Nyangxiang retorted. I went along with your wishes then, and this time, you must listen to me, do you understand? Tai Mama implored. I am doing this for your own good. They are of a distinguished background and have specifically requested to meet you. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Realizing her mother's intentions, Tai Nyangxiang sighed resignedly. Fine, I will comply, but only this once. Moping about is unbecoming. It's not as if I am forcing you into a mission, said Tai Fujiu, the driving deputy chief. His tone impatient, yet his smile revealing his delight at seeing his beloved daughter, who appeared even more beautiful than he remembered. Soon, they arrived at the Shiji Xinyuan, where the head of security, Shi Youfu, rushed over. Director Tai, you have finally arrived. The esteemed guest upstairs has been waiting for you. I apologize for the delay. There was some traffic, Tai Fuji replied, discreetly omitting the fact that he had been delayed by his daughter's wardrobe change. You take Tai Nyangxiang upstairs. I will handle parking. As Tai Nyangxiang stepped out of the car, her smooth, toned legs emerged, drawing Shi Youfu's gaze. He swallowed hard and quickly turned his head away. Yet the allure of the woman seemed to possess an extraordinary power, drawing his eyes back to her despite his will. It is said that one can gauge a woman's beauty by her poise and high heels. Tai Nyangxiang wore a pair of striking black high heels, their sleekness contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. The stark contrast captivated Shi Youfu, causing him to clench his fists instinctively. Sensational. Utterly sensational, he thought, as he found himself frozen in place, his body seemingly petrified for several seconds. Years of training had kept Tai Nyangxiang's physique in impeccable shape, her skin smooth and taut, exuding an underlying vitality that was healthy, mature, and enticing. Unaccustomed to high heels, she walked slowly, her brow furrowed, attracting the attention of many as she approached the entrance of Shiji Xinyuan. My dear daughter, observe how these young men are captivated by you. I must say, your decision to attend the police academy was indeed a misallocation of your talents. Anything else would serve you better than a career in law enforcement. Mother Tai expressed no intention of supporting her daughter, her tone suffused with pride. Enough of this. Let me clarify. I am merely here for dinner, and I shall depart immediately after. Tai Nyangxiang furrowed her brow, disliking such scenes. The last time she was coerced into attending Jiang Chen's wedding. It was only because of my presence that the event felt less tedious. I indulge you, but I fear that after meeting someone, you might never wish to return. Mother Tai mused with a mysterious smile as they entered the Century New Garden. As the beautiful women departed, the onlooking young men gradually dispersed, save for one man wearing a baseball cap, who appeared not yet ready to concede. He lowered his head and approached the entrance of Century New Garden. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Shi Youfu, having regained his composure from Tai Nyangxiang's stunning presence, spotted this suspicious man. The man in the cap remained silent, instead reaching into his pocket to retrieve something, then feigning familiarity as he draped his arm around Shi Youfu's shoulder. Which floor did that woman go to? Are you out of your mind? A stalker? Leave, or I'll call the police. Shi Youfu, at this moment, displayed unexpected bravado, yet as soon as he spoke, he caught sight of what the man held in his palm, a dark, glistening orb resembling a cat's eye, albeit much larger. A chill coursed through his body, yet fear had not yet taken root. It seemed that something emerged from that orb, swiftly burrowing into him. I shall ask you once more, which floor did that woman ascend to? Shi Youfu felt as though ink had been dripped into his eyes, his pupils dilating. The 6th floor. Room 061, the VIP box. The man guided the dazed Shi Youfu into Century New Garden. Though the patrolling officers found the situation peculiar, Shi Youfu greeted them stiffly, and they paid him no mind, recognizing him as the same individual. It was not until Shi Youfu entered the lobby that a passing child remarked to her mother, Mommy, that chubby uncle had 2 shadows, one fat, one thin. Stop daydreaming. You'd be better off memorizing a few more words. Upon pushing open the door to the VIP box on the 6th floor, the room was markedly different from the ostentatious decor of other rooms. It was tastefully furnished, exuding an air of understated elegance that felt comfortable and inviting. Ningxiang, hurry in. Mr. Lu has been waiting for you, Mother Tai urged as she walked ahead. Spotting Lu Jin, impeccably dressed in a suit, smiling like a blooming flower. To be fair, Lu Jin was indeed handsome, his face as fine as jade, and with an exceptional demeanor that radiated both grace and strength. Clad in a suit instead of his robe, he exuded a unique charm. No wonder Mother Tai felt elated. Who wouldn't desire such a promising son-in-law, blessed with looks, wealth, and a formidable background? However, upon seeing Mother Tai's expression, Lu Jin's eyes glimmered with disdain, his thoughts lingering on the commonness of the ordinary folk who had never witnessed grandeur. Yet, the moment Tai Ningxiang entered the room, all thoughts of revenge against Gao Jian dissipated, leaving only the image of that enchanting woman in his mind. Uncontrollably, Lu Jin rose from his seat and approached the door of the box. "Good day, Auntie," he greeted. He called out to his aunt. Yet his gaze was ensnared by Tai Ningxiang, who was standing before him. Captain Tai had changed into a different outfit, rendering him almost unrecognizable. "Please, do take a seat," he said with utmost gentlemanly grace, yet Tai Ningxiang showed no inclination to accept his gesture. It is thanks to Daoist Lu for his assistance during the recent fog that shrouded the mountains. No need for thanks, as cultivators. We cannot stand idly by while evil runs rampant. It is merely our duty, he replied, completely disregarding Aunt Tai's invitation for Tai Ningxiang to join her at the table by the window. Seeing the potential for romance, Aunt Tai cheerfully declared, "I shall check on Ningxiang's father. You two carry on with your conversation." She turned and left, casually closing the door to the private room behind her. In Chapter 125, titled A Fortuitous Encounter, the ambience in the romantic, tranquil, and elegant private room was palpable as Lu Jin and Tai Ningxiang sat opposite each other. The table before them was adorned with exquisite dishes, yet at that moment, neither of their hearts lingered on the culinary delights. From the instant Tai Ningxiang entered, Lu Jin was captivated by the woman before him. It was no longer merely a pleasing sight. The faint, indescribable fragrance that enveloped her evoked within him an unprecedented and fierce possessiveness. "She is mine," echoed a voice in his mind as he gazed at her from head to toe, finding her flawless and enchanting. Tai Ningxiang was acutely aware of his unabashed scrutiny, feeling a sense of aversion. However, Lu Jin had, after all, dispelled the fog and aided the police station, and given his substantial standing, she deemed it unwise to offend him. Thus, she silently endured, turning her head aside to gaze out the window at the scenery. As for the delicacies on the table, she had no appetite, her thoughts solely focused on how to extricate herself from this situation. Her status dictated her perspective. Tai Ningxiang was the first woman to stir Lu Jin's heart, and she also happened to be the object of pursuit for his nemesis, Gao Jian. The thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Lu Jin. "I will make you regret this for a lifetime. I shall seize your beloved, and you will watch her succumb to my charms." Lu Jin was confident in his looks and demeanor, and he had even prepared a love charm and other elixirs. In his heart, winning Tai Ningxiang over was merely a matter of time. Tonight held great promise. While Lu Jin's emotions surged tumultuously, Tai Ningxiang's thoughts were quite straightforward. How awkward. Should I message Gao Jian to pretend the police station is calling me with some fabricated reason for my departure? Unbeknownst to Lu Jin, he failed to grasp Tai Ningxiang's true intentions. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. "Would you care for something to drink?" "Just juice, please. I might need to report to the police station later tonight." Captain Tai is indeed diligent. Yet one must occasionally allow oneself to unwind and alleviate some stress, he remarked with a smile as he opened the expensive red wine, pouring it into a crystal goblet. The wine shimmered as he swirled it, its vibrant hues captivating. How does a master like Daoist Lu enjoy such Western red wine? Tai Ningxiang lifted her glass, delicately swirling the crimson liquid in the transparent crystal cup, savoring its rich aroma as she took slow sips. This scene sent Lu Jin's heart racing. The beauty before him radiated an intoxicating allure, akin to that of the exquisite wine. Lu Jin, filled with an insatiable longing, yearned to capture Tai Ningxiang's heart, as if it were being incessantly prodded by a mischievous spirit. Without a moment's thought to calculate the time of my arrival, he withdrew from his pocket a square, palm-sized brocade box. "Upon our first encounter, I have prepared a modest gift, and I hope you will graciously accept it, he said, opening the box to reveal a red cord bracelet adorned with a jade pendant depicting a myriad of blossoms. Tai Ningxiang, startled by Lu Jin's enthusiastic call of her name, felt a shiver run down her spine. The sensation was overwhelmingly uncomfortable. She had resolved to leave at once, deeming the gift far too precious to accept. The jade complements the beauty of its wearer. It would be an honor for this jade to grace your wrist. Do try it on, he implored repeatedly, compelling Tai Ningxiang to reluctantly don the bracelet. As the red cord tightened around her wrist, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she found Lu Jin's gaze somewhat more agreeable, albeit only slightly. Unlike Jiang Fei, who bore the mark of fortune, Tai Ningxiang's destiny remained untouched by the mere threads of fate that bind lovers. As the red cord intertwined their fates, Lu Jin's eyes burned with a more fervent intensity as he regarded Tai Ningxiang. Daoist Lu, I am feeling unwell. I must visit the restroom, she stated, rising from her seat and exiting the private room. Please, do as you wish, he replied. Upon hearing her claim of discomfort, Lu Jin mistakenly believed the red cord's enchantment had taken effect, imagining her heart racing uncontrollably, like a startled fawn unable to contain itself. Once she stepped out, he wore an expression of excitement, thinking to himself, excellent. I shall stoke the flames of your downfall until you are utterly ensnared. He retrieved a vial of pink liquid from his pocket and poured it into Tai Ningxiang's glass. This is the consequence of crossing me, Gao Jian. Tai Ningxiang is merely the first step. I intend to extinguish your spirit while you gradually lose everything, ultimately crawling before me like a wretched stray, begging for mercy. After leaving the private room, Tai Ningxiang found herself in an empty restroom, feeling an inexplicable warmth flush across her face. She gazed into the mirror, perplexed by her reddened complexion. Is it simply too warm in here? She pondered, turning on the faucet and cupping her hands to moisten her cheeks. The restroom was devoid of any company, the entire 6th floor of the hotel eerily silent. As the rosy hue faded from her delicate skin, Tai Ningxiang scrutinized her reflection, sensing something was amiss. Perhaps I should call Gao Jian and devise a way to extricate myself, she thought, reaching for her phone. Suddenly, she felt a chill breeze sweep past her, as if something had darted behind her. Turning around, she found the room empty, the pristine tiles reflecting only her solitary figure. She scanned the room, unaware that in the mirror, her reflection remained still, gazing back at her with a peculiar smile. Could it be that I am simply overwhelmed by stress? Unbeknownst to her, a pair of emaciated hands emerged from the mirror, slowly resting upon her shoulders and tightening their grip. Meanwhile, in the adjacent men's restroom, Shi Yufu lay unconscious on the floor, a tall, gaunt man with a duckbill cap standing nearby. This man traced symbols in the air, a pure black orb spinning in the palm of his hand. Faint threads of resentment weaving into the darkness, gradually seeping into the room next door. The terrifying, bony fingers clutched Tai Ningxiang's neck, while she, oblivious to the impending danger, felt a growing heaviness in her chest, her legs weakening, struggling to breathe. Leaning against the sink, her body slid down, fatigue overtaking her. The soul-reaping specter personally demands a life, its presence both visible and ethereal, leaving even the brightest stars vulnerable to its sinister grasp. Just as Tai Ningxiang's consciousness began to wane, the red cord adorned with the 100 flowers jade on her wrist snapped with a resounding crack. The incantations and sounds of the talismans reached her ears, abruptly awakening her from her stupor. What is happening? Could there be something amiss with the wine? Unaware of the shattered cord and broken jade, she shook her head and hastened out of the restroom. The specter, thwarted in its intent, stirred Lu Xing's ire. Clenching his fist, he seized the eyeball within his palm, vowing, "Today, I shall claim your life." The specter of death, a harbinger of doom, loomed ominously. Alone in the private room, Lu Jin was lost in a sweet reverie until an unsettling emptiness pierced his heart, as if something vital had vanished. He glanced at the red cord that had bound his left wrist, now inexplicably severed. The cord has snapped? Just after it was tied? Could Gao Jian have torn the cord from Tai Ningxiang's wrist? Has he arrived? Lu Jin's countenance darkened. How could he relinquish the beauty so close to capture? He retrieved 2 talismans from his suit pocket, clenching them in hand, declaring, "This time, I shall ensure you return nevermore." No sooner had Tai Ningxiang exited the restroom than a wave of profound drowsiness washed over her, rendering her nearly immobile. She leaned against the wall, one hand pressed to her forehead. Lu Jin stepped out of the private room, spotting Tai Ningxiang in the corridor. Instead of rushing towards her, he remained vigilant, scanning for Gao Jian's presence. Having learned from past missteps, Lu Jin stood poised, alert. Before long, the restroom door swung open, revealing a man wearing a baseball cap, striding directly towards Tai Ningxiang. "You have indeed arrived," Lu Jin sneered, pressing the talisman into his palm and shouting at the cap-clad figure. "Since you are here, do not lurk in the shadows. She is now my woman." Lu Xing lowered his cap, his focus previously fixated on Tai Ningxiang, now possessed by the specter. Lu Jin's sudden outcry startled him. He refrained from lifting his gaze, wary of the corridor's surveillance cameras, and stole a sidelong glance at Lu Jin. The man appeared markedly different from the images captured on video. Could this be Gao Jian? Lu Xing had never encountered me before, but upon seeing Lu Jin's handsome, fair visage, he instinctively touched the scarred side of his own face. Understanding why he could ensnare my sister's soul, his looks were indeed striking. Chapter 126. A clash of the spectral arts. Tai Ningxiang collapsed in the corridor, her consciousness flickering between clarity and haze, faintly perceiving a man's voice. Yet the words eluded her comprehension. What has happened to me? Even with the guiding star of fate by her side, she could not escape the specter's malevolent grip. As the enigmatic twins had forewarned, this specter had indeed grown formidable and challenging to confront. The last debt remained unsettled. This time, I shall not grant you another chance. Lu Jin held the talismans tightly. Despite his tailored suit, the precious charms were concealed beneath, carried ever since the binding spell had been broken, sowing seeds of doubt in his mind regarding my allegiance. Thus, he took precautions, unveiling even his most treasured artifacts for this encounter. Lu Xing, absorbing Lu Jin's words, refrained from countering, pondering instead the implications of his statement. Was he alluding to the ambush I orchestrated in the Pine Forest Cemetery? Lu Xing's primary objective this time revolves around Tai Ningxiang, whose fate, as dictated by the intricacies of the 8 characters, marks her as the 6th target Lu Xing must eliminate. Furthermore, vanquishing Tai Ningxiang could simultaneously lead to my own emergence, thereby fulfilling the dual requirements of the dual-faced Buddha while satiating his own twisted psychological needs. With a flicker of hesitation, he resolved to seize the opportunity presented before him and eliminate both adversaries simultaneously. A sinister smile crept across Lu Xing's face as he produced a sharp knife from the small of his back. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jin retreated a step, declaring, "This is the second time you have revealed your murderous intent towards me. How could such a petty place as Jiang City harbor someone like you? A wolf in sheep's clothing? Are you aware of my identity?" A hint of confusion crossed Lu Xing's face, obscured by his duckbill cap. "According to the information I possess, this young man is merely a purveyor of adult products, a figure of dubious repute. Could he possibly hold another identity?" With his knife held downward, Lu Jin observed Lu Xing's slowing movements, sneering, "Steady your blade, and listen well. I am a direct disciple of the Miao Zhen temple, and the current abbot is my master." Impressive indeed, Lu Xing thought to himself, his tongue tracing his lips. The conclusion was simple. If this individual possessed another hidden identity, I could not afford to let him escape. To eliminate Tai Ningxiang, Lu Jin must be dealt with. Without further hesitation, Lu Xing lunged forward with his knife. For Lu Xing, nothing piqued his interest more than the act of taking a life. "Do you think I would underestimate you as I did last time?" Lu Jin raised his left hand, pinching a talisman between 2 fingers, invoking 6 Ding and 6 Jia, manifest as mighty warriors to protect my body and spirit, rendering me impervious to malevolent forces. At Nuhu High School, Lu Jin had only employed a lesser talisman. The fact that he now wielded a more advanced one indicated his grave seriousness regarding Lu Xing. His abilities were still insufficient to draw forth such a talisman himself. This 6 Ding and 6 Jia talisman, crafted by a heavenly master with materials of celestial and earthly essence, far surpassed ordinary talisman paper in effectiveness. As the talisman was activated, several yellow-turbaned warriors, formed of talismanic power, surrounded Lu Jin. He placed the talisman against his chest, taking his time, resembling a cat toying with a mouse, gazing at Lu Xing with a smile. "I shall ensure that your most beloved witnesses your disgrace." Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, Lu Xing, a deeply twisted criminal, furrowed his brow. My most beloved? Could he be referring to Xiao Feng? Noticing that Lu Xing, clad in a duckbill cap, stood motionless, Lu Jin scrutinized him closely, The figure before him seemed somewhat altered from his memory. However, with the arrow already drawn, he had no choice but to proceed, chanting incantations to compel the yellow-turbaned warriors to advance upon Lu Xing. How audacious to flaunt a 6-ding and 6-jia talisman in such youthful exuberance. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders, and your life shall serve as tuition. Lu Xing grasped the knife's tip, the blade piercing flesh, blood staining the edge. Twin-born, dual-faced, wild spirits, with my blood, I shall break the laws of heaven and earth. The blood trickling from his palm did not fall. As if pulled by an invisible force, gliding along the blade until it formed a ghastly character for Buddha upon the narrow edge. This Buddha bore no benevolence. The entire character was suffused with murderous intent. Break. With the blade in hand, Lu Xing whispered an incantation, plunging the knife into the chest of the golden warrior. In an instant, the formidable warrior conjured through runic spells began to disintegrate from its chest, and a gaping hole inexplicably appeared in the talisman held by Lu Jin. The essence of this talisman had been pierced from afar by Lu Xing. The small vehicle talisman, meticulously crafted by his senior brother, proved utterly inadequate. Lu Jin's expression shifted dramatically. He had initially believed victory was assured, only to be struck down by an unexpected blow. He glanced at the blood-stained dagger in Lu Xing's hand, exclaiming, "You are not Gao Jian. You are a malevolent sorcerer." Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback by Lu Jin's outburst, but he quickly regained composure. Is it too late to realize that? Besides, how could I possibly be Gao Jian? He removed his cap, revealing a face that was half strikingly handsome, yet marred by scars. I am searching for that Gao Jian as well. Lu Jin's emotions were tumultuous, and words failed him. As a disciple of a prestigious sect, he understood better than most the terrifying nature of malevolent sorcerers. These lunatics, driven by a singular obsession, could transform themselves into something neither human nor ghostly. They were relentless in their pursuits, willing to forsake their very humanity. If he were to fall into the hands of such individuals, Lu Jin could scarcely fathom the horrors that awaited him. Just moments ago, he had foolishly revealed his identity. Had he not just shot himself in the foot? It seems we have both misunderstood each other. However, since you have seen my true form, I cannot allow you to accompany this woman to her demise. As he spoke, Lu Xing's tone shifted to one of viciousness, charging forward with the blade aimed at Lu Jin's throat. You think I fear you, vile aberration? Lu Jin raised his right hand, suspending another talisman before his chest, invoking the venerable Grand Master of Ta Ching to exorcise demons with the yellow talisman and cleave through evil beings with golden blades, hastily commanding, as the law dictates. Though merely a low-tier talisman, the incantation possessed a lethal potency surpassing that of most intermediate talismans. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. Lu Xing, adept in both Buddhist and demonic practices, wielded numerous esoteric arts, while Lu Jin, hailing from a prestigious lineage, was compelled to expend all his resources during this life-and-death ordeal, employing 3 or 4 different talismans in a mere quarter of an hour. Logically, the commotion they had stirred should have attracted attention, yet unbeknownst to them, Lu Xing had invoked a spell that rendered the entire 6th floor devoid of witnesses, allowing their perilous duel to unfold unseen. At 7:15 p.m., Bai Qi and I arrived at Century New Garden, fully prepared for the evening. However, the situation took an unfavorable turn before we even crossed the threshold. Stop! You are not welcome here. The guard blocked my way. Turning my head, I recognized the 2 men before me. We had crossed paths at the Blue Note Bar, where Bai Qi and I had given them a thorough lesson. Step aside. I have a reservation. I tried to moderate my tone. I had no time to waste on these minor nuisances. Yet, the guards, emboldened by their association with the Jiang family, were stubbornly unyielding, even summoning reinforcements via their walkie-talkies. Century New Garden was the Jiang family's territory. They assumed I would not dare to act out of line, which only inflated their arrogance. Despite my efforts to show them the reservation notification on my phone, they continued to bar my entry, citing a policy against pets. Under different circumstances, I might have conceded and asked Bai Qi to wait elsewhere. But this time felt different. My right eye twitched ominously, heralding impending misfortune, and I desperately needed Bai Qi's assistance. Amidst the heated dispute, I felt an urge to intervene with force when a couple entered the scene. They appeared to be married, yet their demeanor betrayed any semblance of intimacy, leaving an unmistakable distance between them. Having just escorted a businessman from another province to his vehicle, they fortuitously crossed paths with me. "Hi, Jian," the woman murmured, eliciting a frosty glare from the man beside her. "What? Old feelings linger?" She averted her gaze, hesitant to respond. The man scoffed, parting the crowd as he approached me. "Guests are always welcome at the Century New Garden. How can you be so uncivilized as to drive someone away?" Recognizing that familiar, disdainful voice, I braced myself for complications ahead. Turning to face the man with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, I inquired, "Jiang Chun, has your ailment finally subsided?" Chapter 127. The ghost on the 6th floor. The pair entering, the man and woman, were indeed Jiang Chun and Yi Bing. Yet the physical distance of 2 to 3 meters between them signified an unbridgeable chasm, despite their legal union. My word struck a nerve, causing Jiang Chun's expression to twitch slightly. However, with subordinates and security personnel present, he refrained from losing his temper. "My health is no concern of yours," he replied, gesturing to a nearby security guard. "What is the issue? Why was this guest barred from entry? We must treat all individuals equally. It would be detrimental to the Jiang Jin Group's reputation if word got out that we refused entry to someone based solely on their appearance." His sarcastic tone was laced with ridicule directed at me. The security personnel reveled in the situation, emboldened by Jiang's backing. "It's not that we are targeting him. He insisted on bringing his mutt into our prestigious 5-star establishment. We cannot permit a stray dog to roam freely. We must protect our other esteemed guests." Feigning contemplation, Jiang Chun remarked, "You make a valid point, Hai Jian. While people may enter, dogs cannot. Therefore, I must ask you to leave." I understood his intentions all too well, yet I had no time to engage in his games. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 7:20. "Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" One of the guards, eager to impress Jiang Chun, brandished his baton, blocking my path. "Get out of here." He failed to consider his own shortcomings. "This place is beyond your reach." As onlookers gathered, Jiang Chun showed no signs of intervening. Yi Bing stood by, as he sought to reclaim the dignity he lost during the banquet, eager to demonstrate his prowess to her. The guard waved his baton menacingly, suggesting he was prepared to escalate matters at a moment's notice. "Be wise. We have over a dozen people here. It would be prudent for you to leave swiftly. Offending Jiang Chun will cost you dearly if you ever wish to return to the Century New Garden." The guard's arrogance incited White Chi, who had been lying on the ground, to rise, revealing his menacingly sharp teeth. I restrained White Chi, choosing to ignore the blustering guard, and instead signaled to the front desk attendant. Did a strikingly beautiful female officer just ascend the stairs? The attendant, overwhelmed by the commotion, hesitated before responding. I didn't see her, but indeed, a stunning woman did go upstairs. "Which floor did she go to?" I pressed eagerly. "On the 6th floor. Before the waiter could finish speaking, Jiang Chun interrupted with a cough. "Are you disregarding this month's bonus? How can a front desk staff casually disclose guest information?" Despite his repeated attempts to intervene, I, with my usually placid temperament, could no longer endure it. I warned that a significant event was imminent at the Century New Garden tonight. Should he continue to obstruct me out of past grievances, I would not hesitate to retaliate. "Oh dear, are you, the grand owner of a mere dozen square meters, truly threatening me?" I must admit, I am somewhat intimidated. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, mocking the audacity to threaten the Jiang family in Jiang City. A space of just a few square meters is even smaller than the restroom of the Jiang household. And yet this individual dares to speak so boldly? The security guards nearby joined in the ruckus, while I, encircled by their derisive laughter, chose not to retort but firmly held down Bai Chi's head. Bai Chi was more sensitive than anyone present. Had I not restrained it, it would have lunged at the security guard before us, using its sharp fangs to pierce his throat. The city is not a wilderness. It has its own set of rules, a system far more complex and terrifying than mere survival of the fittest. Violence is not the optimal solution. I took out my phone to call Tai Ningxiang, hoping to confirm her safety, but the line remained unanswered for an uncomfortably long time. Was something amiss? This is the most bustling area of Jiang City. Even Lu Jin should not dare harm Tai Ningxiang. Making a call. "Are you planning to summon those little rascals again?" The security guard brandished his baton. Emboldened by their numbers and Jiang Chen's backing, they grew increasingly brazen. Just as I was about to hang up, the call connected. Silence hung on the other end. Not a sound was heard, not even a breath. "Senior?" Tai Ningxiang. After a tense pause, a voice emerged. "Gao Jian. We have some accounts to settle." Upon hearing that unfamiliar voice, my eyes narrowed. You are not Lu Jin. Who are you? The identity was of little consequence. What mattered was my peculiar hobby, taking away the most cherished and beautiful things from others and destroying them right before their eyes. Utterly, completely, without a trace left behind. A cold sweat trickled down my cheek as my pupils contracted in terror. The line erupted with maniacal laughter before the call was abruptly terminated. What madness is this? Your face is pale, trying to frighten whom? The security guard waved his baton and shouted. They had grown accustomed to wielding power under the Jiang family's influence. Visitors seeking assistance from the Jiang family were invariably polite. It was common for them to offer a cigarette upon entering. Last time, they dared to call for someone to strike us. They truly were oblivious to the consequences. If you do not leave, do not blame my brothers for stretching their muscles. Stretching muscles? I glared at the most boisterous guard, my fists clenched, a hint of crimson flashing in my eyes. I will say this one last time, step aside. What bravado! The guard scoffed, yet I swallowed his retort, not granting him the opportunity to finish his sentence. With every ounce of strength, I delivered a powerful punch that shattered his nose. Bai Qi, to the 6th floor. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that I would be the first to strike, and with a single blow, I had taken one down. You have deliberately come to Century New Garden to stir up trouble and have even injured my security guard. Jiang Chun is utterly indifferent to the fate of the beaten guard. In his heart, he is elated. Gao Jian, at last, you have fallen into my grasp. Everyone, join forces and strike him down. He laughed boisterously, while Yi Bing beside him displayed a hint of reluctance, concerned that this could lead to a fatality. What? Are you worried about him? Jiang Chun cast a cold glance at Yi Bing. You consume my resources or my garments. If your heart does not harbor me, Yi Bing, do you know what your fate will be? With every word, Yi Bing's complexion grew paler, her hands clasped tightly together as she dared not meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Do not think I am unaware of your secret visits to Gao Jian. If you dare to repeat such mistakes, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Those nightmares you experience at night will become a reality. Their exchange was audible only to themselves amidst the chaos. I instructed Bai Qi to search for Tai Ningxiang on the 6th floor while I maneuvered through the crowd. The security personnel were overwhelming, effectively sealing off the area and gradually forcing me into a corner. Who dare strike me? The individual whose nose I had broken was clutching his bleeding face, cursing as he rushed in, but before he could reach me, the lights in the hall flickered, followed by a tremendous noise from above, plunging the entire building into darkness. The sudden blackness sent everyone into a frenzy. Is there a power outage? Quickly activate the backup power. The door to the distribution room had been pried open. An outsider has infiltrated the building. Do not let that scoundrel escape in the dark. Who is hitting me? The chaos persisted in the darkness as I seized the opportunity to dash toward the 6th floor. I took out my phone for illumination, ascending several levels before sensing something amiss. The surrounding silence was unnerving, as if I had plunged into water, the thick darkness surging like waves. I had only experienced this feeling during live broadcasts. It seemed that something unclean was trailing me. I sprinted to the 6th floor, kicked open the emergency exit door, and gazed down the elongated corridor. Though the other floors were shrouded in darkness, I could at least hear voices and see moving shadows, yet this level was eerily empty, as if not a single soul resided within. Chapter 128. The ghost breaks the seal. This kind of scene, which would instill fear and panic in most, had become second nature to me. The live broadcasts from the underworld not only provided me with points to exchange for items unattainable to ordinary individuals, but also honed my will, enabling me to maintain a calm and clear mind at all times. Tai Ningxiang had been invited to Century New Garden by Lu Jin, yet when I had just called her, it was Lu Xing who answered. The situation tonight was somewhat intricate. Could it be that Lu Jin and Lu Xing were simultaneously plotting against Tai Ningxiang, only to inadvertently clash? In my eyes, neither of them was virtuous. I would relish their mutual destruction. The corridor on the 6th floor was excessively quiet, the only light emanating from the green glow of the emergency lights, casting an eerie ambience reminiscent of the road to the underworld. I adjusted the brightness of my phone to the maximum and, after taking a few steps, spotted a figure collapsed in a pool of blood. Upon reaching the individual, I discovered it was Lu Jin, clad in a suit. He still had a pulse but was unconscious, gravely injured. It appeared the victor was Lu Xing. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Indeed, the malevolent forces here are formidable. I swiftly loosened Lu Jin's tie to prevent him from choking on his own blood, which could lead to his demise. As a reward, I lifted his coat and discovered a treasure pouch filled with valuable trinkets. The mystical arts we both practiced shared a profound connection, allowing me to wield his items with equal potency. Without further examination, I concealed the pouch within my clothing and continued deeper into the corridor. After traversing a dozen meters, the oppressive sound of barking reached my ears. Bai Qi. I instinctively called out into the corridor, yet received no reply. It seemed Bai Qi, who had ascended the stairs before me, had vanished without a trace. This corridor was unusually lengthy, prompting me to slow my pace and attune myself to my surroundings. Lu Xing could emerge from any room to ambush me. This deranged killer was unlike Lu Jin. He possessed knowledge of the human body's most vulnerable points, and a confrontation with him could determine life or death in an instant. After taking a few more steps, I noticed sporadic bloodstains on the floor. Bending down to inspect, I discovered a couple of light yellow dog hairs mixed within the crimson. Was Bai Qi injured? This dog, who could take on a pack of wolves, had always been my warrior, yet now, it seemed even he had sustained wounds. As I advanced further, the barking grew clearer. Turning a corner, I finally laid eyes on Bai Qi. His fangs were bared, and his fur bristled as he stood poised at the corridor's end, ready for confrontation. Who goes there? I demanded, fully alert, my hand slipping into my pocket to grasp a talisman, while my gaze traversed past Bai Qi to the figure opposite, Tai Ningxiang. Leaning against the wall, she resembled a princess lost in slumber, her eyes tightly shut and her expression wrought with pain. Although there were no visible wounds on her, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Just as I began to approach her, Bai Qi suddenly barked fiercely, gripping my pant leg with his teeth. I recognized Tai Ningxiang without a doubt. Yet why was Bai Qi trying to halt my advance? Could it be that she had fallen under Lu Xing's control? The notion of voodoo came to mind, but to ascertain whether she had been enchanted, I needed to pry open her eyelids and examine her pupils. Bai Qi, keep vigilant, I murmured, glancing down at him with concern. There was a gash about 7 or 8 centimeters long on his hind leg, blood flowing downwards. Today, Tai Ningxiang appeared extraordinarily beautiful, yet she radiated an aura that made her seem perilously untouchable, mere meters separating us. I gently stroked Bai Qi's head, signaling him to release his grip, then wiped the perspiration from my palms before approaching Tai Ningxiang. 1 step, 2 steps. I reached her side, yet she exhibited no unusual behavior. Senior, can you hear me? I softly inquired, my voice echoing through the silent corridor. Tai Ningxiang showed little reaction, her eyelashes fluttering as if she struggled to open her eyes, but could not. Had she succumbed to voodoo? Hesitating briefly, I extended my hand toward her eyes, preparing to pry open her eyelids to discern if any spellbound lines had manifested within her gaze. My fingers brushed against her smooth skin, and I moved cautiously. 2 fingers poised at her eye sockets, just as the door to a nearby compartment swung open with sudden force. A man wearing a cap burst forth, brandishing an object aimed directly at me. I am acutely aware that Lu Xing is the kind of person who will not rest until he achieves his goal. He must be lurking nearby. Thus, every fiber of my being is taut, fully prepared for a counterattack. With a powerful push from my foot, I raised my hands to firmly grasp Lu Xing's arm. At last, I have captured you. Lu Xing, wearing a duck-billed cap, grins wickedly, tilting his head back to reveal a terrifying visage that I shall never forget after seeing it just once. You think you have me? Gao Jian. That statement should be mine. Look at what I hold in my hand. A dreadful premonition suddenly grips my heart as I glance down to see that the weapon in Lu Xing's hand is merely a pair of chopsticks wrapped in a napkin. Not a knife? Oh no. A chill runs down my spine, penetrating from my tailbone to my very brain. I turn to see Tai Ningxiang producing a sharp dagger from beneath her, raising it high with both hands. I have killed so many and still roam free. Do you think I would act like those fools? Lu Xing's hands slither around my arms like serpents, effectively restricting my movement. In this world, there are only those I wish to kill, and none who can capture me. Kill him. Do it. Tai Ningxiang's eyes widen, her dark, murky gaze seeming to harbor a spirit that exclaims in excitement as the sharp blade descends with blinding speed, fueled by her full strength. Bai Qi. The knife moves too quickly. By the time Bai Qi lunges forward, my eyes are filled with the glint of the blade, a matter of life and death. I exert every ounce of my strength, managing to free only one hand in vain, turning to grasp Tai Ningxiang's wrist, but it is already too late. As I pivot, the blade pierces my chest. Thud! A sharp sound reverberates within my chest, as though I have been struck by a powerful blow. my legs giving way as I kneel. What does it feel like to die at the hands of your beloved? Lu Xing is well aware of the force and position of the strike, having missed my heart. Yet it is lethal enough. My chest burns with pain, but when I reach to touch it, I do not find blood. Instead, my fingers graze a broken treasure pouch, within which lies a pink vial shattered by external force, its pink pills scattering across the ground. The blade had struck perfectly, piercing the vial. In that fleeting moment between life and death, it feels as if I have danced at the gates of the underworld. The vial had cushioned the blow to my chest, leaving me only slightly wounded. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, I have narrowly escaped death. He releases my arm, instructing the minion to sever my head. Xiao Feng will be so delighted to see your head that she might faint from joy. Is that so? You, as an elder brother, truly think of your sister. Crouched on the ground, clutching my chest, I execute a sweeping kick, catching Lu Xing off guard and toppling him. I dare not grant him a moment's respite and pin him firmly to the ground. Bai Qi, bite his throat. It is not cruelty on my part. For such a soulless creature, to end his life is, in my view, an act of mercy. Bai Qi opens his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, lunging for Lu Xing's neck, while Tai Ningxiang, possessed by the minion, raises her dagger to stab at my back. Everything transpires in a flash. It is a situation destined for mutual destruction. Gao Jian, it seems I have underestimated you. Lu Xing is pinned beneath me, unable to move, yet he remains completely unfazed. But do you think this will be enough to kill me? His scarred and grotesque cheek curled into an inexplicable smile, and astonishingly, the scars began to spread, quickly extending to the other half of his otherwise handsome and fair face. The earth had concealed a force that could traverse the realms of life and death, granting you the chance to return, break the seal, reap the souls of the living. Iron incense. Tianing covered her head and let out a shriek, her eyes returning to their normal hue. Simultaneously, the pure black eyeball that Luxing had carried with him ceased its rotation, quietly resting in the palm of his hand. A single tear of crimson blood trickling down. Soon, a mournful wail echoed through the corridor, as though something was crawling out from within the eyeball. Chapter 129, The Command of Thunder. My limbs grew cold and stiff, as if I had been cast into a deep well during the frigid depths of winter. What was that thing? The temperature in the corridor noticeably dropped, and I heard Bai Qi barking frantically. I opened my eyes wide, but could only discern a vague shadow. In the darkness, an unknown entity was awakening, thirsting for blood and reveling in slaughter. The cries in the corridor grew increasingly distinct, as if emanating from afar, yet seeming to whisper in my ear. The darkness thickened, and my phone had long since fallen into the corner during Luxing's ambush. With the meager light, I finally discerned the scene before me. Luxing, pinned to the ground, wore a sinister grin as a viscous mass reminiscent of a woman's hair slowly emerged from his raised palm. It bore a bloodshot face, with eyes as black as ink, seemingly devoid of whites, only an abyss of darkness. Die! The shrill female voice pierced my eardrums, and that terrifying ghostly visage seemed intent on invading my body. Instinctively, I swung my hand to block it, but Luxing had a firm grip on my arm, his eyes wild with morbid excitement. The soul-reaping ghost is unsealed. A blood sacrifice is essential. None of you shall escape alive today. The ghostly face loomed ever closer, and a chilling sensation made my blood feel as though it had turned to ice. Just as the crisis reached its apex, a light figure darted through like lightning, scattering the horrifying visage. Bai Qi, my heart raced, pounding fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, I delivered a swift knee strike to Luxing's abdomen, quickly distancing myself from him. My chest heaved violently. Despite having endured numerous live broadcasts, that recent scene still left me trembling with fear. According to Luxing, this inexplicable apparition was likely a soul-reaping ghost nourished by human blood and essence. The black eyeball I possessed also contained a soul-reaping ghost, yet it was utterly incomparable to the one before me. The two were not even in the same league. I cradled the unconscious Tianing in the corner, positioning myself beside Bai Qi, both of us vigilantly watching Luxing. Gao Jian, you dog, you are truly formidable, daring to bite even a soul-reaping ghost. He nonchalantly picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, but alas, such a fine dog was soon to meet its demise because of you. I reached into my pocket with one hand, while the other rummaged through the multi-treasure pouch left by Lu Jin, hoping to find a few unused talismans that might prove effective in a critical moment. Still wishing to struggle? There are many things in this world that cannot be altered by your own strength alone. out of consideration for my sister's fondness for you. Today I shall grant you a free lesson on what true despair is." Luxing placed the hand holding the black eyeball flat against his chest, raising the dagger with his other hand, chanting a spell as he drove the blade into the very orb. The dark orbs appeared to pulsate with a life of their own, writhing in agony within his palm as they bled profusely. The corridor echoed with anguished wails, revealing an even more eerie scene. The shadow of Luxing was violently torn apart, with fragments transforming into countless slender strands of foul-smelling hair that melded into the shadows. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, with only the flowing hair resembling a river within sight. I had never encountered such a daunting method. Clutching the Thunder Talisman, I hesitated to use it recklessly. At this moment, I could scarcely discern the enemy's position, let alone strike true. The corridor was thick with malevolence, intertwined with Luxing's sinister laughter. The inky strands advanced, suddenly ensnaring by Chi's ankle. They lunged to bite, yet more black hair surged towards it like a relentless tide. "Once I dispose of this mutt, what will you have left to contest with me?" Luxing's voice echoed, elusive and disembodied, as the dark tendrils surged around me, making the world spin chaotically. Continuing down this path would only lead to further disadvantage. I retrieved Lu Jin's treasure pouch, which contained a few unused talismans. Rapidly sifting through, I extracted a suppression talisman, forming seals with both hands, invoking the divine generals to exert their power and suppress all things with urgency. A flash of golden light illuminated my countenance, unyielding and imposing. I cast the talisman toward Bai Qi, hoping to aid its escape, but before it could leave my grasp, it was intercepted by foul-smelling tendrils. The golden light cleaved through 4 layers of hair, but ultimately faltered, dissipating into ash. Witnessing this, my expression darkened further. A low-tier talisman could only part a few strands? You two have mastered the art of the true way. It seems I have yet another reason to eliminate you. Before my words concluded, a chilling wind swept by, and my heightened senses kicked in. I sprang to the side just in time to see a dagger barely graze my nose. That was close. Failing to land a blow, Luxing vanished into the darkness. I could only hear his voice, elusive and omnipresent. Fighting him here was decidedly disadvantageous. I needed to lure him elsewhere. As my mind raced to formulate a strategy, I stalled for time with words. "Luxing, this is the city center. My allies will arrive shortly. If you leave now, there is still time." Threatening me? Had it not been for my need to subdue that pale-faced Daoist, you think you would still be alive? Luxing's derisive laughter echoed from all directions. I yearned to use the Thunder Talisman, but struggled to pinpoint his true form. Just as we reached an impasse, Iron Ningxiang awakened in the corner. Her eyes wide with fear at the oppressive darkness, the writhing hair resembling a monstrous entity. Her face turned as pale as a sheet, lips trembling. Her once exquisite features now marred by terror. "Don't move. Stay in the corner." I noticed Iron Ningxiang had awakened and yearned to join her, but Luxing, lurking in the shadows, seemed to have anticipated my intentions. Still dreaming of heroically rescuing her? Luxing's sinister voice resonated once more. "Since you care so deeply for her, I shall take great pleasure in torturing her before your very eyes." Aside from her fate, Iron Ningxiang was but an ordinary person, powerless against the specter of death. The serpentine strands ensnared her limbs, pulling her arms and legs apart, while slender tendrils dug into her flawless, fair skin, leaving behind ghastly trails of blood. "Stop!" I gritted my teeth, desperate to rush forward, but as I took a step, the dark hair ensnared my feet, tripping me. Strands of hair entwined around my legs, reminiscent of tormented souls emerging from the abyss, gripping me with an unyielding hold. The presence of Tai Ningxiang loomed close, yet at that moment, I found myself utterly powerless. To my astonishment, you two could display such a visage of anguish. You two could exhibit moments of impatience. Gao Jian, you have truly disappointed me, for I once regarded you as my rival. The laughter of Luxing echoed in my ears, concealed within the shadows, mercilessly tormenting Tai Ningxiang's body and my very psyche. Blood splattered, warm droplets cascading onto my face, an unprecedented sensation of stark reality. I lifted my gaze, and there was Tai Ningxiang, battered and bruised, staring back at me. Her lips parted, perhaps to utter something, but her frail body betrayed her, the pain rendering her lips to tremble incessantly. She endured torment akin to dismemberment. Yet this resolute police officer refrained from screaming, from weeping. She merely gazed at me, managing to conjure an expression of tenderness I had never witnessed before. Gao Jian, do not concern yourself with me. Clenching my fists, the bones creaking under pressure, I found myself captivated by her beautiful, radiant eyes. As the icy hardness within my heart slowly began to thaw, my hand stealthily slipped into my pocket, fingers grasping the talisman. What trickery do you intend to employ against me now? Her long hair lashed against my hand like a whip, pain surging through me as I clutched the talisman, inadvertently pulling forth another object from my pocket due to the force of my grip. It was an embroidered black cloth bag, its opening not tightly secured, and it fell to the ground, releasing a dark, glistening eyeball that rolled out. A spirit of fate? The flowing black hair in the corridor abruptly stilled, as if time itself had frozen. How could you possibly possess a spirit of fate? The diminutive spirit within the eyeball trembled, nearly transparent from prolonged exposure to the talisman. Oddly enough, upon the spirit's emergence, the dark tresses seemed to acquire their own volition, liberating themselves from Luxing's control and converging away from me and Tai Ningxiang towards the center of the corridor. Before long, amidst the dense darkness, a face marred by blood appeared, a woman with hollowed eyes and only two gaping voids where her eyes once were. Is this the essence of the spirit of fate? An opportunity not to be missed. It had willingly revealed its true form, precisely as I desired. My fingers, index, middle, ring, and pinky, aligned and bent towards my palm, forming a lightning seal. I concentrated my intent, a surge of pure energy flowing from my dantian, traversing my spine, and surging into the talisman. In a harmonious communion of heaven and man, the talisman in my hand radiated with the brilliance of thunder, and then, amidst the nocturnal sky, a resounding clap of thunder erupted. The entire building reverberated with the colossal sound, urgent as a shooting star, the command of thunder. Chapter 130. The Talisman Shatters Evil. The technique I employed for the talisman was imparted to me by Lu Banzian beneath Qingqing Mountain. His words were gems of wisdom, eloquently spoken, likely the musings of an enlightened being. It was serendipity that allowed me to acquire this skill during my first live broadcast. Little did I foresee that one day I would wield the genuine heavenly thunder talisman to manifest the lightning seal. At this moment, on the 6th floor of the Century New Garden, the thunder struck the ground, astoundingly startling all present. The talisman had yet to unleash its full power, yet its might had already dispelled the malevolent energy on the 6th floor. When the thunder roared, two talismans adorned with red characters on white paper, placed on either side of the corridor, shattered. These were the concealment talismans Luxing had used to mask the spirit's presence. It was precisely because of these talismans that the passing staff had overlooked the happenings on the 6th floor. Standing in the middle of the corridor, I raised the thunder talisman, concentrating all my mental energy to command this piece of talisman paper. For someone of my mere fate-dominating realm, wielding such a superior talisman proved to be an arduous task. After uttering just 2 lines of the incantation, I felt my entire strength completely drained. The talisman in my hand felt like an abyss with no bottom. The superior thunder talisman. Lu Xing's expression finally shifted. A trace of fear flickered across his grotesque and uncanny face. Thunder is the celestial calamity, transcending the 5 elements, and represents the most formidable and aggressive method capable of subduing all malevolent entities and specters. Witnessing my summoning of the thunder talisman, Lu Xing's desire to retreat began to take root. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity he had pursued for a decade. The star god's evil, now tantalizingly close. Merely a few meters away, the star must be eliminated. Lu Xing plunged the dagger deep into the black eye orb, commanding the cursed spirit, kill. He urged forth the incantation, yet the cursed spirit, standing still in the corridor, did not comply. Its long black hair surged like boiling water, clawing at the walls and floor, leaving behind deep scars. Cursed spirit, obey me. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Xing's visage contorted as he plunged the blade into the eye orb, the dark blood oozing onto his palm. The cursed spirit let out a shriek, clutching its eyes, as blood tears streamed from its hollow eye sockets. The cursed spirit spiraled into chaos, presenting me with an unparalleled opportunity. Without hesitation, I drew forth a drop of blood from my heart, placing it at the center of my palm. I was willing to sacrifice my lifespan and flesh to obliterate this demon. The intricate runes on the thunder talisman glimmered with a hint of crimson. As if lifting an immense weight, I raised it above my head. Thunder roared, swift as a shooting star, as the myriad divine guardians answered my call. proclaiming to the heavens, "Heavenly thunder, slay the demons, bind the evil, and annihilate the specters." Golden light erupted, akin to a blazing sun in the sky. Everyone in the corridor could hear the crackling sounds akin to electric currents reverberate in their ears. "Damn it, cursed spirit, kill him." Lu Xing's eyes were pierced with pain. Dark sweat trickled down his arms, and his skin began to wrinkle as if aging rapidly. The cursed spirit in the corridor sensed the impending doom, howling as it lunged toward me, but it was too late. The talisman was complete. With the 7-star step, I summoned all my remaining strength and pressed the heavenly thunder talisman against the cursed spirit's head. "Evil dissipate, the Tao persists." My voice resonated like a bronze bell, instilling terror in the hearts of all. As the talisman touched the cursed spirit's brow, its pale face, marred with blood vessels, oscillated between reality and illusion, ultimately shattering like a fragile glass mask. Faintly, I perceived a strange woman smiling at the diminutive cursed spirit behind her, her long hair flowing like water. Her eyes filled with reluctance, before she vanished into thin air. Boom! The black eye orb in Lu Xing's hand exploded, his complexion paling to an extreme. The heavenly thunder talisman, dreadful, indeed. You all shall perish. With the cursed spirit vanquished, he seemed to age significantly in an instant, his hand trembling around the dagger. Whether from rage or the vast depletion of his vitality, I could not tell. "Lu Xing, you may escape the wrath of heaven, but the sins you have wrought are inescapable. Today, I shall personally end your life." I had never contemplated delivering him to the authorities. Mere execution would never suffice to atone for his heinous crimes. Do not force yourself. The use of superior talismans is not something one can casually undertake. Your current realm is insufficient, and it will undoubtedly deplete a significant portion of your lifespan and vital essence. I suspect that even standing upright has become a challenge for you. Lixing is well aware of the consequences of utilizing superior talismans across realms, which is why he remains unconcerned. It is Bai Qi that truly troubles him. Despite Bai Qi's leg injury, should a confrontation arise, his chances of victory are slim. Hurry, hurry. Someone just spotted him heading to the 6th floor. Jiang Xiao announced that whoever captures him first will receive a reward of 5,000. A loud crash resonated, seemingly originating from the 6th floor. It was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern whether it was indeed that individual. The police have already been notified and are expected to arrive in about 10 minutes. The stairwell echoed with a cacophony of sounds. The concealment talisman has been breached, allowing free passage to the 6th floor. The arrival of the security guards further complicates Lixing's predicament. This time, where will you escape to? Although the building has yet to restore power, the sheer number of security personnel poses a formidable challenge. Should Lixing attempt to flee downstairs, he is bound to collide with them. Lixing secured a dagger at his lower back and donned a cap. "I must concede, I underestimated you this time. But I will make my exit, and you shall not impede me." With a sinister smile, he declared, "I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, Gao Jian. Your name shall remain etched in my memory." No sooner had he spoken than he unsheathed his blade and charged at Tai Ningxiang, a sudden turn of events that took me by surprise. I attempted to intervene, but as I took a step, I collapsed to the ground, my legs weakened from overexertion in employing the thunder talisman. Fortunately, Bai Qi leaped in to shield Tai Ningxiang from Lixing. Yet, to my astonishment, Lixing's true target was never Tai Ningxiang. He merely feigned an intention to harm her to deceive Bai Qi into clearing the path. Then he dashed upward. In the enveloping darkness, I yearned to pursue him, but I lacked the strength to rise, forced to lie on the ground and watch that nefarious and cunning figure retreat into the distance. The footsteps grew louder. An increasing number of individuals entering the 6th floor. I managed to lift my hand and stash the cracked thunder talisman into my pocket, letting out a soft sigh. So close, yet so far. There he is. That scoundrel is right here. Someone exclaimed. Oh, there is a woman with him. What does it matter? Following Jiang Xiao's orders. Let us first deal with this brat. Hey, don't let it turn fatal. 2 or 3 security guards approached me, wielding batons. One of them was the very individual I had injured with a blow to his nose. Upon seeing them approach, I pressed my dry lips together and warned. A murderer has entered the hotel. You must pursue him. He has headed upstairs. A murderer? You have the face of a killer. The guard retorted, anger flaring in his eyes. Dare to strike me, and I'll make sure you regret it. The guard, with one hand clutching his face and the other swinging a baton, aimed a vicious blow toward my head. The distance was too short for me to evade. and I lacked the strength to defend myself, so I simply closed my eyes. Thud! The sound echoed as the baton struck flesh, yet I felt no pain. Opening my eyes, I found a bloodied arm shielding my head, the baton leaving a deep bruise on her limb. He is not a murderer. Someone exclaimed from behind as they embraced me, a softness enveloping me, accompanied by a distinct fragrance. Since she was ensnared in the rainy night serial murder case 5 years ago, my senior had lost friends and lovers, and I seemed to have become a harbinger of misfortune and ill fate. Never has anyone spoken on my behalf as fiercely as Tai Ningxiang, choosing to stand behind me when the vast majority stood against me. 5 years ago, I believed that person would be Yi Bing, yet when I fell into the abyss, she turned her back without a trace of compassion. Today, 5 years later, the situation mirrors the past, but this time, there is finally someone willing to voice their support for me. The overhead lights flickered momentarily before the corridor was once again illuminated, as the building's backup power was restored, revealing the chaotic scene on the 6th floor to all present. What transpired? Jiang Chun rushed to the scene, and upon witnessing the devastation, he was momentarily taken aback, his gaze eventually resting on Tai Ningxiang, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing through his eyes. Lu Xing emerged from the ventilation duct, where an old van awaited him at the rear of Shijixin Garden. He opened the door to find a crowbar and tools for severing electrical circuits beneath the seat, along with 2 pairs of insulated gloves. "Did you succeed?" inquired the twins inside the vehicle, their voices harmonizing as if they were a single entity. Lu Xing, feeling impatient, waved his hand dismissively. As he climbed into the van, he opened his mouth to speak, but instead coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Chapter 131. The 5th live broadcast. Lu Xing's injuries were far more severe than they appeared. He had first battled with Lu Jin, losing vitality, and then the soul he had nurtured with his own essence was vanquished, shaking the very foundation of his being and damaging his internal organs. "Drive?" he managed to utter after a prolonged silence, before collapsing within the vehicle. The twins, noting his condition, dared not linger and drove towards the outskirts. Approximately 10 minutes later, the police arrived, led by Wu Meng, who dispersed the crowd upon reaching the 6th floor, immediately spotting me and Tai Ningxiang. "Step aside. Police are investigating." The ensuing events unfolded with relative simplicity. Tai Ningxiang, Lu Jin, and I were transported to the hospital, while the police temporarily sealed off Shijixin Garden to review surveillance footage and interrogate witnesses. The ramifications of this incident were dire. The assault on the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit was a blatant affront to law enforcement and a challenge to public authority. Logically, this incident should have made the headlines of tomorrow's Jiangxing Daily, yet it seemed an unseen hand suppressed the matter, minimizing its significance. I was unaware of the influential figure intervening, only knowing that the gravely injured Lu Jin was swiftly transported to the provincial hospital, escorted by a team that included at least 4 active-duty armed police officers. Perhaps thanks to Lu Jin's influence, outsiders remained oblivious to the true events at Shijixin Garden, alleviating my concerns about the exposure of my secrets. After a night of treatment, I was able to rise from my bed and push open the hospital room door. Criminal investigator Zhao Bin had kept vigil outside all night, though I was aware that a significant portion of his presence was due to Tai Ningxiang. A warmth blossomed within me. "Xiao Zhao, is your team all right? What are you doing up? You should lie down. If you need anything, just call for me," Zhao Bin said, rising from his chair and attempting to assist me, which I declined with a wave. "Don't worry about me. Which room is Tai Ningxiang in? I'll take you there." Under Zhao Bin's guidance, I arrived at the special care unit on the 4th floor. Upon opening the door, I found an elderly couple, likely in their 50s, standing within the room. I did not recognize the woman, but the man was someone I had encountered 5 years prior, when he was still the deputy director of the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau. Could they possibly be Tai Ningxiang's parents? A sense of awkwardness enveloped me as I observed Tai Ningxiang, appearing as though she had just succumbed to slumber, her countenance tranquil, suggesting she was no longer in peril. I exhaled a sigh of relief and bowed my head to the 2 elderly individuals, murmuring an apology for my intrusion. My usual eloquence deserted me in that moment. My mind was in a haze, and my tongue felt as if it had just sprouted anew. Having uttered my words, I closed the door behind me and departed, feeling rather dejected. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Bin erupted into laughter, shaking his head in exasperation. "Where's Bai Qi? Why haven't I seen him?" he inquired. "Captain Wu has taken him to the surgical department to have his wounds sutured. The finest surgeon in Jiangxing is attending to him. Quite the treatment, wouldn't you say?" Zhao Bin continued, then slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting to mention that the higher-ups, in recognition of your courageous spirit, have bestowed upon you a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. They also requested that you keep last night's events under wraps. Is that considered a hush money? I reflected, recalling that the 5,000 yuan reward for the live broadcast incident involving an escaped murderer, which was indirectly due to my actions, is still mired in bureaucratic red tape. In contrast, this time, the funds arrived within a mere 12 hours. The discrepancies between the two situations are laden with unspoken complexities. Before noon, I escorted Bai Qi out of the hospital. Today marked the day for the Underworld Showcase mission release, and I had much preparation to undertake. Upon returning to Tingtang Road, I locked the shop door and drew the curtains, making my way to the second floor alone. Despite the harrowing events of yesterday, I had gleaned considerable rewards, particularly from the treasure pouch I had pilfered from Lu Jin. He is an authentic disciple of the Daoist sect, and his possession bore many precious items. I placed the damaged treasure pouch on the table and emptied its contents. Among them were a binding talisman crafted by a celestial master, 2 exquisite suppression charms, gleaming with golden light, a water-warding decree, suffused with a gentle luminescence and engraved with flowing divine patterns, and several calming incantations and golden spirit refining charms to assist in cultivation. In his tussle with Lu Xing, Lu Jin had nearly exhausted the offensive talismans, leaving behind only those conducive to nurturing one's practice and gathering energy. In addition to the assorted talismans, the treasure pouch contained 2 remarkable items. The first was a jade brush, its shaft adorned with a finely etched dragon, its body covered in scales. With 4 outstretched claws and a gaping maw, its eyes carved in a haunting manner, and its flowing mane trailing flames. The brush cap featured a hollow hexagonal pattern, with cloud motifs etched at both ends. Inscribed on the box housing the jade brush were the words, "In the year of Yi Xian Mao, Master Lu Yuan gifted to his beloved disciple, Ziqiu." This brush, a gift from Lu Jin's master, is an invaluable artifact for drawing talismans, alongside ink, paper, and inkstone. I graciously accepted it, and turned my attention to the second item, a remarkably intricate and sophisticated compass. I could not discern the material from mere touch, but it was palm-sized and comprised 19 interlocking layers, from the inner yin-yang fish to the outer circle of the 28 constellations. The sides of the compass were inscribed with phrases denoting the cosmos and the coordinates of the heavens and the earth. At the apex, 3 ancient characters read, Chu Gong Pan. Although I lacked the knowledge to utilize the compass, I instinctively felt it was the most precious of Lu Jin's treasures. In the future, I could invite Lu Xiezi to examine it, as his family excels in feng shui and divination. If he could put it to use, it would be prudent to gift it to him. Lu Xiezi has aided me on numerous occasions, though I may not articulate my gratitude. I hold this kindness close to my heart. After carefully securing Lu Jin's many treasures, I retrieved another embroidered black pouch and placed the black eyeball within my palm. The terror of commanding a spirit has left an indelible mark upon my soul. This diminutive orb is akin to a ticking time bomb, posing a significant danger when kept close. Gazing into the eyeball, I observed the frail figure of the spirit, which had been vanquished by the thunder talisman. Its resentment dissipated, with a portion evaporating into the ether, while another segment was absorbed by the spirit within my grasp. I could distinctly see the spirit within the orb growing slightly larger, its facial features becoming more defined. If this continues, might I fall victim to its backlash? Despite being a malevolent entity, this thing is extraordinarily precious. Nurturing a spirit demands an immense sacrifice, and I am reluctant to destroy it. Observing the quivering spirit within the eyeball, I decided to return it to the embroidered pouch. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally. Content with my harvest, I shared a couple of cups of Tongxian wine with Bai Qi before dedicating myself to the cultivation of the Miao Zhen heart method. After circulating my energy through several cycles, I fully absorbed the medicinal essence within the Tongxian wine, and by this time, night had already fallen. I then took Bai Qi out for a hearty meal, and upon returning, I quietly remained by the phone at the Underworld Showcase, shrouded in darkness. I lit a cigarette, awaiting the impending thrill. The clock struck 8. A faint, cold light emanated from the phone screen, casting eerie shadows in the room. Taking a deep breath, I extinguished the cigarette and placed the phone to my ear. Hello? May I pose a question? The voice on the other end was familiar, yet I suddenly could not recall where I had heard it. Go ahead. If everyone wished for your demise, Would you choose to end your own life or eliminate them all? Frowning, I refrained from answering hastily and instead inquired, "Can you tell me why they want to kill you?" "I don't know, but I am terrified. I am hiding in a cupboard. They are in the corridor outside. Help me, please." The call was abruptly disconnected, followed by the sound of a busy signal, and a text message arrived in my inbox. We often believe that forgiveness is a simple act, yet at times, granting mercy proves to be more arduous than death itself. Remember this: those you have harmed will inevitably become your nightmares. The live broadcast mission must reach the Jingying Sanatorium before dawn, employing the Tong Seng talisman to recreate Huang Shui's dream. Optional Task 1. Discover the hidden truth within the dream to obtain the location of the wordless ancient painting. Optional Task 2. Ensure Huang Shui's survival. Chapter 132. Dreams Born of the Heart. Holding the phone from the Underworld showcase, I repeatedly scrutinized the message's contents. This live broadcast bears a fundamental change compared to previous ones. Entering Huang Shui's dream using the Tong Seng talisman? Does this mean I am to broadcast a dream? I find myself perplexed by the Underworld showcase's intentions, and I am unclear about the application of the Tong Seng talisman. It seems this live broadcast may be doomed to failure before it even begins. My remaining points are insufficient to exempt me from the broadcast. If tonight's endeavor fails, will I meet the same fate as Xiaqi? After struggling for so long, is there truly no way to alter the inevitable outcome? I found myself unwillingly revisiting the voices from my phone and the messages that had been sent. The caller's voice was strikingly familiar. I must have encountered him somewhere before. Who could possibly choose between being loathed by all or succumbing to despair? Those who cannot forgive the harm they have endured inevitably transform into nightmares. What could such words signify? After a moment of contemplation, a name began to surface in my mind. Could it be him? Yet, was he not already deceased? With only 4 hours remaining until the live broadcast, I needed to utilize every moment to prepare for this event related to dreams, those elusive and ethereal entities, for which it seemed no one around me possessed an understanding of interpretation. Just as I began to feel disheartened, a vision of a girl suddenly flashed through my mind. Yoko. Yes, she would surely have insights regarding dreams and could provide guidance. Packing my phone and broadcasting equipment into a sleek black case, I instructed Bai Chi to stay behind to watch over the place while I took all my belongings and hailed a taxi to the Blue Note bar. After a brief journey, I arrived at the bar, where chaos reigned. Off-duty professionals and students with styled hair reveled in the dance floor, exuberantly releasing their pent-up energy. Navigating through the throng, I reached the bar. "What can I get for you, sir? Where is your boss? I need to speak with her." Guided by the server, I was led to a quieter private room deep within the bar. "Boss, someone is looking for you," the server announced. Both of us stood at the entrance, taken aback by the sight before us. Ayaka Onizuka, clad in thigh-high stockings, lounged seductively on the sofa, one hand holding a lady's cigarette and the other perusing a primary school mathematics textbook, her brow furrowed as she assisted Yoko with her homework. I must ask, could your posture while checking homework be any more alluring? With the black case in hand, I entered the room, aware of the urgency of my matters. "Madam, I have several questions regarding Yoko." Ayako waved the server away, stretching languidly before shutting the door with a sultry glance cast my way. "Speak. What thoughts have you developed about Yoko?" Her words were laden with ambiguity and a hint of mistrust. As I settled onto the sofa, my attire was abruptly tugged, and I turned to see Yoko dutifully offering me a glass of juice. Before my eyes, she began exchanging flirtatious glances. "Gao Jian, it's not that I distrust you. It's that I harbor suspicions of all male beings." Ayaka, shedding her high heels, took a seat beside me, her red lips delicately holding a slender cigarette, her gaze intoxicating as her fingers danced languidly. "Stop. I feel a bit stiff. I must distance myself from this dangerous woman. Words can deceive, yet the body often conveys the truth." At times, Ayaka truly resembled a bewitching fox, her every movement imbued with an enchanting allure. "I am here with pressing matters. Please exercise some restraint." The fifth live broadcast was imminent, and I could not afford to waste time in trivial pursuits. Gently lifting Yoko and placing her on my lap, I said, "My dear, I have some inquiries, and I expect your honest answers." Gathering my thoughts, I began. "Do you know the method to utilize the talisman that was tucked within your homework?" Sakurako shook her head, picked up a pen, and wrote, "I don't know. I just feel that thing is very important to me." After discovering her unique ability, did you ever attempt to consciously enter the dreams of others? I tried, but it varies from person to person, and success is not guaranteed. What, in your view, is the essence of dreams? Could you describe it to me? They feel incredibly real, as if they are another world. Sakurako's perspective on dreams surprised me. It diverged significantly from mainstream societal views. What sparked your sudden interest in dreams? Young people should live in the present. Akane Onizuka placed her cigarette on the table and exhaled a plume of smoke. When I took Sakurako to seek medical help, a hypnotist informed me that dreams are manifestations of the subconscious and serve as a reliable pathway to it. Dreams provide a virtual fulfillment of desires, with repressed impulses or wishes surfacing in altered forms within the mind. These urges and desires, which societal morals do not accept while awake, are suppressed and unable to emerge. However, during sleep, as consciousness relaxes its vigilance, these impulses and desires can express themselves. Are dreams merely embodiments of the subconscious? I find the existence of dreams, which cannot be analyzed through logic, somewhat perplexing. Who knows? I once met a Japanese monk who said that our understanding of the myriad phenomena of the world is due to the six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind, interacting with the six external stimuli: color, sound, fragrance, flavor, touch, and phenomena. Yet at night, when we sleep, our eyes cease to see, our ears stop hearing, and the other five senses become inactive. Only the heart continues to function, so one could say that dreams are born from the heart. Dreams unearth the deepest secrets within you. In dreams, you cannot hide. I nodded, half understanding. This mother and son seemed quite knowledgeable about dreams. I was eager to inquire further, but time was of the essence. Grasping my black leather suitcase in one hand and holding Sakurako in the other, I implored the proprietress. Sakurako, please lend me your assistance tonight. Rest assured, I will return her to you safe and sound by tomorrow. Realizing I was serious, I exited with Sakurako, prompting Akane Onizuka to hastily rise, forgetting to put on her shoes as she chased after us. What on earth is happening? Explain yourself. Gao Jian, come back. Her voice was drowned out by the jarring heavy metal music. Without looking back, I clutched Sakurako and hopped into a taxi to the CU Sanatorium. This live stream of an underworld showcase had left a loophole, permitting collaboration with others. After all, this was an extraordinary dream stream, and I doubt they anticipated my finding a girl capable of entering dreams as an ally. In dire straits, every bit of strength is invaluable, and knowing Sakurako is well-versed in dreams brings me considerable reassurance. Arriving at the CU Sanatorium at 10 o'clock in the evening, I settled the taxi fare, and as Sakurako and I walked along the deserted Sakura Avenue, the late-night sanatorium exuded an inexplicable sense of horror. During my last visit, I had observed the area where Huang Shui resided. There were 2 security guards and a camera every 50 meters. However, the wall was not high, and by scaling it from the side while avoiding the pond, I should be able to infiltrate without alarming anyone. Having wasted over an hour, Sakura and I finally managed to evade surveillance and slip into Huang Shui's room. Contrary to what I had imagined, the decor was rather modest. At this moment, Huang Shui was fast asleep, and I took Sakura's hand, guiding her to the side of the bed. The beauty of Huang Shui in her dreams was breathtaking, a delicate charm that rendered any frivolous thoughts impossible. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 11 at night. I stood by Huang Shui's bedside, retrieved my phone for the dark web show, activated the camera, and plugged in the mobile coding stick. The image was being captured, the barrage was connecting, and data stability was confirmed. Should we commence the live broadcast? Yes. Welcome, Teletubbies Murdered, to the live stream. Welcome, Teeling Biao Yi, to the live stream. Once the picture became clear and the viewer count easily surpassed 100, I smiled at the phone screen, a long-lost expression. Welcome everyone to the super thrilling live room. Before we embark on today's broadcast, I must inform you that we are about to delve into the dreamscape to uncover the lost truths. Therefore, during the stream, do not be astonished by what you witness, for it is merely a dream. Chapter 133, The Unlocked Room. After delivering my opening remarks, I turned the phone screen away, for I did not wish for these verbose viewers to see Sakura, lest they concoct some embarrassing anecdotes. The familiar atmosphere reigned. The same flirtatious banter emerged. Finally, you are broadcasting. Such fresh and unorthodox bluster could only emanate from you. Teletubbies Murdered tipped the super thrilling live room with 999 ghost coins. Host. Where are we headed today? Hearse drifting, dancing on graves, corpse roasting at the funeral, rock music at the send-off. I can hardly contain myself. The viewers were in high spirits, evidently still shaken from the last live broadcast at the Henshan Mental Hospital, which featured a murderous game. Busy engaging with the viewers, I failed to notice Sakura, intrigued, leaning close to me, her small, delicate face squeezed into the screen. What are you watching? Although Sakura had not yet turned 12, one could already discern hints of the elegance reminiscent of Ayaka Kazuki. Her innate beauty and charm required no embellishment. Her innocent curiosity, with wide-open eyes, effortlessly captivated the hearts and minds of many gentlemen in the live stream. Oh my gosh, what am I seeing? Host, is that your daughter? Shut up. Father-in-law, I bow to you. 3 years of blood profit, no loss. If sentenced to death, I shall love again in the next life. Lady Weak Sound's servant tipped the super thrilling live room with 99 ghost coins. Host, bring me a cup of 10-year-old sister's juice. Hand over the sister juice. Down with the demon father. Orcs shall never be enslaved. Did someone mistakenly enter the wrong film set upstairs? Sakura clutched my arm, her cheeks flushed, clearly affected by the barrage of comments, unaware of their full meaning. Brothers, slow down. Be careful not to crash. I pulled Sakura behind me, ignoring the viewers who were ready to rebel, as I retrieved the human skin talisman from my pocket. Dear viewers, does anyone recognize this talisman? The swirling nebulae are painted upon human skin, possessing various arcane effects. While I rambled on, someone in the live stream had already recognized it. Tong Sang Talisman. The viewer who sent this comment was a familiar face, Daoist one. His voice carried great authority during the live broadcast at Xinhu High School. Had it not been for his guidance, I might have already perished at the hands of Yuanshin Shinsha. It has been quite some time since I last saw you, Daoist Master, and I have missed you greatly. With your esteemed presence, I believe the challenges of my upcoming live broadcast will be significantly alleviated. After a brief pause, you finally sent a second message, revealing that you have been studying the Nan Hua Bao Jing and fortuitously encountered my live stream just as you emerged from your retreat. This must be destiny connecting us. I extended my courteous greetings to you before delving into the matter at hand. Since you are familiar with the name of the human skin talisman, do you also understand its specific application? You have indeed come to the right person. The Tong Sang talisman represents the pinnacle of dream-weaving secrets in vast China, aside from the Shaozhuang Temple. It is likely that only I possess profound knowledge of this art. You are well-versed in the art of dream-weaving? My heart swelled with joy. Surely, there is no dead end in this world. If I could wield the Tong Sang talisman, I would be able to formally embark on my live broadcast in the underworld. The myriad of paths converges into one. I possess a modicum of understanding of various mystical arts. Otherwise, I would not dare to boast under the auspices of 1E as my Daoist title. As I gazed at your messages, I recognized that while they conveyed an air of arrogance, your words carried an inexplicable weight of authority. The Tong Sang talisman you hold differs greatly from ordinary talismans. Its overwhelming energy is inked upon the skin of a person who met a tragic end, undoubtedly harboring countless spirits within. Should you utilize this talisman to enter the dream realm, it is likely that those spirits will accompany you into the dreamscape. In dreams, the boundaries of yin and yang dissolve, bereft of the protection of your corporeal form. You will find yourself more vulnerable to the grasp of malevolent entities than in the realm of the living. You articulated this danger with clarity, urging me to think carefully. To speak candidly, Daoist Master, I am compelled by dire circumstances. Retreat is not an option, and I must take this gamble. Please instruct me on the proper use of this talisman. I clasped my hands before you in the live stream. You are my last lifeline, and I must cherish this opportunity. Consider this carefully. Should you enter the dream with a ghostly talisman, there exists a 50% chance of being slain by a spirit within the dream, resulting in your intent being shattered and your physical body ceasing to function, leaving you in a state akin to a vegetative existence. You wish for me to contemplate this gravely, yet I have no alternative. The mere 50% chance is worth the risk. You underestimate the gravity of the situation upon entering the dream. You face a 50% probability of being killed by a spirit and a staggering 49% chance of never awakening, doomed to wander endlessly in a cyclical nightmare, becoming a mere plaything for malevolent entities. This fate is more harrowing than death itself. Could you not articulate your thoughts in a single breath? With talisman in hand, my countenance was fraught with conflict. According to your warnings, I face a 99% likelihood of encountering calamity, with a mere 1% chance of returning alive. To abstain from this venture would be tantamount to opposing the enigmatic organization of the Underworld Showcase, a force far beyond my capacity to confront. Breaching the contract would result only in death. Yet, venturing forth, despite the peril, offers a sliver of hope. My choice has been made. I beseech you, Daoist master, instruct me in the method of employing the Tong Sang talisman. You are young, yet possess remarkable courage, reminiscent of my own youthful spirit. It is uncertain whether you were praising me or reflecting on yourself, but after a brief pause, you imparted the method for using the Tong Sang talisman. Within the talisman lies the essence of the celestial bodies. Each individual corresponds to a specific star. To enter another's dream, you must first identify their fateful star. This is a task only those adept in the art of dream weaving can accomplish. Present to me the visage and sleeping posture of the dreamer, and I shall open the celestial gateway for you to enter the realm of Tong Sang. I followed your instructions and stealthily approached Huang Shui, capturing her visage through the lens. The Daoist priest, after a prolonged scrutiny, finally sent forth a barrage of comments, declaring her to be a descendant of the celestial benefactor, yet cursed by a fate riddled with tribulations. Her parents had violated the celestial decree of the Dragon-Rabbit Union, causing her destiny to be fraught with misfortune. Her celestial bodies flickering uncertainly, dim and dull, ever on the brink of calamity. Should I employ the Tong Sang talisman to enter her dreams, it could very well hasten her demise. I shall inquire once more. Are you resolute in using the Tong Sang talisman? It is not too late to withdraw. Daoist priest, I can no longer turn back. Please instruct me on what I must do. First, place the Tong Sang talisman upon her spiritual altar. Then focus your mind and let your blood drip into the yellow path, where the 7 stars shimmer. Under the guidance of the Daoist priest, I finally located that precise point. My vital essence dripped upon the human skin talisman, and the starry nebula began to swirl slowly. What shall I do next, Daoist priest? Concentrate and use your intent to grasp the corresponding celestial body of this woman. I focused intently on the ever-rotating celestial spheres, my head spinning as if my consciousness were being drawn into the talisman itself. The Horn Star, the Dawn Star, found. The 7th star of the Big Dipper, the luminous Yaoguang. All my thoughts and spirit converged upon the 7th star of the Big Dipper. At that moment, the Daoist priest sent forth his final comment, detailing the incantation for the Tong Sang talisman to enter dreams. Awaken from the great dream, where now do you reside? The Tong Sang enters, 3,000 years. As I opened my eyes, I found myself in an unfamiliar room, my left hand gripping a smartphone and my right hand bearing a heavy black leather suitcase. Had I successfully entered the dream? Lifting my hand, I could clearly feel the weight of the suitcase unchanged. If this were a dream, it seemed far too real. Could it be an illusion, a trick of the senses? Am I still within the realm of reality? Everything I possessed remained intact. The streaming tools, the suppression talisman bestowed by Lu Jin, and that fragmented celestial thunder talisman, all in their rightful places. Yet, both Ying Zi and the slumbering Huang Shui were nowhere to be found. In this strange edifice, I was utterly alone. Quickly regaining my composure, I lit a cigarette. The swirling smoke and the pleasure derived from the burning leaves felt entirely authentic. Too real, indeed. I picked up the smartphone from the Underworld show, scanning the barrage of comments filling the screen with lewd remarks, which only deepened my confusion. Could this device have accompanied me into the dream? As I perused the comments, I finally discerned a peculiar anomaly. None of the IDs were familiar to me, and their names were exceedingly bizarre. Chapter 134, The Infinite Horror Room. In my streaming room, a plethora of nonsensical names appeared, such as Teletubby Murdered, Iron Ridge Biaoyi, and Handsome Men Live Well, Girls Love. These were clearly pseudonyms. However, the IDs now populating the streaming room had all transformed into names like Li Ming and Wang Wei, real names. Though I could not ascertain whether they belonged to living individuals or merely the vengeful spirits of the deceased who recalled only their names. Ultimately, upon failing to locate the ID of the Daoist priest, I ceased to focus on the barrage of comments, for they might well be figments conjured from my memory. Or perhaps the wandering souls residing within the Tong Sang talisman, intent on toying with me. After finishing a cigarette, my thoughts gradually clarified. Assuming this is Huang Shui's dream, the first task at hand is to rendezvous with Yingzi, who undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of dreams than I do. In this entirely unfamiliar realm, I require a guide. Additionally, it is imperative to ensure Huang Shui's safety, as this is her dream. clutching the mobile phone from the underworld showcase in one hand. I held a black leather suitcase in the other as I navigated through this strange room. The house, not insignificant in size, boasted a kitchen, a bathroom, a living room, and 3 bedrooms. It appeared to be somewhat aged. The kitchen's exhaust hood was coated with a thick layer of grease, and many pieces of furniture had lost their paint, with patches of peeling wallpaper adorning the walls. I had entered Huang Shui's dream, yet I pondered why I found myself in this particular room. Fortunately, I had previously accepted a commission from Huang Lan, and based on the information she provided, Huang Buiyuan and Huang Shui had never occupied such a room. Prior to Huang Buiyuan's rise to prominence, they could not afford such a dwelling, and after he ascended to a high position in Qianding Pharmaceutical, such a house was beneath his status. Thus, I deduced that the owner of this house had little to no connection with the Huang family. The Tong Sang talisman concealed malevolent spirits and sinister entities. Could this house be an illusion conjured by those foul beings? Much like a ghostly wall. As I spoke to myself within the room, my ears perked up at the sudden sound of knocking echoing through the living room. Ingzi. Exercising caution, I held a suppression talisman and approached the door, which was not locked, but merely secured with an iron chain. Upon my arrival, the knocking abruptly ceased. Who could it be? Opening the door would be simple. I merely needed to remove the chain from the bolt. It seemed the unseen puppet master had no intention of imprisoning me. Nevertheless, to be prudent, I crouched down and peered through the crack of the door. Ingzi, wearing dainty white shoes, was at the door. This was evident. The corridor was dimly lit, obscuring my vision. So I pressed my eye against the crack and illuminated the area with my phone. In a moment of clarity, my complexion drained of color, and my heart raced heavily. Silently retracting my phone, I quickly stepped back a few paces. Standing outside was not Ingzi, but rather the blood-soaked visage of a victim, collapsed at the door. Just moments ago, I had made eye contact with her through the crack. Her bloodshot eyes twitched erratically until they fixated on me as I appeared. A renewed series of knocks resounded. Thud, thud. This was the quintessential door-opening horror trope. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced at the unlatched door, instinctively distancing myself from the entrance. It was clear that escaping was not an option, even if I were to obliterate her with a thunder talisman. There was no guarantee I wouldn't encounter another ghastly entity. Returning to the center of the living room, I commenced my search for clues. In the realm of specific crimes, every action bears purpose. My inexplicable confinement here must be motivated by more than mere intimidation. After thoroughly scouring the living room, I found little of significance. Shifting aside cabinets and sofas revealed only the whimsical scribbles of children, drawings of monsters and princesses, suggesting the presence of multiple children of varying ages within the house. Crouching down for a closer inspection, I noticed a line of pencil-written words in the least conspicuous corner. I want to marry my brother. I want to live with my brother forever. Is the sister truly meant to marry her brother? I regarded the child's innocent words as mere folly and did not take them to heart. I began to reposition the furniture and proceeded to explore other rooms. Entering the kitchen, I observed a dining table set with 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, 3 on the left and 1 on the right. Curiously, all the dishes containing decayed food were clustered on the left side of the table, while the person on the right had only rice, yet was deprived of vegetables. This household seemingly consisted of 4 individuals, 3 of whom conspired to bully the 4th, all cohabiting under the same roof. What could be their motive? Could it be that one of them is not a biological child? This is not mere gossip. Rather, I am attempting to deduce insights from the details with a divergent line of thought. Exiting the kitchen, I entered the first bedroom, which was quite spacious. Aside from a double bed, it also housed a writing desk and a bookshelf. The 7 Deadly Sins? I casually picked up a book from the desk, and it appeared that the room's occupant was dedicated to the study of Western literature, as the bookshelf was filled with numerous translations and various original works from the Renaissance period. Among some notes and highly specialized papers, I noticed the name Guojiming. Many of the papers bore the seal of a certain academy. Could he be a university lecturer? This individual possessed considerable cultural refinement. Yet the books he read struck me as unsettling. For instance, the very book in my hand, The 7 Deadly Sins, alongside titles such as Bull de Suif, Criminal Law and Art, and a brief discussion on reproductive worship, all suggested a facade of sophistication that concealed something more sinister. Although I could not comprehend the original texts, Guojiming had left behind various explicit annotations within the pages. Aside from the books, I refrained from touching anything else in the room. My gaze swept over the bed linens, which emitted a foul odor, starkly contrasting with the plethora of books, marred by faint stains. Setting the book down on the desk, I then noticed an overturned picture frame. Bringing it closer, I found a photograph of 4 individuals. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stood at the center, flanked on his left by a jovial young couple, and on his right by a frail, indistinct boy. This family appeared peculiar. The man in the center, presumably the father and the owner of this bedroom, seemed as refined as I had anticipated. The young couple to the left appeared to be in the throes of romance. Even in the photograph, the young man's hand was inappropriately placed on the woman's lower back. The woman did not resist, her eyes reflecting a playful reproach, as her body leaned closer to him. The only dissonant element in this tableau was the frail boy on the right, isolated and neglected, his emaciated hands hanging limply, revealing bruises from apparent beatings on his palms and exposed knees. In light of the peculiar arrangement of food on the kitchen table, it seemed clear that this mistreated child was the indistinct boy in the photograph. Having resolved one question, a new one immediately arose. Why were they abusing this child? Why was there no sign of the mother in this family portrait? I sat in the chair before the writing desk, gazing up at the drawn curtains. The window? If they were intent on restricting my exit, they would not overlook the window. Should I draw back the curtains? Might I uncover a terrifying scene? Bracing myself, I pulled the curtains apart. What lay before me was neither an escape route nor a frightful specter, but merely 2 metallic windows. 2 windows are securely locked with a password mechanism, rendering the outside world invisible. Must one possess a password to escape? Examining the lock, it becomes evident that one must input a sequence of 4 digits or letters to unlock it. While a 4-digit code appears manageable, the combination of the digits 0 to 9 along with the 26 letters of the alphabet results in 36 raised to the 4th power, yielding a staggering 616 possible combinations. Attempting to decipher each one is utterly impractical. I must uncover additional clues within the room. Resting my chin on my hand, I fixate on the password lock. Just as my attention is wholly absorbed by the windows, I feel a gentle touch against the nape of my neck. Who could that be? In such an eerie environment, even the slightest movement can drive one to madness, let alone an inexplicable sensation on my neck. Is there someone else in the room? Glancing back, I see nothing. That was undoubtedly not an illusion. Something indeed brushed against my neck. I feigned turning around, yet soon, the nape of my neck was touched again. I turned to investigate, but still, nothing was there. How peculiar. Not willing to give up, I retrieved my phone from the haunted show and aimed it behind me before straightening up. After a mere 10 seconds, my neck was touched once more. Instead of turning immediately, I glanced at my live stream. Through the phone screen, I clearly discerned the figure of a man who had hanged himself, suspended just behind me, his feet dangling, occasionally brushing against my neck. Chapter 135. How many people are in the room? A chill crept up my spine, and goosebumps formed on my neck. I forced myself to remain calm, refraining from turning around. Instead, I adjusted the phone's camera to capture the full visage of the figure behind me. Clad in pajamas, his skin sagging, he appeared to be between 40 and 50 years of age. As the screen panned upward, it finally settled on his face, which bore a bluish hue from asphyxiation. His features grotesquely swollen. Had he hanged himself? Was it a suicide? This method of death is not uncommon for those contemplating suicide. It is a cost-effective means to an end. Upon closer inspection of the man's facial expression, it was evident that, beyond suffering, his countenance was contorted in profound terror. Yet, if one were to simplistically categorize this as suicide, he would not likely exhibit such an expression of fear at the moment of death. It suggests he was compelled to hang himself, or perhaps he witnessed something horrifically terrifying in his final moments, causing the terror to eclipse the pain of death itself. My gaze remained fixed on the screen, observing the swaying corpse behind me, creating an extraordinarily eerie tableau. I could distinctly feel the touch against my neck. And just as I hesitated to turn around, the corpse, with its bulging eyes, seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets, suddenly glanced at me. With an air of resentment and anguish, its gaze swept over me, landing on the 3rd shelf from the bottom of the bookcase. Startled by the corpse's strange reaction, I nearly dropped my phone. Rising from my seat, I inhaled deeply and abruptly turned around, yet everything remained normal. There was nothing behind me. The phone from the haunted show can reveal what is invisible to ordinary eyes. The corpse hanging behind me must be the restless spirit of a wronged soul. In the center of the study hangs a hanged man, whose appearance strikingly resembles that of my father, as depicted in the photograph, an eloquent and refined figure. My father perished within the confines of his own room. I wonder if similar specters linger in the other chambers. I light a cigarette, and truth be told, the earlier shock has left me quite rattled, my hand still trembling as I smoke. Just moments ago, the corpse's eyes seemed to shift, as if urging me to pay heed to a particular spot. As I ponder the direction of the hanged man's gaze, I find myself beside the bookshelf, where on the third shelf from the bottom rests a clock, its two hands indicating the time as 10 minutes past 1 o'clock. I shake my head and proceed to remove all the books from that shelf, placing them on the floor. What message is it attempting to convey? As I flip through a book at random, I am confronted with the words "I'm sorry" scrawled repeatedly in red ink. An unsettling sight indeed. After hastily perusing several volumes, I soon stumble upon an intriguing revelation. Within an essay titled "The Pain of Faith," I discover fragments of my father's musings on life. To live amidst desires without hope is the greatest tragedy of existence. As for love, I might venture a deeper definition. True love knows no bounds of morality or humanity. At first glance, this might appear to be an erudite academic treatise, yet delving further nearly compels me to retch. Subsequent passages recount, in an observational format, the rather scandalous tale of a Western literature professor and his 7 female students. Even more riveting is the revelation that his wife frequently invited male students to their home. Such matters are not easily articulated, but the absurdity of their union culminated after the birth of their 3rd child, leading to the dissolution of their marriage. I pocket this reflective essay, having found no further valuable clues, and exit the study, entering an adjacent bedroom. This room is merely half the size of the study, containing only a desk cluttered with textbooks and a clock, alongside a bunk bed. I notice a soccer ball and 2 pairs of worn-out shoes behind the wall. It appears that the 2 boys, who are 5 or 6 years apart, share this space, which inevitably breeds friction. Could the bruises on the slender boy in the family photo be the result of his brother's aggression? I sift through the textbooks and notebooks on the desk, which are impeccably clean, almost as if brand new. Upon opening the drawer, I find an assortment of trinkets typical of young boys. This room, aside from its disarray, seems rather unremarkable. I am determined not to overlook any clues, so after inspecting the desk, I turn my attention to the bed. The lower bunk, narrower at the foot, is covered with a mosquito net, and peering inside reveals nothing discernible. The younger brother must occupy this lower bunk, as evidenced by a thick volume of college entrance examination reference material resting at the head of the bed. Who would purchase such a resource without having even opened a textbook? This strikes me as peculiar. I take the reference book into my hands and, upon flipping it open, discover a thin pamphlet tucked inside. What could this be? The cover of the pamphlet is remarkably vibrant, and upon inspection, I find myself blushing. An adult magazine? Indeed, like father, like son. I swiftly tuck the pamphlet into my pocket. Such crucial evidence must be preserved. The lower bunk is a chaotic mess of quilts and mattresses, while the upper bunk stands in stark contrast, with sheets flawlessly smooth and blankets neatly folded, resembling perfectly crafted blocks of tofu. The 2 brothers possess entirely opposing personalities. The younger one appears to be an introverted, earnest soul, tinged with a hint of insecurity. Climbing to the upper bunk, I lifted the pillow and sheets, uncovering a brown diary. This is yet another classic trope found in puzzle horror games. Drawing back the mosquito net, I settled on the wooden slats and began to read about a child's harrowing existence within a dysfunctional family. In my recollection, I have only seen my mother twice. Once when my father, in a drunken rage, nearly took my life, prompting my brother to call her to take away this illegitimate child. The second time was when I clandestinely escaped from home, braving the winter in scant clothing, and journeyed 4 hours to the neighboring city in search of her. That night was bitterly cold. I squatted outside her apartment door, waiting all night, only for her to crack the door open and dismiss me with a curt "get lost." I remain uncertain of the purpose of my existence. Perhaps I was merely meant to atone for this woman's betrayal of my father, while I, like a parasite, depended on him for sustenance. My brother, tall and handsome, excels at soccer and attracts the admiration of many girls, including my sister. He often sneaks out of the room after our father has fallen asleep to visit her. I am oblivious to their clandestine activities, but I sense they are nefarious. One night, after my brother left the room, I stealthily followed him, eavesdropping at my sister's door. And it was then that I learned of their secret. That night remains etched in my memory. Perhaps it marked the beginning of my awakening. I lingered at my sister's door for half an hour until, at 2 in the morning, the door abruptly swung open. From that point on, my brother and sister's demeanor toward me grew increasingly hostile, and any minor annoyance would provoke them to unleash their fury upon me, forcing me to consume spoiled food and drink dirty water, treating me like a bag of rotting garbage, repugnant to behold. Though we shared the same roof, we inhabited vastly different worlds, and to survive, I had no choice but to endure. Things took a turn for the worse after I graduated from middle school when my father brought home a young woman. She was a student, a language teacher at a private high school. With her arrival, my living space became even more constricted, and I dared not let them see me. As it seemed, everyone harbored a burning resentment, the most terrifying aspect being that they believed all of this was my fault. I lived in fear, terrified they might take my life. They often spoke behind my back, their gazes devoid of warmth. I wished only to survive. Later, my father did not allow me to attend the nearby municipal high school, but instead used connections to enroll me in a private institution. This school, situated between Xinhu and Jiangxing, boasted exorbitant tuition fees. In fleeting moments, I felt a surge of gratitude, thinking I had misjudged my father all these years. Yet reality dealt a harsh blow. He simply wished to be rid of me, dispatching me to a remote boarding school where I would endure torment at the hands of that woman and others. The diary contained a wealth of information, of which I perused only a portion. The symbol of Tong Songfu was brought from Xinhu High School, indicating that the dream's originator must be a student from there. I cannot yet ascertain the identity of the individual, though a vague candidate has begun to form in my mind. Habitually, my fingers reached for a cigarette, but during the motion, they brushed against something peculiar, an unsettling texture that could only belong to human skin. Could it be the hanged ghost of my father has come to haunt me? I tucked my diary into my bosom and instinctively drew out a talisman. Which malevolent spirit dares to disturb my peace? Your family deity stands before you. I bellowed to steel my nerves, then lifted my gaze. The mosquito net, defying the principles of physics, sagged inward as if something weighty pressed down upon it, drawing ever closer to me. 20 centimeters, 15 centimeters, 10 centimeters, too close. To the point where discerning its nature became an arduous task. It was a man's face, pallid and gray, as if ravaged by excess. The veins that ought to be concealed beneath the skin now protruded grotesquely, rendering it truly horrifying. Not the hanged ghost of my father, but rather my brother. To scrutinize such a terrifying visage at such proximity is not a feat for the faint-hearted. Fortunately, my experiences in the underworld have endowed me with a formidable immunity to such sights. Your father met his end by hanging, yet you appear to have succumbed to poison. The ghostly visage halted its advance when it was a mere 10 centimeters away, seemingly bound by some unseen rule that prevented it from striking. It cast its lifeless eyes towards the clock on my desk before gradually dissipating. Why the concern for the clock? I leapt from the bed and seized the timepiece, which read 1:30. When I was in the study, the clock showed 1:10. What significance does this new time hold? Having barely entered the realm of dreams, I had already encountered two spirits. I wiped the sweat from my brow and stepped outside into the final bedroom. What secrets might lie within a girl's chamber? Chapter 136. You have only 10 minutes. This should be my sister's room, adorned with pink wallpaper and meticulously arranged. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, yet lingering too long evoked a sense of being closely watched, as if something unseen scrutinized my every move. She could see me, but I could not perceive her. Upon entering, my eyes were drawn to a writing desk, upon which sat a cartoonish clock, a spread of study materials, and neatly written class notes. To my surprise, this sister was an exemplary student. I opened a drawer to find a thick stack of certificates haphazardly crammed inside. Wujingjing. I intended to extract the certificates, but my fingers brushed against something strange beneath them, something difficult to describe, yet oddly familiar. Was this not the most popular item sold in my shop? A spiraled vibrating device with adjustable settings, retailing at around 50 yuan. Holding this peculiar object while staring at the drawer brimming with accolades left me astonished. The obedient girl in the eyes of outsiders concealed such an unknown side. I removed all the certificates, and at the very bottom of the drawer, I discovered the packaging of the device, which bore a clear inscription. Do you like the birthday gift your brother sent you? The dynamics of this family seem rather unsettling. After searching the writing desk, I turned my gaze elsewhere. A cozy single bed rested against the wall, adjacent to the window. Approaching, I observed the immaculate pink sheets, still imbued with the lingering fragrance of shampoo. The quilt and pillows were pristine, yet 2 pairs of slippers rested by the bedside, one for a gentleman and the other for a lady. What could the presence of these 2 pairs signify? Did they hint at the existence of a brother and sister ghost within these walls? As I wandered through the room, the sensation of being scrutinized persisted. Was it beneath the bed? Or perhaps within the closet? Summoning my courage, I inspected both areas, finding nothing terrifying. Everything appeared quite normal. One must not be careless. Seated on the bed, I drew back the curtains, only to find the expected all-metal sealed windows, secured by a padlock nestled between the iron panels. Exiting from here would require deciphering a code, yet no hints had been provided. Speaking to myself, I turned my back to the door while seated, and my gaze inadvertently flickered to my phone screen, where an ID of peculiar nature was dominating the chat. Guo Jingjing, don't keep your back to the door. What are you searching for? Surely you aren't looking for me? Why won't you turn around? A frown creased my brow as I noticed the familiarity of that ID. Drawing the curtains shut, I pivoted to rise from the bed. Suddenly, crash. The shock jolted my phone from my grasp, sending it tumbling to the floor. My body twisted, eyes darting as my pupils contracted sharply from the sudden fright. Before me loomed a visage akin to that of a drowning victim, skin pallid and swollen, the face grotesquely distorted. To describe her as human would be a disservice. A monster would be far more apparent. When fear surpasses its limits, one may lose emotional control. My immediate reaction manifested as a loud exclamation, followed by a swing of my fist toward the horrifying countenance. Yet, my strike met only emptiness. The swollen visage hung before me, a mere 5 centimeters away, not too far, yet not close enough. This bizarre nightmare. I muttered a curse, placing a hand on my chest to steady my breath. With adequate mental preparation, one could mitigate fear by 90%, yet in dreams, there are no warnings. These foul entities always appear unannounced. I must escape this dream. The consequences of becoming ensnared would be unfathomable. Rising from the bed, the corpulent woman's face remained suspended in front of me, her bluish-purple lips parting slowly to reveal a toothless abyss. It seemed she was attempting to communicate something. I paid her no mind, solely focused on fleeing this room. I retrieved my phone, which had fallen to the floor, and noted that the live stream had not ceased. A particularly striking comment floated across the screen. Guo Jingjing, you have 10 minutes left. As if struck by lightning, I turned sharply to the clock on the writing desk, realizing the time had inexplicably advanced to 1:50. In the study, the hanging ghost of my father could not approach me directly. However, upon entering my brother's bedroom, that vengeful spirit could draw near, manifesting malice, yet it seemed bound by some invisible rule, unable to breach a 10-centimeter radius around me. But as I approached my sister's room, that monstrosity loomed a mere 5 centimeters away. Thus, with the passage of time, the restrictions placed upon these specters would gradually diminish, rendering my situation increasingly perilous. The alarm clock signifies that the hour is now 1:50. In the diary of a young boy, a pivotal transformation in his life commenced at the stroke of 2 o'clock one fateful night. He bore witness to the clandestine secrets exchanged between his older brother and sister, ultimately being discovered by them at that very hour. From that moment forth, he became the target of relentless torment. Indeed, it seems that at 2 o'clock, a terrifying metamorphosis envelopes this house. Since I began my live broadcasts, I have encountered numerous malevolent entities, yet I have never encountered a situation quite like this one. Cold sweat dampened my brow, and I found myself unable to discern whether I was ensnared in a dream or confronting stark reality. The foundation of logic requires a robust framework. However, in a realm where the distinction between dreams and illusions is blurred, what can one use to discuss logic and employ reasoning? The code. I have only 10 minutes left to uncover the password. My immediate priority is to escape according to the game's rules, while the reasons behind this family's plight have become a secondary concern. Exiting my sister's bedroom, my final point of investigation was the bathroom. This old house's bathroom lies on the opposite side of the living room. As I traversed the living room and approached the bathroom, I was suddenly confronted by a chilling scene. The door leading outside had been flung open. The shadowy corridor beyond was shrouded in darkness, leading to an unknown destination, ominous and devoid of any warmth or light. I gripped my phone tightly, feeling as though each step I took was a monumental struggle. How had the door opened? Who had unlatched it? Was the wretched woman who had perished outside now crawling into the house? Might she be lurking just behind me? My mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, a chill running down my spine as the tension manifested in the veins on my face. Could this be wholly inexplicable? Why had that damn door suddenly swung open? The path to the outside world lay before me, presenting a choice that was both terrifying and alluring. The house was rife with phantoms. Perhaps escaping through that door would grant me freedom from this abode. What an enticing proposition, akin to the sweet whispers of a devil. Stay calm. I slapped myself sharply, sparing no mercy. The intricate trap laid by my adversary could not possibly be so easily unraveled. Gazing into the pitch-black corridor, I realized it could very well lead to the abyss. Should I step into it, I might plunge into an infinite cycle of nightmares. Before invoking the Tong Seng talisman, the long-winded warnings imparted by my mentor resurfaced in my mind. This live broadcast presented only a 1% chance of survival. I must remain vigilant. I still had 10 minutes left. Do not panic. Continue searching for clues. With one last glance at the open door of the living room and the dark passageway leading to an uncertain fate, I hesitated not and swiftly entered the bathroom. The floor and walls were tiled, and beside the washing machine, a mountain of unwashed clothes awaited attention. Upon entering, I was first struck by the metallic scent of blood, followed by the sound of water flowing in my ears. Whose ghost might be concealed within this bathroom? As I rummaged through the disheveled garments, my initial indifference soon morphed into horror as I uncovered large splotches of congealed blood, stubbornly entrenched within the fabric. The assortment of clothing varied. There were suits, sportswear, skirts, and school uniforms, each belonging to different individuals, yet all bore the unmistakable marks of being punctured by a sharp blade. My focus intensified as I continued my search, leading to a startling revelation. Among the garments, one particular piece, though thoroughly soaked in blood, bore no evidence of having been slashed. What made this garment so extraordinary? Was it once worn by the perpetrator? In Chapter 137, titled The Most Terrifying Situation, this singular piece was completely drenched in blood, its front and back, collar and hem, transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Remarkably intact, it bore no signs of knife wounds, the blood mostly congealed upon the surface, indicating that this was not the attire of a victim, but rather that of the assailant himself. As I reached into the pockets, searching for anything of value, I encountered a sticky substance akin to rancid glue. What could this be? My probing yielded a discovery, a square, palm-sized photo frame, thickly coated in blood. I picked up a nearby garment to wipe it clean, finally revealing the shadowy figures captured in the photograph. It was a family portrait, distinct from the one displayed in the ghost study, featuring 5 individuals. The mother cradled an infant, standing alongside the father, while a pair of siblings flanked them on either side. The subjects appeared youthful, taken during a time before the boy's parents had divorced. Their faces radiated joy, a snapshot of familial bliss, blissful and unaware of the tragic fate that awaited the young boy. Did the killer carry this photograph during the act? Perhaps as part of a ritual? What was his intent? Recalling how Xia Qi once used a frame to convey secrets of the underworld, I instinctively opened it, discovering not just the photograph, but also additional contents. Light brown paper, matching the hue of the pages in the boy's diary. Thanks to the protection of the frame, these sheets remained untainted by blood. Holding them, I swiftly scanned the text. In recent days, I have frequently dreamt the same dream, of my room, of my brother, of my father, and of wielding a knife to slay everyone. Was this a nightmare? At least, I did not perceive it as such. When the blade pierced flesh, I felt no fear or terror, only an indescribable joy. Perhaps this could be deemed a beautiful dream. The dreams grew increasingly vivid. Each time I neared awakening, I encountered a monk adorned with 2 masks. He treated me kindly, while revealing a ferocious demeanor towards those who bullied me. No one had ever shown me such kindness, not even my parents. He guided me, offered solace, and presented me with a path out of my turmoil. Indeed, I should heed his advice. It was the perfect solution, one I had repeatedly explored in my dreams. Yes, to eliminate everyone. My forbearance does not elicit sympathy or acknowledgement. It only incites their relentless torment. They have never regarded me as human, none of them. They could never conceive that I would take such actions. Merely contemplating it brings me joy. I stealthily returned from school, concealing my intentions from everyone. I must fulfill my plan. I shall transform my dreams into reality. The papers contain some obscured content, deliberately smudged, seemingly reflecting the psychological turmoil of a boy after committing an atrocity. I tucked these pages into my pocket and held the photograph in my hand. I could easily discard it, allowing it to be tainted with blood, yet upon reflection, I realized its profound significance as a spiritual anchor for the young boy. It may prove invaluable in the future. Just as I was about to shove it into my pocket, my fingers unexpectedly brushed against something sticky on the back of the photo. I nearly overlooked a crucial clue. Upon inspecting the back of the photograph, I discovered 4 phrases inscribed in what appeared to be blood or red ink. What crime have they committed? Why must I kill? How many have I slain? Who am I? All inquiries. After pondering these questions, I stroked my chin in contemplation. The 4 questions correspond perfectly to a 4-digit or lettered code. Could there be a connection? The sound of water grew increasingly louder, emanating from the depths of the bathroom's bathtub. Should I investigate? This house has already provided me with a chilling experience, and I fear encountering something terrifying again, so I restrain my impulse to approach. Curiosity killed the cat, and time is scarce. I should keep my distance from such evidently abnormal occurrences. I turned and exited the bathroom, my mind racing to decipher the answers to the questions on the back of the photograph. What crime had this family committed? The father's close relationship with his student. The mother's betrayal of the father, the brother and sister, and the unspeakable secrets. Yet even attempting to frame this within legal parameters feels forced. No, something is amiss. My line of thought has deviated. The crimes described by the young boy should reflect a grotesque ethical perspective. I recalled the book on his father's shelf about the 7 deadly sins. God loves all, yet humanity is born with sinful inclinations. Among these cardinal vices, one aligns perfectly with this family's predicament, the sin of greed. This notion sparked in my mind as I passed through the open doorway of the living room. Glancing outside into the profound darkness, where something seemed to loom closer, exuding an oppressive sensation, I dreaded the possibility of a great hand reaching out to drag me into the abyss. Although the house harbors malevolent spirits, at least they present a visible fear. I fear the profound darkness outside even more, for it symbolizes the unknown. Shivering, I hastened into the study of the hanged father, locating the section of the book detailing the sin of greed. The entire volume is in a foreign language, yet I could only decipher the annotated page number, H6. A letter and a number correspond to the 4 questions. Must I choose between the digits and letters? Frowning, I glanced at the clock on the shelf. How could this be? The clock's hands clearly indicated that it was 1:57, leaving only 3 minutes until 2 o'clock. Time has flown by so swiftly. Beads of sweat form on my forehead, as I barely have a moment to feel anxious. My eyes dart towards the door, where a woman, her face smeared with blood, is crawling into the living room. She catches sight of me through the ajar door from my study. How is it possible that this wretched being, locked outside, has now entered? The victim of a gruesome fate slowly inches toward me, blood dripping from her face and leaving a trail that extends across the floor. Yet, this is not the worst of it. My brother's disfigured visage with protruding veins appears in the doorway, moving toward me with a sinister slowness. The dim glow of my phone screen reveals an ID, sending frantic messages in a near-hysterical barrage. Guijingjing, you must stay. You cannot escape. I have found you. We have found you. Casting a glance at my phone, I barely lower my head when a gentle touch grazes my neck, akin to a shard of ice being tossed into my clothing, sending a chill coursing down my spine. I look up to see my father suspended in the center of the room, his mouth agape, fixated on my face. Surrounded and outnumbered, the phrase caught between a rock and a hard place scarcely encapsulates my predicament. This is not the first time I have uttered a curse. Even with my professional training and repeated live broadcasts, I find myself gripped with unease. What kind of horror is this? Calm down. I redirect my gaze to the rapidly spinning clock. Just over 2 minutes remain. The second question arises. Why must I kill? This young boy has endured countless injustices, and I could easily conjure dozens of motives for his demise. The malevolent presence draws nearer, and I dare not linger at the door. Instead, I leap from the chair in my study to the table, altering my perspective, allowing me to see a letter tucked into the corner by the desk. Upon opening it, I find a DNA test report with the name obscured, indicating that the tested individual is not biologically related. This must be the boy's report. Had it not confirmed his lack of blood relation, his father and siblings would not have so ruthlessly tormented him. Flipping the report over reveals several lines written in different hands. To my astonishment, the very first line reads, "That little bastard. I want to kill him myself." The handwriting is identical to that of the boy's father. Even more shocking are the additional writings on the back of the report. filled with venomous curses. Why keep him? A stranger's seed feeding off our family's resources? Hurry, send him away. Let him roll as far away as possible with that vile woman. But is that not too merciful for him? What do you propose we do? Through these terse phrases, I envision a night when my father summoned the family, excluding the boy, to his study, conspiring a nefarious and clandestine plan. Further down, 7 reasons are meticulously listed, 7 justifications for the necessity of the boy's death. Among them are the family's shameful secrets, the father's esteemed image as a university professor, and the substantial insurance payout tied to the boy. There are 7 reasons. Yet these 7 justifications pertain to the family's motive for killing the young boy, rather than the boy's intent to harm his family. I endeavored to adopt a different perspective. Perhaps the boy initially harbored no intention of truly murdering his family. Instead, he may have acted preemptively in self-defense after witnessing their frenzied actions. If one considers this, the rationale behind his violent actions becomes remarkably clearer. I grasped the laboratory report, confirming yet another numeral, 7. Time raced by, the clock's hands spinning with alarming speed, as the malevolent specter loomed at the threshold, its grotesque visage growing ever clearer in my sight, hideous, swollen, and repulsive. The venomous words inscribed on the report eradicated any lingering sympathy I harbored for these phantoms. You are indeed deserving of your fate. Above, my father's corpse swayed violently, his mouth agape, bulging eyes threatening to burst from their sockets. Desperate to free himself from the noose around his neck, he sought a soul to bear the torment that plagued him day and night. Just a minute and a half remaining. The third inquiry concerned the number of individuals I had slain. While this seemed deceptively simple, I sensed an underlying trap. For spirits crowded around me, my father, my brother, my sister, and the woman who met her tragic end at the door. The identities of 3 were certain. Yet the identity of the woman outside remained a mystery. From the family portrait I discovered in the boy's clothing, I recognized his mother's likeness. The deceased woman was not the boy's mother, but rather another individual. According to the boy's diary, after his middle school graduation, his father brought home a woman who taught Chinese at a certain high school. Following her arrival, the boy's life became increasingly burdensome. As the woman was not part of the boy's family, her demise outside could be rationalized. Thus, it was evident that the boy had killed 4 individuals. By the time I reached the 3rd riddle, I had acquired 1 letter and 3 numbers, with only a minute left until 2 o'clock in the morning. The letter and numbers seemed sufficient, yet I pondered whether the 4th question was designed to obfuscate. I grasped the combination lock on the window and inputted H6-7 for sequentially. The lock rattled, yet it showed no sign of yielding. It wouldn't open. Which step had gone awry? Did the 4th question carry an alternative meaning? The specter crawled into the room, grinning malevolently, drawing closer as the clock's hands continued their relentless march, leaving me with less than a minute. The 4th question was, who am I? This query had occupied my thoughts since entering the room. This nightmare surely did not originate from Huang Shui's memories. It was a torment crafted by other spirits. But whose nightmare was it? And who possessed such power to forcibly drag me from Huang Shui's dream into their own? To accomplish this, one must be intimately familiar with the Tong Sang talisman. Although Daoist Wang possessed this ability, he had no reason to harm me. Excluding Daoist Wang, only one candidate remained, Yuan Xun, the spirit of the talisman, who once wielded the Tong Sang talisman. The talisman's medium was a piece of human skin torn from his own chest. After our confrontation at Xinhu High School, he vanished, likely retreating into the Tong Sang talisman itself. The Daoist priest Xianxing once stated that the fusion of the Yuanshan divine evil and the Tong Sang talisman renders one nearly immortal. I shattered his corporeal form, leaving his malevolent spirit with no refuge aside from the Tong Sang talisman. Recollecting that fateful night atop the teaching building, the Yuanshan divine evil, despite the overwhelming circumstances, exhibited neither panic nor rage. Instead, he uttered a phrase to me, "We shall meet again." The tone and timbre of his voice were strikingly identical to that which I encountered at the commencement of my mission. It dawned upon me how familiar it sounded. Yuanshan divine evil, it was you. Thus, the 4th question was swiftly resolved. This was not Huang Shui's dreamscape, but rather the dream of the Yuanshan divine evil, Guojunjia. He conjured an endless cycle of nightmares using the Tong Sang talisman, imprisoning the souls that bore malice towards him within. Those whom you have wronged shall inevitably become your tormentors. The hands of the clock had spun half a turn, leaving me with a mere 30 seconds. What significance does this name bear? What is the importance of the fourth question? I experimented with the initials of Guijunjia's name on the final password, yet it proved futile. The malevolent spirit had crawled to the edge of the table, its outstretched hand now capable of grasping my ankle. Begone! I pressed myself against the window, clutching the padlock as my mind raced. Where had the oversight occurred? Where had I gone astray? All four questions were resolved. Yet the password remained incorrect. Time dwindled to 20 seconds. The noose around my father's neck, the hanged ghost, was on the verge of snapping. His ghastly visage swayed in the air, drawing ever closer. What sins had they committed? Why must I resort to murder? How many lives have I taken? Who am I? The answers to the first and second questions were undoubtedly death-related. They should be infallible. In the final 10 seconds, an unsettling calm enveloped me, my thoughts operating with the precision of a cold, mechanical device. It was the third question that had faltered. I surveyed the ghastly visages before me. The deceased were my brother, sister, father, and stepmother. But what of the Yuanshan divine evil's biological mother? Would he show her leniency? Given his character, that was wholly implausible. Moreover, the diary contained accounts of a boy who traversed 4 hours on foot to seek his mother in a neighboring city, only to be coldly rebuffed at the door. To harbor hope, to endure cold and suffering in search of one's mother, only to receive a chilling command to leave. Such a woman is unworthy of motherhood. The Yuanshan divine evil had no reason to spare her. I recalled the sound of running water in the bathroom. What secrets lay hidden within that tub? I had refrained from investigating. Could it be that his mother's soul was also imprisoned within these walls? If so, then their family would indeed be reunited. The bathroom likely concealed another wronged spirit, yet time was of the essence, and I had no opportunity to explore, thus creating a mental blind spot. Indeed, the Yuanshan divine evil had not slain 4 individuals, but 5. All those who had appeared in his childhood memories had been ruthlessly murdered and ensnared within an infinite cycle of nightmares. Time slipped away, second by second, the hands of the clock nearing their final rotation. A ghastly visage emerged from beneath the table, while in the distance, the bathroom began to bleed an unclean crimson. 5 seconds. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I turned the dial on the padlock, re-entering the 4 characters. H, 6, 7, 5. With a click, the padlock sprang open. With uncontainable joy, I flung open the window and precariously placed a foot upon the ledge. Suddenly, I halted, for the world beyond was not an escape. It was an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Nothing existed there, not even a glimmer of hope. The clock's hands reached their final hour, and the noose that had hung my father from the ceiling snapped with a resounding crack, the contorted visage of his lifeless form hurtling towards me with terrifying speed. I had but a fleeting moment to decide, to leap or to remain. The wailing of phantoms echoed, and blood pooled upon the floor as a severed head, crawling towards me, opened its mouth to bite. There was no time for hesitation. I jumped. At the very instant the clock struck midnight, I propelled myself out of the window. Chapter 139. The hypnotist. The biting wind lashed against my face like a blade, and a sharp pain pierced my eardrums. I longed to scream, yet no sound escaped my lips as I surrendered to the inevitable descent into the boundless dark. Have you ever dreamt of plummeting from great heights? My body tilted forward, and with a sudden jolt, my eyes flew open. One hand pressed against my chest, my heart racing uncontrollably. I straightened up and surveyed my surroundings. I was indeed in the ward of the Sakura Rehabilitation Center alongside Huang Shui. Had I truly escaped that nightmare? Cold sweat drenched my back, my clothes clinging to me as I recalled the harrowing experience. I still felt a tremor of fear. It had been a perilous moment. Had I hesitated even slightly, I might have been forever trapped in that terrifying room, ensnared in an endless cycle of nightmares. Taking a deep breath, I turned to the side where Sakurako sat, her expression peculiar, indescribable, yet somehow lacking the warmth I once felt, replaced by an inexplicable distance. Sakurako, what is the matter? I reached out to pat her head, but she instinctively recoiled, as if we were strangers. Are you all right? I was about to recount my recent dream when I inadvertently revealed an object from within my grasp. It was a family portrait, my mother cradling an infant, my father standing at the center, flanked by a pair of siblings. What is this? The moment I beheld the photograph, my hand froze mid-air, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. It was the same family portrait from my nightmare. How could an object from a dream possibly manifest in reality? Unless, of course, I was still ensnared in a dream. I had believed I had awakened from one nightmare, only to find myself ensconced in another layer of dreaming. Despair was unnecessary. At least I had found Sakurako, and everything was proceeding according to the original plan. I endeavored to communicate with her. Yet the little girl remained strikingly aloof, uttering not a single word. I recalled that during our last encounter, she had mentioned that in dreams, she could only speak one sentence. Thus, I refrained from pressing her, and instead gazed upon Huang Shui, who remained in a deep slumber. It was hard to fathom that she was asleep within her own dream. Perhaps she was experiencing a dream within a dream. I did not rouse Huang Shui, uncertain of the potential harm it might cause her. With Sakurako and Huang Shui converging in this dreamscape, the next step was to fulfill the task of the spectral showcase. Uncover the clues to the wordless ancient painting, and ensure Huang Shui's safety, preventing her from falling victim to malevolent spirits. Utilizing the Tong Seng talisman, I ventured into the dreamscape of Huang Shui, bringing forth an innumerable array of sinister spirits. Yet, these seemingly grotesque entities are not the most terrifying aspect of my live broadcast. My greatest adversary lurks within the Tong Seng talisman itself, the Yuan Chun divine evil. As he prophesied, we meet once more, and this time, our fates shall be intertwined within the realm of dreams. Only by vanquishing the Yuan Chun divine evil can I claim true ownership of the Tong Seng talisman. Otherwise, I remain merely its custodian, not its master. To my surprise, as I picked up my phone, the barrage of comments finally returned to normal, and the usernames of my viewers were no longer those of identifiable individuals. Dear viewers, have I exhibited any unusual behavior? For at least an hour, I was not present with you in consciousness. I now fixate on the live stream, needing to ascertain a crucial matter. Are these commenters truly my original audience? I must uncover their identities. How amusing. A certain streamer, under the cover of night, colluded with a minor to invade the chamber of another young woman, then brazenly questioned whether he had acted out of the ordinary. If neither morality nor law can hold you accountable, I timidly inquire, could you possibly take me along next time? Are you, perchance, an e-commerce seller of sleepwear? In the previous stream, there was a stunning beauty parading about in her night attire. Sister-in-law, Wu Song, I have returned. 6 flavor Remania pills for kidney deficiency, sugar-free. The screen erupted with playful banter. I nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing your spirited and audacious exchanges reassured me. By the way, is Daoist one still present? I have a pressing question to pose. Sakura can only utter a single phrase in the dream. Hence my appeal for assistance naturally shifted to the viewers in the live chat. I waited for a considerable duration. Yet unease settled within me as Daoist one did not appear. What could be the reason? With a furrowed brow, I fixed my gaze on the screen and suddenly spotted a comment that seemed relatively credible. The commenter, identified as Hypnotist Fantasy, warned me, I am uncertain of what incentives drove you to engage in such perilous and chilling games. I harbor no intention of challenging you or the formidable forces behind you. I merely wish to remind you to survive. Each decision you make impacts the fate of everyone watching your broadcast. Is it truly that grave? Upon reading this comment, a weight settled upon me, prompting me to seek clarification. Hypnotist Fantasy, as a professional hypnotist for 31 years, offers you this counsel. The dream realm is not a domain for the ordinary to traverse freely. It conceals the passwords of the divine, representing the ultimate privacy of every individual. To infringe upon it will undoubtedly incur consequences. Scratching my head, I still struggled to grasp his meaning. Master Fan, could you express your thoughts more succinctly? If I were to encounter misfortune during this live stream, how could it affect others in the chat? Hypnotist Fantasy responded, stating that entering the dream realm is a privilege of the hypnotist, while silence is the highest virtue of this profession. There are aspects of dreams that are untouchable taboos, and mass hypnosis is one of them. What do you mean by that? Hypnotist Fantasies, you have somehow infiltrated the dreams of others, and through a particular tool, inadvertently hypnotized all viewers of your live stream, ushering them into the dreamscape you are currently navigating. In other words, regardless of where the friends in the live stream find themselves or what they were previously engaged in, they are now unwittingly drawn into a shared dream. Everyone is experiencing the same dream. This dream encapsulates all that you are presently enduring. We are all ensnared within this reverie. Should you remain unable to awaken, then all shall be ensnared in an infinite cycle of nightmares. After witnessing the barrage of comments from Fantasies the Hypnotist, I was left speechless. If I cannot escape this dream, then all those in the live stream will be implicated by my fate. Unbeknownst to them, I have silently hypnotized everyone. And the Underworld Showcase once again reveals its chilling and terrifying prowess. This also elucidates why Daoist Wandao has not entered the dream. His exceptional skills and understanding of dream creation make it exceedingly difficult to hypnotize him. Standing in my room, phone in hand, I confess that I possess no certainty regarding this live stream. For someone like me, who reveres logic, the dream world is akin to hell, utterly unpredictable in its next unfolding moment. Perhaps with a mere turn, I might encounter a man-eating specter. Perhaps with a mere opening of a door, I might step into an entirely different realm. Everything appears so abruptly, without warning. It follows its own set of rules, entirely divergent from the laws of reality. I find myself regretting not directly exchanging for the art of dream creation after my live stream at the Henshan Mental Hospital. Had I understood the craft of dream weaving, I would not feel so utterly passive now. There are not so many what-ifs in this world. What has occurred must now be faced. If Daoist Wandao has not entered the dream, then apart from Sakurako, the individual most acquainted with the dream realm is likely this hypnotist, Fantasies. He may very well be the key to my predicament. Steadying my nerves, I lit a cigarette and addressed the live stream, saying, Master Fan, the events have unfolded and cannot be altered. We must now devise a means of escape. I wonder if you have any valuable suggestions? I recounted my recent experiences within the terrifying room, and the live stream fell into a momentary silence. Hypnotist Fantasies, I am not an atheist. Yet the matters you speak of are indeed horrifying. If all this is true, we may have encountered the most troublesome adversary within the dream, the nightmare. Academically, nightmares remain inadequately defined. Some believe they are fictional constructs born of painful memories, while others perceive them as entities that exist within our world, invisible to the naked eye. There exists yet another perspective, more neutral in nature, positing that nightmares are merely products of self-suggestion.